be good to each other. We're here to learn and fucking try and like debunk ideas, not like just because somebody doesn't understand certain points, just go at the fucking person. Okay, we're just
I know
there's
Gregory's a
people
very
that
emotional person, just like a lot of flat earthers are.
yeah,
Whole
because
team
so
there's,
good,
you
man.
guys are
there's
good. You guys
bias
are really good at what you do.
on every side. Hopefully, you're saying that too, not just one side. You know, we're bringing challenges to each other, and like especially we shouldn't be fixed and closed-minded. Like once again, you know,
You're right,
that's the whole point
absolutely.
of.
I think a good
Yeah.
faith flat earther would not be so close-minded to the fact that they don't want to believe the Earth is a globe, but rather they're open to an idea that the Earth is a globe. I think a lot of these guys are more fixated that it's not a globe and there's no way it's a globe, so there's no way to really, show them that it's a globe because they don't really want to believe it.
Yeah, your opinion is ill-informed and moot.
No, I can actually back up my opinion. A lot of you guys do hold to the idea that it can't be a globe. It's not a globe. You guys are never open to the idea. I mean, you guys are always emotional, always screaming. You get mad very quickly. I've never
I
met
was
someone
for
that's calm,
46
flat earther.
You're
years,
protecting
man.
all the vice that the globalist
Here you
is
go.
guilty of.
I was
Beautiful.
for 46 years. I was
Yeah,
open to
literally.
it. Fuck's sake, man! What are you saying?
Hey, mutes me. Why aren't you open to it now? Are you still open to it?
Yeah,
No,
loaded question fallacy.
it's false. It's
Are you
absolutely
still open to
false.
it? What's false?
It's false.
What's
No,
false?
yeah.
You
false?
give
It's
them
false.
46 years,
You just said
36
it's
years.
false.
They want your whole life, bro. They want your
false.
whole life. That's Satanism. They want your whole soul, dude. That's crazy.
Just
Yeah,
said it's
and
6
the
years.
the attempts to like drag people back to it. I mean, it's like fucking. How dare you leave the cult?
Drag people back to what?
All right, let me just get this
I mean,
clear,
this
right?
ridiculous pretender clown Matt sitting over here talking as though he has an idea about human depravity, projecting that onto the flat earthers, who are the actual critically considered rigorous-minded people.
No,
I
they're
don't know if
not.
you're talking about me,
The
but
only
I
thing
was a
they're
flat earth for like
critical of is
a
the
week
got
ago.
any?
globalists.
Is
They're
there
not
any
critical
Yes,
of
globe?
they
the
are.
globalists.
You
Does
don't
anybody
hear
have
any
No,
arguments.
absolutely
You don't
not.
hear
Yeah.
any arguments
Absolutely
nor
not.
any talk about these virtues from globalists. The vast majority of the time in this voice channel, all you get is belligerent, obnoxious bullshit from these globalist wannabe
Oh,
atheist
exactly. Oh, I
scientists.
don't doubt that you get obnoxious bullshit. I don't doubt that. You usually get it from flat earthers though. They're more mad. They're more
No, you
emotional.
get it mostly from
Why
globalists.
is
So
that?
shut the fuck up with this
You're
stupid
emotional as well.
invented
Why is that?
argument.
Why is that, Gregory? Why are you
You're
guys
not going to
also
sit up here
emotional?
and build a narrative derogating flat earthers because they
Answer the
destroy your
question. Why are you
stupid
guys
ass
so
appeals to
emotional?
maps every single
Damn
time you
animal.
mention them. So we're not going
Why
to
are you
sit up
so
here and
mad?
waste time with
Are
someone
you an
who's going to
animal?
persevere to
Are you
try
an
and
animal
project
or are
all
you a
their
dog?
vices onto flat
Yeah.
earthers.
Are you an animal or are
So
you an
either
adult?
shut the
Which
hell
one?
up and present sound argumentation,
You're
or
not gonna make me shut up unless someone else mutes me here. That's the only way
so
you're gonna
Here's
there
shut
needs
up.
to be
something.
You're an
moderation.
idiot.
He's obviously not going to
Gregory,
present sound argumentation.
Gregory
Yeah, you
comes
wanna
in
run
with
away from your
fact,
feelings,
and you're
buddy.
arguing from emotion. You're being emotional. You're calling them angry.
Exactly.
You're not
He is
saying
being
anything.
emotional.
Well, how? You're the one being emotional. You're the one subscribing that he's being emotional, but
How
that's
am I
your
being
emotional
emotional?
outtake.
How am I being emotional?
This is shit radio. Someone
Just
needs to
listen to my
moderate the room.
observation. My observation is
You
that
know,
most flat earthers in here are screaming. FEBI is an example. Heretic is an example.
Why is Matt being
T-Dub
given
is
the
an example.
opportunity to
Who else
build
is
this
in here that
stupid
usually
narrative
just
and
comes in here
project all his
screams?
vices onto the
Rick
flat
is an
earthers?
example.
Why
Chris
is he
sends me
being
at
given
least
an
4
opportunity to do
different
this?
pictures
Gregory,
that tries
you're
to
doing fine,
debunk Globe
Gregory.
Earth every single
They haven't
day.
been able to give
Just think about
you
this. Think
what you're asking for.
He's not doing
Yo.
fine. Stop it.
Yeah, he is. Globers have not been able to give Gregory what he's asking for. Y'all don't have the ability to show a curved baseline. So, I mean,
you're misunderstanding it too. It's not a curved baseline; it's a horizontal plane of a baseline, dude.
You
right.
admitted that you didn't prove it was a globe, dude.
Yeah, so what Gears just said is correct moving forward.
You don't understand what I just said, but
That's
yeah,
why y'all are shifting it to flat earthers just don't believe in a planet. I mean, why would
right.
we believe in
Ignore
something
this.
that doesn't exist?
If you ever notice
Quickly
me, I
skip.
never bring up, I
Go
never
ahead.
directly point out people's like beliefs and single target whole continents of like ideas of people. You know, like single them out, and I don't say like, oh, the globe, therefore, no, my logic is globe, therefore heliocentrism. It doesn't always exactly equate to that. Globe equals, you know, there's no, it's not as it's been posed to us in all factors, and this being flat or what, bigger globe, smaller, whatever the fuck, you know, inside, outside. we're measuring, we're orientating at a globe, looking at a globe anyway,
Okay.
and it seems
Yeah,
to
Just
be.
go
so the
ahead and
appeal
use
to
the
angular
surface.
calculation is insufficient. It's self-defeating for the globe position. So next argument.
Anybody got any
Okay,
globe
well,
proof besides making a pretend angle in the sky?
it's good to know that people have further to go. Have a good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Go ahead and just use the curved surface. You shouldn't need any horizontals or verticals. Just use the curved surface.
Well, we should already have math developed around that.
It's
But we
amazing
don't.
how they mostly appeal to everything else except the very Earth itself. That is flagrantly telling that the position is untenable. If I want to show that the bowling ball is spherical, I'm not going to point to something other than the bowling ball.
As soon as I told them take a ball, hold it in your hand, and point to 90 degrees on that ball, it was over. They couldn't do it, and they knew they couldn't do it, and that was it. That's all you have to tell these guys.
But somehow these ridiculous ass people think that they can just multiply words and try to spew as much vitriol as possible and think that's going to refute anything or prove anything. It doesn't.
Why is Matt crying? He was supposed to have some kind of ultimate globe proof, and he gave up on that, it seems like.
I was just about to say, anyway, do you guys want him unmuted?
Sure, he's going to present his ultimate globe proof. He said he came up with it on his own. So as long as it's not using right angles on a ball, he's good to go.
You know what's funny? Yeah, I did you get my ultimate glow proof, and I was destroying Gregory with it, and then like Jedi came in to come save him for a few seconds, and then I was muted for some random reason.
Your
But I'm
stupid
still
ass appeal
working
to
on it.
maps
I'm gonna
didn't
make it
prove any
real good
goddamn
for you.
thing. You couldn't even
That does
define your
prove any
concluding
goddamn
premise
thing.
you were trying to prove.
According to how many people, Gregory?
Stupid ass reply.
Who
Show
else?
sound argumentation or shut up.
Gregory,
Yeah,
you're doing
exactly. I already
awful.
showed you the
You're doing
argumentation
awful,
before.
dude.
I'll show it again soon here, and I'll destroy you again. Jedi isn't here to save you this time.
You didn't destroy anyone the first time. Present sound argumentation or
Yes,
shut up.
I did. I have a clip of it. Do you want a clip of it?
Present sound argumentation or shut up.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Hey, you always want to tell people to shut up because you want to go on a
Present
power
sound
trip.
argumentation now or shut up.
You're on. Hold on,
Why
Gregory.
are you
I need to
chanting?
make sure you're clear on this. You're not.
Okay, so he's refusing to
intimidating
present
anyone.
sound argumentation. He's
You're
just
not intimidating
persevering
anyone
to
over Discord.
give all the
You're not
vitriol he
intimidating. Your
has in his
voice is
heart.
intimidating.
So if
I
he
don't know why
continues giving all this
you feel the
stupid
need
ass
to try to
vitriol,
think you're,
please
like, tough
mute him.
here. I don't see that.
Okay, so far nobody's presented anything. Just Matt talking about other things.
I'll present something again. I'll present what I was gonna present again soon. Here, just give me a second, though.
Yeah, so shut up and just do that.
Start posting it in chat.
Shut up. You know what's crazy? He always wants to drive someone to get muted because every time you tell him he tells you to shut up, you're gonna respond.
And he's
you're
still
gonna get
talking
muted
about
for
something
responding
else.
to him telling you to
So
shut up.
someone please
Why don't
moderate
you
the
shut up?
room.
What are you gonna present?
Still not
Hold on,
presenting
Gregory,
sound
what are you gonna present?
argumentation. Multiplying
Present
words and
something.
vitriol about something
Here
else
we
other than
go.
the sound
Shut up,
argument
Gregory.
for his cosmological
Present something or
paradigm.
shut up, Gregory.
Here we go.
Gregory,
So
present something or shut up.
Matt's gonna go ahead and start presenting his globe,
Exactly.
ultimate
But
globe
FB,
proof
I'm
now.
responding to him. He's telling me to present something or shut up, and I'm telling him the same thing. Now what?
Go ahead, I'm telling you. Go ahead, present.
Exactly. I already told you I'm going to present something in a second, but right now. It's the same thing I presented before, but I didn't get to finish it. So just give me a second, like I said. Doesn't need to say, "Oh, present something or shut up."
Yeah,
He
Still
just wants someone to
multiplying
respond
words.
to him and
it's
talk to him.
it's crazy
All this
how they
shit
act.
radio
Matt.
out of
Don't
his
worry about
microphone.
it.
Exactly. You're
You've done
supposed
a
to know about
great job.
psychology. You know nothing about psychology.
So Twanger, he was in here hours earlier trying to say he has all this globe proof. He should have had it ready then. Why would he say he had it and didn't have it?
You're confusing me with someone else, dude. You need to go to bed.
You're sticking up for him.
Who?
Twanger is sticking up for you, Matt.
I don't need anyone to stick up for me, dude.
Yeah,
I can hold my own.
giving a reason why you don't have to present anything.
What?
After you
I
said
already
you were
said I would
going
present
to.
something in a second. Yeah, I already said I was going to present something in a second. So You're gonna wait until I present something.
Yeah, it's been longer than a second. Hurry the fuck up.
Shut up, bitch.
Look at the way he talks. He's like, hurry the fuck up. And then you respond to him, and then guess what happened? You
He's
get muted
still
because you
doing it.
insulted someone that insulted you. Isn't that hilarious? What an idiot.
Is that your globe proof then?
I don't know if you heard me the first time or the second time. Hopefully you heard me the second time.
We've heard you several thousand times, still not yet presenting sound argumentation. Hurry up.
Actually, you haven't heard me several thousand times. I highly doubt that.
TikTok, dumbass.
Who said that?
I did.
Who?
He must be pinging
Gregory?
the other guys. Hey, where'd you go? How do I present
Hey,
this?
Gregory that said that? Who said that?
Hey guys, how do I present this again? I forget.
It's crazy how grown men that can't handle their emotions together. How embarrassing for a grown man.
Entirely pathetic of you, exactly.
Yeah, I'm not a grown man. You are. You know, that's so embarrassing to you guys. I'm 17. You both are grown ass men, and you guys can't handle.
Well, that
your
explains
emotions.
it.
Speaks a lot to your character.
Yeah, that's
Speaks a lot
why
to your character.
that's why you're
You
an
control your
emotional
emotions
wreck,
and you're a
dude.
grown ass man.
Dude, you're an
So embarrassing.
emotional wreck.
No, I'm not. You know what's so crazy? FEBI or Globe Lie or whatever you change your name to every second. You always come in argument and just spout random things loud as hell.
Still
Don't even argue
persevering
most
to
of the
talk
time.
about something else other than his sound argumentation in defense of
And
his
you know
globe
what's
Earth
funny?
paradigm.
Is mine are always
Oh, now you wanna say
showstoppers. That's why I only need to say a few words because they're usually at the end of the argument stoppers.
No, they're not at all. What have you said here that's in the end of an argument?
You
Stop.
can't make a right angle on top of a ball. On any side of a ball.
I was never arguing that. Never made that. Never argued that. So
You
At least you
asked.
have enough sense to do that.
he's calling me. Giving me sense to do
That
what?
was a showstopper.
What showstopper?
They all left, didn't they?
I bet he's not even moving his hands on the buttons on his keyboard or his phone to actually get the presentation that he
doesn't
boasts that he
have
has.
anything. He doesn't have anything.
I'll get the presentation when I'll get it. I did it before. Do you have anything?
Yeah,
to
you'll
present,
do it when
Gregory?
you'll do it. Thank you for the tautology. So get to it or shut up.
Yeah. You're not gonna tell me what to do. You don't boss me around. I boss you around though.
Okay, so he's just giving shit radio into the voice channel. Are we done with him yet?
And aren't you doing the same thing? Always like, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up. You are no tough guy here.
He still has no sound argumentation still.
My presentation is a bowl
Where's
of water.
your sound argument, Gregory? I've not gotten one from you yet, and you've
Like,
been
his
in here for the past
presentation in
5
defense of
hours.
his globe paradigm is a bunch of shit radio and bullshit vitriol.
Wait, Gregory, I'm sorry if I didn't hear you right. Do you have any flat Earth proof?
Hey,
Oh,
Matt.
thank you.
Mark J
Very
just
much.
posted something for you. In case you don't have time for a complete breakdown, you can always have quick spirals.
Oh yeah, exactly. That's what Gregory and what's it called does all the time. Quick spirals. Give me a second.
Yeah, I'm very glad I'm informed repeatedly by various users who don't know how to give sound argumentation in defense of their globe Earth paradigm that I'm being given rent-free space in their head. All of this stupid ass vitriol from these people. All you have to do is present sound argumentation in defense of your cosmological paradigm. Just focus on that.
Gregory, I have a
It's
question
such
for
a
you.
it's such a pressing issue, since such an important thing for us to know and accept.
Yes,
Since it's so abhorrent for us to not accept the supposed
go ahead,
knowledge
Ryan.
of
Do
this
your little
cosmological paradigm, then present the sound argumentation that proves that you know your paradigm to be true. Why don't you focus on that?
There we go. Good ranting. Now let me ask you a question. Do you have an argument for flat Earth?
Every object has a surface. Every surface
there we go.
is flat or
Can I
curving.
get an answer?
When we look at the surface of the seas and the earth, they don't curve, therefore they're flat. And the earth and the seas are observed, measured, and used as being flat.
Oh,
Can you citate the measurement of flatness, please? You made a claim about flatness being measured. Can you please provide a citation?
We heard you. You don't need to say it again. We heard you. We heard you.
Or
Thank you. Where is it at, Gregory?
Give me a moment. I actually really need a moment. And I actually utilized it.
Okay. See this. Grace, 9.8 miles. Okay. Wait, what a biased thing to read. It's already saying if the Earth is a sphere. Okay.
Okay,
Of course,
so
it's biased. That's a truism. Everyone affirms a given position or denies it. The fuck?
It's a truism. No, it's not,
so
man. We both know it's not.
so can I? I'll need your help with the logic here, Gregory. So you've got the statement here about the distance to the geometrical
The
horizon,
hell is it
right?
with these Australians?
Yeah, but we're in the southern hemisphere, right? Things look different down here. So these images, right? You've got references to the location of the geometrical horizon as part of the logical statement. What happens to the logical statement if the geometrical horizon is not visible? It's not apparent in the image at all. How does that impact the logical flow of your argument? So none of these images
Go on a
show a
different day
Proves
and
it
do
geometrical
it.
true.
horizon.
Yeah, go on a different day and do it then.
Yeah, it proves it
Okay,
true. My God, I'm saying the answer.
right.
It
So
proves it true. So if the horizon is not the concrete tangent point of a sphere, then that's the point.
you made a very specific claim about the horizon being a specific distance from the observer.
Yeah,
You
that's
made
given the
no
Earth
other
curve
claims.
calculator. That's not my premise. I didn't make it up. That's what the globe Earth people who aren't even involved in the controversy on Discord or wherever the fuck
Yeah.
else.
So you've made the claim that the geometric horizon must be no more than 1.22 from
No,
the square root
no,
of
it's not
the observer
my
height.
claim.
Well,
Stop.
Ooh, now it's nice.
the claim is that, right? Okay, so
Yeah,
that
that's what
claim
globe
is
earthers say. So it's an
so
internal critique.
that
Given their
claim is
premises, it would imply the following. The implication is false. Therefore, the premise that implies this false implication is false because that which implies falsehood is false.
yeah. So but what I'm saying is that statement is false. That the geometric horizon is defined
Oh,
by
so you
that
disagree with the
distance.
Earth curve calculator created by these professionals? Is that it? You have
The
your own
the
globe Earth paradigm?
geometric horizon is defined by that equation, the distance to it. The image.
Do answer the question I just asked you. Are they wrong and you have your own globe Earth paradigm?
I told you that the equation is correct.
Okay, so it's not incorrect. Okay. So that is
The
the
equation
premise
is
that the globe Earthers hold, unless you have another globe Earth paradigm.
the
If you don't hold this paradigm, then fine. I didn't refute your paradigm in this instance since you don't hold that these premises have these implications. You don't hold the
no,
paradigm with the formula that implies these premises. Whatever.
so
I still refuted
so
this.
so I'm same deal. I'm asking you for assistance in the logic here. So is it a null hypothesis if there is a scenario that you
It's a
haven't
modus
considered
tollens
in?
deductive argument.
Okay. So if your fundamental premise there that there must be a geometric horizon is actually false, that we can say that there's not necessarily a geometric horizon, right?
Why would
That's
that be
illogical,
false?
dude.
Like, why do you keep like why do you not have this mastered already?
So
If the
you're
Earth is a
implying that,
ball, then that concrete physical tangent point of the sphere would be the
yes.
horizon.
Okay.
Okay.
So there's a difference between the concrete physical tangent point and the visible horizon. Two distinct things.
So you're not looking at the object?
You're looking at some view of the object, but you're not necessarily seeing
You're not looking at the
the.
view. You have a view.
So
You're not looking at the perspective. You are perceiving from that perspective.
yeah, you're perceiving it through a distorted lens, right? That is not showing you the geometric horizon. If you cannot see the geometric horizon, then
And
you
that's a
can't make
it's a
any.
refutation. How? That's literally the
So
point. The
yeah,
horizon is not where it would be.
because you are not able to see the geometric horizon in that
Right. So you don't
image.
see
Doesn't-
the physical curvature. That's what your premise implies. It's self-defeating. You don't see the physical curvature that you say is there.
Yeah, but you're saying for every horizon distance, right? Which implies every image should show this, and it doesn't.
Yeah, so whistle past your self-defeating appeal. If you sustain this appeal as the attempt to refute me, it's self-defeating for you. That implies we do not see what you say would be there. No empirical verification for what you say would be there.
Are
Does
you
that
ready for my globe
formula?
proof? I agree.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah. Here we go, Gregory. We're back on what I was mentioning to you before, and I'm still going to stick on this because this is my personal globe proof. Let me just make sure I'm sharing my screen. There you go. Back to Santiago to Sydney. This is where we're going to go. Okay, Gregory? Understood?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
haven't
only
had
fucking
any
did it.
flights.
Only took
Good to
1,000
know what you
years.
mean.
This has been defeated too many times.
Well, this hasn't been defeated once yet, actually. Jedi attempted to take
Enough with
one
the
on.
filibustering and posturing.
Gregory wasn't
In
able
order
to.
for in order for your flights to work on a ball, you need to have a ball in the first place. So start with that.
Nah, I'll start with what I want to start with. Okay, we're actually starting on a flat map. Actually, we're starting on a scale map. So, Gregory, do you see my screen right here? See the scale
Yes, I
map that
do.
we have? See the 2 points here from
Yes, I
Santiago
do.
to Sydney, Sydney to Santiago. Same thing, right? Would you agree with me on the premise that these are real flights? You can book a flight today. You can buy the tickets for
Sure.
this flight. Okay, this flight is done over the Pacific Ocean, and just to make sure you understand this, let me just show this. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do this. There we go. Share. So this is going to share how it looks like Santiago to Sydney, LATAM Airlines. And this is how it looks like on a ball, on a curved ball. Takes 12 hours and 30 minutes, Santiago, Sydney. Now, how can you explain this flight on any flat map? What is it? Equidistant map with projection of the globe,
That's
or the
not a
scale
flight
map? How do you
map.
explain this flight?
It's not a map for flight
I
patterns.
asked Gregory that question. Thank you, sir. I asked Gregory that question.
Oh, that's what he's going to
Yeah,
ask.
even then,
Oh, yeah.
the plane flew in a straight line from one
Ask
point to
Gregory
another,
that question.
period, over the flat surface.
Gregory, what'd you say?
Yeah, the plane flew in one straight line from one point to another over the flat surface. There.
No one said the plane. No one said the plane flew through one straight line. So would you agree with this map then, the scale map?
The fuck are you talking
So it
about?
went this way.
That's how I did it, over a flat person,
Don't look
over a
confused.
flat
Don't look
surface.
confused, Gregory. Yes. So this is how.
That's how it happened
So
over a flat surface. I'm going to keep repeating it until you clearly acknowledge the answer I just gave you. That's what happened
Oh,
over a
okay.
flat
So the plane
surface.
flew from Argentina. So this is okay. Let's zoom in here. So it flew from here to here on a flat surface. So the Earth looks
Over
like a
a
scale
flat
map then.
surface.
So the Earth looks like a scale map then.
No, the Earth looks like the Earth. The Earth doesn't look necessarily like any particular
No.
map.
You can't run from this. Either if
You
it
can run from a
flew like this,
motherfucking
the
thing. I'm
Earth
going to
has
say
to
it
look
again
like
until you
this.
acknowledge what I just said to you. I'm going to say it again until you acknowledge what I said to you. The Earth looks
Go
like the
ahead and
Earth.
say it again.
The
Go
Earth
ahead
is
and say
not
it
any
again.
particular map.
Oh, the Earth isn't a particular map. So the Earth doesn't have a model that can represent the Earth, is what you're saying.
So the fuck
how
what?
could you take
The
a
surface of the
position
Earth
that
is
this
flat.
flight makes sense
The
on a
surface
scale
of the
map if
seas
you
is
don't know how the Earth
flat.
looks like in the first place?
Period.
Gregory, let me ask you a
Yeah,
question.
I don't need to
Is the
present a
Earth?
map. Yeah, stop talking to the answer. Yeah, stop talking to the answer.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so
Go
I
ahead
don't
and
need to
answer.
present a
Go ahead.
map.
Go ahead.
Presenting a map is not a logical prerequisite to justify the concluding premise that the surface of the seas is flat.
Yes. So why are you accepting this this flight on a scale map then?
I didn't necessarily accept anything on any particular map. It logically and
You did. You said
geometrically
this
makes
flight
sense that the
makes.
plane flew
You
over a
said this
flat
flight makes
surface
sense on a
from
flat
one
scale
point to
map.
another. Period. That's it.
Yeah, so you said you said this flight makes sense on a flat surface from one period to another. So the Earth would have to be scaled like this then, right?
Does it necessarily have to be this particular map? It doesn't follow. It doesn't fucking
Yes, it
follow.
has to
So
be.
stop talking answer. I'm going to
Yes, it
keep
does
saying the
totally
answer
follow.
until you acknowledge
The
it.
Earth is scaled.
I'm not going to
Gregory,
let
look
you
at the map. Look at
obfuscate
the
the
map. I know
answer.
you're an
So I'm going to
emotional
keep
spiral.
talking
I know you're an
until there's
emotional
moderation,
spiral.
and I'm going to
Gregory,
keep repeating the answer until you acknowledge the
grown man,
answer that's being said to you.
a grown
So
man,
shut the fuck up
a
and
grown
stop
man.
talking through the answer and trying to obfuscate the answer. The flight went from one point to another over a flat surface. It doesn't necessarily have to be any particular given map. That doesn't follow. The Earth doesn't need a map to be the Earth and for objects to fly through the air over a flat surface.
Yeah, good
So
job on
fucking
muting me,
retarded.
whoever muted me. Oh, you're completely retarded because you weren't actually listening to what I was going to say. So this flight is done over the Pacific Ocean. So are you telling me that the Earth is flat and this is how the flight is done on a scale
Sure,
map?
it went from one point to another over a flat surface. I'm not going to say it again. Don't ask me the question again.
No.
I'm not
It
going to
has
repeat
to
the
be
answer that
more
I've already said
specified
very
than that,
clearly
Gregory.
at
It's
least
not
5
just one
times
point
now.
from another on a flat surface. Yeah, Gregory. I want a more specified answer. It can't just be 1 point from another on a flat surface. That's like middle school stuff. Did it go on this map? So it works on this map then, yeah? This is the map you're going with?
So I'm waiting for you to ask a different
If you're
question.
going Okay, because listen, if you're going with this map, if this is the map you're using, 1 point to another, look at how he just disproved flat Earth. That means that flights from the United States wouldn't actually work to go to Russia. That's basically your map. Flights from the United States taking off from California, you couldn't reach Russia.
Yeah,
Taking off
straw
from
man
California,
fallacy.
you couldn't
Next
reach China.
question.
Thank you for proving globe Earth. Thank you for proving globe Earth, Gregory. Good
Straw man
job. You
fallacy.
did it.
Next fucking question.
You did it. You just proved the Earth is a globe,
Yeah,
Gregory.
straw
Thank
man
you.
fallacy. Next stupid ass question. Or rather, a
Actually,
sensible question.
I forgot. It's on the wrong window. Let me actually present this to you guys. Glober's in here as well, so you just understood what he did. So this is what he did, right? He
No,
said
pay attention to his
this works.
straw man
Argentina,
fallacy. Pay attention to him refute an argument that I
Australia. He
never
said this works
affirmed.
on a
Pay
flat
attention as
surface
he
thanks to this
attempts to refute a
flight.
map that I never affirmed as being absolutely true.
Let me make sure.
Pay
Let me
attention.
make sure
Pay
he's
attention
done
to his
talking.
straw man fallacy.
He's done talking. He's
You
done
never
talking. Okay,
affirm
thank you.
anything.
So yeah, so he's done talking. Okay, so he said that a map flight from Argentina and Australia is real. He said this flight from Santiago to Sydney is a real flight. With that being said, he said that from these two lines, you can do this on Earth on a Pacific Ocean, on the Pacific Ocean, because that's where this flight is done, over the Pacific Ocean. So with that being said, the map would have to the flat Earth map would have to look somewhat like this. It'd have to look somewhat like this, speaking in general. So that means a flight from the United States to China wouldn't make any sense because that would imply a globe. So you basically just proved a globe.
Yeah, so a non sequitur in your fucking logic sequence. Nothing about flying through the
How
air from
is it a
one point
non
to another
sequitur?
necessarily
How is it a non
presupposes that it's
sequitur? Tell
happening
me.
over a sphere. That doesn't fucking follow. You can fly from one point to another,
Absolutely follows.
through the air over a flat surface. You're refuted. It's a
Oh,
false
okay.
absolute
Let me also
statement.
destroy the flat Earth again. Although you already admitted the Earth is a globe indirectly, let me just do this again for you. Okay.
Never admitted that the
So
Earth is
let
a
me ask you
fucking
a question,
globe.
Gregory.
I'm not going to
Gregory,
continue
hold
to
on.
entertain these stupid ass strawman fallacies. So if he strawman me again, mute him.
Unmute me.
This is stupid
Thank
ass
you for unmuting me.
fucking shit radio.
Hold on. It's stupid ass. Dude, chill with the cursing. You're a grown ass man. Handle yourself accordingly.
Shut
Let me
up.
ask you a question, okay?
Don't strawman me
Yeah,
again.
exactly. Shut up. I'm an emotional, crazy guy. Okay, look. So the United States is right here.
So as he
China's right here.
repeats
We
the
agree on
same
this,
argument that's been
Gregory?
refuted. So I'm going to refute it again after he says it again.
I'm just being muted. Okay, Gregory. Would we agree? This is not the same argument. Would we agree that the United States is right here and China is right here on this map? We agree to the following.
Yeah, I see the two fucking points on the map.
Yeah, so we agree that the United States is right here and China's right here. Okay. So could you fly from the United States to China then? From here to here. Point A to point B.
Yeah.
Okay. So the
Stop
Earth
asking
would
the
have to
question
be a
again.
globe again.
No, it doesn't have to be a fucking globe. That doesn't follow. I just refuted this again. So actually, listen to the refutation.
Matt, your logic goes like this: airplanes can fly from point A to point B, therefore it's a globe. That's what you've come up with so far.
Actually, no.
That's retarded.
Actually, no. Actually, because you know what? You want to know why this proves that the Earth is a globe? I'll tell you why. Because if China's right here, this is a scale map, right? This is flat scale map. If China's right here, the United States is right here, and then China's right here again, it would imply a globe. So if he said that you can fly from the United States to China like
It doesn't
this,
follow. Stop
from a
saying
line
this
like
shit like
this,
it's
from point A
valid.
to point
It's an
B,
invalid
that would
logic
mean that the
sequence.
Earth is a globe.
Hey, dude.
Stop saying this shit like
dude.
it actually follows. It's an
Dude, that's
invalid
not a
logic
That's
flight.
my
sequence.
Dude,
proof to you
why
guys.
are
It's
you
just dumb.
presenting that dumb map? That's not anything in reality. Do you think you live on some
It's not anything in
cylinder?
reality anymore.
Do you think you live on a cylinder? A flattened
This is
out
literally his
cylinder or
logic
something?
sequence. Planes fly from China to the US, therefore the Earth is a ball. That doesn't follow. It's invalid.
How
It's
does that
simply a
make
non
sense
sequitur.
on a flat Earth map? So you'd have to. So the only way that would make
But
sense
you've
on
given
a
no
flat Earth map
objective,
is if you have.
specific, true
Hold
premise
on.
and a logically valid argument to justify that conclusion, to say that it's nonsense. You're just appealing to incredulity like AI told you more than an hour ago. So stop appealing to incredulity again. That's a
He did not
fallacy.
tell me anything.
Yes, he
Okay,
did.
Gregory,
He
let me since
literally
you're done
said to you
talking.
exactly what I
So,
just
Okay,
said
I'm
to you.
on
He
that,
told you in
on
no
the
terms
World War
that
II
when you say
flight
it
path,
doesn't make sense
Okay, are you
without
done?
any specific, objective, true premises and a
Going. Keep
valid argument, it's just an appeal to incredulity fallacy. You're
going.
done.
Going. Going. Thank you. So I'm gonna go back to what I was gonna say. So flat Earth. If that's not the scale map, so the map, the scale map, if the scale map is not what the flat Earth looks like,
who said
and
that's
the
a scale
only
map
way a
anyway?
flight from the
Who
United
said that
States
was a
to
scale
China.
map?
Oh, I'm
Who
being
said that
interrupted
was
when
a
I'm destroying the
scale
globe.
map? Who said it was a
Can I
scale
finish what I'm
map?
gonna say?
You?
Do you know what a scale map is?
Yeah, it's scaled to measured reality.
Exactly. So can I
So you
finish what I'm gonna
think
say?
you think that you live on some kind of weird flat rectangle like that?
I never said that. But let me
Then
finish
why
what I
are
was gonna
you
say because
presenting
So then you're
that?
not being
Then why
consistent
are
with
you
your appeal to the
presenting
hold on.
it?
so-called scale
When
map.
Gregory, okay.
So
When
then you're
Gregory
not
wants to
being
finish what he's gonna
consistent
say,
with your
I get
appeal to the
muted.
so-called
So can
scale
I have the
map.
same thing?
It's
Okay, just keep over talking.
self-contradictory.
Keep over talking me, boy. Keep over talking me while I'm destroying the flat Earth. So when Gregory wants to finish what he wants to say, I get muted, but I never get to finish what I'm gonna say because it's important and it destroys the flat
Yeah,
Earth.
you're not
So
even
I'm gonna go back to what I was gonna
entertaining the
say.
very
Oh, I'm
replies
getting
being
interrupted
sent
again.
back to
I'm
you. We're
getting
done with
interrupted
him.
again. Getting
Every
interrupted.
time you reply to him, he
Okay.
just refuses to actually engage the rebuttal being said to his questions and or critiques.
Completely
We already
engaging. I just
refuted
want
his
to have my
non
turn to
sequitur
speak. You
appeal
tell me,
to
Gregory.
planes fly through the air from point A to point B, therefore the
Ranting.
Earth's a ball. That doesn't follow. Things can fly through the air from one
Are you
point
done?
to another over a flat surface. He then appealed to the
I
so-called
understand.
scale map, even though he didn't actually give any empirical corroboration that the map is actually to scale, especially when FEBI just exposed that if he's being consistent, then he's implying that the Earth is a fucking rectangle, and it's obviously not.
Are you stupid, Gregory? Okay, I'm gonna finish what I'm gonna say now since Gregory's done talking and he thinks what he
No,
said was
here I
important when it wasn't.
posted a map, a
So,
flight map from World
I'm being
War II.
interrupted again.
From World
Oh
War
my god.
II. What?
Go ahead, post it.
How
Go ahead,
come
post
that
it.
one looks different than your scale map of the world?
Do you want to know why it looks different? Well, it's a globe
Yeah.
map. It's a flattened out globe. So is that how the Earth looks
So
like?
that one, so that
Come on,
has
I'm gonna show
all
that one as well.
that has all straight flight paths
Go
on
ahead
it.
and
How
post it.
come?
Go ahead and post it if you're so confident. Please post it for
It's
me.
already
Please post
posted.
it.
Already is.
Thank you. Thank you. Good
It
job.
has
You are so
straight
Where's
slow.
flight
He
post it?
paths.
literally just said he just
There
posted,
it
then
is.
you
It's up
say
there.
post it.
It's up there.
You're not even
So that
keeping
is
up in
hold on.
real time with the replies being said to you,
Gregory, did
and you
W?
keep
Gregory,
talking
did
past the
W?
replies being said to you.
Oh, here
So
he
we're
goes
done
with
with
his
him.
ranting again.
Not
Let him
even
rant.
engaging the
Let him
replies that
rant.
he's asking for.
Let him rant. Let him rant. Okay, I'm okay, you're done? Okay, cool. So I'm responding to what you posted. It's a World War II map, right? Yeah, okay. Accepted, whatever your name is. So this is his World War II map from Flat Earther Warden here. That's an equidistant, azimuthal equidistant projection of the globe. That's basically what that is. So good job with that, but that is basically a globe.
Right, a
So
globe
why would you
map,
use
a
it?
globe paradigm, which is just an a priori notion. It's not actually an empirical
So
object.
why would he post that? I can destroy that one
To
as well. You want me to
refute
destroy that one as well?
your inconsistent line of reasoning.
No, that doesn't actually inconsist anything because I was
It
gonna
sure
actually
does.
go on that
You
equidistant
showed me
azimuthal
some
projection of the
weird
globe in there.
fucking rectangle map that had
I can go on
curved
that
flight
one.
paths
Here,
on it,
let's go on that
and I
one.
showed you
Hold on.
a map that had straight flight paths on it.
Oh, this one can get. Oh, thank you for mentioning this one because I'm actually going to destroy this one as well. Guys, take a look at my screen. Okay.
So you're going
We're
to
gonna do
destroy
this
a map
in
which has no bearing on the fucking Earth itself. Great.
Oh yeah, of course.
Another
It does.
red herring.
Maps have a bearing on the. Yeah. Okay. So if you guys are looking at my screen right now, I'm going to skip to a recent part of this video.
Yeah,
It
your
really, like,
refutations to
definitely
maps
not
are
so
red
looking at
herrings.
on the
And
map, that flat
you're
earther
trying to
reporting has
ontologically conflate the
presented
Earth
to me.
itself and our
Why am I
concluding
being
premise that the
interrupted? I'm
surface
not
of the
being
Earth and the
talking
seas
over you.
are flat with a particular
Oh my
map.
God,
We never
Gregory.
affirmed a particular map.
Gregory, how
They're all
absurd. Great
projections. They're
thought you
all
didn't like people talking
approximations.
over
We
you,
never
Gregory.
affirmed a map. So every time
Gregory.
you refute a map, you're only
Gregory.
refuting straw men.
Gregory.
And it's a red herring from the
Gregory.
concluding premise
You
that
love
you're trying
talking
to
over
refute.
people, but you don't like people talking
So
over
you've
you,
been
buddy. So
refuted
which
twice
one is
over.
it?
You've been
Okay,
refuted
thank you.
multiple
I'm going to
times
go what
over.
I'm
You're
going to say,
done.
though. If I need to turn Gregory down, I'm going to do that. Let me just go ahead and finish what I'm going to say, though. So now that I'm able to speak, this is the screen I'm showing. So what's it called?
So you
Flat
muted me
Earth
again.
reporting here
No
showed
one's
me
watching
a
your screen,
equidistant
Matt.
projection of the globe.
No one's watching your
So
screen, Matt.
while go ahead,
He
don't
muted
watch
me
the damn
again.
Son of
Mute him.
Atlantis. I don't care.
No
So
one's watching
He
since
it.
can't hear me
Flat
right
Earth
now. Mute
reporting
him.
has provided me this equidistant projection of the globe, I'm going to look at it. So you can see that a flight from Santiago to Sydney would actually look like this on
Just
the
there's not going to be any
over the
moderation for
Pacific
someone who
Ocean
just
on an
muted me
equidistant
locally.
projection of the globe, which is still a globe map. So with the way that looks, is it's absurdly long. You just take a
I'm
straight
Matt.
path from
I say
Santiago
things
to
are a
Sydney
globe map,
on this
so they're a
equidistant
globe
projection
map.
of the globe. So that's another one destroyed
I'm
for you.
Matt.
Wow.
I'm Matt. I say things are a
Yeah, the
globe map,
moderators
so
need to
they're a
mute
globe
him because
map.
he just
That's
locally
fair.
muted me.
I didn't mute you at all. Just turned you down a little bit because you were kind of in my ear.
I'm Matt
Okay, so
Nuclear.
you're
I
not
think
you're
that
not
things are a
engaging any of the
globe.
rebuttals being said to you. You're done.
I did engage. He showed me the equidistant projection of the globe, and I
No, you
engaged with
didn't.
it.
You didn't
Showed him
engage the
why. It
refutation
also
that I
showed me
just
special
said to you.
network.
Matt
Now,
Nuclear, you got
let me show you.
refuted. You got refuted,
Let me
buddy.
show you where it actually makes sense.
He's still
This is where
doing
it
it.
makes
Still
sense, guys.
not
If you guys are
actually
listening to
engaging
me.
the refutation that I said for the fourth
Australia
time.
to South America, which is Sydney to Santiago, makes sense on a flat Earth perfectly. This is why
Why
they
are we
do it
still
over
giving
the
this person who
Pacific
is persisting to not
Ocean.
actually pay attention
You
to the
want to know
replies
why they
to the
do it over
person
the
he
Pacific Ocean?
challenged to the
Because the
debate?
Earth is curved. That is proof of curvature, guys. There we go. Matt has proved
This is why
the
people
Earth is
don't
a
join the
globe.
voice channel because
No
things like this
extra
don't get
math
moderated quick
needed.
enough.
No extra projections of this and this and that and that. I just proved the Earth is a globe. That simple. Again, done over the Pacific Ocean, Gregory. Which wouldn't make any sense on a flat Earth. There
Yeah,
you
he's
have it, brother.
trolling the voice channel, and people are just letting him fill the voice channel with this garbage. That's why
He's
he's
so
laughing.
I'm done
prideful.
though, guys.
He's so prideful.
Someone else can move on. I just destroyed the flat Earth. Who wants to take
You didn't
over now?
destroy
Hey
anything, so you
Matt,
appealed
why are
to
you so
maps, which is a
prideful?
straw man fallacy of our position. It's a red herring from our position. You give a non-logic sequence, planes fly from point A to point B through the air, therefore the Earth's a ball. That can happen over a flat
Stop
surface. It doesn't
crying, man.
follow.
Hey
Stop
Matt, why are you
crying,
so
man.
prideful?
Stop.
Was your mother a whore and your dad was some type of drug addict or something?
Was my mother a whore? Well, you have a pride flag in your profile picture. So whose mother was a whore? Hold on.
Another
Hold
non
on.
sequitur
You're
logic
very
Oh,
sequence
now
with
you're
bad
prideful.
humor.
thank
You're
you,
very
thank you,
So we're
prideful,
thank you,
done.
aren't
thank you, thank
you?
you,
That
thank you,
hurt
thank
him.
you. What
That hurt
another
him,
what
didn't
another
it?
W?
Because
Thank you,
his
thank
little
you. Oh, I
mommy
know it
doesn't
did.
love
I
him.
know it did,
His little
Fagio. I
mommy
know it
doesn't
did.
love
Yeah,
him,
thank
so
you.
it hurt him. It went to his
Oh,
heart.
your mother loves you,
And
although you're gay?
you know,
That's so
no,
good. That's
my
so
mom
good for
loves
you,
me.
man.
My mom loves
Obviously in
me.
here to spew vitriol. He's not
Okay,
in
your
here
My
to
mom
mom, your
loves
actually
mom
me.
loves her
engage
gay
in
son. That's
discourse.
good. That's good. That's
We need to
very
move
good.
on
I'm
from
proud of
him.
you,
Oh,
man.
I'm not gay. No, not at all. You can't prove that either. You can't prove just like
Oh,
everything.
okay.
You
Well,
can't
I mean,
prove at
you wanted
all.
to insult me.
You
You
can't
wanted
prove
to ad
anything at
hom
all
on me,
anyway.
so I did an ad hom on you.
But
You
you
have a
can't prove
pride flag in
anything
your
at all
profile
anyway,
picture,
right?
so
You can't prove your
stop
foundational
trying to ad
truth. You
hom me.
can't prove your foundational basis for knowing knowledge
Oh, you were
whatsoever.
just attacking me and my family.
You
Now
know,
you want my foundation of
Atlantis,
truth?
just stop engaging
How
him. He's
interesting.
just an annoying
How
voice. Just stop
interesting. How
engaging him altogether.
interesting. Gregory, you know what? You can psychologically break down Gregory. He's like an abundant idiot. And you can tell because he's always spiraling. He's always so emotional. He's always in an emotional spiral. He's always telling the people, shut up. He wants
This
to
is why the
have
world
some
is in the
power over a
bullshit
Discord, voice
hellhole that it's in
communication.
because people
It's
like him
so
exist.
embarrassing, Gregory.
He's not going to be able to get a job, Gregory. He'll be a warehouse worker arguing with his other warehouse worker friends. That's about it.
That's hilarious. A warehouse worker arguing with other
These
warehouse
ridiculous,
workers.
depraved, inane idiots that think that spewing as much vitriol as possible and being as obnoxious as possible is actually a hobby that's
It's
worthwhile
crazy,
engaging
Gregory.
in, is
You're
actually
always telling
justified.
people to shut up as a grown man. You can't even hold an argument with other
Because
grown
you're an
men, and you're
obnoxious fool
telling
that needs
people
his
to
ass
be
whooped.
obnoxious.
Your parents don't whoop
Well,
your
come
ass
whoop
enough.
my ass then. Come whoop my ass then, Gregory. Come try, buddy. Florida. Come
This is
try
what
it.
happens when
Dude,
you spare your children the rod.
I'm in
dude,
Jacksonville, Florida.
dude,
Is
you
that a
wouldn't
part
even
of the
step out of your
world at
house
all?
if he showed up. You wouldn't even step out of your house.
Why are you wait, name changer? Why are you assuming that he's like a tough guy that he would beat me in a fight? Isn't that just assuming?
I assume you're 17 and you think you know it all.
Dude, a lot of 17-year-olds can fight, man. I don't know. The spherical
You
Earth.
know everything, remember?
Warden, you know what's funny, Warden? Okay, just speaking
Hey,
in
man,
general.
you could fight until somebody
These
better
arguments are
at
taking
fighting
place on
comes
a
around.
spherical Earth. Like, imagine if Earth can talk. Like,
It
that's
don't
just
make any
Matt,
sense
stupid.
why he's
Matt, you
still
could
being
fight.
allowed to
Matt, you
shit
could
up the
fight all
voice
you
channel
want
with
until
this.
somebody who's better at fighting and a
Like, all
greater
of these
fighter
arguments
comes
are taking
around,
place on a
and then
spherical
you
Earth.
get
That's the funniest part
decimated
about
by a
this.
greater fighter. So I just destroyed your whole worldview. That is not even really. It's a false excuse of a worldview, a lack of an excuse for a worldview, a lack of justification for any knowing knowledge whatsoever. So yeah.
He doesn't give a shit about knowledge. All he cares about is masturbating his stupid ass idiotic pride.
Got me there,
What's the
man.
matter with people?
Got me.
People like him are in society making the world worse, being a fucking obnoxious headaches to whoever they interact with.
Dude, you're so good at projecting yourself, man. That's exactly what you are. Because even when I see you argue with other people or debate
That
with them or
churlish
have a
ass
conversation,
reply,
you're
I know
always
you
like,
are, but what
"Shut
am
up and
I?
provide the proof, buddy." Like, who holds a
I
debate
know
like
you are,
that?
but
Who
what am
holds
I?
a
Sort of
conversation
reply
like
from
that?
this
Shut up and
17-year-old
provide it
boy.
right now.
It's on the verge of becoming a legal adult, and he still thinks and talks like this. He thinks this is funny. He thinks this is a justified
Well, it's crazy. You're
fun
telling people to shut up
pastime.
online because you can't even hold an argument online. So, I mean, you're already an adult.
Wait till he
How bad is
gets
that for
into the
you?
public and tries arguing with this like this in real life with somebody, and they go pop, and he's missing his teeth.
He gonna say this bullshit to the wrong motherfucker. He gonna knock the fuck out of him.
You guys are giving me content for myself, man. I'm just gonna clip these moments so I can always look back on it. Some flat earther said someone's gonna pop
Yeah,
back.
he ha ha now. He who laughs now will weep.
Ooh, I'm afraid. Ooh. Flat earther said I'm gonna get my ass whooped one day, man. You guys are funny, man.
He
You
knows
guys
full
bring
and
a
well that
lot
he
of
wouldn't walk into a
gold.
barracks and do this bullshit. He knows full and well he wouldn't walk up into some
Would you
black
walk
ops
into a
military
barracks and do this
organization
flat
and do
earth
this
bullshit?
bullshit. He knows
Would
full and
you
well
walk
that if
into
there was
a
actually any
university and do
immediate
this flat
threat
earth
of
bullshit?
Hey man, nuclear,
coercion
you know the
against him, he
Bible
wouldn't
says
be doing
pride
this
falls
shit.
before destruction, sir.
He knows full and well he's a stupid ass little boy presenting this bullshit in the voice channel because he thinks he's not going to suffer the repercussions of his actions.
Well, yeah, I'm hopefully I don't suffer the repercussions of my actions. What about you? All the times you told people to shut up in conversations, are you gonna suffer the repercussions of that or what? Or are
Nope.
you the moral judge here?
Nope.
Are you
We're
a narcissist? So
forgiven.
whatever
We're
you say
forgiven,
goes.
sir. We're forgiven. You aren't. That's the
Gregory's
difference.
always in the right?
Nope. We're just forgiven. You aren't. We chose to be forgiven. You didn't.
Off from this idiot ass sycophant for scientism.
Scientism. I love that terminology.
No, it's more like Scientology because it's equivalent. It's an
Calm down now,
equivalency.
Gregory. Want a
It's an
hug?
equivalency that's paralleled with
Come here, man.
right
Come
along
on.
with
Come on.
Scientology and L.
Here.
Ron Hubbard, pretty
Give
much.
me a
I
hug,
mean,
man.
that's what Matt really believes. He
I would
believes what
agree.
Tom Cruise
Let's
believes, pretty
embrace.
much.
Let's embrace, man.
Yeah, grammatically, morphologically, ideologically. Yeah.
You don't have to keep going on with these terminologies, dude. This philosophical terminology. You can just get a hug, man.
The worst part about this also, there are adults like this boy in academia, in these professional institutions. These people delight in being obnoxious trolls and on scales that are far more severe
Definitely.
than what he's doing in here.
Yeah, we all believe you, Gregory, although you really haven't had a conversation where you try to tell someone to shut up and scream and be loud and obnoxious yourself. You're really good at projecting what you do, which is kind of crazy. Interesting.
Anyone
Interesting,
who takes
Gregory.
your exhortation or advice or analysis is simply just as self-deceived as you are.
No, I'm doing a very good analysis. I mean, a lot of you flat earthers spiral out, very emotional, you know? So I don't understand why, man. It's just a fun debate. If it's not a religion for you, I don't understand why you try to like be so emotional about it.
Because this
No, it's
behavior
crazy.
is
I run
fucking
into actual
despicable.
religious
It's
people
this
who
kind
are.
of behavior that actually
I run into.
perpetuates the wickedness in the world that we have to be bothered with every fucking day.
I actually run into religious people who aren't really emotional like you. I mean, they'll just explain why they're religious. They'll explain why they love
As you
God,
whistle
but they won't
past the
sit
answer
here
to
and
the
just be
question
so
that I just
emotional
said
and
to you, but you want to sit
spiraling
up here and
out
try
and
to admonish
cussing
me for
at
my
you and
vices.
all of this other stuff that you do
As
as
you
a grown
continue to
man.
talk to my answer also, which only demonstrates your bigotry
Yeah, and you
and
talked
that
through
you
my
delight
answer.
in being
Talked through my answer
obnoxious.
multiple times. Do you want the proof of you talking through my answer, Gregory? Oh, you didn't want that, do you?
As you
Because
continue
you
to
do it too.
distract from the answer that I just said to your question.
When I actually was bringing
So
up,
you didn't
my
even
globe
actually
proof and
ask the
everything.
question with sincerity. You didn't ask
Huh?
that. You didn't even actually ask the question
Yeah.
with honest curiosity.
What's crazy? I don't know what question you're even talking about. What question are you even talking about?
Yeah, you don't even know the question that you asked just less
Yeah,
than
you don't
two
even know what
minutes
question
ago.
you're talking about. You're just bringing up some random stuff
It
because
doesn't
you're
even
crazy.
have a memory that can
When I was
last
actually
long enough to
talking
have any
and bringing up my
coherent
globe
dialogue.
proof, you were like going on about some other crazy shit. Like you kept talking through me, and you were talking about all these philosophical terminologies and all of this other red hearing this, red hearing this. It's this and this. We're talking through my
Yeah,
answer the
so
whole
since
time.
he's going to be allowed to go on with this bullshit and ruin the voice channel, I'll just go away. Fucking ridiculous.
Okay, go away, buddy. It's okay. Go cry. Go cry in the corner. Go cry.
I've got one more 30-second question for you, Gregory, before you go away. I don't want to dig up a previous conversation, but it's about your modus tollens again.
Okay.
And so I was trying to work out before why it didn't seem right to me. So it says if the Earth is the sphere with a radius, blah, 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 then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than the square root of the observer's height, blah, blah, because it's the geometric horizon calculation. So that is implying that that the measurement to the geometric horizon must be no more than that value, right? So it's talking about the measurement to the geometric horizon.
Yeah. The
Yep, is
observer's
that
height
fair?
times 1.22.
Yep, is the distance
Squared.
to the geometrical horizon. Okay. So for evidence of that, for not Q, we would need to find an image of the geometrical horizon that didn't satisfy that. So all of these black swan images that you show us do not show the geometrical horizon, so they cannot be used to prove not Q.
Yeah, you don't see the geometric horizon because it's not there.
So you cannot use it as
God,
evidence.
how do you miss the point with this? It's so simple.
You're clearly stating that the geometric horizon distance has to surpass
Yeah, it
specific
would
characteristics.
be there, dude. It would be there. It's not there. Therefore, it's not concretely real.
No. So, but we know the geometric horizon can be seen, right? You can't see it there. You cannot use that as
No, you
evidence.
don't see a geometric horizon. No, you don't. You don't see it there, even though you would.
You don't see it there, so you can't use it as evidence for not Q.
No, you're literally saying the very antithetical conclusion. That's all you're doing. You're just not following the logic sequence. If it were the size that it's taught to be, then it would be at this particular distance. It's not at that particular distance. Therefore, it's not real.
It is not actually there at all.
You can't sustain that it's real, even though you don't empirically detect it.
So if you can't
dude.
detect it, if you can't detect the geometrical horizon there, you can't make any statements about its distance from the horizon.
Yes, you can. It would be there if it were real.
Oh, okay.
It's not there, therefore it's not real.
It's not there, but we can measure. We can see it in other images, though, can't we?
No, you don't ever see the sphere. You don't ever see water wrapped. You don't ever see the oceans wrapped around a sphere ever.
You do see the geometrical horizon, though.
You're just persevering to contradict the very simple, sound, deductive argument. You don't
Yeah, they're
ever
just
see the
messing with
waters
you.
of the oceans wrapped around a ball. Ever.
I don't think your argument is sound. That's what I'm saying. Or the evidence for your argument is
Of
not
course you
sound. For
don't,
the not
because you're
you.
religiously dedicated to the concluding premise and the controlling premise that the water is wrapped around a ball.
No,
That's why
I'm
you're
not.
that's why
I
you're
think you're.
contradicting it. You're saying that if we
I
don't
think you're.
empirically detect it in this image, then this is not sufficient to prove that we don't live on the ball, which is obviously
That's no.
idiotic. Given the
I'm saying.
absence of empirically detecting that we live on the ball, therefore there is no ball that we live on. Not that this is not sufficient.
I'm saying that the
We heard what
fact
you
that
said.
you have. So no
It's the
visible.
problem with you
No
people.
visible
Every time the
geometric
refutation is
horizon.
said to you, you just recycle the same premise that was refuted.
I said nothing about the geometrical horizon being evidence of a ball. I'm saying that in your particular modus tollens, I don't believe your image is evidence for not Q.
Appeal to incredulity fallacy. It's sound regardless of you not
because
believing it to be sound.
the geometrical horizon distance is not measurable there.
Appeal to incredulity fallacy. It's sound regardless of you not believing it to be. That's what you appeal to. I don't believe it's sound, therefore it's not. Appeal to incredulity fallacy. You're refuted.
You don't believe I can measure an angle between two lines. Your level of self-contradiction, despite your extremely
So that red
powerful
herring reply,
vocabulary.
that's fuck all to do with what I just said to you.
Rightio, time's up for me
No,
today anyway.
wait.
Have a good one.
What are you even talking about? You can't show one picture where the horizon is where y'all claim it is. Okay, so
What is the point?
Yeah,
what do you
he's
consider as
totally
evidence
missing
for the
that. This is
horizon?
crazy.
He wants to miss
What
it.
would-
It's very clear. It's such a simple modus tollens. He's persevering to not see it.
What would you
Yeah, they're
consider
just messing with
evidence?
you.
I could show you an image of. So there's images of these rigs, right, where the habitat is only partially visible, right? Crisp, clear, sharp images. Habitat.
Partially visible?
Yeah, so the bottom half of the
No,
habitat
the
is.
horizon should be at 1.2 miles. There's not one
Right. So
photograph on Earth of a
so
horizon
given this
at
line of reasoning that
1.2
Desire is
miles.
about to say, given this line of reasoning that Desire is about to say, you only have two options. Either the Earth changes size by several miles from day to day, or even throughout the day,
1,000
or the horizon is not the concrete tangent line of a sphere. Just because things are
Or
obstructed does not mean that a sphere is in front of them. It's a weak inductive
this
appeal. It
image.
doesn't follow.
This image does not represent the true geometry
God,
of the
again,
Earth.
there's no point in talking to these people. We'll pass what I just said again.
Hi, friends.
Things being obstructed bottom up does not necessarily indicate, nor even strongly indicate, that a sphere is in between you and it.
Not a single image, no, not a single obstruction. But if you measure
Did it
the
again.
obstruction from different
I cannot
positions,
imagine thinking like these people. I can't.
well,
They don't understand that
is
every photograph of the platforms are all black swans.
Like, I just
wow.
reduced his line of reasoning to absurdity. If he appeals to this, then that applies the absurdity that the Earth is changing size by several miles, dozens, if not hundreds, from day to day, or even throughout the
thousands
day.
of miles. Yeah. So, which image do you choose as evidence for the true dimensions of the Earth?
What are you talking about?
Which image most represents the actual shape of the Earth?
Both. They're both photographs of the Earth. The
Which
seas in
one
particular. What are you
represents the
talking
shape?
about?
Which one best represents the shape? Shows the most true representation.
This is a stupid
of
question,
physical.
dude.
So-
They're photographs of the Earth.
So if the oil rigs are all bent and twisty, does that represent a true
God, this is the argument that Eggshell says. Is this him? Is this eggshells?
So I'll give you
That's a
an
lot of
analogy,
silence.
right? If you were to trust this image,
An Australian dude sitting up here trying to falsely contrast two photographs of the waters with these oil rigs. I've heard this argument before with an Australian accent. Are you pretending to be someone else? Or are you eggshells?
I'm not eggshells. I think that you probably have
You
trouble
better not be.
distinguishing Australian accents. So, but anyway, I'll give you a scenario, right? Say you're about to cut some food up with a sharp knife.
Just speed past all that. Get to the.
And
We're going to get to the conclusion.
Yep.
Okay.
So,
The two images that you're asking me about, they're both photographs of the Earth. There is no dilemma for me.
no, they're not photographs. You guys tell me they're not photographs. They're digital images.
They are photographs. What do you mean?
No, we had this argument with somebody the other day. These aren't photographs. They're digital images. They're not photographs.
What the fuck?
Yeah, that's what I said to the other guy.
What's the point in talking to these people? So you're telling me that those images aren't instances of photographic records with cameras? Is that what you're telling me?
No, that's good. I'm glad that you agree with me on that, because a lot of people in this forum don't. They argued for several hours about what a photograph was, and they told us that any digital image was not a photograph unless it's on film. Right? Because you don't believe photographs if they've come from high altitude or space or.
So why did you persevere to argue a premise that I never contended with you on? That was dumb of you.
I needed to check. That's all. Yeah, so we're on the same page there. That's cool. That's excellent.
You didn't check anything. You presume that I affirmed that premise. You didn't ask me anything.
Well, I apologize. I should have asked you.
So there's no dilemma for me. They're both photographs of the Earth.
So
it's a false dilemma.
That's cool. So if for me, the quality of evidence is poor, and I wouldn't accept the distorted image as evidence of anything other than.
Okay, it's a moot point. It's just a heuristic of yours.
Yeah.
There's no refutation of what I just said. It's just a moot point appealing to your heuristic preferences.
Yeah. And for example, if I was getting some surgery done by a doctor.
Okay, so don't continue talking as though your position actually refutes my position.
That's the point. I'm trying to have a conversation about this, right?
No, you people do that all the time. Stop doing that.
What do you mean by you people?
Like you literally just said that. I wouldn't choose the images with the bendy cranes. So what? It's a photograph. Your heuristic preferences is no refutation to the sound modus tollens deductive argument. It's not a valid appeal.
It's poor quality evidence.
That's a subjective premise. It's not specific and objective nor true.
So if I give you something that is true, you'll probably reject it because, like our angle measurements,
you can make that false inference if you want to. That's no refutation to the sound argument.
Okay. But I can tell you what: if I had a doctor doing surgery on me through a microscope, and he got,
why are you continuing to tell us about your heuristic preferences? We don't care.
I like to hear you speak. You've got such fluent language. It's lovely.
Well, thank you. Okay, so heuristic preferences is no refutation.
It's poor standard of evidence. That's all.
That's a subjective premises, no refutation either.
Oh no, we can quantify how bad that image is by looking at its deviation from the norm. It is way beyond the norm.
Dude, you photographed what was visible to the eye.
Yeah, and
there's nothing erroneous about it, right? It's not as though it was doctored or fabricated. That's a raw photograph of what we see, either with the aided eye or unaided eye.
It's a photograph of what we see sometimes.
Okay, so what I just said still. So the photo is perfectly fine. It's a photograph. It's a photographic record of what we see with the aided or unaided eye. The photo is fine.
Okay. All right, so let's have a look at your modus tollens again. So you're also using the word every, right? And you have one here to cover every measurement. If we have another image that contradicts this one, which one is correct?
Which image are you looking at?
Oh, I haven't got one here, but I've seen them circulating around.
What?
Yeah, the nice clear habitat images. I'll find it for you. But anyway, time's up for me today. I've got to run. I'll get fired. Have a good one.
Okay. Study logic and debate better, please.
Yeah. Do you study your geometry better? And we'll have a chat about that again one day. And optics. I went to have a look at some optics as well because I want to talk to that one day as well.
Hey, can I ask you to do something for me? Could you explain the black swan from a flat Earth perspective, like as if you're presenting the argument? Because I don't think you understand it at all.
Me?
Yes.
So,
If you gotta go, you gotta go,
Earth,
but make your choice.
Yeah, I've got 2 minutes. So, from a flat Earth perspective.
Yes.
So, for me, from a flat Earth perspective, we are saying that we cannot see the geometrical horizon where we expect it here. Therefore, the premise.
Yeah, we can't see something that you think is there. So, why do we think it's there?
Yeah, but you can't see it at all. Your premise is stating that we'll see a geometric horizon that is not at that distance. You need to clarify your premise to say that we should, I don't know how to word it, but not expect to see a geometric horizon. Your premise is
There is
explicitly
not a
saying
geometric horizon at that distance.
We don't know. We can't see it.
You're
This is your problem. Your logic sequence is not valid. Right?
It's not valid.
You're saying that we don't see the geometric horizon, therefore our argument is false. No, we don't see the geometric horizon, therefore our argument is sound. There is no empirical verification for the ball Earth that would be there if it were concretely real.
Your argument
You cannot possibly think that this line of reasoning is valid. You're persevering to do this.
Your argument is saying that the geometric horizon will not be in that position. It doesn't say there won't be one.
Dude, what you just said is a false distinction. It doesn't say what it says. That's basically what you said.
So geometrically speaking, there must be a horizon at that distance if it's a sphere, but we don't see it. So what's the evidence it's there?
Yeah, that's right. There's no evidence of the geometric horizon in that image. There's no evidence that there's not one either. There's just an image.
Yeah, that's an appeal to ignorance fallacy.
It's distorted.
That's an appeal to ignorance fallacy. You don't see it there, but that doesn't mean that there is no geometric horizon. You're sustaining that we haven't refuted your paradigm without any empirical verification for yours. And you're just denying that the argument exposes that your paradigm is empirically inadequate.
So what reason do we have to think that there is a geometric horizon there that we don't see? Any?
Sorry, what was the question again?
Is there any reason to think that there's a geometric horizon there that we don't see?
In that image?
Any good reason, a sound argument.
Or whereabouts, how far is the horizon away in that image?
Further than 9.4.
How do you know?
Because you see it in the image.
Where? How do you measure it?
Dude, you see the horizon behind the oil rigs, not in front of them.
How far behind is it?
Now, if you just persevere to not acknowledge that, then that's your fault.
Doesn't matter how far behind it is. I said further than 9.4. That's all we need to know.
Okay. Well, I'm telling you there's a geometrical horizon that's closer than that. You just can't see it. So we're
Right.
equal.
So an
Anyway,
empirically inadequate premise.
Yeah, he's right. It is empirically
I tried.
inadequate. How on earth would you
I
know
tried.
that?
I tried.
Yeah, you
Never
tried
mind.
again. Don't know why you guys keep
It's
doing
all
that,
right.
but carry on. Gives us context.
Yep. So
Would
if
you
I
say
find
heretic
out
gives us
there's more,
content?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why they keep trying day after day. That's what he said. I tried. He
yeah, well,
keeps doing
that's
that.
why you guys are here. Because it's interesting that this was asked earlier in the morning. Someone asked you about what was going on. Nothing was happening, and there was no conversation about improving your view of the shape of the Earth because it just is, right? That
I don't
you
know
have
what you're
no,
waffling about now, dude, but suffice it to say that you weren't able to show the invisible thing that you believe in.
yeah, you aren't able to show your invisible thing either, right? You've not
What are you talking about?
provided
I
any.
showed you a body of water that's flat and horizontal as far as we can see, as water always is, and you just said,
That's
"Nuh-uh,
not
there's
evidence.
something there geometrically that I can't show you, but it's distorted and whatnot," and blah blah blah. So
Literally critiqued us for not proving a premise we never affirmed.
Did you measure it? Did you measure the curvature?
it's no indication of curvature.
Dude, he's just
So you
multiplying
didn't
words.
measure it.
Enough with him.
So you didn't measure it. You didn't prove it. That's cool.
You're
No, I didn't
multiplying
measure
words enough with
curvature.
him.
Well, I
These
mean,
people
of
just
course I
refuse
didn't
to
measure
come to the
curvature.
end of a dialogue.
Yep, they won't let go. That's why he's here trying again.
Yeah,
And it's been
definitely
way
got to go
longer
this
than
time.
2 minutes, so evidently he didn't really have to go.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I do. Anyway, have a good one.
There's nothing delightful about that. It's only contemptuous. You're just multiplying words, pretending as though you still have a case when your case has been entirely refuted. I've heard at least only one Glober say, well, I don't know how to rebut you, Gregory. I'm not going to really concede, but I really rebut what you just said, so I'll take that into consideration. There should be more of that. Obviously, he had nothing more else to say in his defense nor in refutation to us. So then just say that. Are you persevering to believe this paradigm in a godless, purposeless, valueless world? In your own worldview?
They can't accept that their pre-conclusion is wrong.
Well, Heretic and everyone else, good morning, good evening, good afternoon, and good night. Peace to you.
Good day, sir.
Yeah, they all claim they've debunked the black swan, but none of them know the argument. So
I know.
kind of hard to debunk it if you don't know the argument.
Now, look, he said he had to leave, right? But he's in the chat tapping now. Typing, sorry.
That sounds about right.
My focus is split. My words are scrambled. My bad. There he goes again with his coping in the chat. Anytime you have some actual evidence of measured flatness of a body of water. Yeah, these guys don't understand that we don't need that because that's a self-evident truth that water seeks level. Self-evident. Okay, we don't even need to provide a measurement. That's how basic this is. You're literally arguing with water. Hey, I mean, if you want, I can pour a glass of water and take a tape measure to it and show you that it's level all the way around. It'll do that at any scale I could possibly measure it on. All right, so you're saying that something to the contrary of what is experienced by all is actually what's going on. So clearly the burden rests on you to show it. You're trying to debate your own axioms, you clown. I don't have to show you shit. It's like you asking for proof that the sky is blue sometimes or something. I don't have to prove that to you. It's self-evident and obvious, you clown. I wouldn't bother proving it. Oh, show me measurements of blue. No, just go and look at it, dude. Oh, it's really purple. It's really green. Okay, show me that then. Isn't that where the burden would obviously lie? This Daz is going to become more and more of a troll. The seed is going to continue because people like him can't handle that they come into these forums for what they think is going to be an easy W, and then they just fail again and again and again, time after time, week after week, and then years go by of this, and their ego gets caught up in it, and they think I'm gonna get a win here, I have to, and they just won't let go. That's what he's turning into right now. The sophistry just escalates. They become more and more dishonest and more disconnected from reality and more upset, like Peter. You've seen that happen with Peter. It's not going to happen, guys. You can't debate water. Get a grip of your fucking lives. I know there are flat earthers who often present laser measurements and stuff like that, but my position is that it's completely axiomatic, the physics of water. We know what it does when it rests. It seeks level, horizontal. It's not something that I carry any burden to demonstrate to anybody. Like I keep saying, it's self evident to begin with. I think this just requires no effort on our part. It should be all on them. And it is. It's why they spiral the way they do. Maybe it's just coincidence, but look at how quickly he ran after we pointed out that the thing that he claims is there, must be there, geometrically speaking, if his geometric claim is true, is not seen. So what's the evidence that it's actually there? Just took off after that. Maybe he just actually had to go, but I don't know. Hmm. Morning.
What's up, heretic?
Oh, just talking to myself here to fill some airtime. Pretty poppin' day.
Yeah,
It's died out. Hello.
hey,
Yeah. Continue. Data wants proof that water is flat and horizontal when it's still over its surface. Well, he's got a kitchen handy, right?
Well, the proof is that there's no measurement of curving water.
Ever. No measurement or observation of it. Ever. Okay,
No,
well,
I would,
go ahead.
yeah, I would think a simple way would be to measure a frozen lake, and if that's curving at 8 inches per mile, we live on a globe. Well,
It's not, and
theoretically, we do.
it can't be measured as
Exactly.
such, and we just get excuses of refraction, of course, there. Lasers and whatever you use are bending around the curve, or you can't see the geometric horizon because light is bending around it. So, for all intents and purposes, for all we can discern, it's always seeking level. And this guy in the chat, the water isn't sitting still. No, it's seeking level, right? If it's at an equilibrium of forces, that's what it'll do. It'll take a flat level surface. It's seeking level. The key is that it's not seeking curve, right? Doesn't
Yep.
equalize out to a curved surface, does it?
And also, what they're completely ignoring is that water needs a container. It doesn't stick to the
Yeah.
outside of a surface.
Yeah, they don't know that. They keep asking stupid questions to this day, like, wouldn't it just run off the edge? Don't you know that every body of water has a container? It's like that even on the globe. Well, I mean, the geology textbooks don't really show it that way. They just show the oceanic basins as being like basically big, humongous pools that the water gathers in, and it's flat over the surface the way that they depict them. There's just big holes in the ground that fill up with water. The water has to be contained, or else it's not going to be a body of water like that.
Yep. It's that cog dis kicking in. I mean, they know it on a local level, they know it, but like, I guess different rules apply when you get to Earth size. Suddenly,
Yeah,
different rules. I mean,
on some scale that we can't observe, measure, or demonstrate, something else happens. Trust me, bro. Cool story, man.
yep, really convenient how it's always unfalsifiable. Really
It is quite
convenient.
convenient. Yeah, and then they always go to what? You're asking me to build a planet for you and show you?
Yep.
No, I'm not. I'm just asking you to demonstrate it any which way. But since you jumped right to something that you wouldn't be able to do, I guess this isn't something you're going to be able to do.
And then they whine, you flat earthers, you have an impossible standard of proof. And they just rage. And I mean, it's like, well, it's not our fault it's impossible to prove.
Well, they set the impossible standard for themselves by setting out to prove something that is impossible to prove. It's not our fault.
Yeah, that would drive anyone insane. Maybe, maybe just accept that you've been lied to. Let's try that out.
Yeah, maybe just accept water. You're not going to win an argument with water. I don't know why they keep trying to argue with water.
Yep, it's insane.
I've been finding as this goes on that the simpler arguments are the best. They give them the least room to hide or obfuscate. Like if you just make the point dead obvious and simple, there's just no room to escape. That's why I like just the simple arguments about water, surface properties of liquid at rest. There's nothing you can do about that.
Yeah, you're right. Well, QE's been saying, how does it rain on a sphere? How does that work? And yeah, they don't like that at all. I mean, if gravity's pushing
Water.
everything down,
Yeah, they have big problems showing any form of gravity that they believe in too. Only experiment they got is pretty much to this day Cavendish 1700s tool shed parlor trick. I mean, you would think by this point they would have progressed onto something better than that. And they have to say that the balls are falling sideways. And they can't show it happening in nature.
yeah. Yeah, when I got into this whole debate thing like 3 years ago or so, I thought it would be a really one-sided on the globe side. I mean, I thought they would have all the big guns, the
Same.
technology, the science. They ain't got shit.
Yeah, that was a big wake up call for me too. That's what I thought too. When I started looking at this, I was like, okay, I'll look closer and I'll listen to the debates and I'll find the globe proof. It's there for sure. Has to be. And then the more I listened, the more I found, holy shit, they really got nothing. So I would just say to Globers, just so you know, not actually the so called flat earthers that changed my mind, it's you. The more
Yep.
you speak, the clearer it is that you absolutely got nothing. And that is what changed my mind. It wasn't any smooth talking flat earther. It was you and your failure to provide anything to back your worldview. Like the crew is thrown down in the other server right now, the home base. Probably better to move the YouTube bot over
Okay.
to there. We're, I guess, taking a
Yeah,
breather
go
here.
check it out.
Yeah, sounds good. Flatwater Crisis Support Line, how can I help you? Have you seen Flatwater? Are you experiencing trauma? An operator will be here soon to help.
Oh, looks like the Globers are not around. Who fucked them up today? The Globe. Oh, nice.
Mostly themselves, probably.
Yeah.
You really just got to let them speak.
I guess. But it's up to the mind to decide. Like, it depends on who's listening to them. That's the problem, right? So that their objective or their whole thing is like, as long as there's people that are listening, right, they can still keep on the ball, so they'll just keep doing this shit, you know? It's for the people that are on the fence they do this shit for. Although it's not really helping.
You have to goad them into saying the stupidest things possible, which is pretty easy when they believe what they do.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I had a guy in here last night spiraling. He's been seething for about 3 or 4 days since he tried to prove that things fall sideways. Spent another 2 hours trying to argue it yesterday with no evidence, of course, because that's a stupid claim, but it was pretty funny.
Everything's falling sideways, he says, eh?
Yeah, because, well, he said his proof of gravity is Cavendish, and I was like, okay, where's the phenomenon observed in nature? And he couldn't come up with anything because the phenomenon to him is something falling sideways. That's what he said. The balls are falling sideways towards one another.
Nice, nice. Ha! Ha!
It was pretty funny.
Oh, update on my surgery. I don't know. This hospital is probably the best hospital because it's only been 2 weeks after my surgery, and I feel like nothing. Well, I mean, I feel way better because they fixed the problem I was having, right? But it feels like I feel like no pain. I feel everything is fantastic. This hospital, triple A. I fucking recommend. If anybody has hernias, the best in North America.
That
Fucking
Toronto,
amazing.
where you're at?
Yes, sir.
I'll
I
check
had
my.
people. Go
If I
ahead.
find myself
Sorry,
with a hernia.
I didn't hear that.
Oh, I just said I'll check myself in if I find myself with a hernia.
Yes, this even people from the States. For them, it costs a little, right? For like a one surgery for 3 days there, it costs like 7,000 or some shit. But that's the best. Like, but you're getting the best for the price, right? It's so good, these guys. And I mean, I went under sedation. I didn't even fall asleep. 15 minutes on that operating table, and they're like, "Oh, you're ready to go." I'm like, "What? That fast? No shit." Oh man, it was mostly the drug wearing off and all that because they gave me fentanyl, like a mix of shit. It was crazy. I didn't feel anything. It was nuts. But medical grade fentanyl, not that street drug fentanyl. Okay, guys, we don't do drugs. Drugs are bad. Okay, okay. Um, and the reason why they're the best is because 70 years of just hernias, right? So after 70 years of practicing the same thing over and over, nothing else, right? Only hernias. So when the surgeon comes in, he's been doing hernias for how many years, right? So you want a guy like that working on you. That's what I'm saying. When I was like, this Asian surgeon of mine, he looked like he's in like mid 40s, right? I'm like, damn. But he was so good. Like, I thought he was gonna be shit. I was like worried about he's gonna fuck up my abdominal and I'm gonna fucking be all whack and it's not gonna look the same. It's gonna be all fucked up. But no, man. Like, it's good. I'm happy. It's fucking nuts. And look at the full moon wall after the full moon. You guys see that shit? Oh man. I'm walking home from work. You know, see, that's what I'm saying. 2 weeks after the surgery and I'm working again. No problem. No pain. I'm still walking. 8 kilometers to work, 8 kilometers back. I think it's because I've been walking for so long and I have a healthy system. That's why I recover so fast. But still, Shouldice Hospital, Bayview Avenue, Thornhill, but that's like in the greater Toronto area. Just promoting it on YouTube for you guys. If anybody has hernias, the best place to go. They don't use mesh, by the way, just if you guys want. No mesh. Hernia mesh are the worst. You want the real surgeons to tie up your muscles properly so they fuse and heal. You don't want a mesh holding everything together. That'll fuck everything up in the future. Oh, sorry for rambling. Any Globers? Any Glober in the house? No, no. Okay, I heard a couple people walk in. I just don't see. Oh, we definitely have Globers, boys. We definitely have fucking Globers. I don't know why this guy deafened himself, though. But he's definitely, I know that guy's a fucking Glober. Wow, Matt Nuclear is retarded. He uses maps. Amazing. What a twat. I finally can get to smoke as much weed as I want. I'm gonna go fucking home right now, smoke a big fat joint, and enjoy it like I always do. Play some Call of Duty, stream it like I always do. And then we'll see what happens after. Maybe make some food, go to sleep, because I work tomorrow. Well, I got a long night ahead of me. Hell yeah. Hell the fuck yeah. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Who's in here?
What's up?
Yo, what's up?
What's up?
Oh. Reservoir Dog. What's up, guy? How you doing?
I'm good, man. How you doing?
Oh, bro, you're a Christian and you're a right-wing conservative?
Whoa,
I like that. What do you mean?
I don't like that people being patriotic just means they're right-wing conservatives.
Well, I mean, you have the whole American Eagle and the cross, so you kind of fall under that category of being Mr. Conservative. I mean, I'm okay with conservatives. I like conservatives.
Yeah.
I hate the communists. You know what I mean?
Yeah, commie bastards. I know.
That's right. See, so we're already starting off with the right foot here. You know what I mean? So,
I guess I am genuinely conservative.
Reservoir Dog.
Yeah.
Are you a globe earther or are you a flatty? What's your deal? No, don't tell me that, man. I'm gonna have to break your whole fucking head right now, man. I have no choice now, man. I have to save you. I have to bring you to the right side, you know? You know, you're almost there, but you're not there. You're not quite there. What's keeping you on the ball, my friend? What's keeping you on the ball, man? It is possible. Anything is possible, my friend. What's keeping you on this great fucking ball?
I'm a very rational guy, and I come in here and
I like rationality.
Yeah, I do
Go
too.
ahead.
Yeah, and if I ask like a really tough question, it never seems to get an answer I'm looking for. But when I ask the same question to like the globe retards,
they'll have an explanation. No, they have an explanation. They never have the answer. You don't know what the fuck if they're saying is true or not true because you cannot verify what they're telling you. You're just believing them.
That's a fair point.
Right, so there you go. So whatever they gave you was not an answer, it was an explanation. I mean, it is an answer, but it was a wrong answer. You know what I mean? It's an explanation on top of that, which is stupid. But whenever you come in here and asking a tough question, for example, what is the sun or what is the moon? How the fuck am I supposed to know? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Do we go up there and we test it? No, obviously not. So you have, when you're asking questions, right, especially to a flat earther, make sure they're really grounded questions, like something that you can do and verify yourself. You know what I mean?
All right, I got a one that has no science and everyone can verify to be true. That I
Okay,
don't
what
think
is
is
this?
explained by flat Earth.
Okay, let's go.
Okay, so all right, so whenever you see the moon, right? No matter where you are on the Earth, when you see the moon, it's the same face. It's the
Right.
same.
Isn't
It's the
that
same face because
crazy?
we can see the same craters, right?
Are
Every
they
time.
craters? Hold on. Are they craters? How do you know they're craters? How do you know what
Okay.
the moon is in the first
All right.
place, right?
The black,
You just see
the
this.
black
You see
spots.
stuff. Yeah, you see stuff. Yes, I agree
Yes.
with you. I see stuff on the moon too. Yeah, I'm looking at it right now, and I still see the same face that I've seen 10 years ago. Isn't that crazy?
Exactly.
20 years ago, I still the same face. But then how is it that everything is spinning and wobbling and turning in their paradigm, right? But yet the moon stays the same. How is that possible?
Because here, let me post a diagram.
See, their explanation is so fucking retarded. You know what I mean? How do you even fucking reconcile that? Okay, so they're telling us that it's tidally locked. So the moon is just locked. You know what I mean? So out of everything that you guys are telling us, so everything is spinning, all these moons spinning, rotating, all that shit. The Earth is spinning, rotating, and all that shit. All of a sudden, the one thing that's in the sky, the moon, is not spinning. It's
Well,
just
it does.
perfectly locked.
It says that it does a rotation, like it does but it doesn't change the face, right? That's what the globe stars say.
Well, you're talking about it's rotating on its face. It's not doing a spherical turn. It's rotating on its face. But that's something else. Again, the answer here from every flat earther that knows anything, right, will be like, bro, how the fuck am I supposed to know what's up in the sky? I'm only here on the ground level, right? And first of all, we're talking about the ground level. We're talking about the earth, right? We're not talking about no goddamn things in the sky. How the fuck can you look up in the sky and tell me what you're standing on? Does that
That's
make
what I'm
any
saying.
sense?
I'm saying
Well,
we all see the same face. You just said we all see the same
Well,
face.
but I'll answer the question. How's looking up into the sky going to determine what you're standing on?
That's a good point, but that's not the point I'm making. That's
No, but that's no, but that's the point. No, that's not a straw man at all. That's the actual like logical thing that you have to deduce yourself. How is okay? So if I'm like, okay, I'm gonna look at a tree and I'm gonna, let's say, measure a tree. I'm gonna go to my house on the roof and start measuring my house's roof.
I agree. I think the argument
How the fuck?
I agree.
Well,
The
right,
argument of saying the other planet's round, so our planet must be round, is dumb. I agree with you on that.
Anything, no, this has to do with anything up in the sky. So whenever you bring like the moon, the sun, the planets, the stars, whatever the fuck, clouds up in the sky, has nothing to do with what we're talking about. You know what I mean?
Okay.
If you want me to build a cosmology for you, like, what do you call it, speculate the cosmology, I can speculate cosmology all day. You know what I mean? Just like they speculate. They don't even speculate. They say, well, I mean, you should read the fine fucking print. It's, I don't even know what they say in the fine print, but it's something on the lines of, it's not accurate, it's not 100%, it's not scientific facts, or some shit like that. They'll write something in like the fine print while they're presenting to you something on Discovery Channel or National Geographic. You know what I mean? But if you read the fine print, they're going to tell you, oh, these are all CGI rendering. It's not real, it's not fact. You know what I mean? But when you're watching the damn fucking thing, it's telling you as if it's a fucking fact. You know what I mean? It's telling you all this shit. Oh, look at that. Oh, look at that reflection of the moon on the lake. Okay. Let's go back to what we're talking about. We're talking about the Earth being flat and stationary, right? And how do we determine that? How do we determine that?
Because it looks flat and we don't feel any movement, so it must be flat and motionless.
Motionless. Okay, that's good. That's a good start. That's just Occam razoring the fuck out of it. That's like, what do you see? And what it is what it is. You know what I mean? Which is great. I like that. But what if we tell you that we measured it to be flat? Right? We're going to be like, okay, so they give us the radius of a ball, right? It's close to 4,000 miles radius, right? So the curvature rate, or the drop rate, the formula would be 8 inches per mile squared. It has to be. That's how the math works out. That's how the geometry works out. It has to be 8 inches per mile squared. That's an approximate fucking formula, but it's approximate enough for what we're using it for, right? So over, let's say, 30 miles, 100 miles, or fucking 1,000 miles, we're going to have an approximate drop over that distance if we apply that formula, right?
Sure.
Okay, so I live next to Lake Ontario, and since there's not a lot of people here in the chat,
Oh, he's
I'm gonna post some.
Oh my gosh.
I'm gonna show you guys this crazy fun stuff in front of me. You guys want to watch the camera? Look at the camera. Everybody, oh, that's me. My bad. Let me flip the cameras. All right, look at that. Is everybody seeing this? That's a nice, beautiful skyline. Okay, now.
Hey, there's the thing Drake sat on, I think.
Whatever, fuck Drake. Listen.
Okay.
How do I know? By looking at what I'm looking at right now, you see what I'm looking. How do I determine that this whole motherfucker's flat? It's so easy right now. It's right in your face, right in the middle of the screen.
It's that beam on the water.
It's the beam on the fucking water, right? So the reflection of the goddamn moon on the water, what's going on with it? It's straight, right? If the water was curving underneath us, guess what? That bitch would not be like that. There'd be a hot spot. There'd be a highlighted area. There'd be a big fucking circle of light. It would not be a fucking straight line like that. Sorry to say. Right? So if you curve a mirror and try to reflect something off a curved mirror, is it going to look like that? No, my friend. This only happens over a flat fucking specular highlight. That's what it is. It's called a specular reflection. It's the angle of the light hitting the object that's reflecting off, and that's it.
Yeah.
Okay, so I live on this great lake, by the way. This is where your whole globe is going to fall apart right here. Right? So the 8 inches per mile squared over this lake, right? This lake's about 30 miles across, right?
Okay.
There should be about 600 feet of drop. Right? You know how much 600 foot is? About, like, in your head?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty far.
It's pretty high, right?
Yeah.
Guess what? I can see the lights across the fucking lake on certain days. Especially if it's nice and clear. Right across the lake, my friend, it's a city. It's a small city with like no higher than like 3-4 story buildings. Right? It's so small. It's a tiny village. But I can show you a picture. I took the picture too. The whole horizon is lit up by lights from that city. Over 30 miles, there should be 600 feet of drop. There should be no lights. It will be obstructed by the curvature of the earth. But if there is no curvature of the earth, you would see the lights. Therefore, guess what? It's a flatty. What up, guy? Do you understand that?
Yeah, that makes sense to me.
Right, so what's keeping you on the ball? My first question to you.
You just said we can't use the sun or moon to...
I never used the moon. I gave you the exact determination across the lake. All right, exact math. You know the math? There should be a certain drop over distance where I'm looking. Right? Now, if you live next to a large body of water yourself, you can do it yourself too. Actually, we encourage this. Most Globers would never do this, right? They just sit there and they're like piss and moan saying, "Nuh-uh, you're wrong, nuh-uh." But they wouldn't go outside and do it themselves. Or if they do, they come back with the results and they're like, "I never did it," and pretend like they never did it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right. So what's keeping you on the ball, my friend?
I guess I need a map. I need a map of the flat Earth.
Is there a map of the globe?
Allegedly.
Allegedly, well, they have a fucking ball thing with like land masses on it, but how accurate is that? They even tell you if it's accurate? Can you use it as a map to navigate? I guarantee you can't. I bet if you're lost somewhere without no GPS, without no atlas, right? And you take that fucking ball and put it on your dashboard, right? And you start like, "Oh, I'm in Canada about right there." How are you going to navigate using that ball? Please tell me. So in order to actually navigate, right? Because we've done this back in the 80s, traveled enough. What did my parents used to do?
Maps.
Right? They're called atlases, right? And they're sectioned off portions, right? There's a huge fucking index that you have to go through if you're trying to find a spot, right? It gives you the whole coordinate system and shit, et cetera, if you're looking for a location, right? Then you go on this page, you find the map, and then you find the location based on the grid, right? All that shit's on a flat plane, bro. All of the pages are flat. Nothing's curving. What's up? The real maps are flat, my friend, you know? If the ones that we use, they're flat. None of them are curving. What's up?
Well, the maps are used to like get through town aren't like they're. Of course, they're gonna be flat because it's not gonna have that curvature. Even a whole state is flat, right?
Well, how big the state is, right? There has to be curvature, my friend, over a long distance. It has to be what's on the ball. Remember that. It has to be.
I don't know.
There has to be a rate of curvature. There has to be.
If you take a basketball and then you put like a microscope on it, it'll look exactly flat. But then once you zoom out, you see it's all round.
Okay, so how come is it okay when I'm standing? Okay, first thing that they say, listen. First thing that they say in the Googles is how can you prove that the Earth is a ball? The first point in Google is while you're standing on the ocean, looking out towards the horizon, you see boats dip over this horizon. Isn't that their first point? Right?
I hope not, because that's bullshit.
Well, that's their first point in Google. And guess what's fucking crazy about that? They're telling you that they can already see the curve as you're standing, right? So when they're telling you that you can see a boat going over this hump, or if there should be a hump based on the math, right? It has to be a fucking curve, right? What do you mean? Where was I going? You can see it. That means it's physical visible, right? But if you start going up in elevation, like you said, oh, I put my microscope on this ball, it looks flat. But if you raise your microscope off the fucking ball, even a little millimeter or two, you'll start seeing a curve, right? And guess what? It should work the same on this ball Earth if it was a ball. If you were to get into a plane and go really high, the curvature would be more and more predominant, but that doesn't happen ever. Actually, what happens is the horizon stays flat and pretty much high level the whole way as you're going up, right? The whole way you're going up, it's still going to be pretty much eye level. You just got to look out the window of the plane and guess what? There ain't no curve again. Oh my God, what's going on? But I'm so high off this fucking ball, I'm supposed to see the curve because they told me originally that I could see the curve while I'm standing on the ground.
Yeah.
Right? Right?
Yeah.
There you go. None of this is happening, my friend. Everywhere I look, it's nice and flat for me.
What leads you to believe that it's non-rotating?
Well, how do I know it's not rotating? That's a good question. This one, my friend, it's getting into stuff that man, this you'll know. Do you feel it moving? No, okay, that's good enough because I can go into more shit about like Polaris and all that and the stars and the angles of the sun due to like the angle of the sun to Polaris.
Well,
you know what I mean?
But the North Star,
that's
right?
different. Yeah, it never moves.
If you're in, but
never moves.
If you're in one,
hold on. Think about it. If your Earth was on one side of the sun, let's say in the summer, but then it goes on the other side of the sun. This winter time here, right? You imagine these two balls, right? One ball is lapping one other ball, right? But now this Earth laps fucking the sun to the other side. Now, how in the fuck do I have the same stars? How?
Well,
take two balls right now, right? Take two balls, put them on your table, right? And put a man figure on one of the balls, make it Earth, right? Now take that ball and move it on the other side of that ball. Now, how can that man see the same fucking stars?
Well, okay, so when you're in one hemisphere and you look over the North Star, it looks like it's the stars are going in a clockwise motion because the stars are moving, right? We can demonstrate that.
Goes from
So
east to west. Always east to west. Everything goes east to west. Doesn't matter where your position of the Earth you are. You can go to the southern hemisphere or the southern part of the, because there's no hemisphere, because there's no sphere. But if you go to the
Yeah,
south, if you go to Australia, if you go to Australia, for example, or you go to South America or South of Africa, you still see the stars going east to west. Never change. What's up?
Right, but
What does but did you understand my main point here though? Like if you take one ball, right, put like a fucking reference point on this one ball, pretend it's you, right? Put yourself in North America or fucking America, right? And then put a star up on your ceiling, pretend it's Polaris, because Polaris is really far away on top of that. If you only Google the distance, you'd be like, holy fuck, that's impossible. But anyways,
okay,
now
but
try moving the ball, man. Try moving the ball around the
people
sun and
have
you'll see that.
sure. But people have set up cameras to record
Yeah.
the quote unquote hemisphere and the equator, like the north hemisphere and the south hemisphere, and when they do that, they make time lapses of the stars. And when they're in the northern hemisphere, they appear to be doing a clockwise, but then when you go to the southern hemisphere, they do a counterclockwise.
No, they don't.
How could that happen on a flat
They
Earth?
don't do that. They don't do that. I don't know where the fuck you got that. No, they don't. Show me the video.
I've seen
I've
the
been doing it.
videos. I've seen
Show me the video. Show me the video. You seen them? Go get them right now.
Okay, hold on.
Because I've seen fucking pretty much everything. There's no such thing as what you're saying. And if you're saying it's the position of the camera, they rotated fucking 180 degrees and then say, oh, it's one direction to the next when it's, as a matter of fact, the other way. What I'm telling you, it's always east to west. It doesn't matter where you are. If you go to Australia, because we have a lot of Aussies here, they will tell you that everything goes east to west. The sun rises in the east, goes to the west. The moon rises in the east, goes to the west. All the stars follow suit. Never change. What's up?
What's up?
Just saying, what's up, man?
Yeah, let me see if I can screen record it, and then maybe I'll have enough.
Yeah, screen recording. That's some bullshit. Again, well, see when you're just going off into the weeds about looking up in the sky. Remember what I originally told you? It's like, why looking up in the sky doesn't prove anything. It's all speculation in the end. But what I'm telling you, I've been doing this for so fucking long. My observations that I've done throughout my years here, especially doing what I'm doing, right? Yeah. Fucking, well, always, just because I understand the system probably better than most people, because I would take like a fucking year, right? Go on my balcony, right? Because I live in Canada. I know Polaris doesn't move. It's always there. But then guess what? I check the angle of the sun to the horizon, right? And then over the year, I would notice, okay, and there would be drastic swings where the sun is going towards Capricorn and Cancer, right? When it's summertime, the sun is in Cancer. When it's wintertime, the sun is in Capricorn. And we literally see that swing of motion. But guess what? Polaris doesn't move. Huh! What the fuck? Right, so the sun is moving so drastically, changing all these angles, like huge swings. I mean, fucking huge swings here, right? But Polaris never moved. What's going on?
There, I'm sending a video into the chat. It's less than a minute.
Okay, I'll watch this video. But answer my question. Polaris doesn't move. What's up?
Polaris doesn't move, but the stars move, right?
So what? What videos you put? I don't see no video you put in the chat.
Hold on, my internet sucks. Hold on. It's almost there. All right, there, it's sent through. Check it out.
Oh my God, how is this even You told me you'll give me a time lapse. You're not giving me a fucking edited video now, are you? Buddy, the fuck out of here with this shit. If you believe these images, you're crazy. First of all, that's not what I asked for.
There's
what I
times
asked for
in the thing. Just look at the video.
No.
There's
I watched. I know. I've seen the fucking buddy. These things can be fucking faked. One. Number two, that if there's any rotation that is being caught like that, it's always in the northern hemisphere. Never have you seen one in the southern like that. Sorry to say. Because anybody ever told, even the Australian cocksucker that always is here, this fucking staunch globe, I'm like, buddy, go take a fucking, show me the Southern Cross at the same time, fucking in Argentina, in South Africa, and fucking, and Australia at the same time. None of these motherfuckers can do it, so sorry to tell you. Doesn't work like that, because on the globe it should work like that. Oh, do you know what the Southern Cross is? That's their pole star. The Sigma Octantis, that's the Southern Pole, right? But guess what? That shit ain't fucking there, bud.
Okay. So,
Well, you know what? Their biggest fucking argument, the biggest fucking argument they have, one of them is like, oh, we got two poles, one's on top, one's on the bottom, so it's rotating, and there you go. Yeah, fucking right.
That's the only thing that makes sense, man. If
What doesn't make sense?
If we look at the North Star and we see
Oh my
it
God.
stationary.
Okay,
and
hold
the
on.
stars
Hold on. How about this? How about I just fucking take you to a big gymnasium, right? And then I have this projector, right? And it's just gonna start fucking rotating lights on the top of the roof, right, of this fucking gymnasium, right? Are you gonna determine what you're standing on just by looking up at the rotating fucking things up on the gymnasium?
Dude,
no, right? Again,
dude, there's not going to be crows in the field for like a year with all these straw mans, man. It just
what
there's not gonna
straw
be a
man?
crow's nest.
What fucking straw man? I'm trying to
talking
bring you
about-
back to grounding your. I'm grounding you back into earth, man. Because whenever you get off on this tangent of, oh, why does fucking stars rotate up in the sky, buddy? It doesn't even fucking matter. No, but it doesn't even fucking matter. I'm saying it wouldn't even matter if they went the other way. It wouldn't matter if they would fucking go all kinds of ways. You know what I mean? Because we measured the motherfucker flat. You know what I mean? If we measured curvature, my friend, this channel wouldn't be here. It's that fucking simple. Right? If you're standing on a geometric object of a certain size that they tell you, it should be measurable. It's geometry, my guy. Right?
Yeah.
And when we try to measure it, guess what? It comes out flat. What's up?
How would we measure? What
Oh,
how did you
great ass. Great question. Lasers! Lights, my friend. Didn't I tell you the whole thing about my lights across the lake?
Yeah.
Right. So if there was curvature, right, you wouldn't be able to see the lights.
I see your point.
If there's a laser light, right, if I shoot a laser across, which if you have to buy like a $30,000 laser to do this, but you can, take a fucking $30,000 laser, level it off, and then shoot it across a fucking large body of water and see what happens. If the body of water is curving, right, because that's supposed to happen on a fucking ball, on a water spinning ball, if that fucking thing is curving, then there will be a deviation from the laser. Do you know what that means by deviation? Laser's going straight, and the ground underneath will be going downwards in an arc, right?
Yeah.
At a certain rate too, because it's constant, right? It's the dimensions to this ball. It should be deviating at 8 inches per mile squared. It has to, but guess what? It's not happening. It ain't happening, bro. What's up?
It ain't happening.
Yeah, I know, man.
Wasn't there like that Netflix documentary Behind the Curve?
Oh my God!
They did
You
buy
know,
the $20,000 like
No.
gyroscope laser?
Those guys, no. That fucking, first of all, that's Jainism, right? Those guys set up some fucked up contraption. They were put under pressure and they fucked everything up. And then the whole thing was edited. No, but the whole thing, come on. The whole thing was edited by Globers as a hit piece at the end. You're gonna tell me that whatever you watched is actually fucking true? This shit is edited to hell. Fucking made like a fucking, what do you call them? Like those we call those shows, shows that are like real people, real life, but it's not real, it's all fucking fake. No, it's one of those type of shows, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Everything's a setup, you know? That shit was all fucking set up. Get out of here, bro. You know how many National Discovery and all that shit? There's a whole bunch of them. And whenever they try and do them, a real flat earther looking at it will tell you where they have the problem. Right? For example, there's the one with the helicopter. This is what I'm talking about, like, I think over 6 years old, this one. Maybe even 7, this one. That's when it first started coming out, the flat earth, right? Well, at least one of the second or the third time it fucking started coming out. Right? So they take a helicopter, and then they dip it below some ground, right? And then like, oh, look, we're supposed to see it, but we don't see it anymore because it must be below the Earth's curvature. Ha, 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 ha. Little did they fucking know what they were recording, right? Was the helicopter, yes, is hidden behind some landmass, right? But behind the fucking helicopter, guess what? A whole fucking horizon full of fucking landmasses. You know what I mean? So if the Earth was already curving, how the fuck come there's a whole bunch of land behind the fucking helicopter? Right? Makes no sense. It's just optics and how they fucked around with the angles and shit. It's easy to hide stuff using fucking optics. Just saying, bro. There's a whole bunch of trash in the mainstream. When you telling me mainstream media is good, it's fake news, man. Remember that. It's all fake news. Hot dog. Uh-huh. So I told you I'm gonna get your head to start grinding some fucking gears. Nah, buddy. I've been doing this for way too goddamn long. Welcome to Flat Earth. Oh, yeah. Hey, buddy. And it's never going to change. You think I'm going to be like, oh, it's a globe all of a sudden? Buddy, once you know the truth, there ain't coming back. Buddy, it's like the fucking Matrix. So you're going to take the red pill with me, buddy? You're going to stay on the blue, and you want to taste the steak the rest of your life. What do you want? You want the steak or you want reality? Tough question, eh? That's a tough question.
Morpheus from the Matrix.
Yeah. I'm giving you the fucking. What do you want? The truth or you want the steak?
Well, I'm still a
Steak is yummy, man. Steak is yummy, buddy. I know that. Oh fuck, how good the steak is. But once you go through all the pain, holding on to the truth, there's no feeling better. I'm telling you that. I mean, no taste of steak is better than the truth. It might look appetizing in the beginning and all that, but trust me, it's a fucking spiral downwards of shit. You're not gonna get out of it after.
What would you attribute causes the magnetic field? What would you say that is?
Oh, buddy. Sure as fuck, no molten core. You know what a Curie point is?
Is that when it melts?
No, the Curie point, I forgot how to pronounce it, but it's the point where if you heat up a magnet hot enough, the magnetism is lost. Right? So it doesn't, no more So how in the fuck are you going to have a molten core that's fucking thousands of degrees hot and yet still have magnetism around it? Come on, bro. Doesn't work in reality, man. That's all cartoon Spaceballs again. Right? You see when they created this shit and started giving you the layers of the cores and shit, they never even thought about the Curie point. You know what I'm saying? These people are so fucking stupid. When they create their stories, they don't think about everything else. Their story falls apart once you just find a little fucking crack in it.
You want to hear the Globetard's response to that?
What is it, please?
The Earth's outer core is in a state of turbulent convection as a result of radioactive heating and chemical differentiation. This sets up a process that is a bit like a naturally occurring electric generator where the convection kinetic energy is converted to electrical and magnetic energy.
Whoa, no fucking way. Are you serious? Now, how are you going to prove that? Okay, let me tell you one thing. Okay, here. I've graduated electrical engineering. Okay, let's start with that. Number one. Number two, when you're grounding something, right? This is all devices, right? All your fucking devices, especially your computers, especially your very, very large appliances. There's a third prong on your power outlet, right? There's a positive, your negative, and what's the third one? It's called ground, right?
Yep.
Now why in the fuck do they have to ground everything?
in case like something gets electrocuted or something, right?
All electricity goes towards the ground, right? Everything tries to get grounded. Now, once you know this, how the fuck, now go explain that shit to me again about what? Turbulent fucking outer shell moving, rubbing against some shit. Get the fuck out of here. That's all I gotta say with that one. Get the fuck out of here. Here's the shit. Get the fuck out of here with that shit. Oh my god. Oh my god, man. Oh my god. What's going on here? Oh my god. Oh, buddy.
Magnetic field
Next.
created by electric currents. The current simply charges the rotating inside the Earth. This convection, which is hold on, I'm just reading the globetard.
Inside the air, something's rotating. We're standing on it. Listen, we're standing on solid ground. Now you're telling me there's something rotating underneath the solid ground we're standing on? Buddy, come on, bro. Come on, man. That's crazy.
Which is in the plane of rotation of the Earth, generates a magnetic field which points to the north. Now, why does the core move? Because it's hot. Why is it hot? Because of friction, as material sinks deeper because of radioactivity inside the core.
I just told you.
Globetars just think of everything, don't they?
No, the Globetars didn't think of anything. It's hot. They just told you the molten core is hot. Yeah, it's hot, but there's no magnetism if it's hot. Thank you.
Yeah, but it's more like a chemical reaction, right?
Okay, when there's a chemical reaction, there's also thermal reaction. You get heat when you have chemical reaction. So that's why they're telling you this.
Yes, but the convective kinetic energy.
Let me tell you again. No curvature, no ball. Listen. No curvature rate, no ball. Right? No curvature rate equals no ball equals to no ball core equals to no nothing moving inside this goddamn ball equals, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? Once we still like, you can go off on these tangents. I don't care because I've done this a million times. I don't care if you jump from one point to another. I will tell you where the problem is on each point. Number one, and the biggest problem of all those points, we can sum it all up, is that we do not have a measured curvature rate to this ball. And we don't have measured curvature rate, means no ball, means all that other shit's trash. All of it. Literally, that whole cosmology is garbage. I know it's hard to fucking be like, yo, but these they've been working on it for 100 fucking somewhat years, man. Yeah, it's trash. They've been working on garbage for 100 fucking somewhat years. Imagine that. Hot dog! Hot dog! I know, man. Soon you're gonna be a flat earther, especially because of me, my guy. If you want to be a glober, you better not be talking to me, because soon enough, I promise you, everybody in my life becomes a flatty. Everybody. And if they don't become flatty, they're definitely not no glober.
Well, the problem is when I say like about the magnetic field, why do because we know the magnetic field exists, right? Because compasses, that's what compasses use, and we know compasses work. And then you say it's not the core, and then I'd say, well, what is it?
Could be whatever. It could be whatever.
That's what I don't like. I don't like uncertainty.
What I mean, okay, listen. You're asking some guy, right? And there's gonna be pretty much every guy. No matter how much fucking work experience, no matter how much fucking education you can fucking muster, nobody's gonna be able to explain to you certain fucking things. Because even the upper fucking most fucking science fucking what do you call them? Those white coats, they'll never be able to explain your shit. I told you. Even in their fucking documentaries, whatever they write, they say, "Oh, it's just a CGI render, not exact, or fucking not factual." Or so they'll fucking write something in like, you know what I mean, in like small letters in the fine print, you know, just to cover their asses because they don't want to get sued for lying. You know what I mean? But I'm telling you, man.
Yeah.
I mean, what good is a lengthy explanation if they can never prove it to you? If all it is a cool story.
That's it.
Well,
what good is a lengthy
what good
explanation?
Is you guys saying we don't know? Like, what? That's not any good either.
Well, I'm giving you the reason why it's impossible to know, right? It's not like, oh, I don't know, and I'm not gonna go find out, buddy. If I could go find out, I would. But there's limits to everything, right?
Yeah.
Right. So, trust me, most of us, especially the flat earthers, we've gone to that limit. There's just so much you can know up to. Past that, it's all speculation. it's a good education, like, I mean, educational guesses and stuff, you know, logical deductions and stuff. But again, it's all speculation. So it's if you want to just like learn like just fucking the flat, if it's not a flat, you don't need all that speculation shit. You just need to understand, okay, there has to be a curvature rate, right? There has to be. This I'm not saying, oh, it could not. No, it's mandatory. You know what I mean? Mandatory curvature rate. If it's not there, it's not a ball. Period. That's simple. I mean, how hard is that to fucking understand?
Sure.
No, but think about it. If there is no curve, can it be a ball?
Perhaps it's a really large ball.
No.
Okay.
It doesn't matter how big the fucking ball is. There's always going to be a curvature rate.
Yeah. Well,
It doesn't matter how big your ball is, man. You can be fucking millions of size fucking bigger. It still has to have curvature rate.
it's true. That's true.
Okay, and then how do we approximate the size of the Earth, right? You don't have to be fucking accurate at all, right? Whatever continent you live on, right? You go to one city on one side of on one coast, let's say on the East Coast, put your odometer on your car to like fucking 0 and start driving across country, right? You're not going to have like an accurate size of what you just traversed, right? But you're going to have a better idea of what you traversed, right? So you already have to have like kind of I wouldn't say an assumption. You have to have an idea of how big this thing is already if you've traveled enough. You know what I mean? If you've taken planes, if you've fucking taken long trips on a car, whatever, you should have a good idea of how big this thing is. Because if you've traveled across one country, for example, I have across Canada, I have driven across, not like personally, but my parents were driving me and shit. I remember most of this shit. I've been in the back seat of the car, bored as fuck, so I know how long it all takes, right? Well, I mean, I actually drove a lot after when I fucking left my house, but that's other shit. But the big ones were all of Canada, all of fucking United States, and all of fucking Europe in a car, right? So I actually understand the distances very fucking well, right? I understand the size very well. And when they're telling us it's a certain radius, right? You're like, yeah, it has to be. If it was a ball, it kind of has to be because the fucking the size of Canada is like this big, right? The size of the United States or Europe is this big, right? So yeah, so they have to stick to this size themselves. They can't say, oh, it's bigger anymore. They'll never be able to say it's bigger. They got themselves into a trap because that's one out for them is, oh yeah, it's bigger. It has to be about 10 times fucking bigger for us to see what we are seeing in reality, right? For it to be actually like not curving as much as it's supposed to be curving. You know what I mean? So, but it can't be 10 times bigger because I've driven across fucking Canada, my guy. So what, does Canada become fucking 10 times bigger magically on certain days or what?
I don't know.
Definitely not, bro. I don't think anything becomes, the earth doesn't breathe, the earth doesn't expand and contract, does it?
No.
There you go. So everything is a fixed size. Remember that. It has to be, right? And that's why their ball is wrong. Because their numbers are fucking, they don't represent reality. Their numbers are just shit. It's not what we see in reality. That's it. Straight up. Straight up. Any more questions?
Oh, yeah, hold on. I'm brushing my teeth.
Oh, okay. Oh, no problem. Take your time. Dental hygiene is very important. You don't want your teeth falling out when you're fucking 30 years old. Now, my question is, do teeth regenerate? My answer would be, I think they do. Because I had a chip on one of my teeth, on one of my tooth, one tooth, on one of my teeth. Fucking English language funny. Anyways, and that chip is gone now. It's as if like It grew an outer shell on top of it. It's pretty sick. I didn't even know that. It happens. Your teeth can regenerate, but slowly, so fucking ever so slowly. Although they say they can't. Them fucking globers. La 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 la. Them fucking globers. Da 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 da. Destroyed. Destroyed. I am the robot destroyer. No, I mean the globe destroyer. I am the Vladbot. I destroy the globes. Globe destroyed. Globe destroyed. Destroyed.
You sound like a drug addict.
What?
Dang.
Who are you? You sound like a transgender. Am I right or am I wrong?
I was gonna say that too.
Who's this? Who's this talking shit to me?
It's a estrogen addict.
Well, yeah, but I didn't, because I'm walking home, right? I don't see my
Yeah.
phone. I don't see who spoke. Who's the fucking person with the balls?
Don't worry about it.
It's quiet
Oh.
noobs.
Yeah, quiet noobs.
Quiet noobs.
Yeah.
I'm snitching on you, quiet. I'm snitching.
Yeah,
Don't worry
quiet noobs.
about it.
Sounds like a transgender to me.
As
It
you were,
doesn't look
Daddy.
like one.
Yeah, okay there, buddy.
That's a mute
He's-
right there. What the
He's
fuck?
role playing. He's role playing. Quiet noobs, I think, is a flat earther. He's just role playing.
Yeah. I don't
Yep.
I don't know what that is. Also, Santiago to Sydney, bro. You have Professor Dave as a profile picture. I assume you're a globetard.
You say
San Diego to Chile flight tax. Oh, amazing.
when you say
What
globestar,
about
what
them?
do you mean by globestar?
This
So whoever is currently screaming is a good example of what I said before. My
What
analogy
about
that most
them?
flat earthers are spiraling and emotional, and that guy's disproving that most flat earthers are spiraling and emotional. I didn't even come here to debate. Came here to listen in, but again, I have a
How do you think
guy
I was doing?
screaming.
Was I doing good or no?
Doing good in what?
Like, from the globetard perspective, because I'm also a globetard.
I don't know what you mean by globetard.
That's
I don't know what
people
that
who
means.
think the Earth is a globe. That's what they call us.
So you call them a globetard?
Professor
I-
Dave's a globetard.
I like the term. It's a good term.
Okay.
What,
We're
globetard?
globetards and they're
I
flat tards. It's the same shit.
No. We're not tards, my guy.
I wouldn't
The
even
reason
call
why
them
we call them
flat tards. I
globetards
just
is
call
because they're
them
retarded about the
idiotic.
globe, man. Come on, bro.
Okay.
Ah.
But you like Professor Dave, is what I'm gathering.
Are you fucking crazy? Professor Dave, first of all, does not
Yes,
have
I do like
if
Professor
anything, he
Dave.
has a high school
I seen this
education.
debate
He's one
with a
of those
flat
fucking
earther
YouTube
that's
shills that
also
are
named
paid by
Dave,
fucking that
and
bitch,
he
that
demolished
fucking
him.
Jew
I'm gonna
bitch, forgot her
turn Tical
name.
down because he's
You know what I
just
mean?
not
And
having
that's
a
it.
productive
There's a whole
conversation
bunch
here.
of them. No, that's it. It's a whole bunch.
Yeah, you're
And
turned all
if
the
you
way
ever
down,
listen
buddy.
to anything he says, it's all bullshit. It's all trash. But come on, man. You're gonna say
A grown
Professor
man that
fucking
can't
Dave. Get
like
the
be
fuck
calm.
out of the fuck out of here, man.
So
The fuck out of here. I can't stand this shit, man. Get the fuck
I don't
out
know.
of here.
He seems like he has some good points. I've watched some of his stuff. It seems pretty good.
Only good points to the uneducated
he has really
mind,
good points. I
huh?
mean, if you can really
Obviously.
like
If you can't
watch
see
a
the
few of
bullshit,
Professor
then you
Dave's videos,
clearly
you're
have
still gonna
problems,
hear
man.
this round, and it's not a
You know what I
matter
mean? So
of
I'm
you
trying to
haven't been
help you.
shown enough evidence. It's a matter of that you don't want to believe the Earth is a globe, which is two different things. I think a lot of flat earthers deal with.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I suppose that's true.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So how are you gonna take that motherfucker's
Like a
word
lot
over
of flat
anybody
earthers that
else's?
I
Who the
talk
fuck
to
is
are
that
like
guy
super
anyways?
emotional, like they're always spiraling. I mean,
Well,
this
he
guy
just
right here,
admitted the globe is a belief. So there
this
you
There you
guy
have
right
it.
go.
here, this guy right
There
here,
you
Deccan
go.
Frost, is like a great example of an emotional flat earther. Just screams and
He,
just
he
doesn't
And
wants
you
want
know,
us
conversation.
in his globe Earth religion. Not gonna
yeah,
happen.
Religion.
Who are you
It's
talking
not a
about, me or Professor
religion.
Dave?
Globirth is a religion, my friend.
We don't pray to the earth, man.
Oh,
I
you
pray
guys
You
to
pretty
I
are.
much
pray to
do.
I pray to
Your
Jesus,
Yeah.
man.
gods
Jesus.
No,
are refraction and gravity. So
Yeah. And flat Earth
My
isn't. I mean,
gods are
round
Jesus,
Earth
the
or
Holy
flat Earth.
Spirit.
If the Earth were to be flat, I wouldn't be calling
Well, do you
people
know that the Bible's a flat Earth book, my
religious because they
friend?
think the Earth is
Just go
flat or they
read
know the Earth to
Genesis
be flat.
again.
Like whatever
Go
shape
read
the Earth
Psalms
is, that's the shape
19:1,
the Earth is. It's not
That's not
religion.
true.
etc., etc.
That's not true. The
It's
Bible
like if you
refers to
it's
the
like if
earth
you have
as
a
a shape.
triangle right in front of you and you're
No,
like,
it
well,
doesn't.
you
yeah,
think that's a
It
triangle,
and
does.
so you're
Professor
actually
Dave
Yeah.
is
thinking
one of
it's a
your
religion
globe
and it's a religion.
priests
No, it's not a
that
religion.
you listen to.
No,
Yeah,
no,
he's
no,
like
no.
your high priest,
But
Professor Dave.
De-
You know, there's
Deacon
Neil deGrasse
Frost.
Have you watched
Tyson.
Professor Dave's videos?
Yeah, the guy's a total shill. He doesn't
So
even know
that's
what he's
how
talking about. He admitted
he's
that
talking about.
he's not a real professor, and he gets all his information from other people, like that feed him what to say. So
No
he's
one
not
ever
original at
claimed
all.
Professor Dave is a
Yeah,
real
he's fed a
professor.
script. Period.
He has taught at a accredited university. He's not an actual professor. That's just his YouTube name. No one knows that. He's still
Yeah,
very credible.
it's really corny.
Well, he said he taught at
Okay,
a
sure, it's a little
university. He
credible.
said he taught at university. So
It's
This fucking loser.
teach
Who
at
the fuck is this
universities. You're
fucking
pretty
loser?
credited in general, and he has a high
Who the
degree.
fuck
So
is this
I mean,
fucking loser
it's not
here?
just that he knows what he's talking about when it comes to
He's
astronomy.
brown
He knows what he's
nosing
talking about
Professor
when it comes
Dave.
to philosophy and a lot of other
Who the
subjects,
fuck is this?
and science and
Professor
whatnot.
Dave is gross. Oh,
Deacon Frost, though, the Bible says that the earth is a shape because God said He created the shape. It's a shape. Is it flat?
No,
It's
no,
a
no,
shape.
no, 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 no.
He
See,
says
you're
that. The
trying to
Bible
twist
says
it.
that, man.
No, no, man. Yo, buddy.
What verse says it's
Go,
flat? Are you
go.
talking about the four angels on the corners of the earth? Is that verse?
No, no. There's multiple fucking crazy. Go talk to a real Bible person because you have a bunch of Bible people on the flat Earth side. They're like the biggest ones. That's number one. They'll give you all the passages. Just ask for them, or just go to the Flat Earth channel 24/7. There's the whole Bible fucking spiel. Not only is it the Bible, it's the Quran and the Torah. Not only that, it's the original text, not translated. That's another one. You know what I mean? When you're reading the translations, all the translations are fucking wrong or faulty. All of them. So if you're reading from fucking King James, right? How do you know King James, the fucking sodomite, didn't fuck it up?
Why
Right?
are you
How do you know? How
so
do you know the
aggressive with your
No,
tone?
but how do you
Why
know
can't you be calm
from
and
the
serious?
translation of,
I don't
let's say
understand why
Hebrew
that's
to
so hard for you.
English, somebody didn't fuck it up? Well, how about this? So it went from Hebrew to ye old English to the newer English. Now, how do you know nobody fucked that one up?
It's
Anyways,
10:46 p.m. and you're like very,
all I'm
very
telling you
loud. I
is,
don't understand it.
all I'm telling you is, right?
Mm-hmm.
Go read Genesis again, and then try and read it verbatim. Like, I mean, yeah, well, verbatim for sure, but think about it like as it's, what do you call it? As it's a fact. Like, so when they say the God created something and He put something there, read it as if He physically did it Himself. You know what I mean? And not read it like that. Don't read it as it's like, oh, a metaphor or fucking or analogy of some sorts. No, no. Read it as if it's fact. Try doing that, and then you'll see some difference there. But then again, what version of the Bible? I mean, see, I'm a Christian Orthodox, right? If I were to read the Russian Bible, that'd be fucking completely different from what you guys. But anyways, even in the Russian Orthodox Bible, it's flat. Let me tell you that. And we use the word still to this day in our Russian lexicon. We still use fucking the firmament, the heavens, and all that shit in our own in our own fucking terminology, pretty much on a daily fucking basis, you know. So it is what it is, man. Yeah. And then if you go look at all the cultures, right, and all of them have a cosmology, right? If you go to the Mayans, the Incas, the Nord, the fucking Egyptians, the Chinese, the ancient Chinese, you know, the Asian people, right? And if you go look at all their cosmologies, they all represent their reality as a flat, stationary plane with a firmament dome above it.
What about it?
Right? And that firmament dome is in the Bible, right? So if you do Psalms
What about it?
91, the firmament dome.
What
What do
about
you mean,
it?
what about it? Did you not fucking listen to the first few words that I was saying? Or you just fucking
I understand
selected?
completely what
Do
you're
you just
saying. The
fucking all of a
Bible
sudden
says there's
select
a
fucking?
firmament. What about it?
Oh, buddy, I said every fucking culture in ancient history fucking told you about the fucking firmament.
Let's
What
say
about it?
every culture in ancient history or every religion in ancient history said so. What about it?
What about it? That's a big fucking what about? How the fuck do they don't speak with each other? They have no communication in between each other. They're all isolated fucking cultures, but yet all of them, for some fucking reason, have the same idea about what the fuck they're standing on, right? That must be some big fucking coincidence. What about it, right? Are you a fucking
Yeah, what
glober?
about it?
Wait, hold on. You must be a fucking glober. Let me see. What's your fucking
He
name?
is. He's a dirty globetard.
No
Yes,
shit.
I'm the dirty globetrother. Yes.
Oh, it's one of these. Oh, this
So,
cocksucker. Ah,
so
what
with
about it? Hey, let's stop with the whataboutisms,
I
right?
like how you're
Let's stop
bringing
with the
up religions
speculations.
from like
Let's
thousands of
say,
years ago and calling
stupid
me a
Professor
cocksucker at the
Dave
same
Fan.
time. So what do you
Hey,
believe in God? I thought
cocksucker.
you were an Orthodox Christian. So
Hey,
it's
cocksucker, bro. Why you over talking me when I'm talking to you?
oh, so
You
you're
know
calling
this
me a
can go.
cocksucker, but you also
Yeah,
say
buddy.
you believe in
What the fuck?
God. That
Oh, he's
makes
crying
complete
about it
sense.
too. Okay, this guy's
That makes
definitely.
complete
There's a
sense.
reason why I had him on low.
Shows how much of an
Because
idiot
this
you
guy
are.
over talks when somebody's talking to him. He tries to cut you off and tries to derail the point. He's one of those
You see
guys.
how emotional most
What a
flat
piece of
earthers are?
shit.
It's like just so amazing.
Everybody,
They're all
we
so
have a piece of
emotional.
shit in
I
my
swear.
house.
I can't tell
Everybody,
if you're
listen to
being
this guy.
sarcastic or not. This guy,
He's
this
a
is
piece
I'm
of
really,
shit.
I'm fucking. This is hilarious. Keep going. No. Why you stop talking? Keep going. It's funny. I'm listening.
Yeah, it's funny.
No, I'm talking about you,
It's
dipshit. You
Santiago.
keep talking. Keep talking, dude.
Hey, let's not
Yeah,
name
keep
call.
talking to
Let's
him.
not
About me or are
name
you talking
call,
about the
guys.
other
Come
guy?
No,
on.
I'm talking
Grown man.
to you, Linktree motherfucker. Keep
Oh,
talking.
you're
It's
talking to
funny to
me.
hear you
Who's
talking.
this? Who's this? Hold on. Who's this? Who the fuck are you?
Let's not name call,
Who's
guys.
this? Who the fuck is this cocksucker talking to me? Who is
Okay,
this?
now we're all
Shine up,
name
shine up.
calling.
Who's the fucking
You know what's
cocksucker?
crazy? I could sit here and
Who's the
insult
other
these guys
cocksucker,
all day,
man? Come on,
Reservoir,
speak
but
up.
I
You were
kind of
tough
find
right
it funny
now.
that this guy's calling me a
Hey, nobody's
cocksucker.
talking to you,
Like he's a
Santiago. Shut the
grown
fuck up.
man
Who's the
that
other
like has a
cocksucker that thinks he's
job at
fucking hot?
10:50
Guys,
p.m. calling me a cocksucker. It's like the most
Yeah, these fucking
it's
hilarious
actually
Globers.
thing.
We
nine.
It's
see.
It's actually
honestly hilarious.
9:50. Actually, it's
If you think I'm
9:50.
offended, I'm not
Yo, you gotta
offended whatsoever. And the
understand.
plant man dude is also
This
an
is how
idiot.
the Globers are all the fucking time.
Mm.
You know what I
What
mean?
about
Go on,
what
go
about
ahead and
being
rant,
base and
dude.
globe code? What about being base and
Who's
globe
this
code?
Please rant.
cocksucker? Who's this
What's going on?
cocksucker? Who's cocksucker? Hey, keep talking, bitch.
I still have
Hold
no
on.
idea what's going on.
Oh, there you go. The plant
It's
man.
Guys,
hilarious.
why don't we
Yeah,
don't have
the
to
plant
name
Keep
man.
call,
going, man.
Yeah,
Hold
guys.
what's
on.
up?
Come on.
What's going
The
on? What's
cocksucker.
going on?
Hold on, hold
I'm
on.
just trying to I'm just
Hold
trying
on.
to
There
figure
you
out
go.
what's
There
going
you
on,
go.
man. You're babbling. What's
There you
going
go.
on? What
There
you
you go.
babbling
So
about?
much better now.
You Globers
So
can't
much
handle
better.
the
Man, you're
He's
Matt.
talking about the
pussy.
guy
He
after
muted
11.
me.
Nah, man, they're spiraling out of
Bro's
control, my
flat
guy.
maxing, man.
What are you
Bro's
talking
flat maxing,
about?
man. He muted
They
me.
spiral so
Just
fucking hard.
Guys, let's
Who
not
muted
name
you?
call.
You? What you talking about?
I think he muted me, man.
Yeah.
I wasn't talking to you.
Oh,
Vlad,
sword boy bitches.
you can't mute
I can't
people in
fucking
the
believe it.
VC, please. Vlad.
I'm
Says
not
who? You
muting.
don't even mute him, bro.
Who's
I'm literally
muting who?
talking to him. I never muted him. I don't know where he's
Who's
muted.
muting who?
Bro, I got no
Guys,
fucking
we're
clue
all
I'm
what's
just
going on. What
making
the
sure
fuck is
that you're
going
not
on?
name
locally
call.
muting people because it
Oh, I'm
causes
not.
I'm not
chaos in the
locally
VC.
muting
I'm not.
anybody. I'm
I'm not
responding
locally
to him.
me.
He's
I'm just
saying
over talking
he
the fucking
muted me,
Glober
but
that's
I
over
don't have him
talking me.
muted.
That's all.
Ask him to say
Yeah.
something.
You know what I mean? That's all I'm doing. See that cocksucker? You can't shut the fuck up.
I
So I
think he's
talk
letting
over
Hey,
you.
him.
Go ahead.
Linktree.
You know? See,
Hey,
as I'm
Linktree.
talking, he tries to fucking say some shit. Imagine that shit. Isn't that
Hey,
crazy?
Linktree. I have a question. Dude.
Says who? Why don't you get your fellow flat earther to stop trying to insult me? So you want to moderate the chat?
Yeah, well, it would be great if we could actually just get back to the topic. That way we're not, just talking smack all night. So please have a conversation about the
I got
topic.
no clue. I got no
Oh
fucking
yeah,
clue what the
yeah, no
topic is.
problem.
I
I
don't
can't
I
even
just
hear
I
what
just
understand
don't
why
anybody's
talk
most
to
of
chatting
you guys
about.
are
fucking
like
dumb
The
this.
fucking
topic
Globers
is
like
the
I
that.
don't
Earth
know.
is
Like the
flat. What are you?
emotion is
That's
just
the topic.
ridiculous for
Yeah.
everyone, man.
The Earth is flat.
So you said
NASA's
something about
lying.
ancient religions or ancient cultures having a dome or a firmament. Can you first find me like few sources that would say that, other than
Yeah, the
like the
Bible doesn't
Bible
really
that I know
specifically
says that,
say
and
the Earth is
something else?
flat. So.
Few of them.
I've read the Bible verse that says that refers to the Earth as a shape. Right.
Well, I mean, if you know anything anything about ancient cosmology, all of it was geocentric, and it had a container like a dome or some container and it was
Yeah.
Is
flat.
there anyone
Like
talking?
the idea of
Reservoir.
Yeah,
a
someone's
globe is new.
So Reservoir, you do
Mm,
you believe the Earth is a globe, or do you think the Earth is flat?
I think it's a globe.
globe code, globe matching. Let's go.
Yeah, because those
Any globe
pictures.
matchers in chat? We need some.
'Cause I'm an
No.
American patriot, and once you tell me that we never made it to the moon, then I start getting mad.
Yeah,
So
on God. I'm a with this American patriot. You
exactly,
fucking saying we
it's
didn't make it to
it's
the moon, motherfucker. You
un-American. Yeah,
lying.
it's un-American
Um,
to say you're a flat earther because then you don't
it's
think we ever
you
made
do
it
it.
to the
There's
moon.
hey,
Exactly.
Reservoir Dog. There's some anti-American activities going on here, brother. I think we gotta shut them down.
I better not see any anti-American conspiracies again, boy. I swear to you.
Hell yeah, brother.
Swear to God, I'm gonna get you, man. Swear to God.
My sister, my gun. We're gonna fuck these commies up. These commie bastards.
They ain't even commies. They lower than that. They're flat earthers, man.
I bet you're all Russians, because the Russians didn't like that we got to the moon. So now we've got to make this conspiracy that we never got to the moon, which is just un-American. It's un-American.
Hell yeah,
Frankly,
brother.
it's un-American. You can, and then you say, "Oh yeah, water doesn't curve, but water does curve. Like if you put a circle in the ocean, the water will curve around the circle, right? It's
Hell yeah, brother.
You can actually just like get water and just like we can get like a drop of water on like a leaf or like on any flat surface, and you'll see it actually curve.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I mean, I really find it odd that people still are flat earthers in modern society. It's just a little mind-boggling. Like it's like in a
21st
modern
century,
society, you'd really
2020.
think like we have people like we have a bunch of fucking
This is proof of water curving on a leaf, by the way. Just gonna post it in the chat. There you go. Drops of water
allegedly,
curving.
allegedly, allegedly.
Allegedly, again, these photos are fake as well. Another photo of
Allegedly.
water curving.
I'm sorry, is this analogous to like an ocean?
No, I'm just showing that water curves. Never said anything
That's
about an
not in
ocean.
contention here. We're not talking about droplets of water, friend.
Well, I was talking about it. You weren't talking about it.
Oh, well then great. You've proved that water does curve on a leaf. So good job.
Thank you.
Yeah, these globers really think they have all the answers. When they don't. Globers.
Someone muted the plant man. Damn. How do you do it?
You just believe everything the NASA tells you. Like if NASA said you were homosexual, you'd start dating guys. I bet, because you love NASA so much. Why don't you marry NASA if you love them so much?
Exactly. I need to marry NASA, man. NASA's the only space agency as well, Reservoir. You didn't know that? They're the only
true.
active
It's true.
space agency in the world.
Man, I wish I could stay here, but I have a Bible study class in 3 minutes. Oh my gosh. I feel like we were so close to deciding what the shape is, but now we can't do it because I'm leaving. That's all right. All right, well, see you later, guys.
See ya, man.
Bye.
I like how I'm not even looking up, like, the what I'm looking up is not even, like, water curving on a leaf. It's literally drop of water on leaf. Like, that's literally what I'm looking up. At a movie, why don't you unmute your mic and start talking? Love to hear your opinion on this. You have a lot to say in chat.
What's up?
What's up, man? How long you been a flat earther for?
Good, about a decade now, I guess. But
Decade.
honestly, like it was a long time ago. I remember being in a plane and just being like, I'm seeing what I shouldn't be seeing here. But years after that, it took a long time after that for me to be like, well, yeah, it
I'd
makes
say it
sense.
depends on. Mhm. I'd say
I'm
it
sorry
depends
if
on the
you're,
altitude that you're at, where you should see some curvature. I mean, it depends on
I
the
would hope
altitude you're at.
so. I'd hope there'd be anywhere, but yeah.
So you've been a flat earther
Sorry
for
if I
10 years. How old are you then?
I'm 37. Um, I'm sorry if there's background noise. It's gonna be Blues Clues and a baby.
All right.
I'm 37 too.
Sweet. Wait, I'm not the young chicken I once was.
The girl I like's 25.
Nice. Ugh.
So what really made so you said not seeing curvature from a certain altitude make you
Well,
a flat
that
earther?
was the first. I mean, that was what happened in like 2004 or something like that,
Okay.
and it just stuck with me. And then around 2018, 2019, I guess around COVID, because they were like, you know what? Let's get people's brains off of COVID. Let's put a little bit. Tell Trump to go flatten that curve. Yeah, let's have Hillary go. Hey, we gotta bust that glass ceiling, and eventually mockery gets to you, and you're like, okay, well, it's time to come out.
What was the
It's all
conclusive evidence for you?
that's all the mockery though. Like, to be honest, like that's the truth. That's where it starts. Is you come in this arena, and then it's the one thing. It's the one thing in the world you can make fun of, no matter who the fuck you are. And that matters a lot, especially when you see what they're coming at you with. Hi, baby. I know. I can't read this. I'm talking. My bad. All right. Conclusive evidence? I don't know, man. Level means flat and plane and horizontal, which holds a slope of 0. It means even and uniform and flush, and it has no part higher than the other. And that would be the very first step of any possibility of a measurement. Or it's the basis of everything. And what else we got? We got gas pressure without containment. And I just already put a meme up that says, like, you want gas pressure without containment? Best thing I could do is a container. And then they're like, oh, the gradient is what proves it. And you're like, well, motherfucker, gradient against what? If Newton calls you fucking stupid for believing in gravity as mass attracts mass, and mass attracts the mass in in Einstein. So what are you thinking? It's just so many things. It's a
Like if
thousand things
gravity
you got.
isn't,
It's a
yeah, well,
thousand
if
things
gravity,
you gotta get like brushed up on, and then you gotta get tuned up on, and then like everything. There's nothing. There's no globe. There's no globing back out. At least not without a flat Earth first.
yeah.
I'll
So,
talk on I'll talk on this thing. I just don't care to.
I mean,
yeah, I see. So, do you like have you ever seen a represented flat Earth model of any sort? Would like
No, why would
you
I
can
do
use
that?
into
Why would I do that? The only flat Earth model that we've got is a globe model that doesn't work, which is the globers saying, "Hey, our fucking model doesn't work, but we're gonna call this your model and say it doesn't
I
work."
mean, I would say most. You talking about the equidistant or azimuthal equidistant projection of the
I
globe,
mean,
which is like
equidistant is a hard word because I mean, it's hard not to feel like you personally, direct this whole conversation. You know what I mean?
So when I started asking, like, what the hell is the level synonym for bent? You know, what the fuck is the level synonym for bent? Well, it took like 3, 4, 5 months, and then all of a sudden they come with equidistant. Oh, equidistant. Equidistant to what? Equidistant, is it still a pair in the middle? Do you know how big the pair is? And it's still molten metal that's magnetic? You know, oh, God. I love flat Earth.
So you guys don't use the equidistant projection of the globe, although that's what
Equidistant
we
to
kind of
what?
used to it.
We
I'm
have
talking about
equal
the projection of the
elevation.
globe, flattened out globe.
We have equal elevation. We can't be like, oh, we know how big a core is when we haven't gone past like 8 miles down. You know, like the size matter, you know, you're probably, like, right, God.
So
I'm
you
gonna
would
get
agree that the
lost
equidistant
in the
projection of
words
the
in my
globe would
brain.
not. Hold on. You'd agree that the equidistant projection of the globe would then not be accurate, and the
I
globe was
mean,
made it for you guys. It's a globe map.
I'm sure there's a way to make a good map, like like a real map, but, you know, I could put up the memes. You know, there's 100
I'm just
freaking
like,
maps, and they're all different from
I know,
different people.
dude. I'm just trying to confirm to you that the equidistant projection of the globe is not accurate. You guys, it's a globe map basically. It's not accurate. Would you say that? Would you say it's not accurate?
I mean, I can accept that.
It's not accurate.
I can accept it.
So
Yeah,
let
yeah.
me show you. Let me show you a map. I want to see if this would be accurate for you. Let me see. Okay. I'm sharing my screen. Accurate. It's just this. Just don't mind anything else. Does this look accurate? It shows all continents right here. Is that accurate too?
Where am I looking? Am I looking in the?
You're just looking at my screen.
Oh, I'm not. Sorry, I wasn't watching the stream.
So what about it?
Those would be
You see it on the
countries.
screen now?
Yeah.
Would you consider this a real map? And it's
No.
just basically you can just put any 2 points on anywhere here, and just kind of like
Like I say, my favorite part of Google Earth is where the square grid over the pictures becomes cartoon rhombuses over a cartoon ball.
there isn't a ball here though. It's just flattened out.
I'm just saying.
Yeah. So this is Argentina, Santiago, Argentina. This is Australia. So would you say a flight from Santiago to
I have no
Australia?
idea. I don't take. I mean, like, what do you want? You want me to claim a map? No, bro. If this is your map and it's a globe, I promise you, something's
Not a
fucked up
globe
with it.
though.
If it's a
Not a
globe
globe.
suggestion, then it's a flat measurement made onto a globe and then made back flat.
It's flat.
Yeah. From 90 degrees
So I mean, because look,
outward.
so the problem with this, yeah, I'm kind of tired, but the problem with this map, or this, say we use
Why
this as a
are we
map to
talking
represent
about
the
a
Earth.
problem with a
I'm not
map
saying
that
this
I
is
don't?
accurate. No, I know. I'm not saying you agree to it. I'm just
I'm sorry,
saying the
dude.
problem with this.
I'm just so used to being trapped by Globers.
I'm not trying to trip you or trick you, dude. I'm just saying
I,
the problem with this map specifically. I'm not saying you claimed anything, because I know you didn't claim anything. The problem with this map in general would be that a flight from the United States anywhere in the, like, for example, China or to Russia wouldn't make any sense. Like, for example, the United States to Australia would be done this way, and it basically wouldn't make any sense because in this way, in this map, you'd only be able to go this way. And then the problem with the equidistant projection of the globe, if I can get it for you, let me just stop sharing this screen and start sharing a new screen so you can see what I'm talking about. This right here would be equidistant projection of the globe. Okay, this is how it looks like. I'm sharing the screen to it. The problem with this one would be that
So Santiago
the
to
problem with this
Disney
one. Yeah, the
to
problem with
Sydney.
this
So
one would be that it's
that's another
hold
one.
on. Problem with this. Can I finish what I'm gonna say? The problem with this one would be that A lot of routes are absurdly long. For example, Santiago to Sydney would look like this. You'd have to like literally go all around the fucking Pacific Ocean. This is the Pacific Ocean right here, and you'd have to do this, which is absurdly long because on an equidistant projection of the globe, you'd have to just go straight like this. It'd be a lot quicker, and the route is absurdly long on equidistant projection of the globe. So both of these are just wrong. Both of these maps, both this one and the distance between this on a flat scale map, basically, is also wrong. So both of these couldn't be the flat Earth. So how does the flat Earth even look like? How could it even look like? I'm not saying there's an accurate representation. I'm just saying how would it look like? How could it possibly look like?
How could it? Meanwhile, level means flat, and we go by level. We measure by it, we travel by it, we build by it, we rest by it, we sleep by it. So,
What?
I don't know. You could find a different map and maybe make that one perfect, or you can make your own map. But I don't have a globe projection that's going to be a map. Firstly, and then you're going to zoom in and act like this part is the map. Actually, no, it's all jokes.
Yeah.
But I
The
wish
reason
we
I
had
brought both
something
of those maps.
to do. You know, Wes, I wish we could all do that, right? I do wish we all
The
could do
reason we
that.
bring up, so the reason people like Professor Dave and stuff bring up like the equidistant projection of the globe map.
You
I
mean
mean,
Dave?
first of all, it's because some flat earthers. Yeah, hold on. It's because some flat earthers
Okay.
actually used a map to kind of represent
What?
their world. Most flat earthers don't anymore, I see. And the other reason is because you guys don't stand on any maps or any models. Now, we're not saying that that model is going to be completely correct 100% to the perfection or anything. We're just saying we need something, some sort of representation that would like imply this is how your world looks like. And then we can
Every
say, okay,
single actual map is from a 90
why do you
degree
need
and
that?
out along a plane. It's just that easy. I mean, so every map is ours. Every projection is a bastardized version of ours. So
which projection?
Why do
any
you need a
projection is going
map
to be moved from a
or
90
anything,
degree from
especially
far
when?
out over a plane. Go ahead. I'm sorry about that.
No worries, man. You're fine. Go ahead.
I'm pretty done, really.
Well, I'm just curious why you guys are demanding, some sort of model or map when you don't have one of your own. I mean, you've been given the ball, and it's obviously wrong. So how come you're not jumping down the throats of the people that gave you that?
That's a freaking good question, isn't it? Why do we have a flat map that doesn't work?
Answer the
Why do we have a globe that isn't a map?
answer.
Why, that's the
Can I answer?
question.
Okay.
So many
Answer
questions.
the question. First of all, says who we do have a model of the globe. I'm pretty sure you know that. We've all
Well,
seen
post
the
it.
model of the
Go
globe.
ahead, post it.
There's a bunch of different models that barely
No,
work
go
and
ahead, post it.
contradict
He told me they have one. I want to see your working scientific model of the globe. Go ahead.
I can post multiple
Like, it's really
illustrations
easy.
of the
Like
globe.
everything
We've been
globe
waiting for
comes.
this for since the beginning. So once you've got one that works,
And
awesome.
I don't know why you came in with a proposition or what is it, preposition that we don't have one. I know we
Oh,
do.
well,
You
just
know we
show
would
it.
have one.
one.
So,
I promise you.
I guess you just want to sit here and critique the globe, which if you want
No,
to,
I
you
mean, I
can.
just
But
want
you
you to
have to also
post it. Go ahead.
have
We'll shut the server down if you've got one. That's the thing we've been asking for a long time.
You'd shut down a whole
First of all,
movement if
I
you
don't
could
believe
do
that.
a globe.
I don't believe that you guys would shut down the server. So let's
Oh,
not
so
take that.
you're not going to post it? Are you going to post it or no? You going to talk? What do you
No, I'm
mean?
gonna post it. I'm gonna post
Oh,
it right
great.
now.
Yeah, great.
Which type of model you want? Like, you want a real photo of the Earth or what?
Sure. I mean, what's it based on? What
Take a picture of
what
it.
curvature did you guys find so we can
Why
go
did
ahead
you
and
put that
verify
up,
it?
dude? Why did you put that up?
This is a
He put the blue
Why did you
marble up.
put that up?
picture of the Earth. Picture of the Earth.
I mean, am I
So
supposed to think that you're not joking? Am I supposed to think that you're not joking, or do
Oh
I know that
wow,
you're joking?
wow! I posted a
Come
picture of
on,
the
dude.
Earth.
I
I'm not
really like.
joking.
I don't. I like Globers and Trust. They don't work.
Where's the joke? Hold on. Where is the joke? Literally a
this
picture of the Earth. Where's the joke?
is admittedly CGI. This is the blue marble
Yeah,
2.0,
I
correct?
mean, Globe
How is
should
the
be.
CGI?
I'm
Excuse
sorry.
me,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'll shut up.
How is the CGI?
dude. The guy that made that told you this is photoshopped.
This is the blue marble. I don't think this is
Yeah,
the blue marble, dude. That's not the blue marble, is it?
that's not the blue marble 2.0.
What What do you mean Blue Marble 2.0? It's the Blue Marble 2.0.
Are you this green in this particular topic that you're going to post the Blue Marble 2.0 and say that that's a photo of the Earth? Are you insane?
That is a photo of the Earth. What about it?
Okay, I want you to get me the film and the guy who took that photo. Go ahead.
Film and the guy. What do you mean the film? What do you mean by the film?
Well, this is a photograph, so there's going to be film, right? There's going to be the original negative, the film.
There's going to be the original photo, or are you talking about when you say film? I'm assuming you're saying recording.
Oh my God. How old are you? Do you not know what film is? Negative, photographs?
Says who? You have to answer the question. You're just saying like, how old are you? Like just fucking answer the
No,
question.
I mean, seriously. I mean, if you don't know what film is, then how are we going to have a real conversation? I mean, if I'm dealing with somebody so inept in the topic that you don't
When
know what
someone
film
says
is,
I watched the film, they're saying I watched
relax.
the video,
I mean,
not watched the photo. So what
there's
do you
no
mean
need
by
to raise
film?
your voice. Are you triggered? What's the problem? You all right? You good?
No, because the reason I'm raising my voice is because
Relax.
you're being incoherent. So look, if I look up
Just
film,
relax. So you don't know what film is. That's fine. So can you tell me what kind of camera was used to take this particular photograph?
hold on. Let me just destroy the first thing you said, which is film. Okay. So
Huh?
a film is a capture on film as part of series of moving
Which film?
images, basically.
I'm sorry, you're incorrect.
Usually when people refer
People
to
took
film,
pictures,
says
like photographs with film in cameras, right?
yeah. So usually when you say film, you're talking about a video. So didn't you say photos?
No, not a video. This is why I'm asking how young you are. See, a long time ago in a land far, far away called Earth, people took photographs with film, not videos.
Okay. What about it?
Okay, so just tell me what kind of, camera took this photograph.
How am I supposed to know what camera took the photograph?
Well, you said it was a photograph. You should have details about what kind of equipment was used, even though I know this is CGI, because the guy who made this thing had just told us about how he photoshopped it.
You made a claim here. You made a claim that the guy who made this photo or took the photo said it's CGI. Can you bring it up for me real quick? So we can.
Yeah, his last name is Simmons. Just look up, Blue Marble 2.0 and how it was made.
Wow.
Unfortunately for you, I won't look up your own stuff for you. So
Oh, okay, well then fine. So I guess since you're not going to prove that this is a photograph, we're not going to talk about it then. Because this is your claim.
Because you claimed that it was CGI and the guy that made it said
No, you claimed it was a photograph, so you can tell me about how it was made, who took the photograph, what kind of camera.
Yeah.
Don't
I did
post
claim it was a
something you don't
photograph,
have
and you're
any
claiming
clue
it's
what it
CGI.
is.
So I mean, if I'm claiming it's a photograph and you can't prove to me that it's not, then
You're reversing the burden of proof. This is your claim. You said it was a photograph. Give me how this was taken. Okay, well then you're just going to make a baseless assertion, right?
Yeah. You said that the guy said it was CGI, so I want you to prove to me that the guy said it was CGI.
His name is Robert Simmons. Go look it up. But I know it's not a photograph.
For you, man. I can't look up.
Okay, so you posted something that you said was a photograph. You don't want to prove that it is. You're going to reverse the burden and say, oh no, well, if you can't prove that it's not a photograph, then it stands as a photograph.
I'll do it for you, but I need a buy-in for this fetch quest. So I'll go on your fetch quest.
You are not. You don't think the Earth is a globe, so why would you do it?
Yeah, I'll go on the fetch quest. I'll complete your task for you, but I need a buy-in. What's it going to cost, Matt? Was it 1 week timeout?
You said, what are you talking about?
Yeah, a week. So if I can go get this information that you should have known already before coming into this discussion, I'll go get that information for you. Exactly.
I don't
what
want
Robert
you to get
said.
my information for me. I'm not the other guy. Why would I want you to get my information for me?
Because you're the one who presented Blue Marble 2.0.
I can bring up Blue Marble 2002. It's not Blue Marble 2.0. I don't know where you got that from. I just cited it for you. You can look at that, says who, and you can critique it. Tell me what you're critiquing about that photo.
You know what? I'm just going to let you go ahead and validate it as what it is. What you said it is, right? You're going to tell me that this is a photograph, so you're going to go ahead and prove it's a photograph. Go ahead.
What do you mean prove that it's a photograph? What are you saying, that it's not a photograph?
You told me it was a photograph. Don't reverse the burden. Go show me how this is a photograph.
Yeah, I know. I said it's a photograph. It was
Okay,
photographed.
so you need to prove that. You can't just say it.
Okay. So I'd have to prove every photograph I'd bring up to you? How am I supposed to prove
Yeah,
a
that'd be
photograph
great. That'd
I
be
didn't take?
fantastic. If you're going to use any photograph as evidence of something, we're going to have some verification about that. Yeah.
Here, look at what your own citation shows, okay? In 2002, NASA scientists and visualizers stitched together strips of brand new data, in color, collected over 4 months from a moderate resolution imaging spectrometer, or MEODS
Yes.
instruments. Okay, so
Yes.
not
What
a
about?
photograph. A composite of
That is a
15,000.
photograph. That is a photograph.
Okay, a composite of 15,000 pieces of data. So I think that's 1 week. See you in a week, Matt. Better luck next photograph.
That's tough. Don't worry.
Yeah, are
You'll
you
still be
guys okay with
triggered.
that, or were you guys done
Oh,
talking to him?
100%.
Okay.
It makes me so happy.
Yeah, he'll still be triggered in a week. It's okay.
Yeah.
Can I ask about photographs? Where do we draw the line as to what we accept as photographic evidence and what we don't?
Where do you
You know,
draw
if I
the
can go to
line?
the place and go ahead and scrutinize how they took the photo, where they took the photo from, that'd be wonderful.
Where do you draw the
Okay, yeah.
line?
So if you can't go and reproduce it yourself, it's not a valid image.
What do you think? If I showed you a photograph of something that you couldn't go verify, would you just take it?
It would depend, I suppose. You're
All
right there
right.
that there may be some trust required, some prior knowledge of what you were photographing and whether or not it was appeared to be authentic.
Yeah, well, you'll have to forgive me. I don't trust people that tell me that vertical has no relationship to horizontal.
There's a relationship, that's for sure.
What is the relationship?
So if you find vertical using a tool, horizontal will be perpendicular to that vertical.
Is there any other way to determine if something is vertical or not unless you have a horizontal?
If you have a horizontal established from some other means, you can get a vertical by going perpendicular to the horizontal at the point that you establish the horizontal.
Can you get vertical in reference to anything else other than horizontal?
Yeah, you can hang a plumb bob.
Yeah,
And what is a
vertical's an
plumb bob?
independent.
A plumb bob's from Sims.
Where do you draw the line, Daza, for a photograph? Does
Yeah.
is the image from NORAD showing Santa Claus flying about the globe, is that good enough for you as proof of Santa Claus?
Oh no, I'd have to have some technical background on it, right? And to understand how they took it. I may
Go
not
to
be able to
NORAD.
reproduce it myself or go there, but I would be keen to see enough information of how the image was constructed for me to validate within what I understand that
Yeah,
was
go to
feasible.
NORAD Tracker. They have a network of defense satellites that systematically photograph Santa Claus flying about low orbit, dropping presents off for little boys and girls.
Yeah, like I said, I'd
So
want
inside your
technical
worldview, you
information on
have to
that.
accept that. You have to accept that, though. Or are they in on it?
No,
Are they in on the
I
Santa
don't
Claus?
believe there is technical information supporting that as fact.
Are they in on it? Or they're not in on it? Because you would not be able to do what they do. There's no way you'll gain access to these defense satellites. And if you hack them, they drop a drone on you or something.
Yeah, so I'm not familiar with that particular one, So I'm not going to comment on it because
Just Google.
it's clearly
NORAD
just wasting time.
Yeah, Google NORAD Santa Claus tracker. It's right in their web, right .gov, Santa Claus tracker.gov or whatever they call it. NORAD, North American Defense. They want to make sure they don't shoot down Santa Claus, so they got to track them.
Yeah, make sure you spell it Santa Claus too.
Unless they're in on it. They've been tracking. They've been tracking Santa Claus for almost 100 years.
But Crit, why would they lie?
Yeah, they wouldn't. They couldn't. I can't think of a reason why. If I can't think of one reason why they lie, they didn't.
That's it. Everything is real. There is no fiction.
See, the predecessor, the or Continental Air Defense Command, also tracked Santa. So are they both in on it? Who's all in on Santa Claus? Hey, tell them to open your mic. It's about what they accept as proof. If you accept photos from satellites as proof, here's your Santa Claus photo from the satellite.
My microphone's up, but that's for children, my dude. That's just a joke. It's just a
Yeah,
show children
are they in on it? So
well,
they're in
no, it
on
just
it.
shows children how they can track they can track things in the sky all over the globe.
Santa Claus.
No, NORAD. They can see
Yeah,
everything in
track
the sky.
NORAD.
So they track everything in the sky.
Yeah, Santa Claus.
No, that's for kids. They're just pretending to track Santa Claus. You know they're pretending, right?
But inside your worldview, you can't do that. They don't pretend.
No, who said that my worldview can't have pretend Santa Claus?
Because everything shown by a satellite is 100% above board and always legit. It's impeachable.
Where are you getting that? Who said that?
Yeah.
As
You need to have technical backing of the things that you're
isn't that
looking
like a
at so that you can
computer-generated?
understand and make an assessment.
That sounds really disingenuous, Crit. Are you really sinking this low to accuse the Globers of saying that we have to believe in Santa Claus if we pretend to track him on the globe? It doesn't.
Not
It doesn't even make
believe in
sense,
Santa
dude.
Claus. You know Santa Claus is true because it's presented to you by people who also present you satellite imagery from space.
But don't NORAD also would say that people who work
Yeah, NORAD is
this is
just
not
they're
real.
just a radar.
It's not like they're hiding Santa.
They're just a organization that runs intelligence and radar intelligence.
You might want to look that up. They're quite different than what they say in the article here.
What do you think NORAD stands for, my dude?
Yeah, read that.
Well, I mean, I know what it stands for, right? So
I suppose they're trusting that people might be able to figure out the difference between truth and fiction, so it's okay to do a fun thing for kids on Christmas.
So they're in on it.
Yeah,
no,
they're
it's totally
with
yeah,
Santa Claus.
It's totally propaganda for NORAD, but it's U.S. propaganda to show that we have a aerospace defense command that's constantly watching this airspace around our country to keep us safe.
Yeah, it's teaching kids to believe in fake shit.
To keep us
No,
safe.
Real nice, real nice.
But if we really track all the stuff in space. It's just they're pretending to track Santa Claus because they want kids.
Well,
to
you
come to
don't tell the
website.
kids it's pretending.
Yeah, here,
No,
think it's real.
Get the kids. No, it's a fun little thing to get them to come to the NORAD website, and then it shows because like when kids are seeing, because when it's 12 o'clock in Australia, they can show the kids like in America. They're like, look, Santa Claus is on the other side of the planet. It's nighttime in Australia, and so he's delivering presents there. And now it's time to go to bed, so he can come through America, and they're
So
giving
they're
him
in on it,
birthday.
right?
It's a joke.
So they're in on it.
Yes, they're. What do you mean? Are they in on the Santa Claus? Yes, they are in on the scam that we use against children to scam them into thinking that Santa Claus is real. And NORAD is in on that scam that we use on children. Yes, we lie to children and tell them that Santa Claus is real, and they believe it because they're dumb fucking kids.
And then
Not on the other
also
side.
Better.
in Canada too. Do you consider
Everywhere.
Canada part of NORAD?
We've had they've had. I mean, we've been telling stories. We've been lying to children since we learned to speak. That's like a thing
Interesting.
we do. Yeah, we lie to children all the fucking time
Yeah, they sure do.
Yeah.
about everything. Where
Yep.
where babies come
Everything, right?
from.
Yep.
The birds, and like you don't lie to kids when it's convenient.
I don't lie to my kid. No,
Never. You never ever tell them that
never. I've never told my kid a lie.
Did you tell them that Santa Claus was real?
Nope.
You like growing up, you told like as soon as they were babies, you're like Santa Claus there's no such thing as Santa Claus. We're celebrating Christmas.
He's 4.5
without
years
Santa Claus.
old. He's 4.5 years old.
Okay. And how many times did you tell him that Santa Claus is real?
Never.
So you guys just didn't celebrate Christmas? Do you have a Christmas tree this past holiday?
Well, that's a stupid jump. So he doesn't tell him that Santa Claus is real, and now he doesn't celebrate Christmas. Jeez, tell
Well,
him.
no, I'm just saying you're just celebrating Christmas without Santa Claus. So that little 4-year-old
Yes.
is gonna tell all his friends at school that there's no Santa Claus.
Yeah, lots of
I
people
didn't-
do that.
I didn't say him. I didn't tell him one way or the other.
Okay. I believe you.
And you believe NORAD too when they tell you that Santa Claus is going to come around?
No, I don't believe NORAD's actually tracking Santa Claus.
So why would they lie?
Same reason we lie to all children about Santa Claus. Fun.
It's fun, right? It's fun to
Fun to
lie.
lie to
Tradition
kids.
we play. It's a lot
Okay,
fun
so
thing
when
we
someone
do for
comes in
children.
here
We get them
and
through the
asks
winter.
why would they lie, you can say because it's fun.
Yeah, why do you think we tell kids that Santa Claus is real?
Same reason they tell kids that they're standing on a big ball. It's fun.
Why?
Wait, so to be clear, you're saying if they lie about Santa Claus, they're lying about everything?
No.
Sounds like what you're saying.
So parents who lie to
Globe
their
lie is
children
a fun
about
lie,
Santa Claus
right?
lie them about everything?
It's fun to lie, right, Talon?
I mean,
Yeah.
No, this is
Jerry,
all
you're
you
the
guys.
one- so you're
you
saying
lost.
that,
no, Talon, you
what?
lost the script. Okay, Dazza had said
Hmm.
that all photos from satellites are impeachable. This evidence is beyond approach.
That is not what I said, Crit.
You mean unimpeachable, by the way.
You can see there is a lot of satellite footage, though, right? There's cameras up in space we can just put up there to take pictures. It's not that complicated.
And you got Santa Claus too. Yeah.
I mean, Santa Claus is way more complicated than a satellite with a camera orbiting the Earth, taking pictures.
You got nuclear missiles in Iraq and.
Sorry to
all
cut
over-
you off, but I just wanted to say Earth is flat in my.
So, like, because I can reason up I can find a logical reason why a rocket would send a satellite into space and achieve orbit, but how I cannot for the life of me figure out how Caribou can pull a sleigh and a guy in a red suit can deliver presents to all the children around the world in one night. So do you see how those, like, when you
probably figure it
conflate
out.
those two things? So do you understand, Crit? You can't conflate those two things. That's your problem, right?
Maybe you should ask NORAD.
What's the
No,
difference between a reindeer and a caribou?
No, I'm talking about a rocket and a caribou as versus
What about
in terms
a
of flight.
reindeer?
Yeah, reindeer can't fly. So right there is
Well,
a big issue.
Yeah, but a
If
reindeer
you can-
caribou.
You know,
is there
if you
like
can
that
put
conflate-
together the ISS at 17,000 miles an hour in space, I don't think Santa and the sleigh is a big jump in belief.
Well, how do you get the caribou that high into space? That's the problem with that assumption.
Well, how do you put together the ISS in space?
Well, you can use rockets, and we go up piece by piece. That would allow for the construction of the ISS, which is in orbit using science and rocket science, especially and
Using
astronomy
science.
and physics. So like, but that again, that the idea that a caribou, that a herd of caribou are pulling a sleigh through the sky, that isn't reasonable and has no explanation. So those two things
Well,
can't be compared.
they're specially adapted caribou. You know.
Yeah,
I mean,
this brings up a good
if you
point.
can show me a
Like,
flying caribou, then we can talk about whether or not Santa is real. But until caribou fly, we are not talking about, until reindeer fly, we're not talking about Santa being real. But we can talk
that
about
is wonderful.
we
That's
can talk.
wonderful.
So
No,
we can talk
I
about
gotta take
satellite
this. So
footage being real.
Talon. So you don't believe in Santa Claus anymore, or the reindeer pulling the sleigh in the sky? Like, you probably believed it when you were a little kid, maybe. Like your parents thought it was fun to lie to you, and then now you've realized that that's impossible, right?
No, my mom
Not
told me that.
impossible. NORAD tracks Santa Claus every year, man. You could look it up.
No, but I'm just curious. Talon, you no longer believe that Santa Claus is real, correct?
Correct.
Okay, because you know it's impossible for a caribou to pull the sleigh or the rocket or whatever. So impossibilities kind of negate things. So is it possible to have air pressure without a container?
Yes.
Yes.
Great.
It's called
Can you
gravity,
demonstrate
dumbass.
that? Can you demonstrate that for me, please?
Yes, but caused by the weight of the air.
Wait a minute. Air pressure without
Have
a
you not
container.
heard of gravity? I'm sorry, you're not familiar with the concept of
Hang
gravity?
on, Chard. One step at a time, buddy.
Okay.
You don't want to beg the question. And so, in terms of air pressure without a container, yes, we currently have air pressure on the surface of the Earth. There is no evidence of a container, and so we do have evidence of gravity, and we have evidence that air and the
Wait,
atmosphere
I
is
got the container here. Hold on a minute.
okay.
You said there's no evidence of a container, and yet you have gas pressure. I didn't ask you about all that. I wanted you to show me, demonstrate that we have gas pressure without a container in any context. Go ahead.
What do you? I mean, I don't understand what you mean. Like, what container are you speaking of? Like in the atmosphere, like the Earth is
Just
pretty
show
big,
me
right?
gas pressure without a container.
You don't need
Go
a
ahead.
container for gas pressure, dude. The Earth
You
creates
don't.
a gravity well
Well,
around
then,
itself. So if you
yeah,
have
I know
air, it's going to fall into the gravity well.
friend.
Naturally, it
Obviously,
moves
this is
around the Earth.
triggering you, so relax for a half a second. Don't be so triggered. You're very new to this topic. I get it. Can you demonstrate for me, without begging the question, that you can have gas pressure without a container?
I was just explaining it
That's
to
not
you.
a claim.
I mean,
No,
the
you were
Earth has a
explaining
gravity
something. You're
well
making a
around
claim.
itself,
Yes, I know.
right?
That's a
So if you
claim.
have
You're
gas
just making a
in that
claim.
gravity
You
well,
can't just make a claim and say that that's showing me gas pressure without a container. Do you know what a claim is?
do you know what a claim is?
Yes, I do.
I'll go ahead and explain then for the whole class.
Okay. So a claim is when you say that something is happening and, you make an assertion.
Right.
So you made an assertion. Now I need you to prove the assertion.
He means assertion, by the
That
way.
Earth is in a gravity well. Well,
Yeah,
you're
sure.
not
Go ahead.
floating into the air, are you?
No, yeah, you can't just go ahead and make another baseless assertion, right?
Oh,
You
my bad. You are
prove the
Says
floating.
first
that
thing, and you
mass
don't beg the
attracts mass.
question either.
And Einstein's relativity doesn't work with gravity. So
You're just
you've got
making
two
claims.
gravities,
Do
two
you have
types of
any
gravity,
actual evidence
and
of the
zero
claims
work.
that you're making, or are you just going to keep claim stacking?
That gravity exists? No, there's no good evidence that gravity exists.
Okay, thank you. So we're done with that. Back to the gas pressure without a container.
Okay, so the reason, so like again, saying that atmosphere, air pressure exists without a container is just a negative statement, right? But what we can claim is that gravity contains atmosphere on the surface of the Earth because gas is mass and gravity acts on mass due to the gravitational field created by the Earth due to the theory, Einstein's theory of relativity, which is that the mass is bending and warping the fabric of space-time, causing everything to fall in towards the center of the Earth mass, and which we experience as gravity.
Alan, you and I both know you just gave me a bunch of story time. I need you to demonstrate any of that or any scientific experiment that validates any of that.
Are you,
Like, when
are you
when you're
seriously,
outside-
you don't
Wait a
think
minute, so,
gravity
like-
exists?
Yeah, so like when you're outside camping and stuff, and like you have no shelter, and you're literally outside, right? Like where is your nearest container? Like when you're out in a forest, like what would you consider is your nearest container?
What in the world are you talking about?
Like,
You're going to have to be a little bit more concise.
What is containing the atmosphere? And
what is atmosphere? What is atmosphere?
Atmosphere is the gas, the air that you breathe. Air, like atmosphere.
Okay.
Like
So
gas,
air.
gaseous atmosphere. Yep.
Right. What is containing it? So you're saying there is a container?
Yeah. No, I'm asking you. What is containing the atmosphere on the Earth's surface?
Something.
A container. That's what contains the atmosphere.
Something is not a. So what something are like? You have to give me evidence of something. Something could be.
Why?
Well, the gas pressure.
Why
the gas pressure is the evidence.
Holding my breath.
Get. Just a moment, please. The gas pressure itself is the evidence that there must be containment. The whole point of this exercise is to have you show me when you don't have gas pressure, or you do have gas pressure without the container.
Gas pressure, like how like it's so fucking weird. Like you're asking for something.
No, it's not weird. It's the gas.
So you have it
law.
backwards. You're reversing the burden of proof onto me, telling me that I have to show you how something works without a container. Like I'm showing you what contains.
That's your claim, isn't it? You're saying that the Earth has gas pressure, but there's no container. Right. So I just want you to demonstrate that for me.
Oh man.
Right?
Isn't that the claim? That's loading, but you're assuming a container in that question. So like you're forcing me to prove that you're
No. This is the globe claim. Unless I have it all backwards, maybe I'm wrong, Talon.
Right.
So you're saying that the Earth does have a container.
No, how do I prove that there's no container?
Well, isn't that the claim?
No, the claim is that we know that gravity contains air on the surface of the Earth, which creates
Fair enough. What's gravity? Or are you just going to tell me the story again?
I can't prove there's no container. That's a negative claim. I can't prove that. It's impossible.
Well, then why make the claim?
You were saying no. You're the one who's saying that I'm making the claim. I'm claiming that gravity is the thing that is containing the Earth, the air on the atmosphere.
No problem.
So that is not a container based on how we perceive a container.
It's okay.
Gravity
it's fine.
Contains, but that doesn't prove gravity exists. And
no, it's okay. It's okay.
You
go ahead and show me
that.
Right. Yeah. Show me the gravity.
Show you gravity. Okay, so go ahead and jump up in the air for me and tell me what happens.
Why?
Because I'm gonna demonstrate gravity for you. So stand up for a second and.
No, I wanted you to show me the gravity. I don't want you to show me effects. I want you to show me the gravity.
No, I'm showing you gravity.
Listen.
No, I'm sorry. Get. Just a moment, dude. Get. Talon, you said that the cause of the gas pressure. You said the cause of the gas pressure is the gravity. Not the effect. So show me the cause.
Wait a minute. Hold on. You're confusing what I was saying. The gravity is the thing that is causing the air pressure, right?
Yeah, the cause, right? It's a cause of air pressure.
Okay, so there doesn't have to be a container. That's it. Like
no,
I want you to show me the gravity.
Wrong. Gravity does not cause air pressure. Define air pressure.
Air pressure is the pressure of gases based on their mass being gravitated towards the Earth.
Gases within what now? What were you missing?
What kind of question is
mass. There is no definition that states air pressure has mass.
Well, no, the gas is mass.
And
that creates air pressure.
No,
the air pressure is the average kinetic energy of the gas.
Yeah.
Joules.
Of gas molecules with the walls of the container. That is what pressure is. Gas pressure.
Gas pressure?
So, Yeah.
Well, no, gas pressure is
So
just
your
like the weight. It's just like the
your
weight
gas
of the gas
pressure
on the
has
Earth.
no mass. It's nothing about the mass. Has
What do
no
you mean? Gas is.
relation with it. Yeah,
Do you
it
think
has no
Weight
relation
has no
with
relation
mass.
with
What is carbon
mass.
dioxide made of, my friend?
I don't fucking care.
Oh, well, that's. I mean, I hate to
It's
break
a
it to you, but that's the mass
gas.
that I was talking about. That's the gas. That's
No,
mass.
no.
Yeah. What do you mean? Carbon dioxide and
Show me
oxygen?
the definition of gas pressure where it states
Right.
that gas pressure is caused by gravity,
Right.
which
The weight of
you
gas.
claimed. No, I
Right.
don't want you to explain it how
So the
you
pressure.
think it.
It's
Listen, I don't want your fantasy explanation from your head. What you think this world is. I want you to tell me what fucking reality is academically.
right, and so the just like water pressure, when you're at the bottom of the ocean, it's an incredible amount of water on top of you. So the more water that's on top of you, the higher the pressure. Same thing with the surface of the Earth. The
It's not
pressure, the air
same
pressure,
thing with all
is at its
elements.
highest right
No,
at the
it's not.
surface.
Listen.
Thus, because of the weight of
That's
the
not
gas
true. That's
on
not
the Earth.
true that the amount of matter is the weight and pressure. No, that's not the case of reality.
Well, gas is matter.
Well, hot air is also matter. It's
Yeah, that's
fucking
what I'm saying.
rising up. It's
Right.
not pushing down on you.
And then it cools off, but then when it gets to a certain temperature, it cools off and condenses back into a liquid
I
and
don't
falls
fucking care what
because of
it.
gravity.
I
Do
don't
you see how
care.
like it
Listen,
doesn't like that
listen.
water
I
vapor
don't
doesn't even
care
get
if
all
it
the way to
cools
the
off. That is
top
a
of the atmosphere?
cycle in nature. Now listen,
Okay.
shut up. Uh, superfluids. Do you know what that is?
I think I might vaguely. Would you like to tell us? Please inform everyone in case someone doesn't know.
Yeah. Superfluid liquid helium. You can dive in an ocean an infinite kilometers deep. That's how far you can dive. And the pressure is constant throughout all the volume of that liquid. So
I've
what
got a
you just
citation for that.
said,
That's
that the
interesting.
amount of matter dictates the mass, that's or the liquid pressure or a gas pressure, that's fucking bullshit. Which
So
we
has that been
demonstrated.
demonstrated? You can dive a kilometer deep
Yes,
in it?
it's
Well, I think he's talking
demonstrated.
about Abyss. I think that movie, you know, the James Cameron movie, The
No,
Abyss.
it's
You
not
get your shit from
Abyss.
On that.
movies, bro?
That's. I think that's
This
liquid
is not
oxygen, though.
fucking Hollywood, you
Maybe
moron.
that in the Abyss.
This
Just
is
I think
what
quoting a movie.
scientists do in laboratories. Yeah, they study super
But you're
liquid
talking about a liquid,
fluid,
a super
liquid
fluid.
helium.
We're talking about
Yes,
gas.
yes, yes. These are real shit.
Yeah, I am not. I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not disputing that. I'm just talking
Yeah,
about how
you're not
gas
a
is
scientist. I
matter.
know. I know. You're not a scientist. You're not a clown. Or what are you?
What am I? I'm just someone
I'm a
who
court
knows
jester,
that gas
so
is matter.
Uh, prove gas is matter.
So
How
gas,
would you prove
gas is
that?
just a certain
Huh?
density of matter where the
What density?
molecules are not
Oh,
very
really?
spread really far
You are
apart, and so
counting.
they're
How do you
things like
count
carbon dioxide
molecules? Listen.
is a
Talent, it's
gas.
much
How,
simpler than
tell
that. You
me,
just
how do
boil
you
water, you
count
can see
these
it turn into
molecules?
gas. It's the water didn't just disappear; it turned into gas. The matter is still there. It's just in gas form. That's
Yeah,
matter is
form of
gas.
it's just form of matter. It's gas, liquid, solid.
And then you can turn that
Listen.
same gas into water. You know, it's
Yeah, because that's where you get rain from, and because you see how clouds they reach a certain
Listen.
altitude, and then they
Listen,
condense into clouds,
stop,
but then they
stop,
don't rain until they're a certain
stop,
density,
because
until
you
they
are
reach a
talking
certain
bullshit.
weight
Water
of vapor.
water vapor, steam, or nanoparticles of water, those are not gas.
Yes,
Steam
they
is a
are.
gas.
Shut up.
Steam is not a gas.
Clouds and
Steam
steam
isn't a
and
gas?
vapor. No, it's not a gas.
Seriously?
That is a gaseous state of the liquid water, you moron. It's not a
So it's a
gas.
gas.
Steam
And
is
you
an
can
invisible gas.
fucking go to Mod Tran, the US Air Force system, which defines this.
Vapor is the thing that's not a gas. Like Mr. Fog and cloud.
Yeah, no,
So you can like
steam
walk on clouds because they're solid, right?
isn't a gas.
Can I like
Steam is a
walk
gas.
on clouds because they're solid? They're not gas. So like, can I just walk on them?
Water molecule is not a gas. It is liquid, but
I don't know why you're going so
I can
hard
swim
on
in a cloud.
it has a gaseous state. And I know that you don't know that.
Well, what is carbon dioxide?
Well, what is carbon dioxide's natural
What are you
form?
breathing right now? What are you
A
breathing
gas.
right now? You know, like is it just nothing, or is it a gas? You know,
Carbon dioxide
I'm
gas.
breathing air. I'm breathing air, not carbon dioxide.
Okay, how about nitrogen gas? Is that
Carbon
considered matter?
dioxide.
How about nitrogen gas? That's a gas, right? Nitrogen is just a is just a
Breathing
single atom,
nitrogen
isn't it?
gas.
Is it in its pure form? You're breaking up.
because there's liquid nitrogen, we can see it. You know, like there's a liquid nitrogen, and then there's nitrogen in the air that you're breathing right now.
Like we use the nitrogen, so the nitrogen in the air that we breathe is obviously made of something because we use it to synthesize proteins, amino acids, and we also use it in hormone, brain functions, and the immune system. So obviously, gas is matter, and something that we use because we breathe it in. We need it to live, like oxygen, and we exhale carbon dioxide gas.
If you make that claim, you need to back it up.
You mean like the kilometer deep
Yeah,
laboratory
hold on.
pool that doesn't exist?
I'm gonna breathe my proof right into the microphone. Here's some CO2 for you.
No, breathing
You hear that?
means that you are inhaling and exhaling air. That's what breathing means.
So, in order for me to make the sound
Yeah.
that your eardrums are,
You are changing the
hearing?
definition of breathing. That
I'm
when
using
you are
gas.
inhaling and exhaling, you're saying you're pulling gas, nitrogen, CO2 bullshit.
So
Yeah.
the idea, obviously gas and the atmosphere is mass because you can hear
Well-
the sound coming from my vocal cords, and sound only travels in matter
Through
and
mediums.
Sound, it doesn't. Sound does not travel in a vacuum. That's why you can't hear anything in space. There's nothing to vibrate, and so just the fact that you can hear my voice is proof that gas actually is made of matter because I'm able to send sound waves through this gas into my microphone, which then digitally transmits that sound into the speaker that you're listening to, which then also vibrates gas between your microphone and your ear then hears that catches that vibration with the eardrum, and you hear the sound of my voice. So without gas being matter, you can't hear me.
This is what you imagine.
No, this is how you're hearing me right now.
Yeah,
you're
I
hearing
know.
me through the use of through the existence of mass through gas in the atmosphere that you breathe. That is what's happening.
Okay. So you ever boiled water in a pot and had a lid on it? Like the lid's dry when you begin, right? But as the water boils, you start seeing droplets form on the lid. How did it get there? Did it just teleport, or did it condense? Did it turn into a gas and then condense it on the roof where the lid is, turn back into vapor? I mean, water, liquid. Like how does that work? Or like when you're taking a shower, right? What's where does the steam like spawn from? Like, does it come from nowhere, or is it from the very water that you're showering with? You know. What? Or even the water cycle. Where do clouds come from? You know.
We just gotta take it step by step, because the atmosphere is very important. It is pretty, like, the idea that we have atmosphere without a container does sound crazy, but truth is stranger than fiction. Always will be.
So here's how I would put this whole thing. I would say that the necessary antecedent for gas pressure is gas and pressure. That's why it can be measured in pounds per square inch. You need pounds, which is the force, and then an area, which is the square inches. And so all you need is gas causing some pressure or some force against an area. There are several different ways that could happen. You could put gas in a container, and that would cause pressure. The weight of air causes pressure. Moving air causes pressure. So like wind, that's what makes sailboats go across the ocean. And so if flat earthers are going to claim that the other ways of making pressure are invalid, I'd be curious why. They say that container is a necessary antecedent, but that's not true. A container is one way to make pressure, but not the only way.
And all you're doing is changing equilibrium with a container from equilibrium to a difference in pressure from equilibrium. So whenever you're always starting from equilibrium and then having to apply a force to take the air out of that container in order to achieve a vacuum. And so you can't, there's no force, like, except for gravity. Like, the outside doesn't have, there's nothing on the outside like plugged in sucking out or like adding air pressure. It just doesn't make any sense. It's gravity is the only thing that explains it, because that's what's happening.
And you stumped him by telling him about the water cycle. It's crazy.
Any one of y'all want to help me to understand how big the Earth needs to be before you no longer need a physical container?
Yeah, you can just look at the pressure gradient, and as you go higher and higher, you get lower and lower pressure.
No, not a gradient. I'm talking
Right.
about. So on Earth, on
can
Earth,
explain it.
you need like physical containers to contain gas. So
No, we can.
how
use a
big
container.
does the Earth have to be to where it no longer needs a physical container and gas contains gas?
So it's going to depend on. It's not an all or nothing thing. It's that bigger objects can hold onto the gas for longer periods of time or more permanently, depending on the.
So
the
you don't have
temperature.
an answer.
No,
Right,
no, I'm
there's no
sorry.
specific
Gears,
answer.
if I may, Matt, if I may, Mr. Learns. So Gears, there's no gases all over the fucking place. Like, there's huge clouds of gas everywhere. We just got lucky and happened to be on a solid planet with atmosphere for us to breathe, and we are able to live off of that gas.
Yeah, how did that
surface.
happen? How did that
The
happen?
gas doesn't need a container. Like,
How big did the Earth get to where it no longer needed a physical container to contain its atmosphere?
Well, if you want an answer from the physicist theory of the current model, there is gas in outer space as well. So it's not a container issue like you're suggesting.
That's the claim.
I know what he's asking now.
Right, I get what you're saying, but that's what the question you're asking, as far as the current model, that is the answer, is that we believe it's out there as space medium as well.
2%. So the critical size is about 2.7% of the mass of the Earth. If an object is smaller than 2.7% the mass of the Earth, its atmosphere will escape before it ever has the chance to develop surface liquid, water, which is what happens to comets today. Hold on, let's see if I can get a better. Yeah, the minimum size of a planet is a great question. Oh, so it's not size. That's the wrong question. The right question is how much mass is there? So a planet can be very dense and have a lot of mass, therefore it'll be easy to keep atmosphere. Or if it's like a hollow Earth, it's going to need a lot more. It's going to need to be way bigger, which is why hollow Earth is so hard to swallow, because it just crushes itself. It literally crushes on its own. Gravity crushes it every time it's like gets big enough to exist.
I mean, all of this seems very theoretical. Like, this is not observational to where
Yes, it
you
is. It's all
can
measured
see a planet
mathematically.
form.
Yes, we can. I just put like I said, there's a huge cloud of gas. There's gases all over the fucking place in space. I put an example of one in the chat.
Oh, you can go there and verify that, huh?
Well, you can
just
observe
take
it.
pictures.
So,
Yeah, you can
I
just
mean, you
observe
can
and
observe it
measure.
from here.
Because we can measure the density of the Earth with lots of different seismic type of instruments that measure the vibrations that travel that Earth. Like when earthquakes happen on one side of the Earth, you can measure the distance and time and vibration on the other side, so that way you can learn. It tells you how dense something is when the sound passes through it. When the vibrations of the earthquake pass through the Earth itself.
Yeah, that doesn't answer how you know what's out in this, vacuum of outer space. Like, if it's a vacuum, it would logically indicate that giant balls of gas couldn't form in a vacuum. I mean,
Well, they just
that's
released
illogical.
new. No, we have we have this thing called the James Webb Telescope, as well as things like the Hubble. And so once we sent our telescopes out into into orbit and out of Earth's atmosphere, we can take super duper clear pictures. And so they just released a bunch of 19 new spiral galaxies and all these new infrared pictures with the James Webb. So the thing about the James Webb is it's just massive, and it also has an incredible heat shield. And so those two things together make it an amazing telescope that's able to take the most stunning pictures of the distant galaxy.
Yeah, I've heard that before.
So it's
But,
so
I
good.
mean,
It's
that's
so
a
good.
belief you have.
Well, no, it's not a belief. So no, these aren't beliefs. This telescope has now taken pictures that are so amazing that they defy our current understanding. So of the Big Bang, and so they took pictures of the center of the Big Bang, and they're finding now that we have this fancy infrared telescope looking closer to the Big Bang than we ever have before. They're finding even older galaxies. So we have a couple options to assume, because we're basically in the same place that Newton was at, but before Einstein. But so there's things that we know a little bit of, but we don't know a lot of. And what we're knowing now that we have an infrared space telescope in the James Webb that's able to see really far into the deep space, we can start modifying.
That's your belief.
No, it's not. It's not a
You
belief.
haven't
We're
proven
getting
that.
new measurements, so we're getting new data. So all the stuff that we thought that we had before that gave us a pretty good understanding. Because again, it's not a belief. Isn't just because we don't have all the pieces of the puzzle doesn't mean that we can see the picture of the puzzle from the pieces that we do have. You know what I mean? If there's a picture of like Joe Biden's face and you have like 60% of the puzzle, you can start getting an idea of what that is, even though we don't have 100% of the pieces.
Argument's going really well when you start talking about puzzles, Talon.
Right,
Dude,
and so when you only have
you should
part
hear
of the
yourself,
puzzle.
pal.
Okay, so can you tell? So are you saying that you can't
stop with
you can't
the
see the
James
picture
Webb?
of the puzzle?
Stop with this James Webb pontification, dude. It's sad.
There's a physical telescope in.
Cool story. You're making it sound really uncool. Unfortunately,
Oh, sorry, it's just a fancy picture.
it's okay.
So it's not
No need to
believed.
apologize.
I'm not apologizing.
We see the same stories you do, dude. We see the same headlines.
Yeah, exactly. Because it's consistent and factual. That's what independent
Consistent
journalism
and
means.
factual. Okay, great. Back to your puzzle talk. Go. Thank you.
So, like I said, it took 400 years for Einstein to come up with a better explanation of how the universe worked than Newton.
Dude, what in the
He
world?
lived 400 years?
So that's how long it took for Einstein to explain the universe better than Newton. And Newton was the king of the universe and the king of physics for 400 years. You get that, right?
Yeah, I wasn't aware Einstein lived that long.
No, Einstein is the new guy. He's the guy who explained it better than Newton. Einstein's only been around for 100 years. Do you think, because it took 400 years for Einstein to come around and beat Newton, so how many centuries do you think it's going to take for someone to unify Einstein's theory of relativity and quantum mechanics? How many centuries do you think it's going to take to figure that out?
Well, it doesn't matter. They show you a picture, and you're telling us, well, they've shown us the middle of the Big Bang, and come on, dude. They don't need to do anything. They don't need to do anything more. They've got you so lost in this story.
So you can see, like, also
it's good for the next century, dude. Stop with your pseudo-scientific communication bullshit.
No, this is not pseudoscience. This is science.
Okay, your famed science communication bullshit. It's horrifying to listen to.
There's nothing pseudo about it, though. It's all real. It's all reality.
Okay, yeah, the James Webb telescope is real. Okay, okay, Talon. Hey, I've got a bridge in Brooklyn. You want to buy it?
No, but here's the video of the here's the video of the gold mirrors being constructed, so you can see the scale. But you can see the little humans on the ground.
Cool story, dude. Nice and shiny, just for you, right?
Yeah, I watched them polish those mirrors.
I'm sure you watched them polish it for hours.
I didn't watch it for hours. I just checked in every once in a while to see the progress of it being built live.
Yeah, just dipped in for a second, see the shine, and
right. I'm not gonna watch. I'm not gonna watch. Like, it took them. It takes, like, did you not see? Like,
I know the attention span is limited. I get it.
It takes like weeks to polish something that large to that perfection.
We waited 400 years, so what's a couple weeks?
Do you know the precision that they had to polish those mirrors?
Well, I'm not going to take any lecture from someone who just watched it for 3 seconds.
3 seconds? I mean, what difference does it make? It's just polishing.
So,
hey, I do have a question for you.
What in the world, dude?
Yeah.
Like, so how could you know if any supposed photograph that the James Webb takes is real or not? Just humor me for a second.
Okay, so humor me for a second. You see that GIF of the time lapse pictures of the James Webb being folded up? So you know how that's how they got it into space. They had to fold it like that. You see the folding of the hexagons? Do you think those are real?
Your gullibility is off the charts. Why don't you just answer the question that was asked?
So you think that?
Yeah,
I'm just asking you,
sir.
I really am genuinely trying to humor you, Gears, but I just want you to tell me if you doubt the authenticity of the time-lapse GIF I put into the chat.
Oh my lord! It's in a warehouse, dude.
Right, it's huge. You can see the people are the average 6 foot tall human on the bottom of the screen, and then it's a giant warehouse because the James Webb Telescope is massive.
Right. So I'm not I'm not saying everything that comes out of that is fake. I'm saying, how would you know? Is it?
I mean, I don't know,
Is
man.
it
It's just not that I'm an
falsifiable?
adult. I can see like real footage of pictures of things. I can usually tell the difference. It comes to like see the scientism with like the
So
Photoshop
you're
of
just
Neil deGrasse
winging it.
Tyson.
Got it.
So like,
You're
what?
telling me
like,
you
And
don't
if you're
know.
gonna
Tell the
accuse,
difference.
so if you're just gonna like arbitrate, so what you're
Make
saying here,
yourself, sir.
you want to arbitrarily decide when pictures are authentic or not, because the GIF in there is clear, very clearly, just a time lapse of the folding of the James Webb Telescope.
No,
There's nothing.
I'm
There's no
saying,
reason for anyone to say that that's computer
Dude, that's of it in a warehouse.
right, being built and folded for its trip to space.
you don't have a standard by which to measure is this real or not. You just believe like a fanboy.
So there's
Like,
photographic evidence right there in front of us for everyone to look at. It's just right there. You can see it in
you
action.
couldn't even tell me how you know.
What do you mean? How do I know? I've seen tons of footage. I've watched. It took years and years for them to build it. I watched for years. I didn't just do for 3 seconds out of the whole time. I'm just talking about specifically the step in which those gold mirrors are polished to within like thousands and thousands of a.
Are you being serious, Alan? I hope you're.
Doesn't mean
I
they're in
really hope
space.
you're like troll LARPing or something, because this is wild. If this is what it's boiled down to.
So one of the reasons why they're folding it. So listen,
he's sincere. I mean, this is pretty amazing.
Right. Because it's rock solid evidence that I'm telling the truth, and
hardcore
the reason why they're folding it. One of the reasons why they're folding it, gears, is to get it into a rocket in order to get into space. Because they can't just send it into the space when it's unfolded like that. So they had to devise a way to fold it up and then send it into orbit and then unfold it.
Orbit.
Wow.
Right. So you can watch. There's like hundreds of documentaries of just live footage of hours and hours and hours. You can just go see it for yourself.
Yeah.
Okay. Right.
Well, you're not very convincing, to be honest. But
so whether or not you accept the information is not my problem.
The original question was, how do you know these images that come from the telescope are legit? That was the question, not about your GIF of something being folded up in a warehouse.
This is you're just assuming that things are fake. You don't have any evidence for that.
How do you know these things are legit?
Right, because you can go and
you said I'm a grown up, and I can assume that things are real, right?
No, you can keep tabs and look at the updates as they build it.
No, dude.
Everything from watching it get polished to being folded up to put into a rocket. Every step of the way.
If there's a backstory of a Marvel character.
Let me go ahead and here I'll put the rocket launch of the James Webb Telescope.
Do you want to play some
You guys won't like that either, right?
This is too deeply embedded in your psyche. This outer space.
It's saves, mate.
It's wild.
Yeah, he'd be suicidal if he lost
me that get that up. It was you because you didn't hop off when I asked you to. I told you specifically.
Space launch. I mean, there's tons of evidence, all supporting what I'm saying, and only me, and all the people who put the work into this. You can check the budget. You can read their account. Everything down to the fucking dollar. They went way over budget, but it was worth it because you can see the pictures.
They were polishing gold for a long time, so way worth it.
Exactly.
Way worth it because
I'll show you
they put out it, dude. What's happened is they've put out images. And you come in here telling us of how they fine-tuned their understanding of the Big Bang. That's wildly... It's wild, dude.
Here you go. It only took a minute for me to show you the polishing. There you go. Now everyone, you've all seen
you listen
those,
or do you just pause and wait to talk? Do you ever process anything that's said to you?
Yes, I'm processing what you're saying, but what you're saying isn't disproving what I'm saying.
Well, dude, you're lost in your own imagination. There is no me disproving that.
So are you saying that I'm imagining the James Webb Telescope mirrors being polished, or did I just put up a video of them being polished?
That wasn't the question.
You're imagining the entirety of the story. Yes.
Well, you're making all these claims, but then I keep
You're the
disproving
one
you
that's
with
claiming
actual
that you
evidence.
now have a better understanding of the Big Bang.
Right, because of the James Webb Telescope.
Yes, that sounds
So
ludicrous.
my claims. Well, that's not ludicrous because I'm backing my evidence up with facts and evidence.
With a story. With
no, these
the
aren't
story,
again,
dude.
I'm not telling a story that these mirrors were being polished and then folded up and then put into a rocket and launched. I'm showing you. I'm showing you being
You believe
polished.
everything you see
the
on
people.
TV, Talon?
You can see the people polishing them in real life.
Do you believe everything? Do you believe everything
you
you see
believe
on
NFL?
TV?
Do you believe the NFL? Did you watch any of the football games this past
No,
weekend?
I
How do you know
don't
that they're real?
watch. No, I don't watch
How did you
the
verify
NFL.
that the
Sorry.
news? How do you verify that the news is real? How do you verify that
I
I'm
don't
real
watch
right
the
now?
news, sir.
How do you verify that I'm really talking to you right now?
Oh my lord! Because I've been listening to you cope for 2 hours. I dropped in, and now you're babbling onto me. Listen, I'm not trying to do a gotcha. I know whatever you're trying to do, but I'm just pointing out that you're talking about the fine-tuning understanding of the Big Bang. And your evidence of knowing this is legit is because you have a GIF of something in a warehouse. You're making leaps of logic when you think you're making steps of logic.
Okay, I apologize for confusing you.
You don't have to apologize for me. Your confusion
I know
is
it's
nothing
very
you have to
easy to
apologize for. It's fine.
So I said that we don't know
Your
things.
gullibility is noted, sir. If you listen,
I said we were but you misconstrued what I said. You said that I'm just
sorry.
telling stories, but I in fact said that the James Webb Telescope has proved us wrong in terms of what we thought we knew.
Oh
So
my god, that's dude. You're still lost in the story.
Oh, see, but
You
dude, just
think
try
there's
to
a
like
telescope
digest.
listen, you think there's a telescope flying through outer space,
right? Just try to
because you
digest
saw
what I'm telling
because you posted a GIF of them polishing some gold
and the launch, and I show and it showed them folding
And a
up, and I'm
rocket.
showing you footage of them folding it up and putting it.
Yeah, dude, that's
into the
not
rocket.
good enough. How does that
it
work
doesn't.
for you?
That is enough. That's what it is when you ask
Well,
for evidence of things happening.
Okay.
Yeah, I just want to be clear here. So you're saying that is proof of the photos that supposedly come from it. You're saying I don't need to look any further. That is the proof, right?
So
the thing
that is
folds
where
up, therefore
that is where the pictures are. So when those things take pictures, when that thing takes a picture, and then NASA provides us with the pictures that the thing took, and then they say, hey, we took some pictures and we directly measured galaxies that are older than what we thought was possible. So now we've got to redo all our math because
wait, you just said
telescope proved us
directly
wrong.
measured.
Yeah, you didn't know that the James
measured.
Webb Telescope proved us wrong. That we have new measurements that now say we were wrong. I'm not believing this. I'm saying the James Webb Telescope is giving us measurements that are more accurate than what we had.
Measurements.
Right.
Are they
And
physical measurements?
Scientific observations and measurements, yeah.
Oh, scientific.
Cool.
Okay.
Yeah, it's got all kinds of cool instruments.
Wow.
Right? How would you measure, you know how telescopes work, right? Like, how we use lenses and we use mirrors and stuff to.
Well, I can't argue with them polishing the gold on there. You got me on that.
Yep.
Yeah, you got me.
That's cool, right? That's pretty cool that they have that super polished. And they actually dinged the mirror as soon as they got it into space.
They dinged it up.
Underestimated. Dude, they immediately dinged the fucking mirrors, dude. I'm telling you, they underestimated how messy it was in space. So they got hit with rocks like immediately. So there's a huge fucking ding in that $20 billion, however many billions of dollars. They fucking immediately scratched the bitch. You know how when you get like your brand new cell phone, and then you fucking like a week in, you're just like, oh fuck, you scratch it like a weekend.
Science, bro.
We did that with that's science. Yeah, $1 billion cell phone scratch.
If someone got fired because of that.
No, it just happens. There's nothing they could do. They had to hope for the best, and there's fucking rocks in space. So
no, they just hired 3 more people to polish the gold out.
Are you a Karate Kid fan? Are you a Karate Kid fan?
Karate Kid fan?
Karate Kid.
Wax on, wax off. Sure. I like the Ralph Macchio
Yeah.
and David.
Yeah, you like wankers, yeah, and polishing things.
Fuck yeah, bro.
Up,
Exactly.
down, polishing, right? Yeah.
You got it, dude.
Super polishing.
It took you a second.
Yeah.
I was like, where are you going with this? And I'm like,
Every Karate Kid now is some
That's how he
sort
did
of
it.
NASA scientist astronaut. Yeah, wanking. That's how you did
Gibby
it.
gets on to
Yeah.
you.
And then you folded it back into your panties or what?
Wait, what?
Stop being pornographic.
Hold on, I was gonna do with the kitty.
He thinks a telescope can physically measure in outer space. That's hilarious.
Well, and he saw Karate Kid. He saw Danielson polish that yellow Ford. Therefore, it went to space, and we know a lot more about the Big Bang. Turned out we were a little wrong.
Have you guys ever looked at the moon through a telescope? Anybody here
No.
looked at a moon with just a plain old
Yes.
telescope? Look at the moon.
Yeah.
You see what do you see when you see the surface? You see craters.
I see things that you've been trained to interpret as craters. Yeah. I would hardly say they're craters. That you can see these features. You can see these features of the moon with your bare eyes.
So what trained me
If
to
they're
see craters?
listen, pal. How the hell did we get to this?
Well, you just said I'm trained to see craters. So yeah, I watched like Saving Private Ryan.
You brought them up, right? Why did you have to frame the question? Why did you have to frame it that way if it's so obvious that's what they are?
Because it's super obvious that there's craters on the moon.
No, it's not.
Super obvious. How scientific.
Super obvious. Yep. You can just look at
All
right at the
Valley
craters.
Girl.
Okay, let's see if you can figure out what craters are.
Oh Lord!
Okay, what are
Listen
those
to
little
yourself,
dots?
dude.
What are those little dots in the picture on that moon surface? What do you think those round circles on the moon are?
No idea, sir.
No idea. How old are you?
Don't dox me, bro.
I'm 41.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Normally a grown adult.
He's much wiser
Grown
than
adults
you
seen like an
are.
explosion.
Your model gonna be a
Good
seal on
Christ,
the
dude.
moon. What?
You know what? I did watch through a telescope.
A crater?
Through your parents' bedroom window. And I've seen what's going on.
Yeah, did you see a crater on the moon or no? Because if you didn't, get a better telescope. And if you didn't, I'd also recommend looking at
It's so
just
cute.
videos
They've all
and
been
amateurs.
trained. Listen, do you not think we were trained to think these were craters?
It's not
Well,
about look. I always say
No
this.
one
To
asked me what I
Earthers.
saw on the moon. Someone framed them
Trent.
as craters. I get it. That's the story, guys. So what do you guys
Trent,
think of it?
I always say,
What
don't
is
tell
going on with
me.
you guys?
Don't
Do you
tell
think we
me
lived under
to.
a rock and didn't hear this whole story?
I always say, don't tell me not to trust my eyes, Hosrad. I'd say
Yeah,
it's what it looks like, right? It's what
You
it
never
looks like.
seen a mud
It's
volcano.
exactly what it looks
You
like.
never
It's a
seen
rock with
one.
craters.
Oh,
Shadows
Lord,
don't.
sorry.
Britnat, you
Yeah,
never seen a mud volcano. Yeah.
A mud volcano? Is that what you said?
You never seen a mud volcano.
So, is a mud volcano? Could you explain that a little bit further for me?
Yeah, you
made
never
of rock?
seen a dry mud volcano.
A dry mud volcano. Look, to me, it sounds like you're about to
Yeah.
tell me that the moon's a rock. So, go on, continue.
No, I'm not saying it's a rock. I'm just saying that you never seen these
Yeah, you're telling me
things,
to not trust my eyes. It's fine.
are right down here.
Yeah, all right. Okay,
On the world, yeah.
Flat Earthers' new
They
logic. Don't
are
trust your eyes.
round craters. They are round craters which are not caused by falling bullshit.
Nobody's saying what caused the craters. We're saying they are craters.
You do.
No,
When
we
you
need to
say the
agree that they're
word
craters before
crater,
we can say what
you have
caused them.
that's what
Define
that's
crater.
what it means
We need
in
to agree
cosmology.
if they're craters before we agree what
Define
caused them.
crater.
Well, a crater, I'd just say, is a crevice in the ground.
Uh-huh.
Round bowl shape.
What causes crevices in the ground?
No, don't skip past the. You can't say they're not craters and then talk about what caused them.
Let's take it methodically.
Talon,
Because you said it's not
Let's start with if they're
falling
craters.
from the
Let's
sky.
start with if they're craters. Get beget. When you take your shitty
Let's stop
when you
with
take
the
out your shitty
craters
$10
because you feel
telescope.
cornered or what? Yeah.
Well, I'm trying to get you to the point. Really, you're trying to move on to something else entirely. When you take your £10 your 10 Romanian lei telescope and you look at the moon and you see the various holes in it and the jagged sort of shadows resembling the exact shape of the far rock that's that's casting the shadow. Would you say that's not crater?
Listen, with 10 Romanian lei, that's approximately $2. You're buying no telescope.
The point is that if your telescope can't find
neither you buy a telescope with £2.
if your telescope can't pick up a
with
fucking
2 quid.
crater with a shadow on it
With 2
that has
quid,
jagged edges
you're not
resembling the crater
buying the
shell.
telescope.
Listen, you're not focusing on the main point. Get beget. Listen to the words coming out of my mouth.
You're not buying. Not buying.
Listen,
not
get beget. Why are you skipping?
A ticket to
Why are you
a
skipping? You're running down the road, and I'm
watch
trying to speak to you. You have a crater on the moon. You have a hole in the moon.
Allegedly.
See the jagged edges of the crater shelf that you can see with a telescope. You're telling us here. You're telling the Globers. No. That we don't know what that is. We don't know. For some reason, the idea of a crater on a moon
you don't know
concerns you.
because you have not empirically verified that is a crater.
Yeah, don't trust your
I'm not
eyes.
saying not to trust your eyes. I'm not saying that. If you're that
observation.
moron,
Yeah.
and that's what
It
you
sounds
get
like what you're saying.
from what I'm saying,
Yep,
then
sounds like what you're
it's
saying.
not worth talking to you.
Yeah, get. Look, if you're gonna say to Globers, it looks like a crater. It has shadows. It has jagged edges. It has shadows that resemble the edge of the crater, but it's not a crater. You're telling me not to trust my eyes. That's what you're saying. It looks like a crater. It smells like a crater. It tastes like a crater. It's not a crater. All right, whatever you.
Stop, shut the fuck up. On Earth, when you see a crater, you go to that place and you verify. Oh, it has a edge, a ridge, a deformation, circular deformation of the ground.
You can't
you have
verify
to
that with a
climb,
fucking
you have to
telescope.
go down. Listen, you are
So what
empirically
you're saying is
verifying.
to verify a crater, we
And
look
you
at it.
cannot do that
Yeah,
with
we
your
look at the
fucking
crater to
moon.
verify it. Yeah.
Yeah? Listen.
Oh, but
I'm not
hold
from
on.
yesterday.
So the different. Let's
I know
think about
all
this,
your
right?
circus
When you have a
scams.
crater
Shut
somewhere
the
on Earth,
fuck up.
listen.
Stop interrupting me.
When you have a crater on Earth, you say, "Look, if I show you a picture of a crater, you have to go and verify it." If I show you a picture of a crater, you would say, "Okay, look, I've got to verify this in person. I've got to look at it with my own eyes." Right now, I'm saying something similar. Someone can give you a photograph of a moon crater, and that doesn't prove there's craters on the moon. So what I'd say is, get a telescope and open your eye. Right, that's just as valid as verifying the way that you say we can verify craters on Earth. So go and do that. Get verify it for yourself. All you got to do is look at it. I don't know why you're closing your eyes to a crater.
Wait. Can I ask a question? Why do craters on the moon disprove the Earth is round or flat.
They don't.
Well, why are we even
There's
talking about
That's
that?
why I'm shocked.
So we know that the Earth. So we know the moon is a pretty huge object because we can have a pretty good idea of gauging like craters on the moon and see that they're a bowl shaped object. So we know that there's depth on the moon. So we have a pretty good idea that it's a globed object in the sky due to things like
Pretty good
craters and
idea.
due to the way
Pretty good
due to the way
idea.
that the
Again, you're back to
moon
reciting the
phases.
story.
The moon phases prove that the moon is the globe.
Oh, Lord, save us all. What does a new moon tell us about
It
the
just
moon?
shows that it just proves that the the globe's hemisphere that is being hit by light is facing directly
No,
away
that's
from us.
not the case because it's not up there blocking stars.
What 190? It's what 180 degree happens on 180 degree rotation on a globe.
Globe. You globers love that word.
I love globe. I got the good ojones to say globe.
No, I'm curious because I feel like we get to verify if there's a crater on Earth. He like has to stand in it to verify it's a crater.
Globe.
Yeah, we have no way of getting out of craters on the moon. It's incredibly dangerous and suicide.
Oh my Lord, dude! Talon.
That's why they chose a nice
Talon,
flat
please.
area to land because it's super dangerous to land on the moon.
Talon,
So
do you
the fucking
hear
crater
yourself?
would fuck you up.
Please tell me you hear yourself.
Yes, I can hear myself through the
It's
gas in the
super
atmosphere.
dangerous to land on the moon.
Yeah, I'm saying it's super dangerous to land on the moon, and landing near a crater and getting stuck in a crater would be incredibly fucking stupid because you would not be able to get out.
Yeah, super stupid.
Let's see if any astronauts were stupid enough to do that.
Let's just test it really quick. Have you ever stood in a crater before? Because if you haven't, wouldn't you say you don't know if craters exist? It's just stupid.
Have you stood in a crater?
No, but I don't think I base a knowledge claim off if
No,
I've stood
I
in
don't.
a crater.
It wasn't your turn to start rambling on about that kind of stuff.
Yes.
Just asking.
Yes, it is.
It's falling on deaf ears, sir.
Yeah, it wasn't actually that dangerous. It's just a fucking hole in the fucking ground. It's not that complicated. Little West.
It's just a TV show, Talon. If it was that dangerous out there, they wouldn't be driving lunar dune buggies around like maniacs. Relax.
Well, that's a 70 millimeter camera that they used to take those pictures.
Who cares?
I mean,
the hell's that got to do with the price of rice?
Well, I agree. I think
we're talking about the danger level. That's a 70 millimeter camera. What the hell does that have to do with the price of rice?
Yeah, I don't think a crater.
Listen, your little factoids sprinkled in.
What you can do,
your super dangerous factoids,
what you
won't
can
help
do
you.
is take
won't
very
help the absurdity level that you've sunk into. Neither will your talking, Yui.
Okay, it's okay.
Talon,
it's a 70 millimeter film,
okay,
dude. You were just talking about how dangerous the moon was.
Yeah, I mean, I said
listen,
a crater deep
if the
enough.
moon was that dangerous, they wouldn't be setting up 70 millimeter film cameras and riding around in dune buggies. Super dangerous, you said, right?
Yeah, it's super dangerous to go to the moon. You didn't know that?
Yeah, super dangerous. It's 70 millimeter film.
Yeah, well, that's all they had in the. Let's see what year.
That was the only film in 1970. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, 1969. So that was the technology of the time. would hope you'd. I mean, if you were going to the moon, you would take a camera, right? It's reasonable to assume.
So, look, Hosrad, you posted an image of a crater with a face that looks like a smiley face. Are you one of those people that look into
I just
clouds
thought
and
that was
say,
funny.
you know, when people see
That's
Jesus in the clouds, are you like, oh, that's Jesus? That's Jesus. Yeah. Is that what you do?
now I see how your lines of logic work. I thought that was kind of yeah. You could call it pareidolia or whatever. That is
Yeah,
a smiley
you see
face. That is a
Jesus in a
smiley face.
potato chip, right?
Is that not a smiley face?
That's not a smiley face. It looks
like a
smiley face.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Oh, that's called pattern recognition. So our eyes are evolved to see patterns. So
Oh, stop
we'll
the
see
cap,
things that aren't
dude.
there.
Stop the cap with all the evolution stories. It
What do
was
you
a
just Google
joke.
pattern recognition?
Yeah, you can. It's probably a case of
I'm just hitting you
pareidolia
with
as
it
well.
actually, dude. Calm down, relax.
Oh, I am
He's
calm, sir.
complimenting you. He's saying you're not retarded. There you
Yeah, yeah. You're obviously fairly intelligent, but you're lost in an outer space travel myth. It's embedded in your psyche to the point where you can't see it any other way.
Well, it's not that. It's like with craters on the moon, like it's not actually leading anywhere towards a global flat Earth. It's just funny that you think it might, so you're worried that craters might exist on the moon. Like,
No,
your
time
flat
out.
Earth is intact. Don't
No,
worry.
time
No
out,
one's
Yui.
we're not coming for that.
Yui. This began with Talon bringing up craters on the moon.
Yeah, because the moon definitely is a round globe.
I asked him if it was so obvious, why does he need to frame it? And I said, yes, I understand that you and I and everyone else have been trained into calling those craters. That's
just
all.
hedging, Ross. I don't have to hedge.
He might want to lead somewhere with a globe from the crater, but you don't need to dismiss the crater. You can wait to see where it goes with it.
The funny thing is, we were talking about Karate Kid and how he saw gold being polished in a warehouse. Therefore, he had a better understanding of the Big Bang. I know you missed a whopper of a story right before you arrived, Yui, but that's... And then he just went to his, listen, guys, craters on the moon. I mean, it's like he's working at a stand-up comedy bit.
But you always have to strawman me, bro. Why can't you just have a honest discussion with me?
I kind of want to see more get content. It's really entertaining today.
Yeah, I am being honest. You're the one saying you're the one you were at. You said, here's a GIF. Oh, you want to be honest, but you want to overtalk me. So I'll just say my piece, and then I'll let you go back to your storytelling. You showed a GIF of them polishing some contraption in a warehouse.
Correct. Thank you for reiterating.
The end. You're welcome.
Yep. Supporting my claim. I made a claim and then supported it with evidence. That's how you do it when you have a positive claim and you support it with evidence. That's how you make valid and sound claims.
Showing something shiny being polished in a warehouse is hardly evidence that these images are legit, sir.
It is when you want to see, billions of miles.
There you said it.
You want
when
to polish the fuck out of that mirror.
When you want to see, it is enough.
You know how astronomy works in any way, then yeah, you would know why they're polishing that. You know the basics of magnification?
Dude, I polish my Ray-Bans 3 times an hour, so I get it.
What kind of grit do you use?
I don't know. It's like whatever my T-shirt is, cotton.
What grit do you start with, and what grit do you end with when you sand?
Oh, dude, listen. I don't know. I've watched documentaries on people polishing and creating their own lenses. I can't give a lecture on it. I can't give any factoids. But yeah, I get it.
Okay,
But
so you were just
listen,
making it up.
you could, dude, you could talk about polishing gold until the cows come home, and show a GIF of them folding something up in a warehouse. That it doesn't give credence to these images, giving you a better understanding of the Big Bang. You're making a giant leap of logic. That's all. I'm being honest.
Well, I mean, you must be missing the point.
You don't see the leap of logic. I get it. You've
Where am I
got dots
leaping?
connected in between. You said you showed us something shiny being folded up. You say it's folded up so it fits in a rocket. It goes in a rocket. It's in space. Therefore, we know these pics are legit.
Yeah, yes, that's how that works. Yeah, it's crazy how like that. Isn't that crazy how that works?
It's crazy. You think that
they do the thing that I'm claiming that they said that
oh my lord,
said that they
did. You saw a rocket go up in the air on TV.
Right. It's called video evidence.
Yeah, but there are pauses in between your storyline.
There are no pauses. It
that
goes
you
straight
filled
from
in with your imagination.
Nope.
Okay, I don't know what to tell you, dude.
Well, you don't have to tell me anything. I'm just making claims and backing them.
Yeah, I get it. And they mine the gold. Yes, the gold was mined and smelted, and then turned into a honeycomb shape, and they folded it and polished it and put it on a rocket. And now we understand. No, enlighten me.
Of course not, because gold lasts forever, and so it doesn't matter how much radiation or time. They could be
gold lasts forever, huh?
Yeah, that gold will be out there in the vacuum of space, and will still be gold.
Yeah, hopefully it doesn't get next to anything hot. Hopefully it doesn't get next to anything hot.
Well, I mean, you know how cold the vacuum of space is, right?
Oh my lord, yeah. But I also know how hot a star is.
So we're not worried. So he isn't isn't the issue. Never was.
So send the most malleable metal up into space.
No, just a thin layer of it on the lenses of the mirrors of the telescope.
Sounds priceless.
It literally is, because it was. I mean, there's a price tag. It was billions of dollars, but the photographs that it's taking.
So figuratively,
right,
dude. I get it. It's a great story.
I mean, you keep saying stories. Stories are like a story is like fucking James and the Giant Peach or like Jack and the Beanstalk. Those are stories, like scientific.
James Webb.
When you go to the library,
dude. Not everything in the library. Listen,
so
just because something in the library is nonfiction doesn't mean it shouldn't be in the fiction section.
Right. So, okay, well, you tell me, buddy. How much fiction do you find in nonfiction section of the library?
How much fiction do I find in the nonfiction section? A lot.
Where? Like what? Give me an example of fiction in the nonfiction section of the library.
Well, Venus de Milo. You find it about when, where, how it got to. It's kind of a similar story to the James Webb. They find it off the coast of Greece. They pull it up, they send it to the Louvre. They claim it's from 200 BC.
Hosrad, do you ever see any fiction that belongs in the non-fiction section? Like
do I ever see any fiction that belongs in the non-fiction?
Yeah. Like Flat Earth, for instance.
Well, Flat Earth is not in the non-fiction section. It's in the fiction section because it's not. There's no evidence for it.
Exactly. That's why I said, is there any fiction?
I don't know what actually crossed the threshold into the library of the genre. I mean, maybe some old things, but
we don't, old Hoss.
Hold on, let me answer the first question. What's in the fiction section that should be okay? So, like maybe like something like stock market books.
Nothing.
Well, no, you'll have like a stock market book that's a completely like lost ideology, and he thinks it's real, but it's fanciful. It should be in fiction. The guy,
you're gonna put James in the Giant Peach in the non-fiction section.
No, wait a minute. That's called the
references
section.
That's not the. I didn't bring up.
Wait a minute. What do you know? What the references section of the library is, old Hoss?
Yeah, like atlases and stuff like that.
Like stock almanacs, kind of
atlases, almanacs. Yeah, well, farmers' almanacs, according to should be in the fiction section.
Do you think almanacs are important? Like do you think
what I said? What did you not hear? What I said?
You said, well, no, I mean, I mean, that's a claim that you're making.
The
Are you serious
farmer,
about that?
a lot of farmers I know would tell you that the Farmer's Almanac should be in the fiction section.
Why? Why would they say that?
Well, he said if I used what they told me in here, I would be broke.
Well, because those are just past. That's just past information.
Okay, so there you go. So there you go.
Well, what do you mean? There you go. That's a jump in. You're just jumping to a
Well,
conclusion.
what section should that be in? You brought up almanacs.
Well, wait a minute. Yeah, so if you look up an almanac, if you look up like the sports almanac, you know, like let's take the sports almanac for an example from Back to the Future. You know, those are just old scores, right? Old numbers, old stats.
Swartz Almanac from Back to the Future.
That have already happened.
What?
Those things have already happened.
Okay.
So why would it be fiction that a certain amount of corn grew at this time of year in this year? What's fictional about that?
No. Have you looked at a Farmer's Almanac? I'm not talking about this a past harvest.
The point is, is that things that get relegated to fiction tend to not go into the non-fiction section. They usually stay in fiction forever.
When people say,
like
I'm making
Flat
this up,
Earth.
I just made this. Yeah, you can just make it. You can just make whatever up. You can literally just make up whatever shit you want as long as you admit that it's fiction. But if you try to make up some shit, but then you don't have any fucking evidence to back it up, and you try to say it's non-fiction, everybody's going to be like, well, where's your evidence to, or you have to earn your place in
Water.
the non-fiction section.
You just go to water. That's the problem. The entire subject is so simple that it doesn't need a book of explaining away. You just go to the nature of water.
Is the Earth made
Excuse
of water?
me?
Is the Earth
Good Lord. Good Lord. Do what is up with you?
What is up with you? Why you just said water and expected us to just?
Yeah, and then you start speaking over me. You just no. There's no debate to be had. Go take a debate with water.
I think you're just angry and drunk and high.
No, none of the above.
I agree with you.
How would I debate water?
Well, you can't. I wouldn't.
Right. I do
You're
have
an
a question.
angry little boy, old Haas, angry little boy.
Yeah, okay, Jesus.
I do have a question for you, Hosrat. I do have a question for you, Hosrat, because I'm actually I'm kind of persuaded. I recommend.
Well, hopefully, Microshock doesn't have a spaz. Hold on, Yui. Hopefully, Jesus.
I think
Jesus, the Microshock can keep it together.
All right. Well, I'm quite convinced now about this water business. I think you should go to your physics department, write like a little argument, maybe a page long or whatever.
Go
and
to
say
my
to them,
physics
Look, I've
department.
debunked the globe.
Go to my physics department.
The nearest university, walk in and say, "Look, I've debunked the globe. Look at this paper." Yeah, if you give them the paper, they'll take it seriously. So you should definitely do
no
that.
Thanks. Hey, Yui, what do you know about
What do you mean no?
No, what do you know? What do you know about professors? What do you know about academia? Professors in academia, what do they want more than anything?
Well, I mean, it depends on the professor.
Recognition.
Tenure.
There's no universal sort of calling there.
They want tenure, right? They want to keep working there, correct?
Not in the UK. They don't really have that here.
Okay, well, we're talking about in the academic system where these guys get degrees and they need jobs. They want tenure.
Well, of course,
hold on. I'm almost finished, and then I'll shut up.
What tenure means.
And then when they get tenure, what do they want? They want to retire with tenure.
Yeah.
Any paper that's going to upset the apple cart, no thanks.
Okay, sure. I don't think that's true, but look, I think if there's a compelling reason, right, for why you think water alone, I mean, what a revolutionary idea! It disproves the globe.
No, what I said was it's a simple idea. It's so simple. It's so simple. It's not even worthy of a book at this point, apparently.
Yeah, I'd say.
I don't think you could read a book.
I'd say you take it to a physics professor at your local university and say, "Look, I don't want you to publish it or anything. I just want you to scrutinize it, and I want you to see
no thanks.
how hard they laugh.
He doesn't know what scrutinize means.
Because I don't know if you knew this, right? But I'd say, and this is my hunch. I'd say that when you say water is level, I think you've missed a few words off the end of that sentence. Water is level except for Hosrad. Can you finish off?
At Niagara Falls?
Except for Hosrad, come on.
At Niagara Falls.
No, except for when there's an
Niagara
intervening force, right? At rest, perfectly fine. Water wants to do that.
Yeah.
But when there's an intervening force,
can you hear me?
well, then water wants to do other
Can you
stuff.
hear me,
right?
Yui?
Yeah,
Can you hear me?
I can, yeah.
Okay, because I never know, because my reception of late is shit. Okay, here's the thing. People always say that. But here's whatever you want, whether you want space-time or whether you want Newton's apple falling from a tree and boinking him on the head, the fact of the matter is, anywhere you go, water isn't curving. So whatever a force you would wish to apply to it, it matters not.
Yeah,
you get brilliant.
That, right?
Have you measured
one
that?
for you? I got one for you, right?
Water
Have
you measured that at all?
Yeah, I have.
Hello? The water is level except for when Earth curves, because when it curves, then the water flows. It's that simple.
Yeah, no one likes the Niagara Falls example.
Exactly, or the Nile River, or any flowing body of water.
Sorry, I was just responding to someone. As for what we were just talking about, Ostrad, I think that you'd agree that when you see waves and stuff, water's not exactly flat and level. But you say, well, there's no water curving. Of course, obviously, we all know that, right? I'd say, well, pause for a second. Wait, aha! What if we're on a sphere and just in our local area, our limit is basically that sort of phenomena, so what you'd expect to see. So then I'd say measure it, Hostrad, and now I'm going to ask for your measurements. What are they?
No, the last time I measured water, it was in it was pretty small scale, but it was a fish aquarium.
Fish aquarium.
Come on,
are you happy with that?
You must be trolling me, Hostrad. Oh, jeez.
A fish aquarium.
You know what? I'm convinced. There we go. Back to you, Talon, if you want to pick that one up.
No, I want to hear what Fusili Jerry thinks how theodolites work. I want him to tell us every detail on how a total station works.
Actually, no, I'm going to leave this for later. I don't want to talk about it now. But yeah, Jerry, how does a total station work?
Oh my lord, guys! Come on, Microshock Jesus, you've got to say about this too.
I'm just going to call you a retard, a backcountry retard.
Ouch!
I mean, that's all that works on you, buddy.
What's that?
Insulting you.
That works.
Now, let's be polite. Hostrad is perfectly nice.
In what way did that work?
There's no need to call Hostrad stupid. He's not
fucking
stupid.
Globers talking
Right. No
shit. I can't believe it.
No one should call him retarded.
Who's this fucking Glover?
It's Jesus. It's Jesus.
It's Jesus, cocksucker, eh? You want to call people names, eh? Fucking asshole. And you too, Yui. Fuck you too. Keep talking shit, motherfuckers. If you're still not convinced, get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Why you keep coming back here? You're retarded, man. You say like, oh, it's a globe, but guess
Just
what?
the
You're still
IQ,
here.
the
You're still
famous
here.
IQ of a flat earther. Is that what we're at now?
You're still here, motherfucker. Why you keep coming back?
Yes. Well, I find
Buddy,
it funny.
we're delusional
For
people. Hey,
instance,
we're
finding
crazy. Well, yo, we
out,
believe in
finding out
unicorns. Why
moments
you keep
ago.
coming? Why you keep coming to a channel that people fucking like believe unicorns exist, man? Why you keep coming back, eh? You crazy, eh? You're the crazy one. I see.
Finding
Look
up
at him.
moments.
Look at
Finding
that.
up
Look at that.
moments ago
Look at
that
that.
a
Look at
fish
that.
aquarium
The
is proof of a flat
motherfucker.
earther.
Oh, look at that. Look at that. Oh, now he has to derail. When I'm showing how fucking stupid he is now. He's derailing it. Look at him. And now he has to laugh manically,
Ooh,
thinking it's fucking
what a
funny. It's
day!
funny. Look at this
What a
guy.
day!
What a fucking joke. All right, hey, you're a fucking joke. You know that, right? Keep laughing at your own
Thank you.
fucking jokes because it's a fucking joke. Everything you think is a fucking joke. You're still here. Remember that. You know? You're still fucking here every day.
I'm just
You
waiting for
fucking
an
loser.
argument, really. I suppose.
Yui was just appealing to forces at work.
Yeah, fucking you. You think you're some hot shit,
Now,
eh?
what if I told you guys there's a force at work? And I tell them, well, even if the force is at work, the water's doing what it does. So
it does what it fucking does, bro. Oh well.
Oh well.
Just like
Say
a
la
bird does
vie.
what a bird does. Just like what a fucking bear does what a bear does. The water will do what the fucking water
I'd
wants
ask
to do.
you.
God
Yeah,
damn.
no what
I'd ask you
no
to take
matter what
water.
no matter what like qualifier you want to put on it, the water is doing what it's done before you and I existed, Yui.
Yeah, just like the rock did what it did before you and I existed, motherfucker. See, you're too stupid to understand simple shit
Out of
like that. You're so
curiosity.
dumb. You're
Out of
fucking dumb. Fuck
curiosity,
you.
what does water do?
Fuck you. Fuck you.
What does water do in zero gravity?
Oh my
Oh,
lord, dude.
Huh?
how about you go find out?
If I
And then
was
tell
gonna,
me after. No, you go
I
there,
was
find
gonna
out, and
take
then
a
no,
Capri
go do it.
Sun.
Go do it. Hey,
If I
listen, you
was,
go do that.
if I
You
brought
go do
my,
that.
if
Where
I
is there
brought
zero
my
gravity?
sponge, yeah, if I brought my SpongeBob lunchbox onto like one of those
You
zero
go do
grav
that. Go do that. Go
airplanes,
do that. Go
and I
do
got my
that. Go do
Capri
that.
Sun out. I got my Capri Sun out.
Where
I
is
was going
there
to
zero
slurp,
gravity?
enjoy my Capri Sun.
This guy doesn't understand.
What do you think would happen to
This
the
guy
Where
doesn't
water,
is zero
like
understand.
gravity?
in the Capri Sun?
Where is it?
Well,
Where can
you
I
can
go where
create the
there's no
effect with
gravity?
zero grav airplanes, right? You ever seen one of
Oh, okay, cool
those
story.
before?
Oh, you're saying there's no
Yeah.
gravity there?
They're here on Earth. On Earth.
I'm
No
asking,
way.
where is there no gravity? Because I'm going to tell a scientist about
Well,
this.
look, you can create the same effect, right? Here on
Space.
Earth.
Space doesn't have gravity.
Look at this guy.
Yeah, but they don't think space is real. We can't jump to that, right? We're
Oh, sorry.
far away from that, aren't we?
Sorry.
Called the vomit comet. You can do a parabola in an airplane, and that'll create zero gravity.
Damn.
So they recorded that one music
Now,
video.
if I
That's
got
how they
my
recorded
Capri Sun in that environment,
Apollo 13.
and I was like pouring my Capri Sun all over the place, like squirt, 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 squirt with my Capri Sun, would water find its level? Think about that one. You know,
Wait,
that's one for the
that's actually a
philosophers.
good point. That's a good point. Like, if we can simulate zero gravity, then we can distinct
do
it
it.
from gravity.
We'll do it. I want to see you do that.
It happened, bro. You know people have done it.
Yeah, let's see it.
Oh my god! All right.
What are you guys talking about? Are you guys talking about that generic?
Fuck is this boss?
What do you reckon, Talon? What's your thoughts on
Oh God, no more Talon, please.
today?
Sorry, Pusili Jerry rudely talked over you, so I didn't hear exactly what your question was.
Ah, fucking Glober. The Jesus guy left. Ah, fucking Glober. Get the fuck out of here.
Hey,
Oh,
thank you
thank God
for
Daz is
unmuting
back.
me.
Daz will save us with your wisdom.
Hey, get the fuck out of
Dire
here.
Missed a
situation.
hell
We
of a
need
show,
Daz to
Dazza.
save.
You miss me, guys. Jeez. Must be getting desperate.
No, I've listened to
Oh, I
Dazza
enjoy
enough, man. Dazza, you sound like a prick. You know that, eh?
Damn, bro. Chill.
Jesus.
Oh, did I say something wrong? Oh, my bad.
No. You're the essence of charm. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, you like my charm, eh? Oh, you funny.
Water seek a level surface or a curved surface?
Or was that a question?
Yeah. And no, I'm not taking any level is curved bullshit today.
Okay.
It doesn't
Level horizontal
necessarily
or curved?
seek a
Conversation's
specific
finished then, right?
surface. It conforms to the forces that are placed upon it.
And that would be a vertical force, right? Perpendicular
Yeah.
to horizontal, correct?
So maybe the better
Yes,
phrasing
but
of the
if
question
you're
might be
on a
what?
sphere, then the perpendicular changes depending on where you're at on the
So it's
sphere.
horizontal curve?
No, it's not a curve, but it's horizontal
Oh,
relative to where you are on the surface of the object,
always perpendicular to vertical, right?
more or less.
So maybe a better
More
way
or
to phrase
less,
the
huh?
question might have been what is the nature of the surface of water? Is it curved or is it flat?
Is water wet?
Yeah, let's just rephrase the question so we can avoid answering it forever.
Oh no, because it's going to go down the horizontal path. You know, Jerry's already done the "is it horizontal" question, which
Yeah,
goes
it
nowhere,
obviously
right?
is. Well, I mean,
Yeah.
axiomatically, it obviously is. Self-evidently, it obviously is.
Yeah.
So,
Cool.
Yeah.
yeah. More of a
Water seeks
rhetorical
the
question,
lowest
really.
point, but it seeks
Can we
that
talk
because
about something
gravity's
different
acting
instead?
on it. Right. So you could say that water, wants to go down.
Because
That's
of
great.
a vertical force, right? Not a tilty vertical force, right? It's perpendicular. Right. So it's not
It's towards
curving anyway.
the core of the Earth, which is the gravitational core.
Well,
God
Is that
damn.
why it's so horizontal?
yeah, verticals don't tilt, do they? That'd be
No,
silly.
they don't tilt, but depending on where you are
Good.
on the
Good to
sphere,
go.
every point is going to be,
We're not
gravity's
talking
going to
about
point
spheres.
straight down. So
Yeah,
even
we're
if
not
you go
talking about spheres.
around the sphere, the water's still seeking to
We're
reach
not
the same
talking
point.
about spheres.
And even then, I mean, the lunar cycle
Keep on
affects
going.
the tides and
Oh,
where the
brother.
masses of
It's
the
on to the
ocean
lunar
are at
cycle.
any given time.
Chardsy, you're putting the cart before the horse, dude.
Oh, I'm
That's
sorry.
funny. That's
What am
No
I
funny
need to
missing
because,
here?
apologize.
hold on, let me tell you really quick. There's a full moon outside, right? When I was walking home, right? Right next to that big fucking lake right next to it, right? Guess what? Ain't no tide. That lake's still the same level as it was yesterday, and it was like fucking last month and the month before. The fuck you talking about, bro?
Well, lakes are small. I'm guessing it's not a huge
now the lake is small, so all of a sudden
it still makes an impact.
It's
I mean, but you can look at this
Lake
with
Ontario, bro. It's Lake Ontario. It's fucking 30 miles across and 175 miles wide. How the fuck you tell me it's small? The fuck
I'm sure. So that's one of the Great Lakes, right? It does have tides.
No, it doesn't. What the
They
fuck
don't
you
have
lying to?
tides.
I live right next to it. No, it doesn't. I walk next to it every fucking day. Fuck out of here. The fuck out of here.
Well, they do okay, I'm reading this. They do technically have tides, but they're not large enough to be observed.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
But
so
I was
when the moon is not there, right? Let's say when the sun is out, it's the same level as that is when the fucking full moon's right above it. I have fucking pictures where the fucking
that doesn't mean the moon's not there. It's just I'm speaking about the
exactly. The moon is there, and you're telling me that there's some gravitational pull, my guy.
Yes,
You're trying to
tell me some bullshit. Relative to
it's
the
right
surface
above
of the
the
Earth.
fucking lake. It's right above the fucking lake. You can see the moon above I'm telling you, my guy. You're telling me when the fucking moon is above a body of water, it pulls the body of water. That's what all you fucking globers are telling.
That's true.
Yeah.
You can observe that.
No, it's not. No, it's not. I'm telling you, no, it's not, because I live next to fucking Lake Ontario, and that shit doesn't fucking happen. Today was the full fucking moon. That shit was not fucking happening. Who the fuck are you trying to lie to?
You're really angry.
Just because you fucking read shit off Google doesn't make it right, dumb fuck.
Wow,
there's people like fucking you. Yeah, it's people like fucking you that ruin this world. Just congratulations. Go on. You're stupid as fuck. We all determined this. You're dumb. You're dumb as fuck. Now you're like, oh, you angry. Now you're trying to pretend to be a fucking victim. Oh, you angry. Now you're fucking liberal. I know 100% you're liberal. You're trying to be one.
I just think it's kind of funny how
so angry. Nobody's fucking angry here. I'm just dramatic and fucking what do you call it? Dramatic and like fucking just fucking dramatic. Fuck you, bro. I don't have to explain myself.
Charismatic
Get
is
that fuck out of here. Who the fuck you think I have to explain myself? Fuck you.
Started telling stories. You're the one who story.
You're chopping up.
You're cutting out there.
Okay, I'm just saying. Can you hear me now? I'm just saying. We were talking about water. You went to story time, so get out of here.
Well, this isn't even like a scientific thing. This is something that's been observed by traders and fishermen throughout the centuries.
The guy that lives right next to the fucking lake.
Where the moon is, it affects the tides, right? Like
the fuck
it can make the tides higher or lower depending on what the lunar cycle is.
I just explained to you one thing. What, you just gonna ignore everything I said to you just now? I live next to Lake fucking Ontario, and that shit doesn't fucking happen. The full moon was out yesterday. That shit doesn't happen. Tomorrow it's not gonna happen.
Well, it does happen. You might not be able to observe it, but it does happen. It's measurable.
Mm-hmm. Oh, so you can measure the curving, right?
You measure the level of the tides.
Oh, okay.
I mean, even you should be able to recognize that's possible.
Yeah, but that's the problem. We're not looking for proof of tides, dummy. We need proof.
Right, the moon affects the tides. It's not that tides do or do not happen.
I'm telling you, it doesn't.
Okay.
Just because you say it doesn't make it true. I told you I live next to Lake Ontario again, and that shit doesn't fucking happen.
Okay, pal.
What do you mean, okay, pal?
Okay.
The moon passes over the night time. The moon passes over Lake Ontario. Not at one fucking point did that fucking water raise up a fucking level.
Okay.
There you go, dumbass.
Yeah. As long as you're not angry about it.
I'm not. Never been.
Yeah, tone policing. It's a bore. That's the third time.
Yeah, that's the third time, bitch.
Yeah, I'm not arguing. Yeah.
Why are you crying?
I am crying deeply.
I know most of you guys do. When you find out you're wrong, it's like you guys always do that.
I'm in tears.
Yep. You're wrong about fucking everything because you parrot everything from fucking school.
Yep.
Yeah, there you go. Fucking parrot.
Yep.
We're off of Google now. Now it's all Google parroting. Goddamn.
Yep.
Say it ain't so.
Hey, as long as you're not angry about it, man. I'm literally not arguing with you.
I'm not angry.
Dude, I mean, we were all fed the same story, so no need to take it personally.
I'm not.
Shardsy.
It sounds kind of personal just from how angry he's getting, but I understand that it's not
the tone
personal.
policing. Just stop, dude.
I understand that it's.
I'm just talking about. Never mind.
There's definitely deeper forces at play here.
It's a girl. He's a little girl. He's still crying about the tone of my voice. I can't fucking believe it, bro. I'm sorry. I have balls. I'm a man, and that's how I talk in real life. I'm sorry, bro.
Yeah,
Get the fuck out of here, man. I'm sorry that you're a soy boy, man. I'm sorry, man. Your life didn't wind out the way you wanted it to be, man. I'm sorry, bro. Well, you have to cry about it, man. Get the fuck out of here.
Definitely.
Well, you
Are
busted
you
my
from
balls.
New York?
Hey, don't bust my balls. No, man. You'll be surprised where I'm from. I like that. Then this guy's like, "Are you from New York?"
Yeah.
I like that. That means my accent's all right, but it ain't that good.
Very
convincing. It ain't that good, bro. You know, do you really want to know where I'm from, bro? Do you
Not
really
really.
want to know? Okay, good. Let's keep that a mystery because it's gonna shock your little liberal fucking
let's keep that a mystery.
Yeah.
Yeah, keep it a
I mean,
mystery,
we could
bro.
move on to another subject.
Okay, like the Earth is flat for sure.
There is no
bro.
other subjects. Is the Earth flat?
No.
Well, there has to be curvature rate. Then, if it's not, where's your curvature rate at?
Curvature rate's 23%.
Curvature rate?
This guy just threw out something random. Oh, I love these little kids, bro. It's funny. But anyways, the guy that said it's a globe, right? You're saying it's a globe, right, Mr. Liberal Tears? So how did you determine it was a globe?
I think that's the most rational explanation given the evidence.
Well, what's the evidence given?
Well, there's a lot of it. I mean, what specifically? I would ask just from my perspective, right? What evidence do you think that the globe is
what
flat?
is this, man? I asked you the fucking question. Hey, what is this shit? Why are you asking me a question when I asked you the fucking question? Hey, yo.
So you say the Earth is flat, right? So
why are you asking another question, bro? Man?
No. It's a rhetorical question.
My question to you was, let me repeat. Why do you think it's a fucking ball, yo?
Well, there's a lot of evidence, I would say. One really big thing I would say, right? If the Earth is flat, then whenever the sun is up, it would be daytime everywhere on Earth at the same time.
No, you're wrong. Completely wrong.
Okay, so why is that wrong?
Okay, so have you ever actually looked at the sun?
Yes.
Okay, so are the light rays that you see coming from the sun, are they diverging or converging, or are they parallel?
I mean, they radiate outwards.
What do you mean outwards?
Outwards from the sun.
So they're diverging, right?
Okay.
Right. So do you understand that it means that sun is close and local? It's not fucking 93 million miles away. You know that, right?
Well, the distance wouldn't matter at that point.
Yes, it does, because they're saying it's 93 million miles away and the light rays are coming in parallel. But when you look at the sun, especially behind some clouds, they're not coming in parallel. They're coming in fucking diverging, right?
So that's diffraction.
Diffraction.
And what's the
Okay, so
angle
you're
of-
telling me, you're telling me that the sunlight is hitting the atmosphere, right? So there's a layer of something that it's hitting, and it's all of a sudden fucking going in a perfect fucking, how do you say, a halo. You know how when you look at it, it looks like a halo if you squint.
That's the atmospheric effect.
Perfect. Yeah,
but you could see it even from space.
If the light was bending in, if the light was bending in any which way or form, right? Your halo would not be perfect.
Okay.
Okay.
So you think the sun is very close to the Earth, not super far away?
Okay, that's one thing we can determine. It's not 93 million fucking miles away because we understand what light attenuation is. Oh shit! Do you know what light attenuation is?
No, please explain it to me.
Okay, so if you have a light source, right, and you're standing close to it, it's bright, right? Why does it start moving away from it? What's starting to happen to it? It's starting to
it
dim,
falls off.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's light attenuation. So if the sun now is close and local, right, over a flat plane, and it's doing a circuit over this flat plane, right? All it has to do is move far enough to where the light doesn't reach the observer, right? So the plane that we're on is extremely large, and the sun is just circuiting above us, right?
But see,
So
even if that was true,
as soon as it moves away, it starts not only dimming. There's actually videos of it like disappearing into the atmosphere because it
but
gets so
even
small.
if
It gets so
this was
small due to
true,
angular resolution. Why?
right?
Right.
Half the Earth wouldn't be lit up at any given time. It would be
Well, it's
less
not
than
even
half.
half. It's not even half. You should go check it out, bro. It's a crazy thing. I live in Canada. Sometimes it's 16-hour days, bro. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. We get like 16-hour daytime sometimes in the summer, bro. The fucking north gets it fucking 24-hour days, man, sometimes. That's because of the circuit of the sun. It gets closer to the middle of the fucking plane. So there's a plane, right? And it's doing a circuit around this plane. So during the summer, right? The circuit is very tight around the center, right? Around
Right.
Polaris, there's a star. It's Polaris, right? So that's why the north, right? When you go all the way to the north during the summer, there's like 24-hour daytimes. You can see that shit. Pretty crazy. And that's why the circuit in Canada, it's tighter. That's why we get daytime that's like fucking from 5 in the morning until 10 p.m. even. I had records of that. So like you could start seeing day so yeah, you get daytime in the summer, that's crazy, but now it's in the winter, right? So our nighttime is from 5 p.m. to fucking thing because the sun is so far away in the circuit, so it only hits us a little bit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, I'm the opposite. I've
Right.
got very
But
long days now.
that still doesn't explain half. Our current understanding is, right, half of the Earth at any given time, geographically, is lit up by the sun. But if the sun functions the way that you're
Okay,
describing it to
answer
function,
this question. When you just said half, right? Answer the question. So if the Earth is fucking spinning, right? Half of it is always lit at any given time. So that means everybody should have a 12-hour day and 12-hour night by that logic.
no, because the
No.
Earth tilts on its axis and the solar
Sure.
azimuth changes throughout the year as well.
But the light rays are all coming in parallel, bro.
No, they're not.
What do you mean? That's what they say.
No, they radiate outwards from the sun, so they're not parallel to each other.
But after 93 million miles away, that's what they say. They're fucking parallel.
They're pretty close.
I mean,
By the time they
functionally,
get to the
because of
Earth.
how small the Earth is, you might make that deduction, but that's not the actual case.
You guys
they
don't
might
even
be very
understand
close
your
to
own model.
parallel, but they
That's the
still
crazy
radiate
part.
outwards.
You guys don't even understand. See, that thing's the bullshit they feed you, bro. You guys gotta understand. Just fucking take a flashlight and just sliding the fucking thing on the ball. That's it. That's all you gotta need to do, and then you understand.
Okay.
Yeah, but you rotate the ball.
Okay, and there's
on an
another thing.
axis that's
So
at an
the
angle,
distance of the sun or the moon is also fucking. You understand that it's close and local because like reflections of the water. So like if you go out on a lake and you look at the reflections of the fucking things above you, right? That means they're close and local. If they were further away, the way it would be on the water reflection would be completely different.
Okay.
Close and local. There's no fucking way that's just 93 million miles away, bro. The fuck out of here.
You gotta stop doing that, man. It's not a
What do
great
you mean,
impression.
man? What do you mean? Impression of what, man? That's me, bro. Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo. I'm an
But I already
Italian. Hey
asked
yo,
you where
hey
you were
yo.
from. You said you weren't from New York.
Right. So yo, but you gotta understand what I'm saying, bro. Hey yo, get the fuck out of here.
Okay.
It's not just New Yorkers. It's like Italian New Yorker mobster. That's one, and it's like I work at a pizza place as a pizza guy, right? So hey yo, I'm like that. I'm Italian by trade, you know. That's what I do. Hey yo, I
I
spit the
used to
pie.
work in
Hey
a
yo.
pizza restaurant. I never picked that up.
No, I'm a chef, bro. I'm not just a fucking
chef.
Yeah, I'm like crazy with it. Get
That's
the fuck out of here. And that's where I got the Italian in me, but I'm actually Russian, 100% pure fucking Russian, bro. Yeah,
got
get the
quite a
fuck out of
background.
here. No, that's not even that's not even a percentage of what I can tell you, bro. But it's okay. Let's keep it humble. Get the fuck out of here. Right, Bella? Look at this dog. Look at this fucking dog, yeah? Oh. Oh, look at this dog. Yes, she's a nice dog. Yes, she is. Is it too much people? No, I can't share my. Oh, but if you guys go on my stream right now, because I'm live streaming, you guys can check out my dog. I'm holding her up to the camera. Oh, get the fuck out of here! Look at this dog. Hey yo. Hey. She's such a good dog. Yes, she is.
So, are you familiar with the solar azimuth?
Explain that to me.
It's the location in the sky that the sun is at throughout the year. Right? So during summer,
the angle off the horizon.
Right. So during the summer the sun is higher in the sky. During the winter the sun is lower in the sky.
Hey yo, how does that make sense? Hey yo.
Well, that's just how it is. That's observable. I mean, people have known this for thousands of years.
I know, and they knew it was flat. That's why in their fucking cosmology, the sun is close and local above the plane, bro. Even in the drawings, bro. Just go check them out. Hey, yo. Get the fuck out of here.
Well, what I'm saying is that if the Earth was flat, then
Yes.
the solar azimuth wouldn't be the same at the same
How do you
latitude.
know? How the fuck
in
would you
northern
know?
and southern
Listen,
hemispheres?
How are you putting this shit together?
That's just basic reasoning, right?
How's that basic reasoning? How are you putting this shit together?
Okay. Well, so let's do a hypothetical, right? The Earth is
No,
flat.
hypothetical. How the fuck? No,
Yeah.
answer me
You
this
can do that,
question.
right?
No,
You
hold on,
can-
shut up. Hold on. Now
No.
answer this question. How the shit in the sky determine anything about the fucking ground?
Well, I'm trying to explain that to you.
No. Okay. But answer this question really correctly, though. But you can't just fucking explain some shit to me.
Okay.
How this shit? Let's say I'm in a fucking a gymnasium, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I take a projector, right? And I start projecting fucking these light fucking things in the sky, right? And on this thing. And I start spinning the projector with some shit, just any which direction, right?
Mm-hmm.
How the fuck does it determine how the fucking gymnasium floor is?
Well, you're
Explain it to
describing
me.
a square room, right?
Well, how the fuck do you know what we're inside of?
So are you gonna let me finish with my?
What? I'm asking you the question. No, I don't want you to. I want you to answer my question, bro. Answer it really fucking quickly. How do you fucking correlate these two things together? The shit up in the top with the shit up on the bottom, right?
Well, I'm trying to explain that to you. Obviously, you don't want to hear it.
No, no. Explain to me. No, I'm trying to hear this because you haven't explained shit yet. I'm really trying to because
you
you're
keep
not
interrupting me with these.
No. You're not understanding the question again. The question is what the fuck does the upstairs have to do with the downstairs? Go.
Well, depending on what you see of the upstairs, right? Assuming that the upstairs is constant.
Why are you assuming something?
Okay, so is the upstairs not constant? Does the sky change every night? No matter where you are on Earth, is the sky different?
Night, yo,
is it a different sky?
It is a pretty fucking different sky. Yes, sir. It always keeps moving.
Yes, it does.
So how can I be a different fucking sky, bro? Like the thing is, okay, so here's the thing you fucking morons don't understand, right? Because you guys are such dunning fucking Krugers about this thing, right? So the sky is like a projector, right? Like I'm not gonna give it any fucking dimension. It's being projected somehow, some which way, right? On top of us like a fucking ceiling, and it's spinning right around Polaris, right? All the fucking all the constellations, listen to me, the zodiacs never changed for thousands of fucking years. They've always stayed the fucking same, right? And they rotate around us every fucking God knows how long. I'm not even gonna fucking get into that shit. Right? But here's the problem with you guys. Now you get into fucking planets that are retrograding. Right? So the way they move across the fucking sky it is impossible, right, for that to be on that fucking solar system that they're presenting. Fucking possible, especially with retrogrades.
I think you're drunk, man. You sound drunk.
No, because it's the fact that you're not understanding. See, the problem is I'm giving you very pertinent information, right? That is where the cosmologies, right, differ in big fucking ways, right? Right? So you got the flat earth cosmology and you got the fucking globe earth cosmology, right? Where the earth in the globe earth cosmology is spinning around the fucking sun, right? Rotating on its own fucking axis, right? Wobbling, right? And you're telling me the sky, right, is gonna be the same. You just said that. It has to be the same.
The sky is the same.
How are you gonna fucking do? Okay, now take two balls, right?
Well,
and
you just said
it
hasn't changed in thousands of years. You just said
it hasn't. It hasn't, which is also gonna reinforce my point on another thing. Don't worry, I'll get there because it's gonna. That's why flat Earth is so sick. Now listen to me. So now you have two balls, right? Right? Your fucking globe, fucking is one is Earth and one is the sun. The Earth has to go around the sun, right? Right. So now, how can you see stars behind the sun? You can't, right?
Well, you can with a sufficiently powerful optic magnifying lens.
No, you can't. You'll never be able to see.
I mean, it's not that hard. You could do it right now.
When in the fuck did anybody fucking stargaze in the daytime? Tell me that, please.
You could do it, dude. They couldn't do it before telescopes were invented, but you could do it today. I mean, it's not that hard.
You're gonna be able to
you can do it during the day. You just need a super powerful telescope.
Show me this telescope that can stargaze in the daytime.
Okay, give me a second. I'll find you one.
That'd be some fucking news to me.
I'm sure a lot of things would be news to you.
No. Trust me.
Okay.
And it can't be one of those fucking. It cannot be one of those things like a fucking stellarium where everything's already predetermined, right? And all you gotta do is put the fucking camera up towards that thing, and it's gonna show you, oh, it's that, and that, like on new fucking phones. But it cannot be some stupid shit like that. It has to be an actual fucking analog, right? It has to be a fucking optical analog telescope that does not go through fucking any form of computer processing, right? Now you're gonna have to be able to show me how you're gonna be able to pierce through all that sunlight and see a fucking stars behind the sun.
The Celestions Schmidt Cassegrain Advanced VX Series 9.25 inch go-to telescope with solar filter. Wow, you could see things during the day.
You haven't not behind the sun, I said.
You can't see something behind the sun.
Right. So why are you trying to show me that you can?
I didn't say you can. I said you can see things during the day. You can't see things behind the sun.
The sun, right? Exactly.
Wait,
what was my original? What was my original question? What was my original question?
You said, "Can you see stars during the day?" I said, "Yes, you can."
No, rewind. Because when I said Earth going around, when I was giving you the whole ball example with one ball being the sun and one being ball the Earth, right? my question followed up, how can you see something behind the sun? Never said, I added, how can you see something during the day after? But my original question was, how can you see something behind the fucking sun?
Okay. Well, you've obviously realized you can't see something behind the sun.
I already know that, but I'm asking you, how can you do that?
You can't.
And you try to explain it to me.
I said you could see things during the day that normally you could only see at night.
What things? What things? Now,
Like
be very
stars.
fucking
You can see
specific.
stars during the day.
What kind of stars? Are you going to tell me the whole fucking spectrum of stars you can see during the day?
Yes.
With this telescope.
And I've given you a telescope. This server doesn't have a voice chat text.
Yes, it does. It does have a fucking voice chat. Open the text box, put it in the side chat.
Info and rules. Is it all the way at the top
No.
here?
No, it's the chat that you're in. It's the chat that you're in. You better show me this fucking telescope.
Oh, I see. Okay. Here.
I bet it has a fucking computer monitor next to it. Let's see this.
It's an optical telescope. I mean, there's lots of them.
Amazing. So how are you going to tell me you can see anything during the day?
Because you could...
I know what a solar filter... Hey, listen, asshole. A solar filter doesn't make you see more stars in the fucking... No, are you fucking crazy?
Yeah, it filters out the light from the sun so you can see stars that normally you wouldn't be able to see during the day. This isn't controversial. I don't know why you're so upset about this.
No, you're saying all the stars. When I don't know, buddy. If you could see like maybe one fucking very bright star that is next to the sun, like during the day at one time, that's at the most that I can fucking possibly believe. Especially what you just posted, these fucking telescopes. Sorry to say.
I am sorry as well.
But do you know what a solar filter is, right?
Mm-hmm.
What is it?
It's the sun that filters, or it's a filter for a telescope that filters out the radiation off.
Let's rewind back even more. Now, my original question again is: how do you go looking up in the sky determine anything about the ground?
Oh, are you actually willing to let me talk about this now?
I've been trying to fucking listen.
Okay.
You've been obfuscating left, right, and center.
So as I originally brought up, right, the solar azimuth, right? Are you familiar with the solar azimuth?
The angle of the sun based on the day?
The angle of the sun based on the day, exactly. In certain seasons, the angle is higher, and in certain seasons, the angle is lower.
I know this, Sherlock. And Polaris angle never changes. Interesting. Why does that happen? So when your one thing is moving, right? This is what I was trying to explain to you the whole fucking time. And this is exactly why why in the fuck are you looking up in the sky to determine the fucking ground again? Right? So what you're trying to fucking tell me is completely fucking irrelevant to the question, but I'm gonna explain to you where you're gonna go fuck up. Polaris never fucking moves while the sun is doing these drastic angle changes throughout the fucking year.
Polaris does move on about 4 degrees. It's not constant. It's pretty close to constant, but it does move.
Fucking move. Listen, it's always in the north. While fucking the sun, right? It rises sometimes completely straight in the east. Because in Canada, I'm pretty up north, right? In the summer, it actually goes northeast. It rises in the northeast, right? So the angle changes. Because I did I did this in one whole year. I went out in the balcony at noontime, made sure what angle the fucking thing was on the sun. I did that shit for a fucking year, and the angle changes are drastic compared to Polaris. Polaris doesn't fucking move.
Right, because Polaris is lined up with Earth's axis, and Earth's axis does change about 4%. You know, it's not a lot, but you can notice Polaris moving slightly, but because it's lined up generally with Earth's axis,
and then everything else moves with Polaris too, and then all of a sudden everything else moves with Polaris, right? That's crazy.
No,
the whole sky is locked onto Polaris, right? So as the Earth is wobbling, right? Polaris is fucking locked onto the Earth's axis, and then the whole fucking sky is locked onto Polaris, while Polaris is locked on the Earth axis. Amazing.
It really is, isn't it?
Hey, wouldn't the like
what coincidences?
Wouldn't the mechanics of something wobbling after like 7 months of it wobbling, wouldn't it have a different angle as to 7 months before? But isn't it strange that 7 months later it still is in its relative same position, even though it's wobbling? You guys believe it's wobbling and all this dumb shit. Like, how does that not raise a red flag in your brain to realize?
Well, it's wobbly, but it's stable. It's oscillating. It's not just going out of control. It's in a cyclical pattern.
What do you think an oscillation is? This guy, it's not wobbling. It's oscillating. Like you try to jump onto my words. What's wrong with you?
Trying to justify it. I'm just saying though, like, how does that not raise a red flag in your own brain logically?
Hold on. Now let me again back to this kid, because buddy, like I have to keep you on the same question because you clearly seem to not understand this question. Is how does looking up in the sky determine what you're standing on?
Okay, are you willing to let me actually answer this without you cutting me off with
you tried to answer it a million times
or something about something else?
But you're not.
Okay, stop talking. Let me speak, and I'll explain this to you. Okay.
You're not how does it correlate? It's like
I'll answer.
like saying.
Okay.
Let me give you an example before you try and answer this question.
Okay, so I'm not answering. You're talking. Okay.
Hold on.
Yeah.
It's just to make sure that you go on the right path here with answering your question, right?
Okay.
So my question is, right, how does looking up above determine what you're standing on, right? And it's the same as asking, hold on, it's the same as me asking you, how does fucking like measuring my tree determine that I have a cat in my house?
I don't know what you're on, man. Are you gonna let me speak?
I'm just saying. You know what comparing apples and oranges is right now, my man.
Do you want to let me talk? Do you actually want me to answer this, or do you just want to keep talking?
Answer the question, because every time you started comparing apples and oranges again, I'm trying to bring you back. You know, but go ahead. Go say something about the sky again. Go ahead.
The solar azimuth you're familiar with, right? You've said that you're familiar with it. In a flat Earth, the solar azimuth would be the exact same everywhere on Earth throughout the year.
How do you do that? How do you know that?
Because the Earth is flat, right?
If the sun is moving, the sun has its own circuit. So it's doing what it's doing. What the fuck? What the fuck is wrong with you? You guys have the sun is not moving in your model? Here's the problem here. That's what the fuck does the top have to do with the bottom?
Yeah, because if you think about it, like if you were to really like logically think about this, if you were to take if you were to build this fucking huge ass warehouse with lights that are circling around the above of the flat floor below you, like what can you grasp that these things are just moving above a flat surface? So like the water obviously is flat. Like imagine a big ass Olympic swimming pool, and then you put floaties in the middle of it, but you put lights above that swimming pool that go around and around and around in a circle above it overhead. Everything about this logic has to make you at least think that just because those things are spinning around you doesn't mean that you are a ball. It just means that you're observing something going around you. Do you get that?
I do. I understand the flat Earth theory.
Okay.
No, you don't.
Okay.
There's no theory. You would never say that.
I understand it. I'm not trying to reconstruct the
reality.
theory.
No, I get you.
I understand it. Yeah, I'm trying to point out that if that were the case, then there would be certain things that we could observe that would substantiate that. Every time I've tried to do that, our friend here has cut me off and asked me questions and done all these things. Obviously, he's not super interested in hearing what I have to say. He's more interested in telling me what he thinks.
No, I'm not going to let you go ramble. Listen, hold on, kid. You're not going to go on a rambling spiel because you made a fucking fallacy from the beginning. You made a fucking problem. You made an error in the beginning of what you started, right? I'm not just going to let you build up a whole fucking fabricated story. I cut you off to correct you, my guy, and every time I corrected you properly because
you corrected me by asking me a question that you won't let me answer because you cut me off again.
No.
Yes, it's happened several times now.
Every time you try going up into the sky, right? I tell you why you're wrong.
right? And then you ask me a question, and then when I try and answer the question, you ask me more things, or you cut me off. You go on a ramble.
It's been the same fucking question. It's been the same question. I'll ask you again.
Okay.
What does looking up in the sky have to do with what fucking does it have anything to do with the ground?
Looking up in the sky tells us things about where we are on Earth. If you look at the sky and you make observations from Earth at different places, you can draw inferences about the things in the sky.
Like navigation, right?
Yes, that's a great example.
Okay, so let me tell you this thing called the Astrolabe, right? So now pull that shit up, right? So the Astrolabe was used over a flat plane. They didn't even fucking they knew it was all flat back then, right? So this whole fucking globe theory, right? So they navigated and all that shit. Astrolabe and the compass, it all works over a plane, brethren. You're welcome.
Okay, so you've answered my question, or your own question then. You can look up at the sky and make inferences of what's down here on the ground.
No, it's the way they did the calculations. It was a
Sounds
plane,
like astrology
bro.
to me.
Yeah, astrology is pretty lit, dude. Are you what's your sign?
Over a plane. It's over a plane. It's over a plane.
You're using astrology
So I
to
wish,
figure out what you're
I
standing
wish
on.
to, I wish
Yo,
to
Brad, shut the fuck up.
interject. I wish to interject here for a real quick moment. So you claim that the sun is a light that is moving in a circular motion above a flat plane, which is the Earth. So I've taken a flashlight and I've done multiple rotations. I've done different things. Ow, that's my foot. On this flat plane, and none of the methods I have used mimic our day and night cycles.
Amazing.
Because now
you can see the whole fucking. You personally went outside up there, right, and you literally saw the line that breaks the night and the day, right? You're the one who were up there, right? You saw that line, right, Mr. Bread?
What do you mean?
What do you mean? What I mean?
That's my.
He's saying that you can't prove the day and night cycles actually exist because you haven't personally observed them.
No, wrong.
What?
That's what he's saying. Is that they're not reliable.
How you gonna tell me? How you gonna tell me what I'm saying, bro? When I'm telling you, you're fucking wrong. How you gonna try and put words in my fucking mouth, kid?
Dude, that's all you've been doing for the past half hour.
I never put fucking words in your goddamn mouth. Why the fuck you putting words in my goddamn mouth?
You have put words in his mouth. But anyways, all I'm trying to say is go outside, watch the day-night cycle, watch the sunset.
How are you watching it? Are you watching the sunset, right?
I'm standing outside and watching it.
And what does that determine?
Hey, best of luck, Brad. I'm going to bed.
Okay, good night. Stop biting me. That's mean. Not nice.
Yeah, keep talking to your cat.
The perception from the ground is that the sun rises from the east and it sets in the west.
Amazing.
Now,
how many times I hear that?
Depending on the distance, we can get some shade, but at certain angles, the entire surface is illuminated. So obviously the sun can't be going over in an arc because, well, if it is going over in an arc, it would be noon or it would be the same time of day.
Bro, you don't know what the sizes are. You don't know. You're determining. You're assuming a whole bunch of shit. Especially if you're trying to assume flat Earth things, you're completely wrong.
Well, I'm trying to use models to try and figure out how this could work.
Wrong. Completely wrong.
But there's no.
No, completely wrong. Well, because then you're stupid. You can't say there is no because you have not figured out because you're some fucking super genius. Oh my god, are you some super genius here?
If you
you're gonna tell me you're some hold on. Are you some super genius? Now tell me, are you super genius here?
If you let me speak, the point The point I'm trying to make
Just use
is
less words.
no orientation of the flashlight to the circular table, the flat plane.
Well, amazing. How do you know how do you your size of your table? How big is the fucking table?
I have actually multiple tables, so we can
okay, so
we can try with multiple different sizes. Now, I don't think there will be much difference in the size. Now, the question is, how big a flashlight do you think the sun is?
How about fucking? It doesn't fucking matter because you're gonna be assuming both things at this point, and then you can assume one and then reverse engineer to the other. You know what I mean? It ain't fucking hard. How the fuck are you assuming? First of all, how the fuck are you assuming the size of the Earth already?
I'm not okay.
Well, yeah, your tables are not the size of the fucking Earth here.
No shit, Sherlock.
Well, why are you assuming that's the Earth?
We're using models here.
And is that proportional? Hold on. Is your sun to scale? Yeah, that's the thing. Is your sun proportional and to scale?
No, because
okay. So there you go. So then, how do you know you're accurate in your little fucking experiment? How do you know you're accurate in your little experiment, buddy? You don't know who the fuck you're talking to, my guy. How do you think I'm already like 10 steps ahead of you, and you just can't? You're too fucking slow to understand that.
No, you are a child, and you keep interrupting.
No, I'm not a child. I'm telling you to fucking hurry the fuck up and get to the point. Get to the point.
Well, do you have a model for how the sun works in the flat Earth model?
Nope.
Then I am doing my best.
Guys, I don't assume what you're assuming.
Hey, guys, check it out, guys. I have an ironworker, a retired ironworker, over 35 years right here, and I asked him, "Hey, how many times have you built a bridge that's going to represent because you have to account for the curvature of the Earth?" He said, "Never. Everything that we build is flat, horizontal, perpendicular, 9 degrees." And he said the only time you have a curve on a bridge is for the camber, for the strength of a bridge, because of the distance of it. And you have to build it that way. So that way the bridge doesn't it doesn't collapse in on itself. So if any glober wants to try to contest that we have to build because of a curve of the Earth, I have a retired ironworker right here over 35 years. He's going to tell you that's not the way you build shit. And if someone wants to step up to that, well, then please step up. He's right here. He wants to hear it because he's going to tell you you're wrong. You don't know nothing about building, and you don't know nothing about how we build things. But some YouTuber probably told you that we're building up according to the curvature of the Earth. Come on, guys. It's time to wake up. Get out of your fucking la la land, bro. Narnia shit. I'm just saying.
One that's not even the conversation we were having. Two,
whole nother topic. I know. I get it. But
it's
you can't have a ball.
architecture.
But you can't have a ball curved Earth if you're not accounting for the curvature of the Earth when you're building. Do you understand that logic? Like if you were building something that is miles long and never accounted for curvature of the Earth because you don't have to worry about that because you're building everything, like you said, Euclidean, right? Horizontal, straight, flat, blah, blah, blah. Then why do you still insist that we build according to the curvature of Earth? If of a builder here with me, because we're both in the union, that's not the way we build shit. We build shit accordingly all the time. Has nothing to do with
how long was your bridge?
2.5
how big
miles.
Was your bridge?
2.5 miles, the longest one. 2.5 miles. Guess what? In your paradigm, hold on, wait, hold on. In your paradigm, that is more than enough to have to be. You would have to be accounting for curvature. You would have to. Because anything beyond a mile would be 8 inches mile squared, right? So anything beyond 1 mile, you would have a dip, a drop. But the fact that we're still building horizontally flat, perpendicular to the horizon, a straight,
level,
line.
You're building level.
What?
Boom.
You're building to level.
Oh, so you believe level is curved, and that's what you're fucked up. That's what you don't. No, that's what you get lost. in the sauce. You don't understand that level means horizontally flat. No, look at the definition of level is no change of elevation. But for some reason
Yes, that's
later,
correct.
but for some reason later on, they try to say level to the curvature of the earth. Bullshit, because you cannot make a straight line perpendicular to the horizon, 90-degree angle, 90-degree angle, one side to the other. You cannot get a curved line out of that. Because if it's horizontally flat, then you would have to build something that is curving. But if you're not building something that's curving, because every time you kiss the iron, you butt it up and weld it, and you're making sure it's flat. It's like you're taking a 90-degree and a 90-degree and a 90-degree for 2.5 miles long. It's 90 degrees straight across. How many 90-degree angles do you need to make a curve? Well, guess what? You're not going to get there. It's like putting toothpicks on top of a level. Toothpicks are going to be straight. You're never curving toothpicks, bro. You don't get that. You don't grasp that. That's fine. You're just indoctrinated.
Can I?
Go ahead.
Yeah,
go ahead. Go ahead. Let me know what you think.
Are you aware of how a level works?
No. What does that mean? I don't fucking build buildings and bridges. Please tell me, what does level mean?
Okay. The little bubble, the air is in there. And the reason why it floats to the top, because gravity is pushing the water down.
Great. Okay. Now, when you go a mile down the road and you're still getting a flat bubble representing a horizontal, if you were curving, then your bubble would then start to change because the topography that you're building on is now curving down. You don't get that. And that's what's fucking crazy about it. It's like, dude, wake up. Use critical thinking here, bro. Use your brain. If you're not curving down, like if you're building on a basketball,
are you joking?
Obviously, are you joking? Because you don't understand that a flat line, a straight horizontal line, doesn't curve. Do you understand that? Do you grasp that?
No, you're fucking with me, right? Because you do understand that the reason. Okay. Gravity is pulling shit to the center of the earth.
Oh, here we go with the bullshit. Go ahead, though. I'll let you.
So the bubble would not move even if you're going over the curvature of the earth because the force is equal all around.
So that lets me know. That lets me know you don't understand what perpendicular means. Do you understand what perpendicular means? 90 degree on one side, 90 degree on the other. The 90 degrees are creating a straight line. So when we build shit, in other words, if it was curved and we did a straight line for 2.5 miles out, do you understand that at the end result, we would be pointing up towards the sky? Do you fucking grasp that, you fucking numbskull? Do you get it? If you were building a straight line on a ball, you would no longer be contorted. You would never. What's the word I'm looking for? You wouldn't be positioned to where it's curving around a ball because that's not a straight line. It's a curved line. Why don't you guys get this? It's fucking simple. Those who know the truth understand what I'm saying. Those who are indoctrinated on the bullshit, they can't grasp it because you're stuck on a ball. Get a basketball and get a level. Okay? Now, if you built something on a level straight across, guess what? That the end of the level on a basketball is gonna be fucking way high into the sky on the ball. Way higher. It's not going to be representing the 20 feet off of the surface of the ball because you're building a straight line. Do you grasp that, bro? Like, wake up. This is dead, bro. The argument is dead already. But I'm still here.
Are you fucking with me?
You don't get it. Oh,
Are you trolling? Or is this an actual? Are you actually?
You're trolling. Because you can't grasp that a straight line is a straight line. And on a ball, that straight line is no longer going to be like, okay, for instance, let's say we make a straight line on the top of a basketball, okay? Let's say it's 1 foot above the basketball. If we build a straight line and if we went out 30 miles of a straight line, that means the ball is going to be dipping away from you in your paradigm. And now the end of it is not going to be 20 feet above. It's going to be fucking a mile above the ground. Do you understand? Can you grasp that, bro? Really?
So.
Oh, hold on. He's right here. Let me let him tell you how we are not fucking building according to the curve. You want that or no? I don't know. I don't know where you're at. Man. If you can't get it, you just can't get
it. Sure. You could talk to me if he wants to, but like, my phone is
but you're still
charging,
gonna
so I
stay
can't really.
indoctrinated. I get it.
No, it's okay. You are fully aware that you can see the curving of the like Golden State. Like you can see the bridges curve. Like
You know what's
like,
crazy?
Okay, if you
know what's crazy is what you don't get is that when you take a photo of the bridge, you know what's straight and horizontal? The water. The only reason why the bridge of the San Francisco Bridge goes up and down is because that's the way they built it, because they're going from one side of the land, they're going up because they have to, because they got to let boats go under it, and then it goes down on the other side. But if you were to take a side shot of the San Francisco Bridge, the water is completely flat, bro. Completely horizontal. It's not curving with the fucking bridge. The only thing that's curving is the bridge, but that's because it went up and it went down like a fucking rainbow, bro. Like not even that drastic, because obviously the fucking bridge doesn't go that high. But why can't you grasp that, bro? Why can't you understand that the water's straight, but the bridge is curved? If it was a curved fucking world, then the water would be curving, bro. But you don't see that on a side view. Like if you go far enough away from the San Francisco Bridge and take a photo, the water is fucking completely horizontal, bro.
Apocryphon.
Go ahead.
Look, I want you to tell me how you've come to the conclusion that large bodies of water are horizontal.
Because they are.
Okay, you can the water. Okay,
not easy, bro.
Before I say what I'm about to say, when I mean the water is flat, I mean there's no waves in it. There are solid images of water on the ground level, at water level, where you can see that because of the curvature, the water is hiding things that you should be able to see if it was flat.
No. Now you're going into a whole nother fucking discussion, because the reason why water blocks something out is an optical phenomenon called refraction, and now you have the water looking like it's higher than it actually is, and it does raise up, no different than if you're in Vegas on the road and cars look like they're going behind the curvature of the road. But if you actually look at it, the road is actually fucking flat, bro. But it's an optical phenomenon that happens to where the cars are going to disappear from the bottom up, and it looks like they're going over a curve. But that's just because that's the way optics works. You guys can't grasp that.
Yes, it's an illusion. Okay, yes, sure, it's an illusion. Yeah, the one thing that would happen if the Earth was actually curved, that's an illusion. Boom, you proved it, my dude. 100%. Fucking wow, man. You blew it out of the fucking water, man. Whoa. Just fucking awesome, bro. Blew my mind.
But here's the kicker, though. Here's the caveat. That road's not fucking curved, brother. That road is straight fucking across.
Apocryphon.
And,
so when you
and you're telling this because of level, right?
Apocryphon.
No, it's actually not level, because there is a change of elevation, but it might go from let's say 432 feet above medium sea level, and it might raise up to 434 feet above sea level. So there is an actual little rise, because the topography of the land, you actually are building up into the fucking land. But your guys' fucking mentality, you don't get that. It's not because it's a ball, it's because the elevation of the terrain is actually going up. So how do you explain that, by the way? What's your fucking rebuttal to the fact that sometimes you're building on a fucking road that's going up into, let's say, a higher elevation, of the terrain, like going towards a mountain? So how do you fucking account for curvature of the Earth right there? You can't. You don't. It's just it has nothing to do with the curvature right there. It's just the topography of the fucking ground of the land. But that's why we take you to the ocean, because we know that any body of water is going to have this fucking planar fucking position of it itself, because it's found its level in the containment of the Earth below it, from continent to continent, from Europe to America.
The water isn't even flat. The water bubbles because of the gravitational pull of the moon. That's how we get
Oh my
low and
God!
high
Hey,
tide.
you know what blows you out? Blows you out right there. I'm glad you said that. You know what rebuts your fucking shit? Right? You just said is the fact that if you
Non-tidal
want to believe,
lakes.
if you want to believe that the moon is pulling on the ocean, but yet we have data that shows, and this is observed and it's recorded, they're called tidal nodes, to where there's no pulling on the water, there's no change of elevation. So that negates your fucking idea that the water's being pulled by the moon. Same old bullshit, gravity, fucking blah blah blah. It's a falsehood, but you
Yeah,
believe
well,
it because
look
you
at
believe
where
the
they
Earth's pulling.
are. Look at where they are, and according to where the moon is, or where the moon rotates. Now,
Dude, the moon goes directly over positions, and the water is not, in your paradigm, pulled up, because we have data, scientific evidence that there's no change of elevation. That's why they call them tidal nodes, meaning there's no change of elevation of the water at that position. Thus, we now know that water's not pulling up to the moon's fucking quote unquote gravity force field, whatever the fuck you want to say it is. That's bullshit. That's an old story at this point, bro. We've debunked that. Because of tidal nodes, you've debunked yourselves with your own fucking scientific data, by the way. You may not be on the
high
same.
and low.
Maybe you didn't get the memo.
High and low tides are caused by the moon. The moon's gravitational pull generates something called the tidal force. The tidal
that's the
force
story. That's
causes
what you believe.
Earth and its water to bulge.
You keep saying that, but you literally say that even though you've been debunked. Because if you want to say that the moon's pulling on the ocean,
well, I'm trying to read something, and your yapping does not help it, my friend.
Go ahead, read it. Go ahead, read it. Read your bullshit. Go ahead.
Okay, well, an amphidromic point, also called a.
I hope you learned something tonight, brother. By the way, I hope you learned something tonight. I hope you learned that you just got debunked by your own fucking data. You literally got debunked by your own data. I'm telling you right now. The moon's not pulling on the oceans, bro. That's bullshit. Now the better question is, what is raising the water? Why does the water go up and go down? It's not the fucking moon. It's not this bullshit fucking gravity that you believe in. Obviously, there is something else going on. Now, can I share with you my belief? What I think's going on? You fair with that? You okay with that?
I'm reading right now.
Okay.
All right, dude.
Fair.
Please just fuck off. If you came here to read on Mike, I mean, it's not going to work, dude.
Get him, Jared. Get him, Jared.
Sorry, man. It's obnoxious.
Fucking hey, bro. I'm gonna grab another beer. God damn. These guys, I swear, they're gonna drive. They're gonna run me to my grave, bro, with their bullshit. I swear to God. They can't grasp it. They don't want to grasp it. They don't want to understand logic, bro. Critical thinking. Just fucking use your own brain for once. Get the fuck out of your indoctrination, as we once were, by the way. As a reminder, we all were indoctrinated. The only difference is we fucking figured it out. We stepped out of it. We were like free by the chains that confined us to the indoctrination, the falsehoods. We broke free of that. Now we're trying to tell you, with critical thinking and logic and reason and understanding and observations, bro, it's not what they fucking told us. They lied to us. That's all we're doing. We're trying to just fucking spit game to you. Hopefully you get it. If you don't get it, you don't get it. It is what it is. But goddamn, you eventually you're gonna have to fucking wake up. If not, hey, stay it. It's your journey. Go ahead. You stay there. I don't care. But I'm just letting you know. Like we know. We broke free from the lies. It's like telling a chick, hey, your man's cheating on you. She's like, no, he ain't. He loves me. Yo, no, I just saw him fucking another chick. but you want to stay like this fucking Stockholm syndrome of an abuser that's lying to you. You want to believe the bitch. Okay, well, fucking so be it. We're just trying to help you. That's it. Go ahead and read how tidal nodes debunk your fucking whole fucking logic. Go ahead, read it, and then come back to us and realize, oh shit, maybe it's not what I thought it was. Now, me personally, I think that the ocean is dynamic. We live in a dynamic system. There is elevations changing, rising, lowering, because obviously something is breathing almost, bro. Go ahead. I'll let you go.
All right.
Go ahead.
I'm back. Let me just make sure this is the exact thing I'm looking for.
Crazy, bro.
Okay, so amphidromic points or tidal nodes occur because of interference with oceanic basins, seas, and bays. Combined with the Coriolis effect, creates a wave pattern called an amphidromic system, which rotates around the amphidromic point at the amphihedronic points of the dominant tidal constitutes.
You understand what you're reading?
I'm dyslexic. I'm sorry. I have a hard time pronouncing words.
That's fair. That's fine. Just get through it, bro. Today, Junior. But go ahead. We got you. Go ahead.
There is almost no vertical change in sea level from tidal action. There is little or no difference between high tide and low tide at these locations. There can still be tidal currents since the water level on either side of the amphidromic point are not the same. A separate amphidromic system is created by each periodic tidal component.
Right. Which now here's the thing though. Here's the fucking kicker right here. When you read that, they're literally telling you that there's no change. But for some fucking reason, you want to skip back to, but the moon's pulling on the ocean, even though they're telling you that it's not. That's what's fucking crazy to me, bro. You don't get it.
The main cause for these tidal nodes is the Coriolis effect. The planet spinning.
Shit.
That is the main cause
There
cited for these tidal nodes.
Oh my god. This dude, come on. Hey, when are you gonna listen, bro? You remember when you were a child and you first realized that Santa Claus was not real? But yet you probably try to still hold on to the fact because you left cookies and milk out and they were gone the next morning. You cannot let go because you see Santa Claus on TV and on movies, and you know that Santa Claus really comes down your chimney and gives you presents. And then eventually you get older and you realize Santa Claus is your parents, bro. And then you're like, oh fuck, I've been duped. Holy fuck. But you're not accepting that you've been duped about a globe Earth. You're not accepting it. You've been lied to, bro. Come on, man. Wake up. Grow up. A man will put aside childish things. Come on, man. Become a man. Wake up.
Here's my main biggest point is, do you know how many people they would have to get to lie about the Earth being flat? Do you know
how many parents lie? How many parents lie that Santa Claus is real?
Excuse me, may I continue my point, or do you wish to interject at every possible turn?
No. Go ahead. My bad. I'll let you talk. Go ahead. I'm a little tipsy right now. Go ahead. I'll let you go.
One, there would be an insane amount of people whose whole careers they would be lying against everything. They would be their whole point of their career, everything against that. Millions of people are all strewn together and the most elaborate lies, like to the point where that shit does not fucking break.
Okay. So hear me out. Okay, hear me out real quick. Just because, and I'm not even going to say they're lying because they just believe it, so they repeat it. They're not intentionally lying. It's just what they believe to be true. So you don't have to have hold on. You don't have to have millions of people in on the lie. You just have to have millions of people that believe the lie. And they are actually going to repeat it for its own argument. It's no longer even about you're not lying about it. It's just what you believe. But what we're trying to tell you is that is a falsehood. The same way we can look at Santa Claus and say billions of fucking parents lie to their kids and say it's Santa Claus. Would you agree, yes or no?
Are you aware of the scientific method?
Yes. And nothing about space is scientific method, by the way. But go ahead. I'll let you finish.
Not even talking about space right now, but the whole point of the scientific method is to observe phenomenon and test those things. There's no poor scientists, bad scientists that we discredit their theories and work all the time. Their whole careers get thrown out and destroyed over just going off of just belief.
Okay. With that being said, here's what I'm trying to tell you, bro. If you were put into a system with a career that is based upon the earth is a ball, you are not lying. You just believe what your, predecessors or teachers or authorities or figures, whatever you want to call them, they told you this is what it is. And then you went into that career believing this is what is. You're not necessarily a liar because you don't know the truth. You're just repeating the falsehood. But you have to then, as an individual, realize that these things don't comport because we have much evidence that is against the globe Earth. For instance, there's a geometric horizon, right? 3.77 miles away of somebody standing at 1 foot above, or actually, maybe 6 feet above of the water line. So now you want to invoke like refraction and all this other bullshit, but you're not getting it because you're not using critical thinking to realize when we see something that is 20 miles away, when we technically should only be seeing 3.77 miles away, you are now hand waving logic and reason understanding. You're only through bias, you're saying, oh no, it's still a curved ball. It's that light is bending over the curve and now I can see the backside of a mountain. This is where we tell you, wake the fuck up, brother. You are lied to and you're believing the lies. That's all we're doing, bro. That's all we do here every day. 24/7, that's what we do. We're just trying to let the people know you've been lied to. And we have the proof for that. So when someone jumps in, oh, give me the proof of the flat earth. Well, the proof is in the observations. You cannot fucking tell me it's a ball when I'm seeing 10 times further that goes against the ball that you believe in. Do you understand that? Can you grasp that?
Depends on your elevation and
the elevation is 1 foot above the water. You should see 1.14 miles out or 1.22 miles out. Now,
can you give me Can you give me examples of people seeing these things?
Yeah. Oh my God. How long have you been in the arena? Now I've been here about
give me a single
I've been here about 8 years now. I've been here in the arena about 8 years, and I've heard this thing.
Just give me a singular example, and I will look into it. Huh?
The Black Swan. The Black Swan. The Black Swan is a video. Actually, it's actually a video, and then they like snapshotted the photo of the guy's video. He was 1 foot above the water, and he's looking at a platform that's 9.41 miles away, and beyond that platform is a horizon of water. Now, you have to at least, if you're using your brain, you have to at least realize, technically, I shouldn't see a horizon behind the platform of water because technically I should have seen anything beyond 1.22 miles or 1.77 miles away from me. Everything beyond that is beyond the curvature of the earth. That's all it is, bro. That's why the black swan is a fucking slam dunk, fucking nail in the coffin, beating a dead horse. But if you're not going to accept that reality, well, then that's your own indoctrination. That's me shaking your core, and you don't want to let it.
While I do not understand the phenomenon, nor have I seen this video, and a light Google search only pulls up a random movie, I will look into it further, but that is not my biggest crux for this argument. My biggest thing is, if the Earth is flat, it would ruin a lot of things we know and understand about our world.
That's a
like
false.
gravity. How would gravity work if the Earth is flat?
Okay, that means that you haven't looked into everything else besides just your simplistic little ball of logic that you believe in. If you look beyond that and you realize, well, hold on, there's something called electromagnetics and kinetic energy and all the way light refracts and all there's dude, it's not I'm not gonna teach you in 10 minutes, bro. It's a long fucking conversation. And I could get somebody way more well versed than me to break it down to you. Like for instance, a lot of people hate Whitsitt, but wanna know why they hate him? Because he fucking breaks it down to you though. He can. And I'm not trying to give him praise. He's my boy, but I'm not trying to lift him up on a podium because he's still a human being. But he gets it. And if you can't get it, well, then that's your own incredulity and you're not accepting it because it's going against your paradigm and you won't accept it. So if you're like, well, how does gravity work on a flat earth? Well, you don't understand how the forces of a toroidal field actually work over a planar earth that we live on. It's a whole other argument. You don't get it. And that's okay. You're here to learn. But don't come over here and spit bullshit trying to justify the nonsense and falsehoods that you believe in. How about you just take a seat back and listen and learn? Like when when you're in the classroom, you don't fucking interrupt the teacher. You just let them fucking teach you. So then just sit back and let us teach you, bro. Because we're going to tell you the truth. We're not lying to you. You got the side of my neck. Why would I lie to you? Why? Who are you that I gotta lie to you? I'm just gonna tell you. I'm just sharing the truth to you, bro. You either believe or you don't. That's it. Wake up.
One final question I do have is, how does the sun rotate over the Earth?
It's on a circuit, and it goes around and around and around. Now, let me share something with you.
Okay.
I want to give you an analogy. Is that okay? Are you fair with that?
No, I don't want an analogy. Do you have a model of some kind? Do you have a way I can replicate it at home? Do you have some I don't want an analogy. Just give me a model or legit.
Did you ever replicate the globe story about the sun at home?
Actually, so give me a minute. Let me go grab a ball.
Yeah, that would be great.
Replicate the sun.
Yeah, dude, if you could replicate a lunar eclipse to scale at home, that would be awesome. Go ahead.
What a thing to demand. Yeah, give me a model of the sun that I can use at home. Replicate the sun.
Hey, buddy, come on, man. We're not fucking pulling your chain, bro. We're just trying to give you the facts, man. And I don't know.
Imagine being this desperate to avoid the physics of water, for God's sake.
Exactly. Why do they hand wave the fact that water will always find in its own fucking, physics of it? It will always be.
Oh yeah, if that's true, then explain the sun.
Okay, so I'm back. With a ball, and a flashlight.
Do you have a scale model there, or just a ball and a light?
Just a ball and light, because
That's not gonna work.
Excellent.
Not gonna work.
I have a basketball and a light. I'm just kind of throwing the basic idea down. Now we could get even more detailed, but I don't have the money and the time for that shit. But even though how rudimentary it is, we take the ball, we take the flashlight, and we shine the light on the ball. It kind of maps up with what we observe in our day-to-day.
That's
right?
false. No, it doesn't.
It does.
No, I'll tell you why. Because a light with parallel rays, you're not going to get the shine of it all the way to your feet on the body of water on a curve. If the water was curving away, then the sun's rays will create a spot at the horizon. It will not go all the way to your feet on the the beach's shore right there where you're standing on the shore. That's impossible. That you can replicate this at home. By the way, you're right. You can replicate it at home.
Wait,
because if you put a light on a ball, let me tell you what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
If you put a light on a ball way at the horizon to the perspective of where you're looking at it, it will literally create a hot spot at the horizon, but it will not shine all the way to your feet. The only time you get this is when it's a flat table and you put a light at the horizon in your perspective, and that light is going to shine all the way to the feet of where you stand. And you globers cannot grasp that simple fucking logic and reality, by the way. That is reality. Because when you go to, have you ever been to the beach when the sun sets? Have you ever seen that? Have you ever seen that?
I'm just trying to like picture this in my head because what you're saying is not.
It was a yes or no.
You need to just stop. Let me think this out because it's not making sense what you're saying, and I need a minute to kind of fucking understand.
That's fair. I know. I that's fair.
No, because
I know. I get it.
The light
I'm digging into
hitting my. Just okay.
I'll shut up. Go ahead.
What do you mean by the light hitting my feet? Like, just break it down slowly.
Okay, let me break down. Have you ever been on the beach when the sun's setting? Let's start there. Have you ever seen that? Okay.
Yes.
Have you ever seen the line of light from your perspective of seeing the sun? Have you ever seen the line of light come all the way to your feet? Meaning it's like a streak. There's a photo. Somebody earlier posted a photo of it, and he said, "Here's reality," and it shows the sun, and it's shooting all the way to your feet. And then they have a picture of somebody that took a surface and curved it with the light, and it created a little tiny fucking spotlight, a little like a round light because it was curved all the way to the horizon, which makes sense logically. And then they took a flat surface with the light, and it beamed the light all the way across to the position of the perspective. And then they took a photo of reality with the sun actually setting, and that light comes all the way to your fucking feet. So who's right here? The curved or the flat? And that's it, bro. Wake up. That's logic. There you go. There you go. Jerry just posted it. See how the straight lines coming all the way to you? Matter of fact, that's actually Jerry, that's a bad picture because put the sun lower to the horizon, and you will see that you're still going to have that straight line all the way to your feet of where you're taking the photo from. You can only get that on a flat level of water. You put that shit on your pool in the backyard. The shine of the light at the edge of your fucking pool where the deep end is going to shoot all the way across to the shallow end. But if you curve the water, you're not going to get that, bro. You're not going to get that because it's going to create a hot spot at the horizon, and that's it. It's not going to shine all the way to your feet. It's simple, bro. I'm drunk as fuck right now, and I'm fucking. I get it. Like it's fucking 2 + 2 is 4 right now, but you can't get it because you're indoctrinated.
Can
you grasp it yet? Do you understand what I'm saying yet?
No.
Okay. Well, hey, it's okay. You're on your own journey. This might not help you. what we're saying right now, but hopefully eventually I planted seeds to where eventually you're going to realize and wake up. Wait, and your little in your brain, you're going to use the part of it that's critical thinking, and you're going to realize, yes, this doesn't comport with what I believe in because it doesn't make sense.
How
It's
do you
not
know the
fucking
flat?
What was that?
How do you know it's flat?
How do I know water is flat? Because that's just the convexity of it is. That's the way it happens.
How do
If
you
you were
know
to
the
take
Earth is flat?
listen, the Earth and the seas are two different things. The Earth is not flat in the sense of there's topography, but if you're to take floaters in the middle of your fucking pool, you're gonna realize that the water's flat. It's planar. It's going to go from the deep end to the shallow end. It's still going to be straight across. But if you threw a fucking little island in the middle of it, representing with floaties or a leaf or whatever that floats, you're going to realize that there are different elevations. I get it. I agree. There's different chains of elevations on topography. But overall, if you were to have a huge fucking island, it's still going to be represented by this body of water that it's in. So when you get outside of the earth, dirt, rock, whatever you want to fucking call it, you're going to realize that over water, it's still flat. It's planar. It's horizontal. Why do you think it's called horizon? Horizontal. Okay? Horizontal is flat. No change of elevation. Go ahead.
The one thing I just do not understand or get about the flat Earth, because
I know it's hard. Brother,
how the fuck? Okay, we see the sun go up from the east and set in the west.
Right. And the reason why is because perspective. Okay, I have a video that I've posted many times in the server of me myself pulling a bottle, okay, on a cart, and my patio is flat. It's not a ball. And as I pull the fucking cart from my camera that I positioned it to it like 20 feet away, that bottle drops in elevation. But we know, hold on, hear me out. But we know that my floor is flat, and I know that it's not going over a ball, and I know that it's still the same height that it was at the beginning. But as I pull it away from the camera, through perspective, it looks like it's going down because that's the way the eyes work. Something at a certain height, so for instance, the sun is so high up in the sky. When it's dropping towards the horizon, it doesn't mean that it's getting lower. It just means that it's getting farther away to where it optically looks like it's dropping, but it's still the same fucking elevation. Just like the bottle in my video, to when I pull it away from the camera, the bottle's still fucking 2 feet above the floor, but as I pull it away, it actually looks like it's only 1 foot above the floor. And as I pull it even further, it actually meets the fucking floor optically.
Then wouldn't the sun look wouldn't it look like it's shrinking?
No, see, that's a whole nother world, bro. Now we're in a whole nother discussion because the reason why something's looks like it's shrinking, well, you're not accounting for the fact that as it goes through the medium of the sky, it's actually being, we call that lensing, and it looks bigger, and it looks bigger than the actual size because that lensing effect is shining and like a magnifying glass to a fucking ant. You know how big an ant could look in a magnifier? It could look really big if you fucking position the magnifying glass, in the right position. So has the celestial bodies.
But then the sun would look like it's getting bigger for a certain period of time, and it will look like it's getting smaller for a certain period of time as it's going in and out of that.
And it does.
But it doesn't.
It does. No, you're wrong. It does. Unless you put a solar filter on, then you're gonna see it as its true size. And by the way, in the distance, it does get smaller to your eyes. But you have so many fucking YouTubers blowing smoke up your ass that you cannot grasp it.
I'm not even watching fucking YouTubers about this shit. I'm just doing this fucking freehand, and it's obviously a poor fucking decision. But anyways, my fucking point is, No, well, okay. The sun, the reason why it looks like it's getting small, it's not getting smaller. We're just seeing less of its light. So we see less of its big bloom, and we see more of its circle.
You know what actually helps too is if you actually see a video of the light retracting to a center point. Have you ever seen that? I'm going to ask you, like, honestly, like, real talk. Have you ever seen when the sun goes away and all the light in the sky goes with it? It's the same thing as if you were to take a lamp in a big ass gymnasium and pull it away from where you're standing. The light is going to literally contract to the light source, and that's what we see in reality. You get that?
Yes and no, because after the sun sets over the horizon, there is still light for a little while, but as we get further and further away, it gets darker and darker.
Right, exactly. And the reason why is because the shining of that light, even though you can't see the source of it, it's still going further away from where you stand. And the reason why you can see like light time, even though the sun has already been way, way far beyond, the horizon where you can see it physically, it's still going to have its shine. But eventually, as it goes further away, that light is going to draw with it. And that's a really cool video. Somebody has did that on YouTube. They showed how you can literally see the light just really just retract to itself, and it pulls away from you, and it's like a lamp on a fucking huge ass basketball court, bro. If you can't grasp that, you might be a little too far indoctrinated, and you're just not understanding with critical thinking and logic. You're not understanding our reality. I'm sorry, but you're just not understanding reality. I'm sorry.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead. Write me off as indoctrinated. All right, I'm leaving now.
All right, well, this is great. There you go. Hopefully, hopefully the truth hits his ass. I don't know. Sometimes the trash takes itself out. It is what it is. Any other Globers want to bring up your bullshit? Guess not.
That's right.
Truth prevails all the time. And that's a tough fucking pill to swallow when you're indoctrinated. That's for damn sure. They can't grasp it. They're not going to. No other Globers here? Guess not. No one wants to speak up? That's probably safe. They're going to get destroyed anyways. I'll be back.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
What's up?
What are you guys up to?
Just Sitting around waiting for a conversation to start up.
Okay.
Or have one. Did you want to have a conversation or just listen?
I'm trying to find the username. This push to talk is really annoying.
Yeah, that's tough.
Yeah.
Hey, Reservoir Dogs, you missed a good one. The last guy said that tides are caused by the Coriolis effect.
Dang it. I was talking to my girlfriend. I should just dump her so I can focus on flat Earth and globe Earth.
All right. Well, I wouldn't go that far, but hey, whatever works for you.
Is anyone debating right now or no?
Well, there was just a discussion between Apocryphon and some guy named Bread, who said that tides are caused by the Coriolis effect. And he asked Apocryphon for a model of what he thinks is going on with the sun.
Yeah.
But that kind of raised an interesting point. Could anyone demonstrate how tides would work on a ball?
I don't know. Maybe.
I'm going to go with a big fat no for now.
Yeah. Well, I'm mostly just here to listen. I've done my debating already.
Hey, Moonshine.
Yo.
Where you from?
South Africa.
Yeah, okay, but like where in South Africa? It's obvious. Yeah.
KZN.
Oh, okay. You're Durbanite.
Yeah, I'm a Durban. Well, South Coaster.
Okay.
Close enough.
So are you gonna vote for this year?
I'm gonna vote for Trump.
What do you mean,
Based.
Trump? You live in South Africa, dude. Like, who you gonna vote for in South
I
Africa?
We're
can't
going to
vote
have
for
to stay
Trump.
on topic here, fellas.
Well, if I can't vote for Trump, then I'm not voting. I've been indoctrinated by these people to
what
only
would you
vote for.
say? Okay,
You're
but
going
what
to have
would
to
you say
stay
if
on
I
topic.
voted for the?
Dude, you're going to have to stay on topic.
Yeah, of course. So, what would you say if I voted for the ANC?
Well, I'd say they're not Trump. If Trump came to the ANC, maybe you should vote for them.
This guy's based. This guy's really based.
So tides on a globe, huh? It's impossible. Is that it?
I would love to see a scale model of that working. Yeah.
Oh. Well, it would be invisible to the naked eye on a scale model because the depth of the tides is 1 meter.
I'll take that as a big fat I can't model it.
Well, you can make exaggerative models.
Yes, but can you model it,
scale,
please, with a scale model, please?
If you make a scale model, it would just be a static Earth. It wouldn't have tides because you wouldn't see it with your eyes. It wouldn't be 1 pixel wide.
Yeah, the water would fall off the ball, wouldn't it?
Well, it wouldn't fall off the ball. It just would look like a photograph
Okay, so
because
can you
water is
show me
only
that?
moving. Water is only
Can you
moving
show me
one.
that?
A photograph of it low?
No. A model.
A model.
A physical model of
A
tides
physical model
working.
made out of clay or something?
Tides. A physical model of the phenomenon we know as tides on a ball.
Like you can only represent it pictographically, right, with exaggerations, because you have to exaggerate the depth of 1 meter to something higher than 1 meter for it to be visible on a scale model.
Okay. My search continues for a
Well, I can
model
give you
of
the
the Earth.
exaggerative.
Yeah, I'm sure you can make up a bunch of shit, but what I want, I'll never get. And that's a shame.
Well, you'll get it. It'll just look like a picture. You won't
No,
see
I
anything.
want a physical scale model. Because the other guy said he would like a demonstration of how Apocryphon thinks sunsets work, or how the sun works, like something he could do at home to like reproduce how he thinks it works. So I would like a physical model of how you think tides work on a ball.
Well, it's
Water on
not
a
a ball.
ball.
It's not a ball. There's what do you call them? Continents.
Yeah, whatever you think the Earth is, demonstrate tides on that physically.
Have you ever moved in a bathtub?
So you think the Earth is a bathtub?
Well, the area in between the continents resemble a bathtub.
Okay, so this is your model of the globe Earth.
So when you take any
bathtub.
kind of force or influence on the liquid within the bathtub and you move it, it's a dynamic force, right? Then the water moves, the water rushes around, right? And the elevation of the bathtub underneath the water will affect how the water rushes around.
Okay, so you can't demonstrate it on a ball.
On a ball? I mean,
yeah. You could say no, and then we'll be done.
What do you mean? Like, how do you mean demonstrate it on a ball?
How do I? What do I mean? Yeah, figure out what the word ball means, and then figure out what I'm asking for.
Yeah, but you'd have to have an object with sufficient gravity to make a miniature to attract water.
Okay.
Like, where are you going to find a material that dense?
Good point.
Do it in space, because there's no competitive gravity.
Do it in space.
Yeah, we've seen droplets of water forming balls in space.
Yeah, what I want is a ball. What do you think Earth is? Demonstrate tides working on that with a model. That would be good.
Here we go. Here you go.
You have to be
Another one bites the dust.
It's tough.
Yeah.
It's tough how the people always asking for a model can never give one. I mean, me
I
personally.
gave you one. I mean, you
Just
got
Google it, you idiot.
Yeah. Just Google it and look at pictures, right? But
Well,
when it
I
comes
mean,
to
I gave you,
physically demonstrating,
I gave you a physical model. What more do you want?
right? So you showed a ball with water sticking to it and tides, right?
Pretty much, yeah. It had tides, and it was a
Like
ball, and the water stuck to it. Like, what more do you want?
so, a ball, and then there's water on it, and then tides flowing in and out on the ball. You showed that?
That's exactly what occurred.
You think so?
Typical Globers.
See, this is why I come here. It's entertainment.
Yeah, that's why I'm here. That's why I'm here as well. But yeah.
It's just funny how people always asking for a model can never demonstrate jack shit. I mean, personally, I don't care about models.
What are you modeling for? Is what I'm wondering.
Oh, but we did demonstrate it with the model, and you're just still saying the same thing again and again.
Yeah, you think that you showed a ball with water sticking to it and then tides flowing back and forth on it.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I showed.
Yeah, you certainly did. No. For the female who just spoke up, people come in here all the time asking for, oh, can you model this? Can you model
Like
that?
he gave a model, so
Sure he did. But as
Yeah.
soon as I ask for one, you can't produce one.
Well, that's. I mean, not me though, because I asked for a model of the globe or the flat Earth that has seasonal change and day and night on the same model, and there's no flat Earth model that can do that, but there's a globe model that can do that. That's
Not a physical one.
Okay, that's not what a model is.
Exactly. You can't demonstrate shit in reality with a physical model. The thing is, it has to be imagined, just like flat Earth, right? So why even talk about it?
So, okay.
Is he wrong though? Like, what did he just say that you didn't agree with?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Well, wait. What was I wrong about? Sorry.
I mean, I don't know. He just made a point, and you just went, oh, "Okay," just left it.
Oh, well, because then they just say we don't make models because models are models are not our eyes or something. I don't know.
Because you can't. Nobody can. Nobody can
Yeah, but
physically model anything that happens in the sky. Nobody could do it. Flat Earth, the globe Earth, nobody. So why even talk about it?
sometimes the model represents like what happens that we can observe happening, but I guess it's just an educated guess at that point. Is what you're saying, right?
No, I'm saying you can't demonstrate the same thing you see going on in the sky with a physical model of what you think the Earth is. Nobody can do that. You can't model lunar eclipses. You can't model solar eclipses. You can't model tides. Stars. Nothing.
just look in the sky with a telescope.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what are you looking at? When you look in the sky, what are you looking at?
Stars and planets.
Yeah, are you looking at the Earth?
No.
Okay, so then what does that tell you?
That tells you you're looking in the sky from the Earth, because why would you look at the Earth from the sky if you're on the Earth?
Well, yeah, that's the point, isn't it? So if you're looking into the sky and saying, well, therefore the Earth is like that, then that's fallacious, right?
Okay, but you really, if you go outside the Earth and you go to the moon,
have you done
it
that?
will
You should do that.
Have you done that?
Why would I do that?
Well, yeah, no one here's done that.
Asking me to do that?
But you understand that you're effectively asking me to have done that in order to accept your position.
Have you done that?
That's my point.
But have you done that? Have you?
Exactly. That's my point.
I'm asking you though. It's your
Yeah.
point, but I'm asking you.
Right. The fact
If you
that I
haven't, then
haven't
how do
done
you
that
know?
and that you haven't done that is my point.
But if you haven't done that, how do you know it's not wrong?
Yeah, but this is the point: is that you're making a claim that
Okay, but it kind of
relies on.
contradicts.
How do you know it is round? How do you know it is round?
No, I haven't. Let me finish my point, bro. Come on. Yeah, you're making a claim that requires me to have done something that neither of us have done in order to accept your point.
Astronauts done it.
Sorry?
Astronauts have done it.
Well, yeah, but so then now you're just believing a person who said a thing, right? So you just believe everyone when they tell you things?
You know, NASA's live like 24/7, and it's
Bro,
broadcasting the Earth.
just listen for a sec. Just actually respond to what I said. Do you just believe people when they tell you things?
Oh.
Daffodil, do you just believe people? Are we going to respond to points that are made, or are we just going to say random shit? Daffodil, can you respond to what I said?
What did you say?
Do you just believe people when they tell you things?
I believe in the facts that multiple people tell me things, I'm going to believe it. If it's like a majority of the world, literally like 2% of the world is flat earthers. And why would I go with the small minority that's probably really stupid and they're trying to like be edgy? They're like, oh my God, the earth is flat. Just look at the facts.
There's about 5 different issues with what you've just said. Do you want me to break them all
Daffodil,
down?
if you go by that logic, then the majority of the world is religious, so wouldn't you be religious too then?
Right.
No.
There's like 2.4 billion Christians, 2 billion Muslims, 1 billion Hindus, 1 billion Buddhists. Like,
Okay, but one's physical and one's in your mind. Okay.
Yeah, but that's my.
That's
the
an
point
opinion,
is that what you think is physical about the Earth is in your mind, and you don't realize it.
Have you owned a telescope before?
Yeah, I actually own several telescopes.
Oh, so you do, but you obviously don't have good enough telescopes to realize that you can see planets.
Yeah, okay. So I look at Jupiter. What does Jupiter tell me about Earth?
It tells you that's something a part of our solar system because we're in a solar system. We're circling the sun.
So that
There's
bit's put in
multiple.
your mind. That bit's in your mind.
Okay, you think we're the only special planet that stands out?
No, I don't. You have
We are
absolutely
kinda
no
special.
idea what I believe, and I know
What do you
exactly what
believe?
you. Yeah. You need to stop talking over me
Damn.
Why?
because you're not going to have a productive conversation.
Well,
if
then
you keep
say your
cutting my
point
points.
clearer and say it.
I'm gonna say my point, but you need to wait for me to do it. So, here's the thing, right? I know exactly what you believe because the TV's told me what you believe for 30 plus years of my life. However, you have no idea about what I believe, and yet you've come in here saying that I'm stupid and that I think this and I think that, when you have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. Do you understand the issues here?
I do.
Okay. So do you actually want to know what I think? Or do you just want to come
Tell
in
me
here
what
and
you think.
make someone like feel stupid? Is that your goal? Like
I'm not making you feel something that you already are.
no, because I don't feel stupid because I already know that I'm much more
That
intelligent
I
than you.
am stupid.
But the point is that I want you to see that you're coming in and making a fool of yourself and not me.
I'm making a
by
fool of myself
acting
for
up.
saying the
You
Earth
are,
is
yeah.
round.
Yeah, well, in the way you're conducting yourself, yeah.
Okay,
So,
but
but we can have a proper conversation if you want to, and I would like to have one with Reservoir Dog as well. But I did notice that when I first came in, there was this like take the piss energy. Like, how do I say it in your parlance? It's like
No, I know what
you're
that
here
means.
to mock, right? But we're not here to be mocked. So if that's your energy, go away. If you want to have a proper conversation, stay and we'll have it.
well, because I'm telling you the truth, and you can't like back off those
No.
claims. You're like telling me to get out because you're embarrassed. You're embarrassed right now, and that's why you're deflecting.
I've been here 10 years talking about this. I've debated PhD astrophysicists.
You
I
have
don't know who the hell you
PhD
are.
in flat Earth. Congratulations.
No,
Want
I
a
told you.
medal?
Again, you're here to mock, but you have no idea what you're talking about. And that's why you're making a fool of yourself.
I know what I'm talking about because that's
You
why
know.
I'm here talking about
What,
it.
what are you debunking? What do I
teach
believe?
me?
What do
You
I
teach
believe?
me?
No, what do I believe? Tell me what I believe.
You believe that the Earth is flat.
Okay. What else?
Okay. But that's wrong. So
What else do I believe? Tell me what I believe.
that's your main belief. Is the
Tell me what
Earth
else I believe about the Earth. Be
about
specific.
the Earth? You
It
don't know
doesn't
anything.
rotate. It doesn't
It does.
rotate.
It does.
That's their belief.
Oh wait, no. It.
No, what else? Tell me what else I believe.
You
What
believe
else
it
do I
doesn't
believe? You
rotate?
said
Are you dense? Like what's going
you
on?
have no idea what I believe.
Then
That's the
tell me
issue.
what you believe about the planet.
But you need to have an open mind when I tell you. Because if I just tell you these things, you're going to go, oh, that's stupid. I'm just dismissing it, whatever. That's cool. You can do that. But then there's no point being here.
Well, just be more direct about it.
I have an open mind. I want to listen.
Yeah, cool. But listen, man, all the people who actually have open minds and are listening, you understand why I'm doing this, right?
Well,
There's
then
no
stop
point.
rambling and get to the point.
Again, you're telling me that I'm rambling. That
You literally
energy.
are. Get to the point. What do you
Throw
believe?
that energy in the
Yeah.
bin.
Oh my god.
Say it.
David,
Say
why do you
it.
talk so sassy, David? Can't you just like speak normally? Like you're so
I'm an
sassy.
influencer, so I'm
I'm an
pretty used to public
influencer, so
speaking.
I gotta talk like this all
I'm
the
an
time. Like,
yeah.
That's
can't we
not
just
what I was
talk
trying to say. I'm saying I'm used to
normally? Is
public
that
speaking,
possible?
I'm an
and I'm
influencer
used to
too.
defending.
You don't have to try and influence us.
Influencer
So
too.
you can
Why don't
talk
we just
back.
talk like a normal person?
Well, that's my
I talk
point.
like a normal person, and I'm also an influencer.
And Reservoir, I get the impression, Reservoir, that you're actually a global, right? But the point is that we're here to have a serious conversation. So
I know.
if you're
Serious
here
conversation.
to mock and take the piss, just leave. No one
Oh
cares.
my god,
No
it's
one
so
cares
serious. The Earth is
about
a
your
flying
energy.
saucer, guys. This is
Daffodil,
such a
no
serious
one cares
conversation.
about this energy. Throw it in the bin. If you want to have a serious
Well,
conversation, you
because you're
can.
getting defensive because you know I'm
I'm not
correct,
getting
and
defensive.
I'm really
actually
deflating your
telling you
inflated
what's wrong with
ego.
your behaviour.
Your
That's not
ego's
me
inflated.
defending anything.
I'm like, okay.
I'm not defending anything. I'm attacking
Well, you
your
seem kind of
bad
mad
behaviour.
right now. I'm pretty
You said he's
calm.
incorrect because it's common knowledge that the Earth is round. That's what you just said.
Yeah, it's common knowledge.
Just because something's common knowledge doesn't mean it's true.
Then bark it out. Tell me why it's not true. That's what I'm here. I'm trying to figure out why
200 years ago, it was common knowledge that God existed.
that is
Does that
not
make
common
him true?
knowledge.
It's
There's
still
multiple
common
religions.
knowledge.
It was.
Still,
200 years it was.
still is, man. What are you talking about?
Just because something is common knowledge doesn't mean that it's true.
Yeah. Like, you realise that these guys telling you these things, they're not flat earthers, right? That I'm the only flat earther
I'm
here.
not a flat earther.
Yeah, that's my point. Is that you and
But I want
Reservoir
to
God,
learn about it.
Yeah, you're both Globers, right? And you're telling Daffodil that her arguments suck, and I
Yeah, well,
appreciate that.
the problem with Daffodil is she's not actually asking any educated questions.
I was
Exactly.
trying to ask him, and he's like, "That's my question. You cannot ask that." So
Okay,
that's
well,
like,
ask a question.
No, it wasn't what I said.
Your attitude is not
I will recite the
your
conversation.
attitude's not conducive.
I'm trying to ask a question. You're blowing it out of proportion. Just let me ask it.
Oh my gosh.
Thank you.
So
Your attitude's not conducive to learning.
Was, do you own a telescope? And I said, yes, I do. And
That
then
was
I
not
said
my
to you,
question. I
yeah,
originally
you did.
asked.
You actually did ask me that.
I did ask
And I
that,
said,
but it was my original question that you just like didn't answer.
well, no, you asked me, do I own a telescope? And I said, I own several. And then we started talking about Jupiter. That was what I said. I don't know why you keep going, nuh-uh, because that's exactly what
No,
I
but
said.
I'm talking about the question that you never answered. You answered that question. I'm talking about the question you never answered, which is, have you gone up there? Have you gone in the sky? That's what I was trying to ask you.
I answered that. I said, I have not, and neither have you.
Oh, you wouldn't know.
Yeah, so neither of us know.
How would you know? How would you know?
Because I've been in the sky. I've been in a plane.
I've been in an aeroplane,
That's
bro.
different, man.
Yeah, but that is different.
That's way different.
You can't see the whole globe. You can only see a section of it.
I'm the whole globe.
How are you gonna mock someone when you're? Never mind. Never mind.
Okay, just like explain to me. I'll just be listening now.
Okay.
Yeah, cool. I mean, the problem is when you go into a room, right? Especially when you're debating someone like me and you don't know me, and you try and make me sound stupid. That's a really bad move.
So I made you feel stupid? Mission accomplished.
No, again, you're not listening. I didn't say you did make me feel.
You make yourself sound stupid.
You make yourself sound stupid trying to make me sound stupid. Now, these other guys haven't made that mistake. You'll notice that, right?
Well, yeah.
Why do you think that is?
Well, that's because they're not being outspoken. They're just being, I guess, pussies.
Yeah, they're hearing
Well,
your
I haven't heard anything this guy said. I'm only hearing you say that this guy is stupid because when you look at Saturn, you see the like entire solar system, and this guy said when you see Saturn, you just see Saturn.
I mean, there's a picture of Earth from, I
We're
guess,
talking about
Mars
Jupiter, yeah,
and Moon. But, anyways.
So anyway, when you look at
ask him about that. Ask him about that. Why? So there's a picture of the Earth and the Earth from the Moon and from Mars. This lady just said. So what about that?
Yeah, what about it? I mean, can we verify that those things are accurate?
Yeah.
Go on then. How did you do that?
It's a quite simple Google search. You don't need to ask me.
So you went to the same source. See, this is the issue, right? You believed information from a source. You then went to that same source to verify that information is true.
Where do you get your information from? A source.
Listen to your own argument.
Take your own advice then.
I don't think you
How do we
understand
know
what's
what
going
sources are able to trust, and how do we not trust certain sources?
I mean, that's a different discussion, right? We can talk about that, but do you not understand how silly it is to go to a source, believe their information, then go back to the same source to verify the information?
I guess.
So,
fantastic.
So would you trust so if we aggregate all of the astronomical societies information, is that trustworthy or no?
I mean, how many of those people have been out to the moon to look back at the Earth, and versus how many of them have just got either statistical, mathematical, or physical models like a planetarium? What do you think the ratio is there?
There's stuff that actually got brought in from Earth.
The people that go out into the Earth, out into the space, is that what you're saying?
Okay, let's put it this way, right? Of all the people who think that they live on a globe, how many have been to the moon, even in the official narrative, to check?
Less than 0.01%, I would say.
Yeah. Fractions of a fraction of a fraction of a percent, right? So the vast majority of people believe with no reason to, other than the TV said so, essentially. I mean, I can construct you a model of the stars, the planets, everything on a flat base, or with us as part of the solar system, or in many other ways as well. What do any of those models prove about the physical reality that we live in?
Oh, fuck me.
Yeah, nothing.
Sorry.
The answer is nothing. Like you can make them equivalent mathematically, dynamically, however you want. And now you have a model of the universe that may or may not be correct. What do you do with that?
What's the question? Sorry, I almost got hit by a car.
Well, try not to die while talking to flat earthers online.
This guy almost hit me with his mirror.
All right. You're not in the road anymore, are you?
What? No.
Okay.
What do I think about all the models of?
No.
All the models of the universe.
You can take the observation of the sky and you can map it, dynamically, mathematically to a flat plane, multiple different solar system style models with elliptical orbits, with circular orbits, all sorts of bullshit going on. And you can make the maths fit. Therefore, what?
Therefore, you can do it other ways.
Right. So, what does any of it prove?
Just proves you can map it other ways.
Yeah, so then what does that prove? Like, does it prove that we're on a globe with a third rock from the sun? You know, does it prove any of that?
I guess not.
No. You'll notice how our
Proves that
little
that
influencer
is one
friend.
mapping of the universe.
You notice
Would you
how
say?
little influencer friend just showed herself out quietly.
Well, so the thing doesn't prove itself, right? But it's the stars in the thing that add to the theory, right?
Why?
So the theory itself doesn't prove itself. It's all the
Why would the stars
observations that prove it.
Why would the stars add to it?
Well, the mapping. No, I'm saying the mapping. You're saying there's different mapping because you use all these observations. These are physical, real observations.
Yeah, but what does it prove?
I'm saying the theories in themselves don't prove themselves. It's the observations that add up to the theories.
But okay, so the observation that forms an idea in your head, which is based on a theory, is just an idea in your head.
No. My idea is not based on a theory. The idea is based on the observations.
Right. When you look at a star, what
So
do
you observe. You observe. I see like a little dot in the sky.
Fantastic. So how do we know that's a burning gas ball billions of miles away?
Some people.
Yeah. Ideas.
Did
theories.
some math based on some theories.
Right. So what does that prove?
They think.
I'm not even saying it's not true. I'm just saying, right, you have to understand that all of these ideas are resting on all of these other ideas. And if you don't
I know. But
yeah. So if you don't have like
these
a
don't get proved by themselves.
Let me finish. Come on, man. You've been respectful. I want to be respectful to you, but just let me finish. If you don't have like a foundational, fundamental, physical verification of the basics, then you are going to get lost in theory after idea, leaning on each other, none of it verifiable.
I agree with that.
Well, there we are.
Is that lady still here?
No, she wouldn't have understood anything I just said anyway.
No, but I mean I agree with you. That's just like the sort of foundation of all science is observation. To use these observations and think of a way how they interact with one another, right?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah,
and then with these observations, you
yeah, and fundamentally, you know, it's interesting actually what Reservoir Dogs said about religion. That I think a lot of people treat space as a religion. And when you start to question it, they act like religious zealots. They say, well, clever people know the maths, and who are you to question it? And this is religious rhetoric, right? So it's like,
yeah, I mean, I agree for the who are you to.
Sorry, I think I might be lagging. Apologies if I'm talking over the accident.
Maybe I'm lagging.
So Tantrum, are you like, let's use terms of religion here. Like, are you, let's say atheist is flat earth and theist is globe earth. Are you an atheist or are you agnostic?
I would say I know that the earth isn't a globe is the closest to my position, but if someone calls me a flat earther, I go, okay, fine, we'll go with that.
Okay. But you're still pretty like.
Wait, so how do you know the Earth isn't a globe?
Oh my gosh.
Tons of different reasons, but can I finish talking with Reservoir Dog first?
Yeah. Yeah, I was saying, like, so an agnostic related to religion would be like, I don't have enough evidence to prove God, and I don't have enough evidence to disprove God, so they're neutral about it, right? Yeah. So is that kind of your position on flat Earth, globe Earth?
No, I'm definitely leaning very heavily flat Earth. I'm a flat earther for all intents and purposes.
Okay. All right.
But I couldn't tell you exactly what it is. Like, oh, what is the Earth? Is it a pancake? Oh, okay. I mean, I think, like, I'm speculating, but I think that it's like the floor of the universe.
Mm-hmm.
And so everything you see happens above us. Very similar to how you would view in a planetarium. You've got a flat floor and you've got the stars above, right? But of course, I don't 100% know that's true, but it's what I think is most likely.
Gotcha.
How can we think of think of a way to verify this.
Yeah, I mean, well, that's why I don't. That's why I don't go into people's chats and call them stupid for not agreeing with me.
Huh? What?
Well, you said, how can you verify this?
No, how can we think of a way to verify this?
I mean, I haven't thought of one, but to verify this exact idea.
So can we think of a way to verify that to verify that we live on a globe? Would there be an experiment to test?
There's a couple of ways.
So if we think of a globe, if we think of the globe, and then they would think, and so the model right now, right, is that it's like we're in a solar system. You know the jig. And if you look at the sky is always going to be in the same place it is, right? Where the stars are moving. But if I go from like New York to LA, theoretically we're going to be seeing slightly different skies, right?
Yep.
And then if I go from LA to like Japan, and then the sky is going to be different as well, right? But in between there, some stars would be able to match up theoretically in the solar system model. Like the stars on the stars on the most eastern side of the picture you take in the sky, and the stars on the most western side you take in like in like LA, you'll find some correlating stars.
Okay, and therefore what?
And therefore this could be a way to see if the stars are actually moving around a spherical object in space.
But I mean, are you quite new to this discussion?
What?
Are you quite new to this discussion?
No, I mean, I'm new here.
So you've discussed these ideas before. Okay. Well, so there's a couple of things that maybe haven't been made sort of aware to you. The first one is that obviously, okay, so you got two ideas. You got the idea that either the sky's moving or the Earth's moving. They would kind of not really be separable by how we actually observe the sky. But then once you kind of take into account that the sky could be moving in the way that it moves, that explains a lot of the issues that the globe has with regards to things like retrograde motions and all the rest, that it then backwards engineers back into the model that it's already assumed, right? And the other thing to bear in mind is that, okay, here's an example. So there's so much that I could say, and that's why I'm kind of getting lost in the source a bit. Did you know that in the globe Earth model, the sun actually moves more quickly than in the flat Earth idea, even though the sun is meant to be the center of your solar system?
Wow.
Yes, no?
I didn't know that.
Okay. So then we have this issue where a lot of globers don't realize that the sun, the earth, these things are all meant to be not only moving in relation to each other, but also in relation to the center of a galaxy in the center of the universe. And there's this thing called the Great Attractor, and there's many other things that are kind of moving relative to each other. And so the idea that the sky moves is already something that's accepted by the globe Earth paradigm.
Globe, Earth.
So can we not track stars in the sky?
Of course you can. But it's just
I'm just saying, like if we have the technology to take like photos like instantly from around the world, right? And so if we put a person, I have your point.
No, you missed it.
Can I say your point?
Go on then.
Your point that is everything's moving, and so the sky there won't be correlating with the sky because it's moved by the time you go to another place.
Wasn't my point. That's why I know you missed it, because of how you were answering. The point I was trying to make is that it's a false dichotomy between the Earth spins and the sky is still versus the Earth is still and the sky moves, right? because in the globe model, the sky is also moving. So both sides accept that the sky is moving. It's just how do we make that fit to a cosmology?
Well, whether the sky's moving or not, a picture doesn't move. And if the Earth is like if there's like a 3D plane around the Earth, which would be space. If you take a picture in different parts of the world at the same time, you would get the same sky.
Okay, what does that prove?
Well, we're saying here how are there like ways we can test like these theories?
Okay, but if this,
and I said how,
I mean, it would be the same.
So I said that could theoretically be a way, right?
No, that it would be the same because if say on the flat Earth model, the sky has a center point over the North Pole, and that the sky is moving relative to that North Pole, which would make sense if the Earth was stationary, right? It would be fixed to the Earth. Then you would have the same observations explainable, and the same motions would happen cyclically every day. No?
I think different shapes would have different motions, like in a 3D space. I mean, I guess we're gonna get rid of the assumption that we live in a 3D sort of reality, right? We're saying that our 3D world that we experience here doesn't happen when we're looking in terms of the sky, right? We're saying there's some sort of like skybox.
I don't see why it wouldn't be why wouldn't it be three-dimensional? Like,
because because shapes have like because we can like map out the shape, right? But of the Earth is what I'm saying. Like in relation to the sky, if the Earth is like a 3D form in the sky, then we can like map that out with the stars.
are you thinking that a flat Earth is 2D? Is that your idea?
No, I'm just I don't know if it's 2D. I don't know. Well, I'm just saying like ways we can like if we were to think of an experiment to add some evidence to the model, right? One could be that we take pictures of the sky in different points, right? And then we see we see how the sky moves in relation to the Earth, and how the Earth moves in relation to the sky.
Yeah, but they would be dynamically equivalent. I don't know how to explain this to you. Like, they would be the equivalents of each other because the observations are the observations. So once you take an observation and you fit a model to the observation, then of course the observation will be explainable by the model because the model was engineered based on the observation. Does that make sense?
It makes sense, but that's like with everything. It's like, I see a cup in front of me.
Right, so why is it so hard to understand? Like, and I'm not having to go at you. Look, I'm not having to go at you, but this is why it's so difficult for me to talk to people who are coming here to like mock me, which you're not doing, by the way. I'm 100% not accusing you of that, or Reservoir Dog. You guys have been very respectful, but
I think I understand what you're saying.
The point I'm trying to get to, right, is that I think
it's like because we can't go there, we can't prove it.
You're
it's
right,
like,
right.
Because it could be even if the model explains it, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's true because we're only observing it from this one point, right, which would be on our Earth.
You're right, but also because the model itself was backwards engineered from the observations, and then you add the maths and everything else onto. Right, but we have the same observations as flat earthers, right? So we can take those observations. We can say, well, we fit it to our model. Does the flat Earth model explaining observations prove that the Earth's flat?
It would if you can fit it perfectly and you fit it better than if your model fits better than the current models, like the non-flat Earth model, then yeah, it would be better.
Why would it need to be better? Wouldn't it just have to be adequate? Because the globe model.
Yeah, well, I'm saying that it's better. I'm saying if it fits better, then I would be more leaning to believe the flat Earth model.
But it's not even about your belief. What I'm talking about is the validity of the model itself, independent of belief.
Yeah, I think it would be more valid because there's more the
Dude, you're roboting really badly. I can't hear you. Is anyone else having trouble listening to this guy? Because I can't hear him really.
Yeah.
Yeah, you might want to leave and come back, bro. Can't hear what you're saying.
It's back.
Oh, he disconnected. Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello.
No, I agree with you. It would be if the observations match up better with the theory, as in there's less inconsistencies, and you can explain more, explain the observations better with the flat Earth theory. I think it's a better working theory.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of issues with that, of course. I mean, I agree in principle with what you said, but of course, we don't have millions and millions of pounds, dollars, whatever, going into researching this stuff. We just have a few people, you know.
I think where the flat Earthers need to start, in my opinion, is is with like modeling of the sky, right? Like that's like the biggest contention here is the sky.
Yeah, well, I mean, the sky's been modelled for thousands of years on all sorts of different cosmologies. That's not a difficulty, really. Not something I could present to you, but I've seen. Yeah, I've seen many different models and different cosmologies with different tweaks and ideas, and yeah, is what it is. You just fit the math to it.
Yeah, I don't know, but like I'm not a expert and I don't do this, so. But I mean, I agree with you. Like,
yeah, Reservoir Dog. Did you want have anything you wanted to ask about or talk about?
Sure. So, if you know how like people claim on Earth to have like an anti-gravity chamber where there's no gravity and like shit floats inside of it.
You're not talking about the plane, are you, that goes up and down?
Yeah, there's like rooms people have or claim to have. It's like a room where there's no gravity, and they could just flip
Okay.
off their gravity.
Never heard of it.
I never heard of it.
I think you're
So-
thinking of those like meditation chambers, like where it's like, oh, it's the deprivation chamber, right? Where they try to deprive the senses.
sensory
Are you talking
deprivation.
about like Dalsim just
No,
like
that's not what I'm
floating?
talking about.
Yeah, you talking about Dalsim just like floating on the spotlight after he wins a fight?
I mean, like a chamber that it's anti-gravity. There's no gravity, so if you put something in there and then you turn it on, it'll start floating. Right? Would that disprove the whole gravity doesn't exist thing? If that contraption existed?
Well, I don't know that it does.
Yeah, I don't actually know either. I think I'm.
There's no such thing, man.
There's no such thing. What?
No, there's no such thing. I don't know what you're thinking. Like some Star Trek shit.
Yeah. Let me see if I can Google it.
I've heard of like low gravity chambers, but I mean, I think even if it did exist, it doesn't mean that it's like it's true or not. It just means they can counteract that force.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Low gravity.
Yeah, I mean, this is just like a hypothetical, right? So I don't really see the point in.
Yeah, it's what. Yeah.
I mean, if you were like, yeah, bro, they've found this anti-grav room and it's real, then cool, let's talk about it. But I don't know, man. Until then, there's no point really.
Okay. What?
I don't think it would be natural. It'd be something man-made, right? But how would that like disprove gravity?
Well, because they say gravity doesn't exist, but if you can turn off gravity and then you start floating, then it would
I think
exist.
it's not that the observations of gravity doesn't exist. It's the theory, right? Where a big object attracts smaller mass objects. That's what they say that doesn't exist.
You know what, man? I'll give you a lot of credit. You actually understand the nuances. I mean, I think that's a simple nuance, but you'd be surprised how many globers don't.
I mean, look, the thing is, it's just like I'm not a researcher in this field, you know, and I don't know. I mean, I agree with you that it's just like about the matching the observations with the theory. But
yeah, right.
Yeah.
So that's why you're reasonable. I think the
Uh-huh.
thing is, man, this is why you're reasonable to talk to, because I can make a point that I think's obvious, and you also understand that it's obvious, and we can move on. There's no like, oh, but the guy on the TV said that you're stupid, so I have to carry that out, and it's none of that bullshit, you know. But you would be surprised.
I think you're actually investigating these claims, you know, which is you know, I think it's a worthy thing to do. You should always. It's like this whole scandal going on with the academia. Like no one's like looking over people's work, you know. They're not double checking. I think it's always good to just go back and double check, you know.
Yeah, of course, yeah. And surely that's the whole point of academia, right? Academia isn't there for a bunch of people to assert that they know things and then everyone just believes them. The point is that they're meant to be coming up with ideas that are so bulletproof that they must be true, or you know, or someone comes along with a more bulletproof idea later and replaces it. But what you have now is people protecting the ideas that they already believe based on zero evidence, and it's weird.
Take a look at the video I posted in the. I'm sure you've seen it actually, but take a look. That I posted the video in the channel.
I personally believe it's these people that question the foundations of what we have or what really gets us to learn more about our world. You know, so I mean, I don't hate flat earthers or anything. If anything, they're I think like they're probably the ones that are more interested in this topic than like 99% of the people that talk about it. And if anything, even theoretically, if flat Earth theories isn't as good as the other theories, you know, people that also study the cosmos, you know, will be challenged, and that's a good thing.
It's funny you say that. I was walking past a Jehovah's Witness booth in my town the other day in the street. Well, I didn't stop and talk, but I overheard one of the guys. They were just talking to each other amongst each other, and I heard one of the guys saying, "And you know what's really weird is." You know they haven't actually even proven gravity yet. You know, I was just like, "Huh?" My ears pricked up. It was really weird.
Yes. Yeah. Speaking of
come on.
Speaking of gravity, does anyone want to watch that video of you
Yeah, I
saying
just did.
Okay, what do you think
this
about
isn't
that?
a room. If you actually watch the video, they tell you what's going on. So there's this thing. They call it the vomit comet. I can't remember what it's actually called. It basically is an aeroplane that does parabolic arcs in the sky.
Okay.
So it will go up, and then it'll come down. And as it's coming down, it simulates like a 0G environment, so they say, but it's actually just free fall. And so it does this free fall thing where people in the plane feel like there's no gravity, but it's not actually the case.
But they're floating.
Oh,
they're floating.
that makes sense. Because it simulates it. It doesn't mean there's no gravity.
Downwards.
Yeah.
They're not actually.
Yeah. So this guy's saying that it's in free fall. Yeah, so they're falling, and then and because your plane looks like it's standing still, this is to simulate what they think is outer space. Exactly. But it's not. I mean, it's not outer space. The only way you can actually. This is why it's a simulation, not reality, right? They're saying if you can go out in the, well, I think it exists. Like outer space exists in the way. Well, I mean, I don't know, but I would assume so.
Allegedly.
But I'm not an expert, you know. What he's saying is that all it's showing is that free fall exists, right? You can free fall. That's what, yeah.
We know that anyway,
But free fall, you can't move. You cannot move when you're free falling. You just like shoot up and hit the ceiling. right?
Well, you can't move in outer space unless you have something to push off of. The same with free falling. You can't move unless you can push off of something.
But I mean, dude, they tell you in the video that that's what's happening. If I pause it at a certain thing here, at 19 seconds in, it says on the screen the weightless race took place on an aeroplane used for scientific research. It's on an aeroplane, dude. It's not me telling you that. The video tells you that.
Yeah, I didn't actually listen to it. I just watched it.
Right. Well, no, you don't need to listen. It just says in.
Well, what's the question? I'm confused what the question is.
I know we're just talking about. So he's linked a video saying, "Where is this room where there's anti-gravity?" Was his question, right? And I said, "Well, it's not a room; it's an aeroplane."
Oh,
right.
Yeah. I mean, I guess like you could probably make a room with like fans or something, right? I guess not, because you couldn't go up or down.
Yeah, I mean the observation of things dropping is actually misunderstood anyway, right? It's an interaction between object and medium, and so right.
Yeah.
So I take say a PS5, let's just say, and I drop my PS5. Well, the PS5 is now inhabiting space that was taken up by gas, right? So what's happened to that gas that was in that space?
Just moved aside.
Well, it's moved to the side and then upwards, right? So the medium and the object.
Well, does it move upwards or does it just move? Well, what's going on in the space?
So when the PS5 is in position A, and then it drops to position B, the position A is not a vacuum, is it? The position A is not
so
a
it moves
vacuum.
it moves the molecule, the particles up where the.
I mean, I have a problem with particle theory, but let's go with that.
was.
Yeah, so obviously,
it moves the matter.
as a general rule, the medium has moved upwards to compensate for the falling of the PS5, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's just an interaction. So when things fall, that's not actually even true. You just have an interaction between different things.
Does anyone know what an interaction with the female is like?
Yes. I just had one. It wasn't very pleasant.
Oh yeah. You mean the one who called themselves a girl even though they're
What
19?
kind of interaction? Damn.
That one.
I know.
I'm a 19-year-old girl. That's an oxymoron, is it not?
Well, she was like, "Oh, I'm a 19-year-old POC girl." It's like no one cares
What does
about any of
POC
that.
mean?
A person of color, right? Yeah.
Oh my god. What does that even matter in a debate? Like she's like, you're white, I'm colored, so that means like I owned like what is it? How's it I don't even know what she's trying to say.
Yeah, so it's like the fact that you're 19 doesn't make the Earth a globe. The fact that you're brown doesn't make the Earth a globe. And the fact that you have a vagina doesn't make the Earth a globe. I don't know why any of that's relevant.
I don't know.
Yeah, you can't say anything against me.
Yeah.
Person of color. Do you not say colored anymore? Is that like racist now?
It
You're not allowed to
was.
disagree with me.
It was racist, and then it wasn't, and then it was, and then it wasn't, and then you realise that all of this shit is just gaslighting, and you shouldn't give a shit about what other people think about what you say anyway, because it's your intention that matters, not the actual words that you say. Anyway, I'm gonna head back to bed. Good to talk to you guys.
Yeah, man, good talking.
Crypto.
Yeah. Do you have a napkin I can?
Yeah, right there.
Oh, hello? Morning, guys. Hello.
Yo, what's up? Anybody in here? Hello? Bitch boys. Where are the real flat earthers? No one in here? Bunch of punk ass bitches? Is that like really? Mood brain, non sex having flat earthers with no balls? You know, tug your balls. Tug your balls for me. Fucking lame ass bitch boys. Is anyone in here? Like checking. Testing. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testes. Testes.
Sup? Hey, yo, is there like a big event somewhere on some server that people are watching right now? Great. Tell me. Quiet noobs. Spit it out. Hey, old dude. You heard me on the YouTube.
There's only globe Earth. That's it. Only the globe.
The real globe.
Yep.
Yep.
Wait, Mishu, are you a mod?
No.
Oh, damn. Who am I thinking of?
Mishu.
So that's you?
I'm Mishu.
Yes. No, I'm thinking of a mod, though. But I swear I thought you were a mod. Hmm. You have a good rest here.
Well, I got my own server. I'm a mod there. Mishu the mod. Oh, fucking YouTuber.
Hey, how'd I get promotion?
Oh,
Come on.
congrats.
Yeah. How
Yeah,
do
you
it?
get you get it. It's on a cycle if you are eligible for promotion, I think, and
Yeah.
it depends on how many hours do you clock on the voice channels in that period.
Here's one thing, Mishu. Here's one thing I gotta add to you. Because if you're doing the custom voice channels, it doesn't mean dick.
Well, I don't know. I'm an ambassador for some
I
reason.
yeah. Well, I talked to mods and like, yeah, if you want the VCs and the customs, it doesn't mean dick. Used to not be the case. You used to make customs at level 3. Before customs didn't exist, there wasn't nothing. You get fucking progress from anywhere. After it, you got progress from that. Now I don't get progress from dick. Now I gotta wait till I'm level 5 to make a fucking custom.
Oh, we need
Ridiculous.
level. Okay. Well, I'm looking forward to level 5
Hey,
myself.
mashallah to you, bro. We fucking yeah, we do well.
Hey, I'm walking here.
Hey,
I love your accent, dude.
hey, love yours too, bro. Hey, fucking have a good time. Peace out.
Peace out, dude.
Newsflash: the Earth ain't flat.
Oh,
Lo siento.
muchas gracias. No flato?
No. Lo
Oh,
siento.
esto globo?
Sí.
Muchos científico.
Sí, sí.
Es globo.
El más científico. El más científico.
¿Tú esta tener evidencia per el globo?
Yeah. Mi evidencia es yo quiero comer perros.
El fruto.
No, no quiero comer perros. Necesito comer perros.
Oh, el necesito tu be globo.
Ya.
Sí, sí. Mucho científico.
Sí, ya.
Esta una error in giugemento. Oh man, I can't do this. I just woke up.
Word up, yo.
Oh, uno accelero. Listo.
Sí. El mucho, sí.
Mucho acceleran. Listo. Como la carta en Siege. ¿Sí?
Sí.
Do you know? Tú.
Yo sé el mucho español. Sí.
But that book, Siege. Do you know that book, Siege?
Rainbow Six Siege?
Nah, it's just Siege.
Just Siege.
Ah, well, back in the day, a lot of the accelera, whatever, I can say that word now. A lot of people like got it from that book or reinforced that belief from that book.
The book Siege, written by James Mason?
Yeah.
Referred to as the godfather of fascist terrorism?
I don't know. I don't know that much about that dude, but if they say that he was that, I guess.
That's crazy, man. They always take those books off the market, you know? I was looking for some other book like this, and they, they don't want to sell it. It's crazy. quote, within siege culture, fascism is the highest truth and the natural state in which whites dominate all others. As a result, siege culture believes that any softening of the message to increase their appeal is impossible, and that any form of compromise is inherently flawed. End quote. What a book.
Dogma. That sounds like Dogma.
I'm just reading off the Wikipedia page. It does seem very spicy, though.
Not really.
I don't know. It was written by a neo-Nazi. I mean, kind of spicy. Kind of spicy. But I digress. No say.
But that guy had a very funny interview back in the day. Like if you can find that, he was
Oh,
on
yeah?
like a Jerry Springer type of show.
Really?
Yeah.
What did he say?
I mean, I can't remember. I've seen it a long time ago, but I remember laughing my ass off because they would get these phone calls and a lot of butthead, you know, uh, Aryans called in, and he just trolled them.
Super funny.
Good morning.
Hello.
How are you
Wow, it
guys?
got banned in Russia for being extremist material. That is quite an accomplishment.
Yeah, because Russia is such a bastion for free speech, right?
Yeah, it's definitely got quite a story associated with it.
What are you guys talking about?
We're talking about the book Siege, written by James Mason, which apparently is a white nationalist, fascist, something or other.
Yeah, that was my bad because I checked your role and I it made me think of that. Acceleration. Can you say that word?
Accelerationist.
Accelerationist. Okay.
Yes. It is not associated with fascism, although presumably some people might make that connection, I guess.
No, my simple brain made that connection.
It's interesting. God, what was the other book that was similar to that? The Turner Diaries. That's what reminds me of. I've never been able to actually find a copy of it, but that's what this reminds me of.
This Siege book looks like a cult book, a cultish neo-Nazi book, and the guy apparently is associated with Charles Manson.
Yeah, Charles Manson was a cool guy, you know? Just because a guy carves a swastika into his forehead doesn't mean he's a bad guy. You know what I'm saying?
That's not why he's a bad guy, though. He's a bad guy because I don't even. You're trolling. I don't even need to explain this, do I?
Yeah, that just indicates he has bad taste in tattoos.
Yeah, it's definitely what he's known for.
Mainly.
So, are you guys flat earthers or globers, or are you on the fence?
I'm definitely a glober, bro.
Oh
Globe,
no!
globing this shit up, you know.
Like a light bulb.
Yeah, I'm just saying, if the Earth was flat, then why wouldn't we just flip it over? You know what I'm saying? Like,
Like a vinyl.
yeah, exactly.
Like a DJ.
Chinese madman flip.
The Madman
Right.
flip.
Yeah.
Or why hasn't any cat pushed everything off yet?
Right? Like, if the Earth was flat, we could just push shit over the edge. Like, goodbye.
That's what Jon Snow's in charge of. The wool around the circle of flatness.
The
It's
king
all
in the
evident.
north.
It's an ice wall, okay? Get your facts straight.
Why do you guys, apart from the obvious, everybody believes it's a globe, what evidence do you guys think is the strongest globe evidence that makes you say, yeah, it's got to be a globe?
Gotta be a globe, bro.
What's your best argument?
NASA
I don't
told
make
me
arguments.
I work with satellite imagery all day, and if the globe was flat, then none of the shit I see would make any sense.
Are you sure about that?
Pretty sure. I mean, you could see the fucking curvature. If it was flat,
Why do you feel the need to dissent
to dissent
in your belief? Yeah.
Funny enough, I don't see flat Earth as the descent. I see flat Earth as the
Okay,
logical standpoint. Once
but
if you was to go and speak to somebody who's never seen TV, never watched films, never read a newspaper, so he's just been living in nature, the natural standpoint, the logical standpoint would be that we're flat and stationary.
yeah, bro, that makes
sure,
sense.
man.
Like, you go
That
talk to
doesn't
a
answer
bunch
my
of fucking
question, though.
people who are working with sticks and rocks, those guys have it figured out. You know what I'm saying?
Unless you put a Lamborghini in front of them and they think it's an alien. Yeah.
Holy shit.
What's funny is the Islanders navigated pretty well with the stars, and I'm pretty sure they all assumed that it was on a curved surface for a very long time.
Sure, right?
No, that's wrong. They used the Solar cycles were in existence well before the idea of a globe. And globe was only popularized in the late 1800s. They
Okay,
were
I'm
still
not the one
teaching
that went out
flat
to the
Earth.
islands and talked to these people, right?
It's
That didn't
crazy.
happen.
They were still
'Cause I don't
teaching
have
flat Earth
first-hand
in the
experience with
early
this.
1900s.
Is there any PDF files that proves that the Earth is not flat or is flat? Any
I don't have first-hand
experimentation?
experience with Tahitian tribes or anything.
How the aliens carved it into the pyramids using a series of pictograms and hieroglyphs. Okay. It's all there. How do you think they
No, the
obtained
Egyptians
such
believed in a flat Earth.
advanced technology?
Who?
The Egyptians believed in a flat Earth. They called the
Why
firmament
does it
nut.
matter, though?
Really, what does
Why does it
anything
matter so
matter,
much to
man?
you?
Well, it does matter because if they have been lying to us all this time, then there's something that we should know.
Why? What made you think
Why
that they
would
were
they
lying
lie?
to us this whole time?
No, if the
Why would
flat
you think
Earth.
that?
Listen, man.
Because why
Underneath
wouldn't
the
it be
Denver
that?
International
What
Airport
the
is a
hell?
secret government facility where they keep all the aliens, and the aliens work as slaves using their
All
natural
right, Charty.
technology. Yeah.
Charty, give it a
Okay.
break now. Let's just have a chat. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
getting
a quick
boring.
little chat. I'm down, man. No, if the Earth was flat, then nothing that we use every day would make any sense, right? You have a cell phone. That cell phone connects to GPS technology. GPS
No, it doesn't.
technology wouldn't work if the Earth was flat, man.
The cell phone connects to cell towers,
Right,
not
and the
not
cell towers get
satellites.
their data from GPS satellites.
Yeah,
No, it's all line of sight with cell phones.
of course it is. Because you're a cell phone
So the
technician.
cell phone towers are connected to nodes, and the nodes are connected to each other. They're all connected through fiber.
Yeah, that's not how that works.
Right.
No, they're not. Cell
That is
phone
how
Yes,
that
towers
they
are
are.
works.
connected through radio frequencies. They don't use
The cell phone
fiber.
tower is the same thing as the tower that is inside of what used to be the house phone. Remember how it used to be attached to a long cord? You had to buy the extra long cord so you could walk away from the mount. Well,
Is
then they
Mm-hmm.
what?
came out with these phones that are wireless, right? But you still had to have the main phone jack, and they still had to connect into the telephone jack in the wall of the house.
Why do you feel like you
Telephone
can't
is the
trust
same thing.
authority? Is the real question here.
Respect my authority.
What do you guys got?
What do you
Yeah,
have
it's got
against
nothing
the
to
government
what
and
he said.
authority?
What Kikoho said has nothing to do with authority. It's just to do with
100% this does.
what we know. We know that cell phone towers use line of sight, and they use the towers. They upgraded the towers from analog to digital.
See, here's what I heard is that
Every
in
single
the
flat
new
earther has a
vaccines,
problem
the
with
new
authority.
COVID vaccines, they added a 5G upgrade so that every human being on Earth who takes the vaccine is 5G enabled. You know?
Chadzi, come on, last chance, mate. Don't be an idiot and don't talk about stuff that we don't talk about in here.
Okay. I apologize. I'm not, to be perfectly clear, though, and to be honest, I'm not sure where the line is, right? Because it seems like a lot of the time things get blurred and things get mixed together.
Well,
Yeah, because if
medical
we're all already talking
misinformation
about
is
make-believe stuff, we don't know where that line is, personally. I mean, I know what he's saying.
the medical stuff is just too risky, mate. So if you
Alright.
could please refrain from that, that'd be great.
Okay. I will do that.
I think the line is drawn on that 2019 thing. So that's obviously,
What's that? What 2019 thing?
but I'm not gonna say it, but
Yeah, this channel is not about conspiracy theories. This channel is just
Oh,
about
okay.
geometry and the shape of
Just
the
the
Earth.
one conspiracy theory.
It's not a conspiracy. It's a question of geometry.
It's
You
a
can go to
conspiracy
conspiracy
theory.
channels, and they might, get into things like why did they lie and spiritual implications and the knock-on effects and how many things this, also affects. But that's not what this channel's for. This channel is literally for the geometry side of the argument, the logical versus the fallacious. What
I
do you
see.
know to be true, and what do you believe? Well, I put it to you that to be a baller, you are rooted in belief. You don't
Why
have
do you,
evidence in the natural world for the ball.
Be a baller? You mean
I
like a
trust experts in their fields. That's what I do. I just
right?
don't know why
Did
you
you
have a
ever
problem with
see
people's
that?
authority on certain subjects.
Well,
Do you
Whittaker,
ever?
that's an appeal to authority, so that's not a logical argument
It
to say I
100%
trust
is. Why do
authority.
you have a problem with authority?
No. I'm talking
If
about in a
somebody's an expert in their
debate
field, why do
setting.
you have a problem with that? That's what I'm asking.
I don't. But you've got to understand that if this, well, I told you this channel's about logic and belief, and if you believe and trust in somebody else, that's a belief. So you just fall on the belief side rather than the knowledge side, where you can,
Yeah, I'm
test
not an
and prove
expert.
things.
Did you
No,
ever
but
see that
you can
Carl
go and
Sagan
find you
clip?
can go and find these experiments, and you can go and see whether there is evidence or any proof of curvature, any evidence or proof
I
of
don't
motion,
need to because it's not
and you will
really a
find there's none.
question that I'm concerned with.
Wait, Roots,
I don't see
did
why
you
it's
ever see
important at
that
all.
documentary? There was this documentary that was made by a bunch of flat Earth guys, and they designed an experiment that would prove whether or not the Earth is round. And the
Talking
experiment.
about the Netflix documentary Beyond the Curve with Jaren and Globebusters, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, they turned it into a bit of a hit piece because in reality, that experiment was a failed experiment, and both the Globers and the Flat Earthers said, okay, we haven't actually got enough information here to make a decision. But the thing that made it seem like the Globers conceded to something was when Jaren couldn't see the laser, there was a moment where he said, oh, interesting, I can't see it. But then 2 minutes after that, he said, oh, there it is. But they cut that bit. So they turned that into a hit piece against Flat Earth. And that's why it's in the mainstream, because it's a hit piece.
Okay. Have you seen that clip of Carl Sagan explaining Eratosthenes' experiment that he did in the
Yeah, I know the
BCs?
Eratosthenes. I know the Eratosthenes story. Yep.
Yeah. And you think
Did you see
that's
the part
just
did you see the part where Neil deGrasse has on both of them curve?
Kiko? You're cutting out pretty hard here, man. I can't hear you.
Say that again, Kiko.
Did you see the part where Neil deGrasse Tyson said that observation can be done on a curved and a flat surface and get the same results?
Well, no, you wouldn't be able to get the same results on both.
Yeah, you could.
How about you can?
All you're doing is measuring the angle of the shadows and then finding the difference between the two, multiplying that number by the distance, and then dividing it by 360.
You're
And
just
boom, you
looking.
have a
You're
circumference.
just looking through a hole in a piece of wood. There's no math involved in it.
Not that one. You brought up Carl Sagan and Eratosthenes. How is it that we're going
Oh
back
yeah.
to a flashlight?
Bloody hell, mate. You're talking about Eratosthenes. I'm going to post in the chat some of the geometry where you can see it works on a flat or on a globe surface. Check the
Well, it
chat.
might work for two specific points, right? Like for two arbitrary points, you could find a solution that works on both a curved and a flat plane. But for two arbitrarily separated random points, right? Like you're randomizing their location each time, it doesn't work on both a flat and a curved surface. It only works, if they're,
No, that's wrong. It's completely reversible. A bit like some of Kepler's laws as well. Some of the observations of the sky, which are assumed to be proof of a globe, work with the Earth as the center. And this is, the first globe model was a geostationary globe. And all of the same stars observations work exactly the same with the Earth as stationary or if the Earth is moving. So you cannot tell anything from these observations because they work both ways. And that's a fact.
I don't know, man. Like, you could see planets, right? They might move one direction, but as the orbits change, they start moving another direction. That doesn't make any sense if the Earth is flat. But if the Earth is round and we orbit the sun, then planets moving one way in the sky and then suddenly moving the other way in the sky later in the year. It only makes sense if this model is correct.
No, that's incorrect, my friend. The stellar parallax. You're talking about stellar parallax, and you're talking about how basically half of the stars spin in the wrong direction. That's called negative parallax, yeah? That is a globe killer. You are not supposed to have negative parallax. And when you Google and look into negative parallax, they keep it very quiet because not only does stellar parallax not
Why
mean
would
the Earth
somebody
is
want to
moving,
hide that?
because it doesn't make sense into the model that 50% of your
Why would
stars are
somebody want? Why would somebody be lying about? Why would there be an authority lying about this?
Right. Like,
because
what's the benefit of?
it's not that they're lying about it. It's that they
That's what you.
hand wave dismiss it as in it's they call that instrument error. Negative parallax is usually down
I
to
mean, just
instrument error.
overall, why? What makes you think that there is an authority out there that wants to hide the fact that the Earth is flat?
We're talking about stellar parallax at the moment. We're talking about stellar parallax and how the motion of the Earth is
Okay.
supposed to display parallax in a certain way, and actually, I think it's over 50%, maybe 48% of the stars are rotating. The parallax is rotating in the wrong direction.
I'm
So
not talking about stars. I'm talking about like planets, like stuff in our solar system. Like the orbit of Venus, as observed from Earth, right? It makes these little loops. It goes back on itself. When it should just be spinning in one direction, it'll sometimes go back. And that only makes sense if everything is spinning, right? And everything's spinning at different speeds. It
No,
makes this
not
beautiful
only.
flower shape.
Yeah, it's not an only case. You've made a false dichotomy, right? Just
No.
because my understanding makes it work with everything making big circles around the sun, and whenever I get to my end of the edge of the circle, and then I go around the other side of the sun, while the other planet is sitting in its end of its circle, and whenever I roll around my arc, it looks like it's going retrograde. It's going backwards in its orbit. That only makes sense if it's everything's making circles. That is not the case. It could be that the lights in the sky that we call planets, because they move different from the rest of the stars, are actually making these flower shaped patterns. That's also a simple logical conclusion.
So are you saying that you think the planets are like projections onto the sky? That they're not actually like there?
How did you get? I think that projections have.
You're cutting out, man. We
Yeah,
can't
you're
hear
cutting
you.
out pretty bad.
How about now?
Yeah,
My
better,
question
man.
was, how did you get? I think that the stars are just projections from my statement about them and their retrograde motion.
Well, how else would they move like that? I think was his question, really, right?
Right. Yeah,
Yeah,
like if they're real, right, what natural phenomenon explains the retrograde motion?
yeah. How would I be able to know the mechanics of the stars if I can't go to the stars and observe them? All I can
You
do
can
is sit
observe them
here on
from
the
where you're
ground and
at.
look up at them.
See,
All I
I
can do
don't
is sit
really
here on
I
the
don't get
ground
that
and look up
argument,
at them.
right? Because we can make
No, no,
inferences about
because
how
well,
things
you
work
here.
without having actually like
How
personally up
is
close touching them and observing them, right? We can make inferences. We can make theories and laws that explain how things work without actually having to physically interact with those things. That's how
yeah?
engineering works. That's how, most sciences work.
Well, how did you observe the motion of the stars and conclude that we're also spinning around a sun and they're spinning around a sun and we're having all of these motions in a vacuum? How did you conclude
Well,
that?
if
Other
you
than
create
self-asserting my story to be true.
if you create a model, right, assuming that that's the case, it perfectly
Yeah,
explains our
assuming
current
here.
situation, right? So
Yeah.
even if my model, right, is just an assumption I make, it perfectly explains everything around us. So I don't know how that's.
Yeah, sure.
but the model works geocentric as well. You don't understand
Does
what.
it? Is there
Yes, look at the
No.
Platonic model.
the Platonic?
Yeah, the geocentric model is exactly the same in terms of what we see in the sky as the heliocentric model. So, are you trying to
That's not
say the
100%
geocentric model
true.
works too? Can we just go
But
with
the
that one? Yeah.
geocentric
Only when you
model
look at certain
relies on
things.
things that don't make sense. You know, if in the geocentric model, how does retrograde work? How does that, what's the explanation that planets could just start moving the opposite direction?
Kiko just said we don't actually know what's going on in the sky, and if the sky is a clock with many different components to it, then there are, like I said to you, with parallax, we see half of the stars are turning in the opposite direction in which they should be if the Earth is traveling like is being presented. So there's anomalies all over the place when it comes to the rotations of the stars. You don't have an explanation, nor does the globe, for negative parallax. So there are mysteries in the sky, and the sky is a perfect clock, and the Soros cycles have been around way before the globe to be able to predict things. So this model, this amazing predictive power of this model is not really unique.
What?
Okay.
Okay.
Your model can be backwards engineered. Your model is backwards engineered from a geocentric position. If you look in the chat, Kaiko's just put a picture in for you.
Oh, this has got a lot of words.
Oh.
Just understand that there's nothing unique about what we're seeing in the sky and the predictive power of the globe. These predictions were made before. It's just we don't have a model from the ancient world to say, look, here you go. But they have many calendars.
If it works either way, why do you argue so vehemently for it?
For what? I'm just telling you
For a flat Earth,
something.
you said it works either way, whether it's a globe or a geocentric or a whatever. You said it works no matter what. So why does it matter to you?
Whittaker, you got to stay on point here because we're specifically talking about something. If you want to go on to a different subject, like that's fine. Flat Earth is, it takes a long time to come to the conclusion and realize, but it's not one subject or, it's not just this point that will lead you to flat Earth. Pretty much all of reality in nature supports a stationary, motionless plane. And space is a violation of the laws of science we understand. We don't have proof of space. So there's lots to it, and I don't want to say too much and throw you off. I'm sure Kaiko wanted to jump in there, but I'm just saying don't jump. We were talking about parallax and retrograde at the moment.
Okay, I mean, you're just saying that it works either way, so I don't know why. Whatever, sorry.
Wait, you said there's no proof of the space? Didn't the astronauts go to space or some shit, bro? I'm pretty sure I saw that on TV.
I also saw that on TV.
You saw it on TV, huh?
Yeah, man.
Oh,
And
my
like
bad. Yeah,
internet.
it can't be true. It's on TV. It's from the media. Yeah, my bad, man.
Oh, yeah, I saw
Yeah.
Lilo and Stitch on TV too.
Yeah, everything on TV is false. It's fake
And see, when
news.
people bring this up, that's why I say, like, why do you mistrust authority so much? Why do you mistrust authority in this sense, but you don't mistrust authority in other ways?
You think that they really walked on the moon or wherever they went, and I think Lilo and Stitch are real. So what?
Yeah, man, they were on TV. That makes them real.
There you go.
You can't be that dumb. You can't be that dumb. I'm
Hey,
just going to
don't
put you down to trolling
underestimate
again.
us, sir.
But way to go. When it comes to your point here, this isn't about wanting to be a rebel. Okay, nobody wanted to be a flat earther. Nobody wanted to go against the status quo to have people like yourself come in and just be abusive for no reason.
I'm not abusive.
No, but your assumptions, we don't like. Nobody likes to be, singled out and go against the grain so that you get abuse, because flat earthers get abuse. This is not about authority. This is about the globe, yeah. And the globe has never had you've never proven the dimensions or the radius or the curvature of your globe. Yeah.
Don't you
I'm
mean
not an
the
expert.
disc? The
You
We
don't
disc.
saw that the
have.
Earth was round. NASA posted images. No, didn't NASA post images or some shit?
I'm not an expert. I defer to experts on subjects that I don't know a lot about.
But you've got
Why?
to slow down a little bit and stop
Why
making
don't you do that?
assumptions. Because when it comes to your globe, what you've got to understand is we've been told that the globe is a what, an oblate spheroid, and then we have all these
Yeah, sure.
pictures of spheres from NASA which don't fit the description. Every picture is a different size, all the continents are different sizes, they're all different colors. When you look into it, you find out they've all been
Why do you look
photoshopped.
into it?
Let
Why
me
does this
finish.
matter
Let
so
me
much?
finish because
Okay,
it's a
yeah.
lie. Because we're being lied to. They're
Why are they
photoshopping
lying?
and copy and pasting clouds.
Can you prove it's
Um,
photoshopped? Can you prove it's photoshopped? Like the
I
Why are they
images
mean,
lying?
produced
there
by
are so
NASA?
many. If you bother to go and watch some flat Earth documentaries, there's so
Oh,
many.
so you don't know how to explain the evidence. You
Listen, if you
just
keep
tell me to go
interrupting me, I'm
search
going
it
to
up.
mute you so I can finish my point. What I'm
Finish your
trying to
point.
tell you is if you do some real research, you'll find there's Photoshop boxes on a lot of these pictures. There's copy and pasted clouds. There's even sex written into, is it the blue? I can't remember if it's the blue marble, but you can find
Into the Lion King movie,
subliminal
sex is written in the
messaging
clouds.
within the clouds.
Isn't there a live
That's the
stream
Lion
from
King
the
movie. I think you're
International Space
confusing
Station
that with something
pointed
else.
at Earth, like right now?
Yeah, there's
Like,
No.
actually a live video on YouTube.
I just
So what you can do is you can go to the NASA's website, download all
so
of the
like,
videos that they have. You can compile it into a
why are
really
they
long
lying?
feed, pull it
right,
live,
there's a
and then
live
get paid
stream
by
from the
NASA for
International
using the
Space
video.
Station
That's
right
my
now.
question: is why are they
Hold on
lying? Why
one
do you
sec,
think they're
guys.
lying?
One sec. Kaiko was speaking, right? If you're going to keep talking over him, I'm going to mute you till he's finished. Can you let each other speak and keep this coherent? Thank you.
You can go to the NASA website. You can download as many files as you can hold. You can string them all together on YouTube, claim that it's live, and then get paid for showing their videos.
There's a live stream from NASA right now on YouTube. I just
Yeah,
posted it.
yeah, and I just explained it.
That it's not live?
No.
Oh.
Wait, can you prove that?
Yeah, find out how many live feeds there are.
How many live feeds are there?
I bet you could prove that it is live if you had a bright enough light.
Space exploration. They haven't done that. They
I don't
didn't
know,
make that
man.
comparison.
It's a meme, guys. It's a meme. Just like when they did the Mars rover landing, and the only tweet after they did the Mars rover landing, the only celebrity tweet that they showed was from Rick Astley. Yeah, they're trolling us. Okay, and the
Why
more you
though?
look, the
Why?
more you look into NASA, the more you will see we are being trolled, guys, into a
Hey,
belief system that we can't prove.
hey, I
No,
worked on
I
the
don't think so.
opportunity stuff, man. Don't say that it's a fucking bullshit. That was a huge
It's
feat for us, man. We put a lot of work into that. That was a huge achievement for not just our country, but for our whole species. Don't say that
Oh.
it's a lie.
No, I was asking why. Like, why would somebody do that? That's what
Well, yeah,
I'm trying to understand here. Why do you think somebody would do that?
Listen, why the lie isn't important at this point, yeah? If
I
the
think it is. I think it's very important.
no,
I
can
think
you
that
stop
is the
interrupting me?
most
Let me
important
finish.
thing.
You do, but you're wrong, and I'll tell you why you're wrong. Because if you enter a crime scene and let's say there's a guy lying there with a knife in his back, right? What's more important, to figure out who killed him,
Motive.
or
Motive is
to
incredibly
figure out?
important.
Yeah, motive is not as important in establishing whether a crime has taken place. We
Motive
are
is the
here to
most
discuss.
important part.
No, no. We are
no.
here to discuss. Before you go to motive, you need to find out whether a crime has taken place. The globe is the dead body in the room that you guys are denying is dead. You're claiming it's very much alive, and we're telling you it's dead. It has no evidence. There is no proof. There is nothing you have apart from belief. So before we get to motive, let's establish whether the globe has any real natural evidence.
In court, motive is like the primary thing they focus on.
No,
Yeah,
no.
if you're going
Before court, we're not talking about court. We're talking about the crime scene. We have brought you onto the crime
There's not
scene. We're
always
not
a
in
crime
court.
scene.
You're not understanding, my friend. Before we
I do,
establish,
and you're just not
before
answering
we
my
think of
question.
motive, we have to establish whether a crime has taken place.
Okay, you've established that. We'll just give you that. I'll just give you that. What's the motive?
I'm also curious. Like, what is the motive?
Oh, for fuck's sake!
If the Earth is flat, right? Why would they wanna? What's the
take a
point of
shot.
covering it up? What's the point of like hiding it?
Imagine all the people on this realm having that wonder ripped from their mind, like that wonder. What lies beyond the skies? What's this place? And having that cured all of a sudden with the fakery. I think
It
that's
happens with
But isn't
people
isn't
leaving
that like
Christianity.
ultimately like more intriguing? Like
no.
the globe model, it relies all on like these natural theories, and it's like it is intriguing, but it's natural. It's just how things are. But a flat Earth, right?
It's fake.
This conspiracy to cover everything up. That's more
Charty,
intriguing to me.
obviously you're new to this topic, so let me put it into perspective for you.
Okay.
If there is no globe,
Mhm.
right, then there must be, and the Earth is flat and stationary, then there must be a creator. Okay. If
Okay.
there is a creator, and
Like the
this is
covenant.
slippery
and
slope, but
this is the
okay.
center, and this is the center, that means your life, your purpose is completely different than if you are random pond scum that evolved from a monkey and your origins of everything is something came from nothing. So there's a hopelessness, there is a lack of there is a big difference between being the center and being a random occurrence, and that is the biggest thing, if in my personal perspective, is that they have hidden and removed the creator from the argument and replaced it with the big bang. Something came from nothing and everything's an accident.
So
That's a big deal.
That's very interesting
So
because
can I talk for a
this kind of
second?
transitions into sort of a philosophical or a metaphysical
you think
kind
it's
of
Satan?
argument.
Wittigo,
think
can you
this
stop
is-
talking through people because you're just creating like bad noise in the room? Just wait for Charty to finish, then jump in.
Oh, I'm
Go ahead.
finished. Let's let him speak.
Go ahead then, dude. I just don't want it to talk all over each other.
I'm sorry. I'm just really bad at talking over people. It's not something I do on purpose. So you think it's like Satan? Like this is like an adversary thing. Like this is God versus Satan, and people on Satan's side are trying to battle God by misinforming the public.
No, I didn't mention anything about Satan. I didn't mention anything about the battle of good and evil. But if you don't know where you've been, you don't know where you're going. If you don't know your history, you don't know how to react. So if we are living in a complete fabrication and lie, then we are no threat to the powers that be. That's just something else to throw in there. So if you wanted to completely own and control people, you would have to take away their beliefs. You would have to take away God. So it's just obvious, that this is part of, there are multiple reasons for it, but there's just a few I can throw out to you, which should cause you to start thinking about, okay, there is a motive. There could be many.
I can follow your motive narrative a lot better than I can any of your scientific arguments. I appreciate you answering my question.
Well, what scientific argument? This is a good place for scientific argument. So honestly, if I can't answer them, there is definitely other people here who can. So what is it that you're not convinced by scientifically?
I think I'm convinced that NASA proved everything scientifically for us. So I don't know why we're arguing this.
You're not allowed to just say everything or it's a globe because it's a globe. Like, be specific.
I didn't say that. That wasn't me.
Well, from what I've seen from NASA, I mean they're a well-respected organization, so I'm gonna trust them. I think so.
Very well respected.
Weren't a lot
Oh
of
my
the
God.
arguments in support of a round Earth made like hundreds of years ago? Like, weren't most of them made even before the United States existed? Like, that's the whole reason Columbus came to America in the first place, right? He thought that the Earth was round and that he could get to Asia by going west instead of, east around Africa. Like, a lot of these arguments I feel like aren't even that new.
Well, they had the
Proving that
whole
the
world.
Earth is round. They've been around for hundreds or sometimes thousands of years. I
They
don't know
had the
what
whole world figured out, but Columbus didn't know where he was going.
Well, he thought it was going to Asia. He didn't think that there was another continent between Asia and Europe.
I mean,
So you
we
think
don't know
there's
what happened a few years ago. Sorry, Jerry. And you're saying with certainty, about Columbus did this and Aristophanes did that, and
Well, we
come
know
on.
for certain that Columbus sailed west because he thought the Earth is round and that he could get from Europe to Asia by going west. Right? That's
Right.
the whole reason that he did that.
I mean, if
Wow.
we're at this point where we think there's a globe or there's a conspiracy, I don't mean to use that. There's a bunch of people who want us to stray from God because it helps them have control over us. I don't see why we're stopping at a globe conspiracy. Why we wouldn't say that, like, Columbus is a lie or history is a lie or it's all a lie,
No, it
like
has to
that. I
be
don't,
real, right?
there's no limit there for me if we're
It
starting
has
from
to
the
be
point
real.
of, like, denying God.
Right? And a
So it
lot
has
of
to be real.
scientists, a lot of early scientists that proved these theories that support that the Earth is round, they were Christians. I mean, Galileo was a member of the Catholic Church. Columbus was a Catholic. I mean, like, why would they
Yeah,
want to undermine their
heliocentrism.
own faith?
So God did it.
Charlie, heliocentrism was created by Jesuit priests. Are you aware of that? This has all come from the church.
Yeah, that's
We're
what
not
I'm
arguing
saying.
for the church. There's too many assumptions in these loaded questions. We're not arguing for the church. We agree with you. The church has deceived us. They're the ones, the Jesuits are the ones who introduced heliocentrism, and heliocentrism wouldn't be as big as it is if it wasn't introduced by the church.
But why
You've got to
would
think this through.
why
The
would the
the
church want
church,
to just mislead its own followers?
the Jesuits hijacked the church. The church was infiltrated long before heliocentrism. History is a very muddy affair, my friend, and some real dark shit happened during the Dark Ages and the Crusades. And I don't want to get into that, but stop assuming history is linear and everything you've been told is true.
But there were theories put forth that supported a round Earth even before Catholicism or Christianity even existed. I mean, these theories predate organized Western religion.
To me, it seems.
So you have Pythagoras and his lackeys creating this idea that the sphere is the most perfect shape, right? And God would have created the most perfect shape. So therefore, Earth is a perfect shape. It's a sphere. And then you got Eratosthenes, who goes out and measures shadow angles. And he's also 200 years before Jesus. So this is obviously before Jesus ever showed up. But then you don't actually have any direct writings from Eratosthenes. You don't have anything of the old mentioning Eratosthenes. You have Eratosthenes after the Protestants are deciding to, say, hey, Catholic Church, you're not doing it right. We're going to actually do it the way they're supposed to. And then now you're at the point of knowledge that, hey, the Jesuits created the heliocentric model. Well, the purpose of the Jesuit is to bring the Protestants back into the church. So if heliocentrism popped up as, Protestant Reformation is starting to actually gain traction, then the purpose of that would be to what? Dilute the Bible that's already saying that you live in a flat, non-moving, enclosed location created by God,
Right.
making you have ultimate purpose. So
Does
what they
the
do is they
Bible
take
actually say that?
yeah, you can do this for yourself. Count how many times the Bible says that the earth is on foundations, it doesn't move. Find out where it says that heaven is his throne, the earth is his footstool, his throne is our sanctuary. Amos 9:6, where it says that the vault of heaven is bound and founded on the earth. What would be the firmament? What is the firmament? Because it claims to be a hard structure that separates the waters above from the waters below and gathered the waters below it into one place, causing the dry land to appear. What would that be? What is heavens? Heavens is waters, Shemayim, sky waters. Why would the waters need separated from above, from below? Why would God walk upon um, the great deep and then cause light to appear within it? You know, this is stuff that is in the Bible and should be looked at because it doesn't
Yeah,
claim that it's a globe.
you're throwing out a lot of information all at once.
Yeah, I'm trying
This
to
makes
throw
a
out
lot more sense to me, seeing that you're coming from this direction. You're coming from a perspective of like the Christian Bible.
There's so many proofs. There's so many references to flat stationary plane, or the Earth is rolled out, laid flat. Like it shouldn't even be questioned. The Bible is clearly a flat Earth cosmology. Hebrew cosmology is also a flat Earth cosmology as well.
Yeah. Only thing I wanted to do was put out key points. You're going to remember the key points that I said, like founded, not moving, and then you'll go and look for it to verify if what I'm saying is true. I can also post you an image that has a list of 200 verses. I think there's more than just 200, but I couldn't find one that had more saved onto it. And then the guy in the Bible who uses both words in Hebrew for ball and circle, he says that God said that he was going to take the nation of Israel, violently turn them into a ball, and throw them into a far country. And he also says that God sits above the circle of the earth. Two different words that both could mean ball, except he uses the one that means circle for describing the earth, and he used the one that more directly resembles ball as making an action for tossing Israel into Babylon.
So he wasn't like throwing a ball, he was like chucking a frisbee.
Not chucking a frisbee, he was throwing a ball, which was the people, not the earth.
So here's what you guys have seen that there's that famous picture of from the Apollo missions, right, where they took a picture of the whole earth. What do you guys think about that? Is that just fake or
it is real?
You said San Francisco?
Well, like they took
It's
a
a good
picture of
documentary.
the Earth from the moon, and you can see the whole Earth in frame, but you can only see part of the Earth, right? Like you'd think you'd be able to see the whole thing. So is the picture not real, or
No?
They faked it. They faked it. And there's
It used
documentaries
to be the
showing exactly
case.
how they did it.
That's
It used
crazy,
to be.
man?
It used to
Yeah,
be the
I
case.
mean, when you're coming from a position like most of the people in here are, I can see how easy it is to think that everything around you is fake, and the only thing that's trustworthy is the Bible. If you're going to trust the Bible implicitly, and if you're going to trust your religion implicitly, you're going to create these conspiracies to comply with your worldview. It makes
No,
sense. I understand.
I trust my senses, and this book lines up with what my senses tell me. There's a difference. So
You don't
there
have
is
to get
a,
defensive. I understand.
No, but the Bible is a very small part of this whole discussion. Like I said, this room is more about geometry. It just so happens that the Bible backs up the flat claim. So if we want to talk about the Bible, we need to
The
establish
Bible is pretty
it's a flat Earth
contradictory.
text. Yeah, but it doesn't matter whether you believe. I'm not a Christian, but I know that it's a flat Earth cosmology.
Roots, I have a question. Can I ask you
You're
a
not
question? Why isn't there any well-respected flat earther in the scientific community? Why isn't there anyone that is well-respected?
There actually was, my friend, and unfortunately,
What is the ratio?
Yeah, there actually was, and these people do not get platformed anymore. These people get shunned and their careers get destroyed. A little bit like what happened in 2020 with the doctors. Good doctors are now just reserved to writing books because they lost their licenses and practices because they went against the narrative. So if you
Can
go
you
against the
provide names?
narrative, yeah, I mean, there's scientists who famously
Such
claimed
as?
that there are famous scientists. I don't know his name, but I can get you a link of a famous scientist saying that the moon was a plasma and not matter. He was
Whoa.
shunned after, and he lost his, he lost his funding. There's many, but
That's good.
they are not in the mainstream anymore. Anyone in the
Wouldn't it
mainstream has
wouldn't
to
it
be
make
That's actually
supported.
great.
People in the
That's actually
mainstream are
great.
supported by the global institutions, and if you go against the narrative, you lose
What
your
do you
funding, you lose your support.
global? No,
Honestly,
wouldn't
that's
it
great.
make more
what do
sense?
you think
Like,
of
what is the benefit of covering this up? What's the benefit of deceiving people? Like, ultimately, if this is something that is so obvious that the average person, if they were really, motivated to, they could figure it out. What's the benefit of even attempting to cover this up? What's the benefit of, why would you even try and do something
yeah,
like this?
they already kind of answered that earlier.
No. You have the ability to um, manipulate the person who doesn't know in such a way that you can anticipate their movements and actions, right? That would be one reason why
So
having
they
control.
want to
No,
manipulate
why?
the whole
I'm
world
not finished.
population.
Not
Control.
finished.
They want to control. Go ahead, Kiko.
If I also live in a society where everything is monitored and controlled, and even my plebeians are able to see what I do, then I would want to create some form of money laundering system so that I can funnel money from one place to another without it being overly suspicious. If I want to give money to these contractors who are creating my military weapons, but I only have a limited budget to spend towards military, I would give them money and funding through another means like space, because the people who create all of my space equipment are also the same people who are creating my weapons and
Okay,
my military structure.
Kiko, how big is the NASA budget?
2023, it was like
18
what
billion.
was it?
How
No, it
big is
was
the
88
military
billion a
budget?
day. 88 million per day in like
Okay,
2000.
yearly.
Look it up,
25
dude.
billion, not 18, 25
Well,
billion.
if you're going to talk about budgets, you got to know what you're talking about. How much is it? Is it 25 billion?
Yes.
Here,
How much is the military budget?
750 billion,
Sounds
800
like a
billion.
drop in the bucket for the military. I don't think they need an excuse to spend an extra 25 billion.
well, the
Kind
military
of a
is
mute
not
point.
Boeing or Lockheed. Give me 2 seconds. I'm
Yeah.
going to post you an image. 2020, I believe it is.
2023 NASA's budget was 25.4 billion.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. And compared to the 760 billion that the military gets, I don't
Yeah.
see why the
Well, the
military
military also has
could.
to fund and sponsor their military and their families and housing and education and all that other
But
fancy
what you're
bullshit that
telling
they give
me is
all of their
that the
members.
military wants money, right? And they
Hmm.
need to use NASA as an excuse to get money.
And a far smaller organization gets enough money that they don't know what to do with on a daily basis. Just posted fiscal year 2020, and these are all of the top contractors for NASA.
Yeah, that
You've got
doesn't track. What you're saying doesn't track at all.
because you're not tracking. California Institute of Technology (JPL) got $2 billion for 2020.
How much
No, no,
did
no,
how much
2
did
million.
Lockheed Martin get?
Boeing gets $1.5 million.
Boeing contracts,
Lockheed got
yeah.
$1 million and a third. Northrop Grumman got $1 million and a third.
Okay.
Jacobs
The military
Technology
doesn't need
got
an
$1
excuse
million.
to pay those people. is what I'm
No,
trying to say.
because the military's not paying these people. These
The
people
military
are
does pay those people. So
no.
does
The
NASA,
military
but
doesn't do that. The government pays these people because hey, I'm
it goes
using
through the.
Way to
equipment
go.
made by
Let him
you.
finish.
Yeah.
I'm using equipment made by you, so I got to pay you somehow. So that's got to go into my military budget, which is going to cover the cost of parts and all of the other happy horse shit, right? But these companies are also getting paid for their contracts through NASA. What other contracts are they being paid by the government? So it's these companies that are not government affiliated that are getting money from the government twofold, at least.
Like SpaceX.
No, like Lockheed Martin and Boeing. I know what he's talking about. I just don't think the government needs another excuse. I think we would totally be fine with our tax dollars going to these companies anyway, regardless of whether NASA exists or not, is what I'm trying to say.
Who has more voting power, the company or the individual person?
Neither.
I don't
Neither
think
does.
companies can vote, can they?
Yes, a company has its own votes.
We don't live in a direct democracy.
Is this
Neither.
cyberpunk? Companies can vote?
What
No,
I'm
not
saying is,
cyberpunk.
like, regardless of what you're arguing for, like regardless of that, the argument itself doesn't make sense to me. I could see my tax dollars going to these companies through whatever means because that's what the government decides. And they don't need an excuse. They do it anyway, regardless of our dissent.
Right? Like if JPL or Northrop Grumman or whatever can get $20 billion in government contracts for military, why would they create a whole separate government agency just to fund them an extra,
Million.
$1
Yeah.
billion? Like, wouldn't they just give it to them through like? What's the point of going through all of those hoops for such a small gain?
You remember that time back in like 2001 when somebody was like, "Hey, the government's missing a bunch of money," and
Oh, the
we don't know where it
9/11
went.
That's
conspiracy,
every
Tower
year.
7?
Yeah.
I know this
What
shit,
happened
bro.
with
Every
all
year they
that?
miss money.
Why is it whenever we question, "Hey, where's all this money going?" We get a distraction or it's made irrelevant because
We're always
suddenly
questioning it, and it
I
we
don't
always
got a
think
happens.
question
It
of
happened this
where's
year
all
NASA's
this
too.
not
money
really
going?
a distraction, though. NASA's been there for like 50 years, man. I mean,
Yeah, but what would be the purpose of having a NASA if we lived in an enclosed environment?
well, if we don't live in an enclosed environment, the point of
No, what
NASA would
if
be for
we
space
okay?
exploration.
What would be the purpose? Because that was my question. What would be the purpose of having a NASA organization if we lived in an enclosed environment?
There is no
See,
purpose.
that's like backwards logic, though. You're
No,
starting
it is
from your
not backwards
conclusion and
logic.
you're working backwards instead of the other way around. You should be starting from your hypothesis and working towards the conclusion, not the other. You shouldn't be starting at the conclusion,
Okay.
right?
So we have this idea, right? Before us, okay, we
I
have this
mean, it just
idea
all went over your head.
that
So
no, I'm back in the 1950s, right?
Hmm.
We have this idea, hey, we're living on a globe because our all of our ideas are based off of this, right? Then we go to Antarctica and we find out, hey, we don't actually live on this thing that we thought we live on. We live in an enclosed environment. So we close off Antarctica, the southern edge, right, where we found this reason that gives us a reason to think that we live in an enclosed environment. We have our top funded countries go into a dig race. Then we have them go into a space race. We have them launch missiles into the sky, and the skies explode. Right? Look into Operation Dominic and Operation Fishbowl for the United States. Starfish Prime is another keyword you can look into. We obviously have a limit to how high we can go. Now, in our dig race, we find out we can only go like 7.6 miles deep, and we can't go any deeper. And we're officially checking for our extremities of our environment, our enclosed environment. Then in that same instance of blocking off the southern region and continuing a dig race for, what was it, 40 years? 30 or 40 years? Have the United States stop their race so that they can take over the space race. And then we still push out CGI and all that other happy horse shit, right? We supposedly go to the moon, and if you look into even globe believers, they think that the moon landing didn't happen because they wanted to have Russia bankrupt themselves in the space race. Because, hey, we just went to the moon, you didn't. And you get Buzz Aldrin in his later years saying we didn't go there on several occasions. Even his face tells you, while Trump is saying we're going to go to Mars, his face is telling you, no, we're not going to go to Mars. I don't know what you're talking about. And then you have, I think it's a Swedish and a Polish astronaut. Both of them say that we never went into space. And then you have the first crew who was supposed to go to the moon. One of the gentlemen decides to post a lemon on the spacecraft that they were supposed to go in. And then spontaneously they combust because there's too much oxygen inside the cabin. And then they die. And then there's a new crew that's supposed to go to the moon. I think it's just, there's too much coincidence.
Yeah, so like
That's a lot of hoops you
95%
have
of
to
what you
jump
just
through
said
to
was
get to your
bullshit.
conclusion.
Yep. Well, it
Operation
doesn't
Dominic and
follow.
Fishbowl
I
were
go
just
through and
nuclear
make it
tests.
follow. Oh, there's too many hoops to
We
jump
did
through.
land on the moon.
Make up your mind, man.
I'm just saying, as far as the budget thing goes, that doesn't make any sense.
Money laundering. That's all it is.
It's you don't need to
Why would the
launder
government
money.
need to money launder?
They don't even make enough money to launder. What do you mean? What are they
They don't.
laundering?
Yeah,
You're still hung up. You're still
that's
hung
like
up
if I had
on
like an
trying to
extra
convince.
$5 in my pocket and I had to launder the money so nobody knew where that $5 in my pocket came from.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you're
they're gonna
still hung
launder
up.
$1 million to fund their industrial military complex. Yeah, all right,
Uh-huh.
man. $1 million.
You're still hung up on trying to convince the jury that there was a murder or this guy was the murderer when you haven't even figured out if the murder is true.
I'm
Like
just talking
what
about what
he
you were
said
talking
earlier.
about, not anything
Yeah.
else.
What he said earlier follows. You've discovered the dead body, right? Is the dead body a murder case or a suicide case? Can it be solved with inside this room, or does something outside the room have to be involved in
You're
order for the
assuming it's
dead body
you're
to be
assuming it's a
explained?
murder.
You haven't even concluded. You haven't even investigated if there was a lie to
Well, I
be
did
had.
investigate. He had a heart attack. It's not a murder. I did investigate.
I don't need to investigate. I have a coroner to
It's
tell
a
me
heart attack.
what's up.
So that's that. It's he naturally
Yeah.
died. Unfortunate. What can we say?
He was burned alive, dude. What are you talking about?
Oh my god, yeah. He was burned alive by the elites, the globalists.
I mean, I could with this same like line of thinking, I could come up with plenty of alternative things that like I don't know, history's a lie. Anything that happened more than like 10 years ago didn't actually happen. I could
Yeah.
do that with this same line of logic.
Right. That would make sense to you because now you're in a state of, well, there is something that explains that what I thought to be true is not actually true. So now I have the ability to
No,
say,
I
well, I can
don't
just
think
toss the
that.
baby out with the bathwater. Fuck it.
No,
I
he's
don't think
saying
that. I'm
he's
just
saying
saying your
that's
logic
something
doesn't
you
make
would
any sense.
believe. I mean, it's just established, bro. history, there's evidence for history, there's evidence for
Uh-huh.
space, there's evidence for the moon, there's evidence for planets, there's evidence for everything that we know in science and shit, and you're here to argue with what? Nothing.
Just
No,
because I'm not an expert on
you're
every.
the basis of this discussion is that you can trust your senses, and your senses tell you that the ground you stand on is not moving. Your senses tell you that when you look out at the horizon, minus topography, it is a flat and level horizontal plane of existence.
That's not what my senses
All of
tell
your
me.
senses tell you that whenever you have high pressure next to low pressure, the high pressure flows until the low pressure is equal to the high pressure. You are
Ever heard of
degradient.
perspective?
You
Ever
can
heard of
still have
relativity
My
or
a
senses
perspective?
also
gradient
don't tell me
system
that
within a
bacteria
contained
exist.
environment. Why are we bringing bacteria into this?
Because you're just saying, well, whatever your senses are is like true. But that's obviously nonsense because things like
So
bacteria, viruses exist, but my
it's
senses
non
don't tell me that
sequitur.
they exist. I can't see bacteria, but it does
So is
exist.
the
It has an effect
entire
on me.
It's non
flat
sequitur.
Earth argument. It's all non sequitur. None of it follows.
It does follow.
If it did follow, I might be inclined to believe you, but I don't. I'm not.
That's because
So
you haven't put enough time. You haven't put enough time into questioning these things. And that's why you
I don't.
assume
I
all of
don't need to
history.
question them. Sorry.
Wait to go, let me finish. Assuming all of history is correct, assuming all of so called mainstream science and what they're telling us is true, this is all fallacious thinking and reasoning. And you can do that and you're welcome to do that. But you have to admit you have a belief in authority to get to that point. That's all this is about.
Yeah, I mean, I do have a belief in authority. I do believe people are experts on things that I don't know about, and I can't be an expert on everything. That's how society works. Like, I can be an expert on one thing, yeah, but if other people aren't going to trust me, if they're not going to believe me, then what's the point of studying anything at all?
Because just because you're an expert doesn't make you automatically correct. You have to, it depends on what statement you're making. What is your statement? And if you're making a statement, do you have any empirical, repeatable, testable evidence to back up that statement? I don't care if I don't care if it's the kid down the road or the most decorated scientist. If there is no experiment, then it is a belief. Simple.
Yeah.
So how are research papers reviewed? Maybe they are peer reviewed, for instance, by other scientists,
Yeah,
not
that's what a
like
cult.
people who didn't study the subject,
That's what a
like you.
cultist would focus on. A cultist would focus on peer review, where a scientist would actually repeat the experiment themselves.
What does make
I'm
sense
sure
to
these
me?
experiments were repeated, though, right? These experiments were tested maybe thousands
What
of times,
experiment?
right? Whatever
What
the
experiment?
scientists do. I'm not an expert in this subject. Whatever
No,
the
you can't
scientists
just.
did,
This is
I'm
your
sure.
problem, dude. You can't just blanket and say, "I'm
No, I
sure
can.
all of the
I can though.
experiments have been tested." Which one are you talking about? And we'll talk about
I
it.
can say that
What
because there's
experiment?
more scientists that have studied round Earth than flat Earth. You can't even name a single respected flat Earth scientist or whatever. You can't even name a single one. It's pretty funny. I
What
can't lie, bro.
You're missing the point. There are plenty
No, I'm
of
not missing the point.
scientists who who know for a fact that we can't prove the globe and that the globe is a belief. And they are a lot. Sometimes they come in here, and we'll have a higher level conversation with them because they will say, "Yes, you're right. The stars don't prove we live on a globe. They could also mean that we're on a flat Earth." And they will admit all of the points that we have told you today and say, but we choose to believe in the globe because it has a model and it's the closest thing to a working theory. So I choose to go there.
All
And
right,
I
can
can
you point me to
respect
that?
that. I can respect that. But if you're talking about educated people, most educated people would not go against the truth, which is there is no empirical evidence of curvature or motion. This cannot be
Well,
detected.
Can you point me to these
curvature,
scientists
you're
and can you
dead
show me
wrong.
their qualifications?
Motion depends.
Can you point me to any of these scientists that you trust? Any of them that you trust?
No, I'm just talking
And
about educated people who know science will come in here and they won't
they're
make
not
a fool of
scientists.
themselves like you are. They will
So they're not
admit. They will admit
So
what
they're
is
not
truth.
scientists.
Yeah, they are. They do science.
Yeah, but do they have qualifications? Have they studied this for like decades?
There's plenty of people
Or
who come in here with qualifications, and they'll be the first to admit that they believe in their model. They don't
can
know it
you
because
name
they
a single
don't have
one?
any evidence.
Can you name me a single one?
No,
Or point me
look,
to
that's
any
you're
of
saying
them.
like ridiculous shit now. There's plenty of evidence that the Earth is a globe. If
Like what?
if you're talking about like hard proof,
Like
then
what?
you're talking about something different because like you can only really prove things in like mathematics and logic. I can't prove to you that like the Eiffel Tower exists.
Do you have any evidence of a globe that doesn't require a presupposition or a pre-assumption that we live on a globe first?
Well, yeah. Well, there's things like the stars, the sun, the moon. We've got things like earthquake shadow zones. We've got like flight paths. We can create a map which is like verifiable, has accurate distances on a globe, which can't be done on a flat Earth. All this is evidence for a globe.
All right, so maps were made well before the globe. Maps were accurate before the globe. So all
Over small
globe,
distances, not the entire
yeah,
Earth.
all
So,
maps are flat. Let's
next.
just face it. Let's just deal with
Yeah,
that. All
because
maps are
you're
flat.
taking because they have to be represented on a two-dimensional surface.
But when it comes to actual
next.
evidence, what you've said, you should
That is
listen
all
to the
evidence.
response. Sky, I'd listen to the response before you get cocky. You don't the stars, we've already been through this, work geocentrically, so that is not an evidence for
No,
a
they don't.
globe because it could work in both models. Yes, they can. Heliocentric model and the geocentric model, when it comes to the stars, work exactly the same with the Earth as the center.
Heliocentric and geocentric, yes. Heliocentric or geocentric and flat Earth, no.
Okay, so the Earth can be the center and the stars work the same. So it's not a proof of a heliocentric model.
So far, yes, but then it's proof that it's a ball.
So where is your proof? Because, like we said, with the Aristophanes experiment, it can also work on a flat plane. So you can have a geocentric flat plane that with the stars working exactly the same.
Well, you brought
so
up
you
the
don't have an evidence.
Eratosthenes.
So I've just blown you out of the water and your little cocky self. You don't have any actual
No, because
evidence.
1 minute you were talking about the sun and then you started talking about stars.
We're talking about the Earth being the center, the stars work the same. So that's not a proof.
Yes,
give me
if
a
you're
proof
just
of the
looking at
ball.
the stars, you can't determine whether or not the Earth is the center of the universe or not. What you can determine is that it's a ball.
No. That you can't even determine it's a ball by looking at stars either.
Yes, you can.
How?
Because it's impossible for there to be two celestial poles on a flat surface.
Prove there are two celestial poles.
We've seen it. There's video evidence. I've seen it
No,
myself.
okay, no. Actually, sorry. Yes, okay. I see what you're saying. But the two celestial poles. That's a false statement that you made. Is not impossible on a flat Earth at all. You're talking about the sky here. You're talking about the sky, and the way the stars rotate have nothing to do with the shape of the ground. This is not a globe proof. This is an assumption. Like I told you, you don't have anything without a pre-assumption. You don't have any direct natural evidence, natural
Last
science.
time I asked a question about the
The only
stars.
thing that we're pre-assuming here is that laws of geometry they exist.
Does the sun go from the east to the west?
No, hold on. But
pardon?
We're talking about celestial poles here.
But does the sun go to the east to the west, or does it go from the west to the east?
No, let's stay on the celestial poles. Do you agree that the laws of geometry are true and real?
Yeah.
Okay, then the Earth's a globe because it's impossible for two celestial poles to exist on a flat plane.
Okay, if you say so.
That's ridiculous.
No, that is you just agreed with me. So thank you.
That's-
We can close the server now. Globe wins.
So the stars spin one way, but the sun goes the other way?
I'm just talking about the stars. Let's ignore the sun for a moment.
We're going to ignore the sun.
For a moment.
For a moment.
Yeah, let's just talk about the stars. Let's not try and, divert to something else because, this is going to blow your fucking worldview out the water. So let's just stick on this for a moment.
The sun and the stars are going opposite
not the
directions.
stars, not the sun, the stars. Just the stars.
Answer his question, Sky Ice. Come on.
No, you didn't answer mine. You agree that there's two celestial poles, right? These are 2 points in the sky that the stars rotate around. In the North Pole, they rotate counterclockwise, and in the South Pole, it rotates clockwise.
There
and
is
you can
the
follow this
appearance.
path all the way north
There
to
is
south,
the
and you see the
appearance.
stars moving the same way.
Yeah,
Right.
there is
So
the
how is it
appearance of two
possible for
celestial.
that southern celestial pole to exist if we all exist on the same flat plane?
You're calling it, yeah. See, you have to assume a ball to even come up with this
Nope.
idea of a
No, you don't.
southern
don't.
celestial pole. Of course you do.
Nope. Wrong.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Because
No, you don't.
the sky. We've already been through negative parallax. We've already been through the fact that half of the stars rotate in the wrong direction, and
only
it
been-
doesn't. It doesn't
No,
work
they
for
don't
the
rotate in the wrong
globe.
direction.
This guy's only
Ice.
been here for like 5-10 minutes.
Negative parallax doesn't work for your globe either, my friend. The sky is very
Negative
mysterious,
parallax.
but the sky being mysterious doesn't prove a globe. Parallax doesn't prove a globe. This is all pre-assumption.
We're not talking about parallax.
What you see in the sky doesn't tell you what's on the ground.
We're
man.
just talking about the celestial sphere.
You ever been in a
And
planetarium?
there's two celestial poles in the celestial sphere.
It doesn't matter. It's not a globe proof, my friend. You would need curvature and
evidence.
motion. No, globe evidence would be underneath your feet. There would be
Oh,
there would be a
running
curvature
away, running
rate.
away. Let's not look at all the evidence. Let's just look at the things that don't matter.
No, I asked you for a proof that wasn't a presupposition.
There's no presupposition here.
Like proof of the curve.
The presupposition is we have eyes, we can see things.
Show me the curve.
What shape is a planetarium, so dude?
Who measured the curve? What shape's the floor in a planetarium?
You're the one who talked about it as a planetarium.
Always
What
run
shape's
away
the
from
floor
the
in a
same
planetarium?
shit. Because you can't face the facts, can you? You can't do it.
No, BlackRock measured the
You
curve.
know. This proves that the Earth is a globe.
Tell me who's measured the curve.
What? Huh?
BlackRock, George Soros,
Running away can't
the
address the
Jews.
stars. He can't do it.
They address the stars, dude. The sun goes
The
through
Jews.
the west,
The
man.
Jews did it. The Jews measured the curve.
All right, calm down. Calm down. Sky Ice. What you're saying requires a presupposition. We're asking for
What
direct
presupposition?
that we live on a ball and that the
No, it doesn't.
southern.
Wrong. Try again.
Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me. The southern
All right, start saying
point.
something smarter, and then I'll stop interrupting you.
Listen, the southern celestial pole does not prove we live on a spinning ball.
Yes, it does.
Okay?
Try again.
No, it doesn't. How?
Because it's
How is it
impossible for the two
impossible?
celestial
How?
poles to exist.
How?
Because
Why?
how else could it exist? If we have a celestial sphere that's spinning, if the Earth was flat and we had a celestial sphere that was spinning, that we would only be able to see one celestial pole.
False.
Because the other one will be on the other side of the Earth, and no one will be able to see it. This
No,
is
no.
obviously
I've
just
heard-
basic laws of like
I've
geometry.
heard the argument that the celestial poles can just not be seen from one part of the Earth because it's too far away. That's what I've heard them say.
Yeah, that's obviously nonsense.
Exactly, and that's
But even if that was true, which
obviously
it isn't,
nonsense. Sky
we've
Ice,
got
you
like
here?
the
Are you
opposite
here for a
issue of us
gotcha, or are you here?
apparently
Sky Ice,
looking-
I'm gonna mute you, Sky Ice, because you need to be honest. You need to be fair here. Yeah, it is not impossible at all. You're not even willing to listen to why. All you want to do is go, ha ha ha, got you, when you've got nothing. So just be a bit more respectful and have a coherent conversation.
Well, I've even
So-
created a model. I've put it in chat.
Sky Ice. So Sky Ice, like you've just been told, yeah, you shouldn't expect to see forever on a flat Earth. There are many limitations to why you can't see some of the southern stars from certain locations. So don't just whistle past that.
It doesn't make any sense to me, but if you want to talk about it, you can. I just brought it up because that's what I've heard people say, and I didn't hear anybody else saying it.
Well, I wanted to hear his argument because he wasn't making an argument. He just said it was impossible, and he didn't give any detail. He just said it was impossible because he thinks it's impossible.
Yeah, and when you're talking
No, it's
about
impossible because
geometry,
geometry
yeah.
says it's impossible.
But when you're talking about what we see, then you've got to take into account optics.
Okay, what optics? What optics could cause us to look in 3 different directions and see the same thing?
Looking 3 different directions and see the same thing. What's this straw man you're trying to build?
So if we're taking the flat Earth, what's it called, the circle map where you've got the North Pole at the center and Antarctica is the ring around it, the ASI whatever projection. That's the one that you guys all seem to stand behind. You pretend you don't, but you do. So on this, South America, South Africa, and Australia, in all south directions, are all facing in 3 completely different directions. Yet from all 3 of these points, you can see the southern celestial pole, or the Southern Cross. This is obviously impossible.
No, this is not impossible at all. This is not impossible
Okay,
at all.
demonstrate it.
I can't demonstrate it, but it's not impossible just
you
because you
can.
say
Flat
it
Earth
is.
loses again. Ooh. 2 for
Sky
2
Ice.
for the globe.
Sky Ice, is this you versus Flat Earth, or is this me and you talking? Do you literally just come here
we
to
can do
throw random gotchas that don't even prove anything?
Random? These are proving everything.
No, this is
I
not
want to
proving.
know how you
This is
explain
proving.
the model that he posted in the chat. I'm curious about that.
This is proving you've made assumptions that there are no optical effects and that we can see forever. Okay. You're also
Well, I asked you,
assuming
what optical
assuming the flat Earth model when there is no flat Earth model, and you're also assuming what the stars are. I think here because you're trying to say we shouldn't be able to see because of this, that, the other, when luminosity and all sorts of things are involved in why we can't see something. So I just think you're just being a bit childish here and trying to get a gotcha when you don't have we asked for a flat proof, a globe proof without a presupposition, and this is what you're coming with.
Yeah, I give you one.
Quite embarrassing, really, because we said without presupposition. You have to assume you live on a globe to say that the southern celestial
Why do you
sphere is
keep saying
impossible.
that? It's just not true.
Can you explain the graphic that he posted in the chat, how that works in a flat Earth model? Can you explain that?
What's the timestamp?
4:54, or my time is
I'm in the
4:54,
UK.
so it would be whatever
11:57,
hour
posted again.
54.
It's the last thing I posted.
Okay, if you want me to speculate, I can. The reason why I haven't speculated is because, like I said, this room is more about geometry. But when it comes to the southern stars, for all we know, we are seeing reflections. We are seeing an elongated version of something. We don't know what we're looking at, but all we know is that if something is traveling from east to west, depending on whether you're in the northern or the southern, it will change the direction depending on where you're observing from. So you've got to take this into account. You've got to take into account as well, we don't know what is going on in the sky. Just because you have a model and a belief system, it doesn't mean you have any proof or evidence, because it all works on a geocentric
That's not
model.
a model. That's observations. What you're seeing that he posted in the chat, that's not a model.
Yeah, but we would expect a opposite rotation in the southern hemisphere regardless.
I
That's
don't know what
we
you're
would
talking about there
expect.
because I just demonstrated, right? We've got what we.
Okay.
I took 3 videos of what we see in reality. A video of the southern celestial pole, the northern celestial pole, and the center star trails, whatever. And then I recreated it on a globe. I recreated it on a flat Earth, and the globe one matches reality. The flat Earth does not. There we have evidence for a globe.
No, we have evidence
And
you
your
tried to
response to
straw
this
man.
is, well, maybe it's a reflection, elongated, something. I'm
It could
inventing
be.
a new
It could be.
form of
Nope, nope.
physics that only exists in this one situation. Panic.
Nope, we've got several predominant flat earthers who are currently working on models of the southern hemisphere, and it does involve reflection, it does involve distortion. So I'm not making that shit up, but I told you it's speculation because nobody knows what the stars are, nobody knows about the sky clock and the elements to it. So, as I've said before, this is no way to prove the ground that you're walking on. This is a presupposition, and I specifically asked for a proof without a presupposition, which you don't have. So this is your best attempt at a
I
gotcha.
gave you evidence without a presupposition. Can you accept that?
And I explained it. I told you we would expect to see opposite rotation in the southern hemisphere.
Demonstrate it.
I don't need to
Fucking
because
pull
this
out
is
MS
not a
Paint, draw
proof.
it somehow.
I don't need to. This is not a proof of anything. This is you getting excited about something in the stars and the sky. Doesn't prove anything, my friend, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I'm asking for proof.
Also, you're
What
putting
is
the cart
proof
before
to
the
you? What
horse
does that
there.
mean?
You're putting the cart before the horse there because your presupposition is the stars are doing this thing that I'm claiming they do because the Earth's surface is curved and in motion. So we'll be waiting for you to present proof that the Earth's surface is indeed curved and in motion before you can claim that the stars are doing this because Earth's surface is curved and in motion, which would require
Motion has
measurement of those
absolutely
things.
nothing to do with this.
Measurement of those things. Wait, what has nothing to do with it?
Motion.
So why are the stars moving?
Well, it doesn't matter.
What do you mean it doesn't matter? Why are the stars moving?
Because whether the stars are moving and we're still, or
Why
whether
are the stars moving,
we're
Sky
moving and the stars
Ice?
are still, it doesn't matter.
Why are the stars appearing to move, Sky Ice?
Well, obviously, I would say because we're on a ball that's spinning.
Oh, right.
But it
So
doesn't really matter.
motion. So motion then. So motion of the Earth, yeah?
Sure.
Okay, who measured that?
See, look, you're diverting. You're running away.
No, not diverting. Remember, this is your presupposition. Your presupposition, your claim about why the stars are apparently doing what you observe them to do is because of one, curvature of the surface, which you've provided no evidence for yet, and two, motion of the surface, which you just immediately tried to run away from like a little pussy, which was embarrassing. But since we've managed to pin you down that yes, indeed, you are claiming they're doing this because of a claimed motion of the Earth, you can provide that proof, that measurement that shows that. Otherwise, your entire line of argument can be dismissed. So try again. Who measured the motion of the ground that you're assuming?
I'm not saying anyone did. That's not what I'm talking
Oh,
about.
right. So
What
you're
I'm
begging
saying
the
is that
question. So you're begging the question then.
See, Cyclone can't do this without muting everyone.
So you're begging the
Sky,
question about the motion.
Because he knows what the answer is.
Sky, I've
Yeah,
been
so
telling you this for the last
you
10,
can't
15
answer.
minutes. You're going around in circles. Sorry, Cyclone,
No,
but
there you go.
I've
There
been
you go.
trying
It's
to
just
get this point
demonstrating.
across.
No, he's so disingenuous and so dishonest. And you can see what a child he is about the whole thing because when he was talking to you about the stars and you were being quite honest and saying, well, I'm not going to make any claims about what the stars are or how they operate. And he said, oh, wow, another win for me, another lose for Flat Earth, like a 12-year-old. Meanwhile, he begs the question like a retard and then tries to hide from the fact that he's begging the question by saying, what motion? Doesn't have anything to do with motion. What, the movement of the stars that your exact argument is about? You're claiming has nothing to do with an assumed motion of the globe. Sure enough, we have to prod and pin him so that he's actually honest with his argument. And then he says, it doesn't matter who measured it because no one's measured it. And when being asked who measured it, he's just going to spiral and deflect. So let's not waste time with the disingenuousness of that. If there's anyone in the chat who thinks they do have a measurement of motion so that they can claim the stars are doing what they appear to do because of this motion, let's hear it. Sorry, Roots, I didn't want to jump in there, but he's annoying as fuck.
No, mate. To be honest, I was getting sick of repeating myself. I asked for a proof without pre-assumption, and he was trying to pretend that wasn't a pre-assumption, and I was getting frustrated with him. But no problem.
Sorry, I had to leave for a minute. What's going on?
We're looking for a flat Earth proof without pre-assumption. So not by looking at the stars and then pre-assuming we live on a globe. Actual
Correction.
evidence.
Globe Earth proof. You said flat Earth proof there.
Sorry, a globe Earth proof.
What was wrong with the thing that you posted in the chat?
Well, we just went through it. So his argument begs the question of both curvature and motion of the Earth. So we asked him to substantiate these assumptions of his argument, and he couldn't.
So you're saying that you're assuming that it's not moving, right?
No. He's assuming that it is moving, the ground.
Well,
Which he
what are
doesn't
you
agree.
assuming? How do you
Well, I'm not
explain
assuming
this?
anything. We go outside and we don't detect any motion of the ground. So if your argument is the ground is in motion, that's for you to evidence.
Oh, okay. So you're saying the stars are the things that are moving, right?
Well, that's what we observe, correct.
Okay, so the stars are the things that are moving in this specific scenario, and
in
how
reality,
do they, and the way they move still
the way they
reflect
move
that.
as observed for whatever reason, by
Yes,
whatever mechanism, through whatever medium.
Considering geometry,
Well,
that's
you can't necessarily apply a geometry if you're assuming how they should move based on what kind of surface they're on, what kind of material they are, what kind of lenses you're looking through, how perspective would play. You can't really make those assumptions because you don't know what medium they're in, or what they are, or how far away they are.
So what do you know about the stars?
I know that I observed the stars moving in the sky in repeated patterns, like they have done for all of recorded history above us.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And what do you think they are?
Huh?
And what do you think they are?
How would I verify that?
No, I'm asking you, what do you think they are?
Well, and verify what they are. You can only observe.
You don't know what they are? Okay.
No, how would you know what they are? Do you know what they are?
I mean, I believe I know what they are. I'm not. I just trust experts,
okay.
though. I'm not.
How do you? Okay, so you don't know what they are. You've just heard other people say what they are, and you believe that.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, yeah. Well, I don't believe that.
Oh, yeah, that's fine. I was just asking you what you think.
Yeah, I withhold belief when it comes to things that can't be proven. I withhold belief.
Well, I'm sure it can be proven, and if I were in your position, I would work very hard to figure out what they are.
Okay, so let's say you're in my position. What would you do to prove what they are?
I'd get a really big telescope, honestly.
Yep, you can look at them through a telescope. I've done that. Didn't tell me what it was, what it's made of, how far away it is, what medium it's in. Telescopes don't tell you that. So what else would you do?
It didn't.
No. Do you have a
they
telescope
didn't
that
tell
tells
you
you
that.
how far away the object is? No. How would it do that?
Huh. Interesting.
So what? You looked through a telescope and it told you what the star was made of, how far away it was, and what medium it was in?
It can, yeah, if you know how chemistry works.
Oh. Explain how you looked through a telescope to the star and applied chemistry to figure out what it's made of, how far away it was, and what medium it's in. Tell us about this method. Sounds interesting.
No, I'm just curious about your beliefs, really.
Well,
I'm
listen,
not
you've
over here
already
trying to.
confirmed, bro.
I want to hear
You've already-
I want to hear this. I really want to hear this. You have to substantiate chemistry. Yeah, chemistry
Yeah, he's
through
a
a telescope,
classic.
please.
That's a classic obfuscation. He doesn't want to answer a question, Cyclone. So he's
Well, to
asking
be
you
fair,
Like I
something else.
said, I'm not
to
an
be fair,
expert,
he
so
already agreed.
I'm not qualified to
Just
explain these
listening.
things.
He's
You don't
already.
have to get really good at it. Just give us like one thing, like how you tell anything about chemistry, like
Yeah,
using
no, wait,
chemistry
no,
with a telescope.
no. We gotta go to Cyclone's question. We have to go to his question, and he's got
Yeah.
to. Gentleman's got to be honest. If he's not honest, then he's just obfuscating to another question. He
Well,
has to
I'll
be
give
honest.
him.
Cyclone.
Yeah.
Just be
Can,
honest.
Yeah. I'll give
can I
him.
just say
I'll
we've been
give him.
having a really respectful discussion. So he's a decent guy. He's trying to keep the peace. So let's just one-on-one, you and
No.
Cyclone.
Listen,
Yep.
I'll give him.
Yeah,
I'll give
but
him a
that's not
chance
the
to
point,
restate what he
guys.
said, which was that he's just essentially believed what he's been told about
Yeah.
the stars. So it's not
Uh-huh.
necessary to say, well, you can go and get a telescope and you can do some chemistry and figure out what they are. That's maybe just like you interpreting what you think someone has done through
Yes.
your layman terms. But listen,
Uh-huh.
no, there is no defining what the light in the sky is by looking at it through a telescope. You can observe it, you can track its motions, you could speculate about it, but you're not going to be able to tell anything about it other than what do I observe, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which is a moving light in the
Okay.
sky. So yeah, we're not making any claims about the stars and the luminaries or saying this is what it is. You can't go and test it. So we're honest about it. Whereas on the globe side, they'll be like, oh, I know it's this ball of light of a specific composition X miles away in this medium, but they don't know it. They've just heard it and they've repeated it. Right.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, I mean, like I told you before, I defer to experts. I'm not an astrochemist or an astrophysicist,
Yeah, that's
so I
fine.
don't know
That's
these
fine. I mean, as long as you recognize that what you're doing is referring to a third party opinion that you can
Yeah, that's what
neither
I've always
confirm
done.
nor
Yeah.
deny. Yeah, well, we don't do that here. We're dealing with the verifiable, not the unverifiable. So we don't waste
But
our time
yeah,
speculating on the lights in the sky as much as we do what can we measure, what can we observe,
yeah.
what
You
can we
asked
test.
me, but you asked me what I would do if I was in your position, and that's the
Well, that's
direction I would
because you
probably
asked.
go. I would
Yeah, that's
go.
because you
I
asked
would start
me,
there.
right?
Sorry. Go ahead.
I'm just saying. Well, that's because you asked me what I think the stars are, and I'm just making the
Mhm.
point we can't know what the stars are.
I would start. Honestly, I would start with verifying astrochemistry if it was me. That's what I would be doing.
How would you verify astrochemistry exactly if you were me?
I'd
What would that look
follow
like?
what I'd learn about it first of all because I don't know a lot about it. I'd learn about it and figure out how they do it, and I would try to replicate it. That's what
But
I
you
would do.
can't replicate it because, by definition, astro means it's out in space. Unless you
Mm-hmm.
can do chemistry out in space, you ain't doing
Which
shit.
you can, which I'm assuming you can, because from my
Wait,
understanding, you
you cannot.
you go off of
You're
like
saying
isotopes and radiation and stuff like that.
no. You can't. Chemistry is done in a laboratory, right? You're dealing with
Not always.
chemicals, compounds.
Down on a mountain
Yeah. You
sometimes, or
have
in
to
a
be able
forest.
to manipulate, test, observe these things. Looking at
I
lights in
studied
the sky isn't chemistry.
biochemistry. That's not
Yes,
the same as in a
bio,
lab.
dealing with the natural. Yes, on Earth. You're talking about something not on Earth, which is not something that
Yeah,
you or I have access to. So no, we
we
can't
can measure
verify that.
radiation with telescopes. I mean, like I said, I'm a layman, but that's what I would
No, you can't.
assume.
No, you can't.
Well, you can
See, here's
tell
the
me
thing.
that, but I'm
Yeah,
telling you
but
that's the direction I would go. I would start
sir,
verifying or
sir, there's a lot of assumptions that you have in your head, but you because you don't know, like you said, you defer to the experts. Then how can you stand on a
currently.
point that say that? How can you stand on a point that you can say that you could possibly know something that you don't know right now? I don't understand the logic behind why you
By
pursue.
learning and replicating what other people do. That's how I would
Yeah,
do
but
it.
so currently right now you have a blind belief in that whatever you think the stars are real. You have a blind belief currently right now. Is this correct?
Sure. I mean, I've looked at our planets through telescopes, but
Right.
as far as the stars go, yeah.
No. Like let's get something straight. When you say the word planet, it denotes something very specific. Do you agree?
Yeah, I don't know what you're getting at.
What I'm getting
I'm
at is because the information that's been handed to you, right? Whatever you think planets are not what you think, what you're looking through the telescope and seeing. So when you see
sure.
a light in the sky through your telescope, it's not what they're telling you it is. It's not a gas giant. It's not a rocky surface. It doesn't have polar ice caps. It doesn't have any of those things when you look through your telescope.
It
Do you understand
does.
that?
Yeah,
No.
I mean it does though. I can see it.
No, you cannot. The embellishments of the story that the story that's been fed to you is of what you blindly believe right now. But
Mars
you do
looks
not
pretty
look
cool
through
under a telescope.
you do not, sir. You do not look through your telescope and see any of the things I just mentioned. You don't see any of those things. That stuff is told to you in the story, and just like a children's story, you believe it, and that's all you have right now is
I
a
mean,
blind
you're
belief.
not. I don't think you're in any place to tell me what I've seen in a telescope.
You can't. All the things that I just described, like a gaseous planet or a rocky surface, you can't see any of those things through a telescope. It doesn't matter what telescope you bring up. Now,
Okay,
there's a
but
lot of
that's not true.
It is true. No, and if you doubt me, then go ahead and post some evidence of your telescope looking at those specific things I just mentioned. You won't be able to.
Okay, well, I'm just all I'm doing is answering the question of like what I would do.
Yeah,
if
I
I was
know
in
that.
the position of this guy
Yeah,
over here I
for
was
sure.
talking to.
Listen. It makes sense to you in your mind, right? You think that that's real, but that's not. It's the facade that you believe. It's smoke and mirrors, right? It's like your blind belief in something. It's just like a religious person would have to tell you, like, no, it's real, it's for real. But if there's no evidence, then how can you present it as
That's
fact?
fine. That's really not what we were talking about, though.
But it is.
Well,
Because
yeah,
currently right now, it is a blind belief that you hold, and you're trying to portray it as if it's not, and you're doing your best
I'm
to
not
say that.
portraying really anything. I was the one asking questions
Yes, you
here.
are. No, you're asking the questions, but you said because I don't know, I defer to the experts. This is what
Yeah.
you said, right?
I did say that. Yeah.
Right. So currently, right now, you have a blind belief in the story of the heliocentric globe Earth, and planets and stars and everything that comes with it. So that is what you have
Sure. I
currently.
also have a blind belief in history because I wasn't there, and I don't study history to an extent where I know what happened every year for the past 200 years. Right. Like
That's another.
I have
Right.
plenty
Correct.
of these where I defer to somebody else who's an expert in the field.
I know that. But here's the thing: you think that outside of your not knowing, that there's somebody that does know. That's
I
the
trust
other
experts.
problem.
That's something I do.
That's the other problem. That's the other problem. So what we've done here is that
If
even
I
those
stop
people that
trusting experts,
yeah, but let me just tell you, right? Because I think the only reason why I'm actually ranting a little bit is because the people that you lean on, these experts, we've spoken to them. So they've come into this call and we've talked to them. PhDs, astrophysicists.
Who?
Hold on a second. Hold on, sir. Hold on.
No, like who though? You need to tell me who. That's important.
Sir, 1 second. 1 second. Astrophysicists, cosmologists, and I'll tell you right. Hold on.
Yeah,
Can you
go
relax?
ahead.
Can you relax? Because I need to get to the crescendo of the point without you getting like a child. All right, relax. So we've spoken to McWest, and these guys, you should be able to know who they are. Look them up if you don't believe us. All right, McWest has joined our call. We've had Danny Faulkner, who's a PhD. We have many other people who have been a part of like academia. We've had Matthew Learns, who's joined our call, and these people have some of them are currently teaching. But then we got all these people that come in here, many more too, not just those people, but just to name a few. Those people have come in here and they don't have any evidence. They all claim that yes, it is a belief that they hold. It's not true facts and it's not knowledge that they lean on. So the experts that you guys, the laymen, that you lean on, they don't know either. So that's the issue, and I'm trying to elucidate that for you so that you don't make the mistake to think that the experts know, because they don't. They talk about things like as if it's their best guess. This is our best guess. That's what they say. They don't say that they know. They don't use those words. So you're mistaken. They don't know. They have a best guess of what they think those things are, and that's all they have. So science, according to them, right, they don't say that they know or they can know certainty if anything, because that they would say that's not how science works.
But is that different from any other field of science, though? Are you going to apply that standard to history?
Well, hold on. We've got a conversation going with this guy. Let's give
let me just summarize what I was saying to you. So, from our position, we're trying to minimize the reliance on these stories that we can't verify. Whereas you were saying, okay, well, I'd go and verify astrochemistry. But in practicality, you can't do that. You can't verify anything astro unless you have access to whatever they claim to be having access to, which you don't. So we're trying to minimize this and say, right, what can we verify? And that kind of rules out speculation on the luminaries. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I don't really understand what the rant was for, though, or the muting me, because I was
because
fine.
you're no, but that's the thing. You get excited, and when you get excited, you
I
start
don't think I
overtalking.
was the one who was excited.
You're doing it now, sir. You're doing it right now. You just overtalked me right now. That's what happens, and that's why you got muted. So don't act like you're ignorant to the fact that you get excited and you want to jump in and say something. It's important for you to know that people that you lean on don't know themselves, and we've already spoken to them in this call. Many Cyclone has, I have, like I've argued with an astrophysicist. It's all been done before. It's already it's just that you don't know right now because it might be new to you right now currently. So it seems like this whole conversation is brand new. Like maybe there's somebody out there that knows, but not even the experts whom you think, the scientific communicators, they don't know themselves. Neil deGrasse Tyson, you got Michelle Thaler, Bill Nye the
You had
Science
Neil
Guy. Like,
deGrasse Tyson in here
yes.
in this chat.
No. What I'm saying is those guys, when it comes to like specific things that people should know, like I would ask you this: do you think that people know what gravity is, sir?
Sure.
Right. So when you ask Neil deGrasse Tyson, what do you think he would say?
I don't know what Neil deGrasse Tyson would say.
Yeah, no, he actually said what you just said. Gravity, what it is, we don't know. Like, yeah. They don't claim to know what gravity is.
Who is Danny Foster?
Faulkner, Danny Faulkner. He does Answers in Genesis. He collaborates with a few people of I guess on the biblical side of things. But he's actually he champions the globe, so he's for the globe. But yeah, he's also someone who holds a degree, and there's many more people. But just to name a few, like I said, go ahead and look them up.
Answers in Genesis.
Yeah.
An Answers in Genesis guy you had in this chat.
Yeah, he has.
You just like covered like a lot, and I don't really like. I don't know.
Let's break it down. Let's simplify it.
No, it's fine. I understood everything he said. It just made it hard for me to have a discussion.
But do you understand what we're saying in that when it comes to this question, we're not just looking to rely on the words of the people who've already told us the story. We're looking to verify the story.
So what?
Right. So how do we go about doing that? That's the question.
Have you tried verifying astrochemistry? Have you tried that?
Well, like I said, that would require having access to what they claim to be having access to, the stories of the likes of NASA and the space agency.
You can go to your local university
with a telescope, bro.
You can go to your local university and rent out the space to use their observatory.
Right. So they observe from their observatory. Right. You understand that chemistry does not consist of just observation.
It does, though. Yeah.
No, it does not.
Experimentation.
It requires manipulation of chemicals. Yeah, experimentation, manipulation of variables.
Sure.
Right?
How else would we?
That's not what a telescope is. Telescope is for observing. That's like saying I'm going to go and do some physics by observing this distance with a pair of binoculars.
You can observe different chemical reactions, and you can understand how they work and what they look like, and then you can go and find those chemical reactions in nature.
Yeah, if you hold a chemical in one hand and another chemical in another hand and pour them into a container together, you can observe that reaction. That's not what you do when you're looking through a telescope, is it?
Have you taken a chemistry class before? That's not how chemistry works.
Yeah, bro. And I didn't. Yeah. Wait. Yeah, I've taken a chemistry class and there was no telescopes in it. Which chemistry class did you take
Have
that
you
brought out
taken
a
an
telescope?
astrochemistry class?
What did you?
Yeah.
Point is, you
I
can't
don't
validate
remember the
or
rest of it.
verify what's up in space, and you can't determine cause and effect relationships with what you see in a telescope in space, dude.
Yeah. Tell me one experiment a scientific experiment that you did in this astrochemistry class.
That's
We learned about
asinine.
redshifting.
What?
No, dude, come on. Yeah, what
One
chemistry
experiment.
What chemistry are you using when you look through your telescope? That's what everybody's asking you, and you're avoiding the question. Don't avoid the
Okay.
question.
As far as I understand it, it was an introductory course, and I don't really recall most of it. But as far as I understand it, it was. Sorry, am I talking over someone?
No, go on.
Yeah, as far as I understand it, it has to do with radiation mostly, and how elements decompose over time, and
Well, it
and
sounds
what
like
that
pseudoscience
when it
to
comes to
me.
how much radiation is emitted from large objects in space.
Right. Well, you understand that's not the scientific method, and so that would fall under the category of pseudoscience. Because you're not performing any experiment where you're manipulating independent variables and causing effects. You're just observing the lights in the sky
You
and
are
making
on Earth, and you're
proclamations.
using that information to infer things in outer space. Yeah.
Right. So you're right. So at best, you're doing experiments on Earth. Then you're fallaciously looking into the sky and claiming that's the same thing as what I just did on Earth, up in the sky.
Yes, because not
Right. So that's
fallaciously, because
pseudoscience. Yeah,
as
it would
far
be
as we
fallacious. Right.
know, right? As far as we know, the elements are going to act the same, no matter whether they're here or in the other
You
room.
just said
You know?
no. You just said as far as we know, but like those people that I mentioned, the scientific communicators and the people that joined this call, the same people that I name dropped on you, those guys said that's our best
Answers in
guess.
Genesis. Yeah, that's.
Yeah, listen.
Uh-huh.
They said this is our best guess. They don't say what you say. They're not doing science with something in the sky. They don't do that. They're using their best guess because they're using things on Earth to then correlate that to things in the sky, just like the way you're describing. But they're
Yeah.
not saying that yeah, right. So you understand, they're not doing science in the sky. They're just doing things on Earth, correlating that to the sky. So that is not science. That's
Wait, so
not doing
do you,
science with things in the sky.
do you believe that science works deeper inside the Earth, or like is it only the
Hold on.
surface of the Earth?
Hold on. Just quickly, we should clarify. Danny Faulkner, yeah, he works for a group called Answers in Genesis, but he's a PhD astrophysicist or something like that. He's a PhD in some field of physics. So it's not like he's just a random guy who's got a blog on the Bible. That's not what Mickey's saying.
No, I
He's
understand that.
a PhD, right? But either way, right? Even if we allow you to beg the question and say that you can assume what these lights in the sky are made of based on based on observing some things on Earth that you've actually done, whatever those would be, would not tell you that the Earth is a ball that spins.
Well, how
That
do
would
you
just
know
be
if you
looking at
haven't
the
done
lights
it?
in the sky. Well, because to understand if the Earth is a ball that spins, then you need things like curvature of the surface, motion of the surface. That's what would
Well,
make the
we're
Earth a
talking
ball.
about verifying what the stars are, right? That's what we're
Well,
talking about.
no. What we're really What we're really talking about is verifying what the Earth is. The reason we're talking about the
Sure.
stars is because you're under the assumption that the
Mm-hmm.
stories you've been told about the lights in the
Yes.
sky, stars, tell you that the Earth is a spinning ball.
Yes.
But in reality, that's an assumption based
And
on
if
the assumption that the Earth is a spinning ball. So first, you need to verify that initial
okay,
assumption: is the Earth a spinning
well,
ball?
I'm not assuming necessarily the Earth is a spinning ball, but you're asking me how I would verify, and I'm saying that I verify by the stars. You're saying we don't know what the stars are. I'm saying that we can verify what the stars are, and you're asking me
Well, but
how I
what
would
I'm
do
telling
that,
you is either way.
and I'm telling you the direction that I would be going with
Right,
that
but what I'm telling you is either way.
if I were
Even if
you.
you believe you know what the stars are, which you don't. But even if you believe that, that would not tell you what the Earth is. They could be that over a flat Earth.
But that's kind of the crux of the argument you guys were having earlier. Is that if If they
You're
are
making it
what
sound.
they say they are, then that would be verifiable, and that's the direction.
No, sir.
Like I said, that's the direction I would
Sir,
go
you're
if I
making
was
it
going to
sound.
verify
No,
all
no, you're
this.
making it. You're casting.
No.
You're actually saying, if I were you, I would do it this way. But see, the thing is, you don't realize that you can't even do it yourself. So even if
I'm,
you could
I,
do it, you still wouldn't know the answer because there isn't an answer. They say, like I said before, and you agreed, is that it is our best guess because we're doing things on Earth and correlating that to the sky. They are not doing something like getting a telescope, looking. Listen, sir, they're not getting a telescope, looking through it, and saying, "Aha, I know that thing I'm looking at is a rocky planet." They don't do that. Do you understand, sir? They're not doing that. So what you're talking about is them doing something on Earth and then correlating the thing on Earth to the sky. Do you understand? It doesn't matter if you say, well, if I were you, I would do it this way, because it doesn't change the fact that you can't know what's in the sky.
I don't
Do you
appreciate
get
the
it?
sentiment.
Well, you're not getting it, sir. The penny hasn't dropped, and it should
I
have by
understand what
now.
you're saying.
Okay, so can you grasp the concept that no one here can tell you what something in the sky is? I don't care PhD or not. They can't. No
I
one
think
can. It's a best guess at best. That's all they got.
I really
That's it.
I really think you're distracting from what we were talking about. But yeah,
No, it's called accountability, sir. And because
I
you say that, some white knight might chime in from the audience and say, "Well, he's a nice guy. Let him speak." That's not what we do here. You need to answer the question like a big boy. Okay, put your big boy pants on. Answer the damn question.
I did
Can you
answer the question.
know, sir? Can you know what's in the sky? Yes or no? Can you
I
know what those
believe
things are?
so. Yeah, I
No.
believe
Okay,
so.
so belief doesn't constitute knowing. So can you know?
Yes.
How? Describe how you can know what's in the sky.
I already did that.
No,
I
I
don't
don't
have the
think so.
conversation
I don't
again.
think so. I don't think you did. Go ahead and tell me. Go for it.
Are you asking me if I know what the things in the sky are? No. But if you're asking me if I can know that, then yes, I believe I can know that.
Okay, well then it's academic. It's academic at that point. If you're just going to say I could know, but I don't know, right? So at this point, you don't know. You don't know what the lights in the sky are. You don't know what the ground beneath your feet actually is. That's what we're trying to elucidate.
Descartes said it best. I think, therefore I am, right? If we're going to go that direction.
No. Your perception or belief of reality doesn't change the facts of reality. We're interested in the facts of reality, not what someone subjectively
Then
thinks
go
it is.
out and observe it and figure it out, is what you're
Yes,
saying.
that's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. That's what we're doing,
No,
right?
you're not. You're
We
just
want to know. We
denying
want
that
to know
other
what the
people
Earth
can do
is.
it.
We want to know what the Earth is. So there's a
Yeah.
claim on the table that says, okay, the Earth is a ball of this size, which means that you can only observe
Well, you're
so
not
far
interested in
across
what
the
the stars
surface.
are?
Oh my God.
Listen, you haven't even got to the Earth yet. I'm explaining to you what we do with regards to the Earth. So there's a claim on the table that says the surface is curved. It's going to cause obstruction at a certain distance due to this curve. Yeah?
Sure. I'm more
Yeah.
interested in
Okay.
what the
So we
stars are.
understand that. And then we go out into the world and we test that claim and we find that it doesn't match, right? We see further than the claimed limit imposed
And you're
by
testing
the
this and you're
assumed
finding that
curvature.
it's not matching?
Yeah, we see further than the
Well,
claimed
we or
curvature
you?
limit would impose. Anyone who does it.
Anyone.
Okay, well, I'm talking about Cyclone here.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
anybody
tested
can.
it.
You're going out and you're
You can
testing these
test
things.
it.
You are.
Yeah. You're testing
Okay.
line of sight. You're testing line of sight. Does that sound overly complicated?
No, I mean that's not
Well
how I would
then,
test whether we're not on a
there
globe
you
or
go.
not. Though.
Yes, well, it doesn't matter. That's how you can
I think
conclusively
it does
verify
matter.
whether or not there's a curvature. No, you already agreed there's an obstruction due to curvature. That's a necessity of a ball, isn't it?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know? You don't know that
I don't
curvature is a
know. I'm not
necessity of a
following what you're
ball?
talking about.
Right, okay. Have you ever heard them say Boats go over the horizon, as in they're disappearing bottom up, going over the curve of a ball.
Sure. Okay. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Right. So that's a physical limit of what we can perceive. Yeah.
I just feel like you're changing the subject.
Okay. No, this is the subject. Right.
We were
So
talking about the
you agree?
stars.
No.
I was asking you about the
This is not
stars.
what we're talking about. What's the name of the channel, sir? Yeah, that's what we're talking about. Okay.
Yeah,
So you
you're
agree?
just deflecting back to
You
something
agree?
else that
Physical
we
limit.
were not talking
Physical
about.
limit. Bro, stay with
I
me.
felt like
Stay
we were
with me.
going.
Stay with me. Calm
Sorry,
down.
what?
Stay with me. Physical limit. The boats are going over this physical limit. Yes.
I just think we were going in a different direction, and
Simple
you changed the
question.
subject. I'm not.
Simple
He doesn't want to
question.
answer the
Simple
question.
question.
He's not
Yeah,
going to
No, I
answer the
just.
question.
I'm going to hold you to it.
I
I'm
was
going to
just
hold you
thinking
to it.
about something else, and I thought we were talking
Yeah,
about
well,
something else.
we're talking about something else right now. So physical
Yeah, you
limit that the
changed the
boats are going
subject
over,
on me.
bro.
That's
Can you
fine, I
stay with us?
guess. Yeah,
Okay,
it's
fine.
fine. We can talk about
Okay,
this.
okay, cool. So physical limit that the boats go over, yeah.
Sure.
Now, if that turns out not to be the case, not a physical limit, we can see much further than that. What does that say about the curvature? Where did it go?
I don't know.
Well, there you go. So this is what's happening. People are going out and testing this claim and finding that it's not true. So you can go on Google and type in distance to horizon calculator or curvature calculator. You can go and get the numbers and do it where you live. Plug in your observer height. It'll tell you how far you could be able to see. Test it yourself.
Okay.
And then you can actually know. You don't need to speculate.
We can do that. We can all do that. I am
Yeah,
curious
and we
about
have.
what you think the stars
That's
are,
why we're
though,
here.
because I don't think I ever got a question.
Well, given that the
Answer that.
story we're told, given that the story we're told about them assumes that physical limit that the boats are going over is a physical limit, since it's not, that story is out the window because all of what they're telling us about the sky,
Yeah,
in terms of the sizes, the distances of all these lights, is based on this 3959 radius ball. So with that not being true, it's all out of the window. And then at that point, we have to just say, okay, I don't know what they are. How can I figure out what they are? Well, I can't travel to them. I can't test them. I can't measure them. Can't sample them. Can't confirm the medium that they're in. So what can you do? You can observe them. You can take note of their patterns. That's about it. And you're still left with no
I wonder if he's
curvature
going
of
to
the
get
surface.
exhausted from asking. I wonder if he's going to get exhausted from asking that question over and over again, even after you answered it to him. Like maybe this is the third time in spades. I just don't know.
you don't have an
Go.
inclination to what they might be.
No, we're not here to tell
I
stories.
told you this is the
We're
fourth
not here.
time.
Here, let me
We're
try.
not here to tell stories.
Let me try to break it. Okay. Do you think that cyclone is a light in the sky?
No.
Okay. Why would you ask cyclone what a light in the sky is? Wouldn't you look at the lights in the sky and try to determine what they are by looking at them?
Well, because earlier they were talking about how we can show that the Earth is a globe because of how the patterns of the lights in the sky are, right? That's why I was asking that question.
How would you do that?
I mean, I answered that question earlier. I would go through. What?
I don't remember hearing that. That must have been earlier than the time that I joined because
Yeah, you must be
I
talking
don't remember.
about. You must be talking about Sky Ice, who is trying to claim again that the moving
I
lights
would
in the
try to
sky tell him
verify the
that Earth
methods
has been off.
that other people claim they've used. Yeah.
Have you ever heard of a planetarium before?
Yeah. This is sure.
Okay, so you've been to a planetarium, right?
Yeah.
Okay, have you seen a scientist project lights in the sky on the dome ceiling with a flat floor?
No. No. I've been
Here
to
it
like
is.
the
Look at
theater.
like this type of planetarium.
Oh, are we in the chats?
Yeah.
No, I've never been in a planetarium like that, unfortunately.
Do you know they exist though?
Yeah.
Okay, how do you think this is not possible? Couldn't
So
you
you think
just
that's what it
simply?
is?
You could just
Is that
take
what
the
you're telling me?
ceiling, just take the ceiling off, and now you see the sky.
Take the ceiling.
Yeah,
Oh,
just
so you're saying the sky is a big dome and stars are a projection.
no. How are you saying this doesn't work? Why does this not work in your worldview? Why are
I'm not saying
planetariums?
it doesn't. I'm just
So
curious.
it does work.
Is that what you think?
So does it work or it doesn't work?
I mean, I don't know. I really don't think so. But
Okay, so it
if that's
doesn't
what you
work. So
think,
I invite
I'd
you
like
to
to
go
know
to a
that.
I invite you to go to a planetarium and ask them, hey, how do you make the sky look exactly like the sky looks on a dome ceiling with a flat floor? Because in your worldview, it can only work if the surface you're standing on is curved, and they'll break it down Big Bird and Barney style for you. They get paid to.
So,
They're paid science communicators.
so,
They'll tell you exactly how it
mhm.
works.
So you're telling me that the stars are a projection on a flat surface in the sky. Is that what you're saying?
This guy is something else.
No, I invite you now to go back to the live stream and listen to the words I said. Add no word. Change no words. Remove no words. Bullshit. Read words in them.
Well, are you going to answer the question? Is that what you think it is, or no?
Fucking hell.
My answer is go to a planetarium and talk to one of the scientists there. They'll explain to you exactly how they make the sky appear, one for one, on a flat baseline, on a flat floor with a dome ceiling. They'll
Yeah,
explain
I'm
it to
sure
you,
it's a
okay?
projector, right?
Yeah, so he's
Just
showing you
go
there's
there.
multiple ways that you could experience that phenomena, and so to say it must be a spinning ball is fallacious.
That's sure,
Especially
that's
since
fine, but what
yeah, so the stars
are
don't
the
tell you
other
it's a
ways you
ball.
think it could be?
Well, who knows? That's speculation. But the stars don't tell you the floor is a ball, and when we observe the floor doesn't tell us that the floor is a ball. So it's not looking good for the ball. Is basically what we're saying.
That's fine. I'm really just curious if you think the stars are a projection or not.
Oh my god,
No, I
dude.
wouldn't make a claim. I mean, we've been through it, bro. I mean, we're not going to give you a story. We're not here to
You're not going to
replace
answer my
stories.
question, yeah.
No, I
We're
answered
not
you. I
gonna
said I
give you
don't
a
know.
story, dude. He
Did
didn't
I
you
not
hear what he
clearly
just
say?
said?
Okay, let me
I
It's
don't
a
try.
know.
story. You know what a story is? Hold on. You know what a story is?
He doesn't.
Hello?
He doesn't know what story is. Here, let's
No,
go.
I know, Griff, but I want him to answer. This is the time where he's honest in this conversation, or he's gonna be dishonest brick piece of shit. Dude, answer the
Not a
question. You know what a story is?
Obviously, I know what a story is.
Okay, since you know what a story is, do you want Cyclone to tell you a story?
Sure.
Okay, why?
I'm
I'm not in the
curious what
business
he
of
thinks.
telling stories.
No, he doesn't need to tell you a story. He needs to tell you the truth. And if you're not here for the truth, then you're here for stories.
The
That's
truth is
why
a story.
you're listen, dude. Listen, this is why you're in the mess that you're in right now. That you can't understand and you sound like a dumbass because you are being taken for a ride. You and everybody else listening that thinks that the earth is a globe. You guys think that it's a globe because you love stories. And that's why you want Cyclone to tell you a story. And if he doesn't, then it's like he didn't tell you truth. And you don't get it, do you? We're not here to tell you stories and comfort you. We're here to tell you either you know what's up there or you don't. Got it?
Oh, you're so aggravated.
Okay.
I'm
Here,
trying to have
listen.
a
Yeah.
Now,
conversation.
listen. Answer me this. Answer me this. Do you think my giving or not giving of a story about the stars in any way changes what I've said already about and what Crit said already about the multiple possibilities on top of the line of sight question?
No, but I'd like
Does
you
that
to
change
elaborate.
anything? Okay, so I see. Okay, so as long as we're agreed there, it doesn't change anything about what we've already said. The
Yeah.
elaboration, I've given you the extent of it. I don't make a claim to what they are. I can observe them. I can ponder myself and speculate on what they might be, but that serves no real purpose as to the
Okay.
conversation right now. So we are where we are.
As far as you're concerned, you don't know.
Okay, how about
Yeah,
this
yeah,
one
I
here?
don't know. I wouldn't
Okay.
claim to know.
So, how about Copernicus? As far as hypotheses are concerned, let no one expect anything certain from astronomy which cannot furnish it, lest he accept as a truth ideas conceived for another purpose, and depart from this study a greater fool than when he entered. If you think that light in the sky is divining you information to anything other than what that light in the sky is, like it's telling you the earth is curved, it's telling you that today's your lucky day or whatever, you've entered this process a greater fool than which you've entered. And you can tell that because you've asked the same question over and over and over.
I didn't feel like
and
my
over.
question was answered. That's why I asked it multiple times.
Okay, you're exiting a greater fool than which you entered, according to Copernicus.
I don't really care.
Well, you care enough to keep asking the question.
I don't care about what Copernicus says. I cared about what Cyclone
that works too.
had to
We don't
say.
care
Oh,
what he says.
wow. That's the biggest compliment
What
I've
science
received
says.
probably all year. Oh, did he say science? I thought he said cyclone.
No, what science says, right?
No, I was saying I care about what Cyclone has to say
Oh,
because I was having a
Cyclone.
Oh,
conversation with
boom,
Cyclone.
boom. Let's
Yeah.
go. Let's go. But to be fair, I did say right at the beginning that I didn't make a claim to know what the stars were. So it wasn't like I was misleading you there.
Okay. Yeah.
Fair, right? It's fair for me to say I don't know.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. That's fine.
That's really good because you don't know either. That's the best part. That's why you're
I'm not
asking, because you don't
upset.
know.
I'm
He
not
already
upset.
said he didn't know. Yeah, he already said he didn't know, which is fine. So we're on the same page. We both don't know what the stars are. Okay.
So let's talk about the
Now what
surface
do
of
we
the
do?
Earth as the surface of the Earth. Instead of invoking everything in creation, that black hole, that giant moon, that water ice, that that star, the moon. Apparently, the moon is shrinking. If you believe their story, the news dropped today. Here, check this out. You could go look at. So, did you notice this by watching the sky? And did the sky tell you this?
Sorry, what are we looking at? Are you putting something in the chat?
Yeah, right here. The moon is shrinking and crumbling, scientists say. Powerful moonquakes recorded by Apollo seismometers over half a century ago have been linked to mysterious fault lines in landslides near the moon's south pole. This could be a problem because isn't that where they're going to tell you Artemis 3 is going to land? It's going to land on these fault lines?
I don't know. Artemis 3, that's supposedly a space mission they're planning, right? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, there you go.
A mission.
Hey, Jerry, which gift should I pair? You see, I DM'd you. There's like 3 choices.
Yeah, I messaged you back.
Oh, shit.
The last one.
My bad.
That's okay.
Oh, yeah. That's what I was thinking, too. I like that one because it's funnier, but the other one has a connotation of that scene in the show where he got walked in on naked.
Yeah.
But the bottom one's the best one. I think it encompasses more of it. You know?
So seismometers from the Apollo mission, and they're detecting landslides on the moon. This all sounds very reasonable. What kind of seismometers do you?
Yeah, that's why it's always best to try to get back into if someone's really like all the way in. I mean, like if they are neck deep in the heliocentric model, and they can't get out of the flat Earth, they're stuck. They're stuck in flat Earth as they're neck deep in globe. Offer them something other than flat Earth to spiral about? Dude, your moon is shrinking and crumbling. It's it's flying away from you. You think about that. What should you do next? Like the sky is falling, Chicken Little. Chicken Little, the sky is falling. Or number two is like give them something else to be entertained by. If they think this is nothing but entertainment, they're here to laugh at the zoo animals. Are you entertained now? Does this
I don't remember
entertain you?
seeing it. Do we have footage or images of them setting up these claimed seismometers on the moon? I don't remember that, but
Yeah, that's part of the lore. That's part of the
movie was that.
entertainment purpose. So you could look up, hey, what type of device can operate completely maintenance free for decades.
Yeah, for half a century on the surface of the moon. Like, surely that's a seismometer that's better than anything that's been produced that's used on Earth.
Yeah, that
today.
needs like constant maintenance, like every every month, pure maintenance
They'll
schedule.
they'll have maintenance schedules that are like quarterly or at least annual, right? And then we're saying 50 years, this thing from the 60s been up there, still sending back reliable data. Like, where's the evidence for any of this? Show me them what is this seismometer? Show us it getting installed on the moon. What's it like recording on? What medium? I mean, because how much memory would it have had? Like, how does that even work?
Yeah, so that's something the globalists could actually look into and study. They could say, hey,
Please do, globalists.
yeah, instead of freaking out over flat Earth, spazzing out all day, day in, day out, nothing new under the sun, you've now got something you can read and learn about, reflect on, think about. How did they do it? Why did they do it? How do these devices work? How is the moon crumbling? Why the South Pole? Why are they going to change their plans for Artemis now? All these questions are things you can consider. And you don't need flat Earth to do that. Matter of fact, flat Earth would be a distraction from getting the answers that you want.
To be fair, I don't think most people think about flat Earth very much, or round Earth or whatever. I don't think most people really give a shit.
Yeah.
They
So
do,
who's in a
because
better
when you go
position?
outside, you look at mountains and shit, and you're like, "Wow, the Earth is so cool."
Yeah, so we're in a reasonable position to be able to speak on this topic then, right? I mean,
Yeah,
we
well-
are interested in this and we're constantly researching and discussing it. So
Sure.
yeah, this is a good place to
Crit just
come and ask questions.
mentioned something about people focusing on flat Earth and arguing about it, but I think that's probably because you're in a little bit of an echo chamber here where you're talking about it a lot. I don't think most people do.
No. But it's the case anywhere. If you set up anywhere and say the Earth is not a ball, you're going to have a number of people who spiral out about it. Like, what you see in the whole political scene at the moment, lefty, right? You get those hardcores on either side, and if it comes up, it's like instant trigger. That is the case for a lot of people when it comes to this subject. So it doesn't matter if it's in this room or anywhere else that it's spoken about. There are going to be those types who come in day after day and do the same thing, essentially, ask disingenuous questions or just want to insult people and then spiral out. So we see that here all the time.
He calls it an echo chamber, yet he fails to realize that he's in here disagreeing with flat Earth, which makes it not an echo chamber.
Well, we're talking about flat
That's
Earth.
weird.
Is what I'm saying. This is a place where
That's
you
weird.
talk exclusively.
It's not an echo chamber, though, is it?
But we
dude?
invite dissenting opinion, right? So by definition, it's not an echo chamber. And also, ironically, the only real echo chamber is everywhere else. Like, you have to come specifically here to hear
I mean,
a challenge to the heliocentric globe model, right? So that's the opposite of the echo chamber is everywhere else, bro. The media, the education, movies,
Sure,
like
but
everything,
everywhere else,
right?
people aren't always talking about whether it's a flat Earth or a global Earth. I'm just talking about this conversation in general is here in this chat.
Yeah.
Because you're not allowed to talk about it anywhere else.
Yeah. It's like a
I don't
censored
talk about it
subject,
anywhere
bro.
else.
Because you're
It's
not
a
allowed
Personally,
to,
censored
bro.
subject, and we invite opposing views. That's what we're doing all day. It's literally the opposite of an echo
sure, yeah,
chamber.
it's
We're
not an
saying
echo chamber in
present
that you
your
don't hear
evidence that
opposing
we're
views.
wrong.
Yeah, that's not what I meant.
Not an echo chamber. Okay.
Yeah, see,
So
the
this is
It's
best.
just
an
a
echo
place where we
chamber in
talk
the
about
fact
the
that you
opposite.
hear the same arguments over and over.
I like
And
I
then
like
you
that
don't
he's
That's
proven
not
rebut
what
the
an
wrong.
same
echo
thing.
I
chamber
like that
is.
he's
That's
proven
not what an
wrong, and
echo
then he
chamber
goes
is.
backtrack and he's like, "Well, not that kind of echo chamber, the
See,
other
Yeah.
kind."
he's
Yeah,
broken.
it's
His
not.
worldview is contradictory, but he wants to blame flat Earth for that. It's
I don't know.
flat Earthers'
I think
fault.
he
I'm not
can.
blaming
He
anyone
can.
for anything. I'm just
Yeah,
saying
he can be
you're
all right.
talking about the same thing here in this chat.
Well, we're talking about the Earth, but that
Okay.
talking about a
Yes,
subject
that's
a
what I'm
lot
saying.
doesn't make that place an echo chamber. Because an echo chamber has negative
Sure, if you
implications,
find
right?
that,
So we'll use a
if
different
you
word. We'll use a different word. We say this is a
sure,
venue where we discuss the
if you
Earth.
find that
That's fine.
offensive, yeah.
Well,
It's
this
not
Well,
server is
offensive.
it's
a
meant to
community
be offensive,
outreach
isn't it?
effort on our part. We're reaching out to the community being here. This is not an echo chamber.
Reaching, I don't think you're reaching out to a community. I think you're in a
Are you serious?
chat.
We could just
How are we
pack
not?
up and go home.
Yeah, we are literally here speaking to new people every single day. So what else is that? On a server with 80,000 people in it that's not the subject
Yeah.
of the overall server. Of course, we're reaching out and speaking to
Okay.
people. That is all we're doing.
What you could do is you could test that. Think of a topic you like, that you enjoy, make your own channel, and see if people come listen to you talk about it. If you don't, if no one cares what you have to say, then you got feedback on that. Then no one really cares what you have to say. If they come and they want to hear you talk, then you're like, oh, look at people actually care what you have to say.
But they
Honestly,
won't.
I'm mostly here
So don't
because
worry
it's
about it.
the most active channel right now.
Right now.
Yeah, and why is it the most active channel? Because people love hearing about the truth of where they live.
It's
So
also
And
it's
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 not an
also
fine
echo
to talk about
chamber.
moderated
that.
pretty well here, as far as I can tell.
Yeah, here, look at
And
the
it's
stats right
Keep
here.
it moderated. Oh yeah, let's do the stats. Where are we today? Could it be number one?
Oh my
Yeah,
god, you guys are
almost
twice as active as the main channel.
Yeah,
almost
the main
14,000.
Yeah, almost 14,000. Yeah, the main channel, which is really just people playing video games. I've been in there to see what they talk about. I've never heard them once talk about the Israel-Palestine war.
Okay, to
It's
be
pretty.
fair,
It's
maybe
funny. It's
30%
funny.
of the chat.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I'm sure they do sometimes. I mean, I've done like spot checks where I just join, and it's always some random topic. But
Yeah, but the
I
issue
was.
is it's been milked to the tea. Like we've said everything about
Oh yeah,
Israel,
yeah,
Palestine. There's nothing left.
yeah. Oliver, I get you. I'm not. I'm saying this channel is always flat Earth, 24/7, 7 days a week, except for Sunday. See, that's why people know when they come in here what to
Why not
expect.
on Sunday?
Sunday speculation Sunday.
What?
He's
Sunday.
joking, bro.
No, Sunday we change the format to speculation Sunday, where
I
they
see.
talk
Okay.
about like conspiracy theories or things that you don't know that you can't prove. Monday through Friday, Monday through Saturday, it's a really is level. And we're for a while we're doing ladies' night on Fridays. That's like where the whole server, everything's turned over to the women of Flat Earth. Because a lot of globalists are kind of like I would say, well, not kind of like beta personalities, and they really don't want to talk to men, but they can talk to women. So we notice that there's a lot of a better back and forth when they're talking to a woman, more of a motherly sort of like approach.
Yeah, a lot of them have that lonely fans vibe. So yeah, what's next? Are you curious about the Earth? Are you interested in the subject, or are you not really?
I'm mildly interested. I think I've asked the questions I had in mind.
Okay, cool. Well, if you've got any more, feel free to throw them out anytime. Or if you've got
Never
something for the
received.
globe that you're like, hey, this makes me think the Earth's a globe. What do you guys think? That's a good way to go about it. Also, if you are interested, our server, the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, which you can find easily, discord.gg/Flat Earth, has terabytes of information, all alphabetized, so you can kind of do your own independent research in your own time if you feel so inclined. If you want that, let us know. Or if you're
How
interested.
generous of you guys.
Yeah. Public service.
Amen. It is. You're not even being paid billions of dollars to do it.
No. Like volunteer therapists here. It's like the Samaritans of the earth.
Ooh, excuse me.
All right, so if there's anyone else who wants to ask a question, bring up a topic, feel free.
I do have a question for a Glober, if there's any like Globers in today.
Yeah, go ahead, ask.
Okay, so sorry, I'm really ill at the moment. I had a conversation with a Glober about the mirage thing. You know, like the reason why you can see so far in the distance, even though it's meant to have a curve, right? I think it was Jackal, but he was going to prove to me that light can go over a ball, right? Like using refraction or whatever. But he's now not responding to my DMs. I wonder why.
What's the
But
question?
like, what I want to know is, do you have like any evidence that like light can go over a ball?
Can you
Like curve
explain a
around the
little bit
ball, like
more what
light
you
bending.
mean?
What?
Sorry, can you
I
explain a
think.
little bit more what
Wait, are
you
you talking
mean?
about bending lights?
Okay, so.
Are you okay,
What
bro?
is it? Yeah, I said I'm sick, right? So one of the flat earthers proofs for the globe, the earth being flat, is that when you look in the distance, like if you go to like a seaside or something, you can see much further than you should be able to, right? Now, if the earth was a curve, like curved all the way around, so a globe, right? So from the Globers, what I want is, I've been told that the reason why that is the case is it's actually a mirage, because light bends around the ball, the globe. And I want to know how that happened. Well, I've been explained how that happens. I want like evidence that you can bend
How'd they
light around
explain it?
the ball. They said something about light wants to go the fastest path. Air as you go upwards, I think is denser. Or less dense or more dense. I can't remember which way around it
And
was.
so he mentioned mirages?
Sorry?
And you said that he mentioned a mirage?
Yeah. It's just similar to a mirage, right? So
Yeah, so
what
sometimes
you're
with
seeing,
atmosphere.
look out, is like a mirage.